Late at night, Hogsmeade. Number 36, Manta Street, the Alchemy Cottage. Inside his small alchemy workshop, the goblin Bruno was hard at work. He was focused, his attention entirely on the pair of gray boots in front of him. Bruno picked up a small alchemical hammer with his right hand and tapped lightly on the sole of the boot. Thud, thud, thud. With each crisp strike, a surge of peculiar magic flowed from the hammer into the sole. In an instant, the bottom of the boot erupted with a web of glowing pale blue lines, weaving together into strange patterns. As the moments passed, the blue glow gradually faded and then vanished, leaving the sole looking perfectly ordinary once more. Bruno frowned, his brows knitting together as he recalled the intricate rune threads that had just surfaced. It was as if he could hardly believe what he'd seen. So, he picked up the hammer again and gave the sole another light tap. Once more, a network of lines radiating with pale blue light appeared, spreading across the entire sole and sketching out one rune after another. This time, Bruno was even more meticulous. He quickly copied the runic designs onto a sheet of parchment, matching what he saw as closely as possible. When the patterns faded again, a portion of the runes had already taken shape on the parchment. Without delay, Bruno tapped the sole again, capturing the next segment of the pattern and transcribing it onto the parchment. He repeated this process 3 or 4 times. At last, the parchment held the complete rune pattern. Satisfied with his accomplishment, Bruno held the parchment up to the lamp, examining it closely before his eyes. He scrutinized the details, comparing them to the ancient runic scripts he remembered. But the longer he looked, the deeper his frown became. He realized, to his frustration, that he simply couldn't decipher the patterns at all. They seemed to have no connection whatsoever to ancient runes. With a weary sigh, Bruno finally broke the silence. We're all alchemists here. Was it really necessary to be so guarded? He only wanted to borrow a bit of their technique. Did they really have to go to such extremes? Whose handiwork was this, anyway? Some peer had developed such an airtight anti-counterfeiting method that even the slightest trace of ancient runes was completely undetectable. Had he been having too much fun lately? Was his skill slipping? Bruno was swept up in a wave of self-doubt. He then reached for the Hermes boots he'd acquired at the auction, placing them before him, his expression bleak. 610 galleons, what a loss. At the auction, Bruno had spotted these boots, rumored to let a wizard walk upon air, and the idea of replicating them sprang to mind at once. In today's wizarding world, most flying was done with enchanted brooms, so boots that let one stride through the sky clearly had enormous potential. He might not claim expertise in everything, but when it came to imitation and replication, Bruno knew he was in his element. With this particular skill, he had gained quite a reputation among the Fey circles. He never aimed for a perfect imitation, as long as he could copy about 50 or 60% of the original, then add a touch of modern flair to the style. He could be sure to make a handsome profit in gold galleons. And so, he spent a hefty sum to purchase the item, planning to study and borrow its design. But Bruno's gaze returned to the Hermes boots, a glint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. His peers had left no room for forgery, with anti-counterfeiting measures so thorough that his plan was utterly foiled. He'd spent all those gold galleons for nothing. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Bruno began to consider how he might resell the boots. He didn't hope to make a fortune. He just didn't want to lose money. Of course, given the current state of these gray boots, selling them for 610 gold galleons was nothing short of a pipe dream. But if he gave them a weathered look, added some intricate, ancient runes, and the private mark of a legendary alchemy master, voila! A pair of magical boots with a long, mysterious history would appear. While pondering, Bruno was already planning which master style he should emulate. To age an artifact, to forge, to imitate, these all required a certain talent. Without it, one simply couldn't spot the subtle differences between a genuine treasure and a fake. If you couldn't even observe the details, how could you hope to forge it? Just talk your way through? A thought crossed his mind, and Bruno decided to pass off the boots as relics of Master Angelo. Master Angelo had indeed achieved some renown in the field of magical boots. His designs leaned toward the ancient and unadorned. The styles weren't too different either. A bit of tinkering, and he could achieve an 80 or 90% resemblance. With his mind made up, Bruno picked up the alchemy pen beside him, channeled his magic into it, and began carefully etching a variety of intricate yet pointless runic patterns onto the surface of the boots. Yes, with any magical item, utility was one thing, but the sense of prestige was another. Clearly, the alchemist who crafted these boots didn't understand this point. The design was far too ordinary, as if churned out from an assembly line. If that alchemist ever worked with him, combining their technical skill with his design sense, they would make a killing. After all, He knew the styles of every alchemy master from the past 1,000 years. He could pick anyone, and guaranteed, profits would soar. Grumbling to himself, Bruno began making detailed modifications. Luckily, the boot's functions were quite decent, so he only needed to adjust the exterior. Otherwise, he'd have to rack his brains to add extra features. As time slipped by, what had once been a standard-issue Camartage magical boot was transformed by Bruno's expert touch into an ancient, mysterious, and enigmatic artifact. At first glance, anyone would sense that these magical boots were anything but ordinary. Especially striking were the ancient runes covering the surface, Nyefu's symbols, whose arrangement seemed to hide some mysterious order, radiating an indescribable beauty. If there was a single word to capture it, it would be this: sophistication. Yes, sophistication. At a glance, it was obvious that these magical boots were far more refined than any ordinary pair. They truly exuded a sense of class. Bruno cradled the magical boots in his hands, admiring his handiwork with a satisfied smile. To celebrate his extraordinary performance, he promised himself a night out on the town. Once he'd sold them for a pouch of golden galleons, of course. Suddenly, crack, crack, crack. Bruno thought he heard the sharp sound of shattering glass, and a flicker of confusion crossed his face. Then, his expression changed. He could sense a chilling wave of magic sweep across his entire body, even enveloping his entire little alchemy workshop. Seeing this, Bruno wasted no more time admiring his creation. He immediately slipped the boots of Hermes onto his feet. With a swift motion, he drew his trusted alchemist's hammer. Then, as if recalling something else, he grabbed a set of enchanted leather armor and hurriedly strapped it on. Without hesitation, he strode outside. He had barely left the alchemy workshop before he found himself back in his living room. But the moment he stepped inside, he sensed something was wrong. He paused, and a look of horror slowly dawned on his face. He realized he could hear nothing at all, not the whisper of wind through the leaves, not the chirping of birds, not even the barking of dogs. Nothing. An eerie, unsettling silence filled the space. Bruno's heart skipped a beat. He bolted up the stairs toward his study, the nerve center of his alchemical workshop. In less than 30 seconds, Bruno burst into the study. However, the instant he entered, a chill ran down his spine. His legs felt weak. He saw outside the window the colossal, pale yellow eye. Bang! The sight of that enormous, pale yellow eye staring in through the glass made the fairy Bruno's whole body go limp. He dropped to the floor, desperate not to be seen. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. How could there be such a malevolent eye in the world? If the eye alone was this huge, how massive must the creature's body be? The memory of meeting that gaze still made Bruno shudder, as if death itself had brushed past him. He almost lost control of his bladder. Only when the gigantic, pale yellow eye finally moved away did Bruno summon the strength to get to his feet. He inched forward, approaching his desk, and slammed his palm down hard on the button in front of him. Bang! Instantly, BZZZT, BZZZT, BZZZT. The entire surface of the house lit up with deep blue runes, pulsing with waves of magical energy. Immediately after, the entire surface of the house seemed to be wrapped in a gigantic blue membrane of light, almost like an impenetrable protective shield. Only when he sensed the alchemical cottage's defenses activating did he allow himself to relax, settling into the chair as he felt his strength return swiftly. A moment ago, he had been truly terrified. How could such evil eyes exist in this world? It felt as though just a single glance would bring instant death. Still, boom, boom, boom. Just as Bruno began to let his guard down, a deafening barrage thundered in his ears, as if the house itself were about to shatter. His face turned grim. He could feel that the alchemical cottage was under attack, and each blow was anything but gentle. Even from his seat in the study, he could sense faint tremors running through the building. If this level of assault continued, and he did nothing, destruction was only a matter of time. Thoughts raced through his mind. Bruno hurriedly pressed the button again, 3 times in rapid succession, as if triggering some hidden mechanism. In an instant, a ferocious roar erupted nearby, shaking the very air. But Bruno had no time to ponder it. He hurriedly pulled out a brown, disc-shaped object, the forbidden door key. Let's turn back the clock, 10 minutes earlier. Lockhart stood before the alchemical cottage, recalling the information he had just extracted, a sly smile curling at his lips. This goblin alchemy master was truly terrified of death. During the interrogation, the female goblin had divulged an astonishing amount of information about the magical traps and defensive measures inside the cottage. There were so many that even Lockhart found it daunting. It was clear just how deeply this goblin feared for his life, or perhaps how inherently timid he was. But then again, fear of death was useful. Only those who understood the terror of dying could be truly obedient. If he were the reckless, death-defying type, Lockhart would have found things much more troublesome. Standing at the door, Lockhart had no intention of barging straight in. He'd have to be a fool to do that. Knowing there were countless magical traps and defenses inside, only an idiot would walk right into them. Although the female goblin had revealed plenty of details, he wasn't about to trust every word. Otherwise, if he stumbled into one of those unknown traps, all his efforts would come to nothing. As an alchemist, he made his living from magical items, but in battle, he relied on them even more. Setting up all manner of offensive and defensive measures through alchemy was the most common way for an alchemist to fight. And as an alchemy master, his arsenal would only be greater. Given enough resources and time, an alchemy master could transform any place into a fortress or a lethal labyrinth. No ordinary wizard could hope to break through. So, although Lockhart had gleaned quite a bit of information, he had no intention of charging in recklessly. However, no matter what, he couldn't allow this goblin even the slightest chance to escape. If it got away now, catching it next time will be even more difficult. With that thought flashing through his mind, Lockhart gave his wand a gentle flick. His right hand moved the wand in a slow yet forceful arc, tracing rune after rune in the air, each glowing with a silvery light. This time, the spell was clearly more time-consuming, but it carried far greater power. A multitude of runes wove together like a tapestry of fine writing, coming together to form a strange and intricate sigil. The moment the design was complete, a burst of dense, transparent ripples radiated outward, as though the very fabric of space were shattering and spreading in all directions. Trees, stone stools, walls, houses, and streets, all, including the little alchemy hut, were enveloped. Crack, 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 a sound like shattering glass. No, like the very space itself fracturing, echoed in Lockhart's ears. Magic, Mirror Realm, Enhanced Edition. Whoosh. The faintest breath of wind vanished. Birds and beasts fell silent. Everything was hushed and desolate. In Lockhart's eyes, the world before him turned a shade of dull gray and white. Only he, the basilisk, and the alchemy hut ahead retained the colors of reality. This new mirror realm was the result of Lockhart's tireless research, synthesis, and refinement of magical knowledge from both worlds. In the Harry Potter world, the original mirror realm consumed enormous energy, and the space it created was limited, so much so that it couldn't even replicate scenes teeming with magic. It could only mirror places devoid of magic, or those with a faint magical trace. But with this upgraded version, although the space was still somewhat confined, the energy drain was much lower, and it could even bend the edges of space a little. Most importantly, while it still couldn't project scenes saturated with magic, the mirror realm could now fully engulf them, just as it was now swallowing up the alchemy hut. From the outside, Lockhart couldn't bypass the alchemy hut's defenses to drag the goblin Bruno into the mirror realm. But he could simply pull the entire hut into the mirror realm and deal with everything at once. Of course, that grayish hue was also a trademark of the revamped mirror realm. Lockhart cast a glance at the alchemy hut and summoned the bond, signaling the basilisk to return to its true form. Bang, bang, boom. In Lockhart's eyes, the once slender basilisk thickened and swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its massive body crushed the surrounding grass, stones, and stools with heavy thuds. Finally, the creature's sheer size pressed against a section of wall, bringing it crashing down in an earth-shaking collapse. Staring at the serpent's massive body, Lockhart tapped his toes lightly on the ground and leapt upward. In an instant, a surge of magical power erupted from the boots beneath his feet. He hovered in midair, striding forward on nothing but air itself. Step by step, he walked above the void until he stood right before the serpent's enormous head, the entire alchemical cottage coming into view. He summoned the serpent and entered the bounds of the alchemical cottage directly. Lockhart intended to rely on the creature's immense size and brute strength to simply smash the cottage to pieces. This time, he would make the goblin submit, body and soul, leaving it no room for disobedience or stray thoughts. Goblins, as a race, were notorious for fearing power but not virtue. When weak, they would grovel like loyal hounds, acting as if devoted to their master's every whim. But once they gained strength, they'd snap and bite like wild dogs, refusing to relent until their foes were utterly destroyed. Lockhart was especially reminded of this after witnessing that group of goblins wielding magical firearms in Gringotts the last time, an image that left a lasting impression. He couldn't help but think of a certain country from his previous life. From a wizard's perspective, his disgust only deepened. Suddenly, The surface of the alchemical cottage blossomed with intricate, deep blue runes, and a defensive shield of the same color rose up around it. Lockhart was hardly surprised. With all the commotion just now, it would have been truly uncanny if the other side hadn't noticed anything. He called on the serpent again, signaling it to commence the plan, to strike directly at the heart of the alchemical cottage. Thud, thud, thud. At Lockhart's command, the serpent slammed its massive body against the cottage over and over. Each blow set the deep blue shield ablaze with dazzling light. Magic surged across its surface, as if striving to repel every attack. Yet as the serpent's tail continued to batter the barrier, the blue shield slowly began to dim. Lockhart's lips curled into a faint smile. Suddenly, a thunderous roar. The battered alchemical cottage erupted in a flurry of deep blue lightning, lashing out at the serpent's body. The serpent let out a pain-deafening cry. Lockhart's eyes narrowed. He knew the opponent had finally begun to fight back. Despair. Goblin Bruno clutched a brown disc in his hands, his gaze dull and his expression bleak. It was over. Why wasn't the portkey working? Could it be the Ministry of Magic's doing? From what Bruno knew, anti-apparition charms could indeed block spatial movement, but they should never affect a portkey. Only if the Ministry deployed specialized magical artifacts to lock down space could a portkey be suppressed. But as the thought crossed his mind, Bruno dismissed it at once. It couldn't possibly be the Ministry acting directly. He hadn't done anything truly unforgivable. Just a bit of counterfeiting, selling fakes, copying magical items for a few extra galleons, nothing more. Even so, he always acted with utmost caution. Every item that passed through his hands would, at the moment of delivery, work exactly as he described. It's just that, perhaps after a week, or maybe a month, its effects would completely fade away. That was his trick, coupled with the fact that he always concealed his identity when selling these knockoff magical items. Hardly anyone could trace the trouble back to him. And even if he ever was exposed, no one would go to such great lengths to catch him. A giant python like the one outside. He had never heard of the Ministry of Magic keeping such a creature. In fact, he was growing more and more certain that this was the handiwork of a dark wizard. Just thinking about dark wizards made Bruno's knees go weak. He'd spent enough time in the black market to know their methods. Not every detail, perhaps, but enough to be wary. These people, after all, used dark magic so frequently that their tempers became dangerously unstable. Sudden bouts of madness were hardly unusual. Suddenly, a deafening explosion jolted him. Bruno looked up at the window and saw the sky filled with massive, flaming boulders, like meteors, hurtling straight toward his alchemy workshop. Out there, Lockhart was brandishing his wand, subtly manipulating the mirror dimension to gather earth and stone into huge rocks. He couldn't control things as freely as he once could in the Marvel world, but with his upgraded mirror dimension, he could still exert some influence. With a wave, he set the colossal stones, or rather, meteors, floating behind him, then cast an incendio spell to wreathe them in fire, amplifying their destructive power. A moment ago, a lightning strike had failed to inflict serious harm on the basilisk, but through their contract, Lockhart could feel the creature's pain. So he called the basilisk away, deciding to break through the defenses outside before tackling what lay within. It was fortunate they hadn't fought inside. Even out here, things were getting tricky. If he'd been inside, with goblins freely manipulating traps, he might truly have found himself at a disadvantage. Lockhart's mind raced as he eyed the flaming meteors now floating behind him once more. He swept his wand in an arc, sending them hurtling toward the alchemy workshop. With thunderous blasts, the meteors shot forward, while the workshop retaliated with bursts of lightning, shattering many of the falling stones. But clearly, as the barrage of meteors continued, the lightning's power was weakening. Before long, its strength was almost completely spent. Seeing this, Lockhart nodded in satisfaction. This time, he summoned the basilisk again, letting it vent its pent-up frustration and pain. With earth-shaking crashes, the basilisk slammed its massive body against the workshop. And this time, driven by fury, it struck even harder. The noise grew ever more deafening, shaking the very air around them. Under the relentless assault, the last remaining shield dimmed visibly, fading at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. And then, "Sir, I surrender, I surrender." Lockhart heard the desperate voice at his ear. He raised an eyebrow and glanced up to see a white flag fluttering above the rooftop, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Yet, as if he hadn't heard a thing, Lockhart made no move to stop the basilisk's assault. His expression remained indifferent as he watched the defensive barrier grow ever fainter. At last, crack, crack, boom! With another forceful strike, the basilisk shattered the shield with a sharp, splintering sound. At the same moment, The alchemy cottage, now defenseless, collapsed in part under the creature's impact, sending a thunderous crash reverberating through the air. Seeing this, Lockhart signaled the basilisk to withdraw, while he, with practiced ease, guided himself to land atop the serpent's massive head. Standing on the basilisk's skull, Lockhart lifted his wand and tapped his throat lightly. Silently, a sonorous charm amplified his voice without need for a wand. "Bruno, since you've surrendered, come out where I can see you." Lockhart's powerful voice rolled out in all directions, echoing across the grounds. From the study, the goblin Bruno cautiously poked out his head, faced with the enormous basilisk, and, more terrifyingly, the wizard standing atop its head. His features were drawn tight with dread. But then, remembering how every trick he knew had failed utterly, Bruno hurriedly shouted, his voice trembling with fear, desperate to prevent another assault from the dark wizard. Sir, I'm coming out now, right away." With that, Bruno flung open the study window, clutching the white flag in one hand. Activating the magic boots at his feet, he stepped hastily into the air, walking upward. This move, in truth, was not without its own little calculation. Bruno hoped that by showing off such a feat, he might impress the dark wizard with his alchemical prowess, perhaps enough to spare himself any unnecessary suffering. Indeed, he had a fair idea of why Lockhart had come. Aside from his stash of magical items, Bruno's greatest worth lay in his alchemical skills. And so, ever the pragmatist, he seized the chance to display his talents, hoping that his future treatment might be a little less harsh. Otherwise, he dreaded being deemed useless and disposed of. He'd heard more than enough tales of how dark wizards had no mercy for those deemed worthless. The most notorious of all was the Dark Lord himself. Legend had it that he reserved particular cruelty for any goblin or wizard who had nothing to offer. He could easily take a life on a whim, or at the very least, subject them to the Cruciatus curse for his own amusement. Human life meant nothing to him. With these thoughts in mind, Bruno walked carefully through the air, waving the white flag for all he was worth, making his surrender abundantly clear. At that moment, Lockhart watched the airborne goblin with great interest, his gaze lingering on Bruno's boots. If he hadn't been so observant, he might have missed the tiny camouflage insignia on the shoes, their design unmistakably familiar. Had he not noticed, he might well have mistaken them for a pair of Hermes boots, another rare magical artifact. However, at first glance, the modified Hermes boots now exuded a distinct air of sophistication, carrying a sense of mystery and enchantment. They looked as if they had been meticulously crafted by a master artisan. Magical boots with the allure of a luxury item. There was no trace left of the original camouflage style. It seemed this goblin had quite the eye for beauty and a remarkable level of craftsmanship. At the very least, he surpassed many ordinary wizards. In the future, perhaps he could be entrusted to refine some of my own possessions. Lockhart mused to himself, deciding to add another responsibility to this future subordinate's role. Yes, Lockhart had always had a fondness for beautiful things, and now that he knew his future underling possessed both skillful hands and refined taste, he would not hesitate to take advantage of that. Of course, the prerequisite was, "Bruno, open your mind and sign the contract." Lockhart waved his wand, tracing intricate golden patterns in the air. Soon, a faint golden sigil materialized and drifted toward Bruno. Bruno, suspended in midair, glanced nervously at the snake's head, especially as the basilisk's eyes fixed upon him, its tongue flickering in and out, as if tasting the air for his scent. The constant hiss sent shivers down his spine, draining most of his strength. Terrified, he quickly averted his gaze. Yet, Bruno's expression turned to one of utter bewilderment. What was he seeing? Ashen trees, ashen streets, ashen houses, everything was cast in shades of gray, with not a soul in sight. It was as if he had stumbled into the underworld. Only his little alchemy workshop, and the basilisk and wizard before him, retained their colors from the real world. When he saw this, after a moment of contemplation, he looked at Lockhart with even greater fear in his eyes. He had once heard that powerful wizards could create temporary spaces for battle. He didn't know exactly what a temporary space was, but he assumed it must be something like this. No wonder the portkey was useless here. Just then, Lockhart spoke again. Seeing this, Bruno, always one to follow his instincts, obediently accepted the magical contract. Lockhart, satisfied, nodded approvingly. A spineless lackey was always preferable. A stubborn one would have been far more troublesome. After all, he couldn't keep casting the Imperius curse forever, and under its influence, a goblin could barely function at half its usual capacity. With that thought, Lockhart's voice turned cold. Bruno, now that you've signed the magical contract, you are officially my subordinate. There's only one thing you need to remember. When I give an order, you obey. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Bruno nodded quickly and earnestly, making it clear he understood perfectly. Then, like a sycophant, he spoke in a tone full of flattery. My lord, why don't we return to my alchemy workshop first? I have quite a few magical artifacts I've collected over the years. Please take a look. If there's anything you find useful, feel free to take it. Seeing Bruno's eager and sincere expression, Lockhart gave a slight nod. He looked at the half-collapsed alchemy workshop below and waved his wand. Restored to its original state. As the incantation left his lips, a surge of powerful magic burst from his wand, enveloping the entire workshop. In no time, under Bruno's watchful gaze, the wreckage and shattered remains that made up most of the ruined buildings seemed to turn back time. The fragments floated up, reassembling themselves into their original shape. Even the magical patterns and runes etched on the house reappeared, perfectly restored. It was as if the building had never suffered the slightest damage. Witnessing this, Bruno became even more submissive, bowing his head and acting with the deference of a servant at his master's beck and call. He had seen restoration spells before. He'd even used them himself. But a spell that could restore even the magical glyphs and runes so flawlessly. This was the first time he'd ever encountered such mastery. It was a clear sign of just how formidable his lord truly was. Lockhart surveyed the now pristine alchemy workshop and nodded approvingly. He called the basilisk, shrinking it down to a manageable size, and slowly descended to the ground himself. Bruno, seeing this, began his own descent to the earth. Once Lockhart landed, he glanced at the basilisk, now no bigger than an ordinary snake, and reached out his hand. The basilisk, clearly well-practiced, slithered up onto his arm and curled around Lockhart's shoulders, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Lockhart gently stroked the creature's head, then strode into the alchemy workshop, dispelling the mirrored dimension as he went. Bruno followed closely behind. In an instant, the world's black and white hue faded away. The rustling of wind in the leaves, the distant calls of birds and beasts, all these sounds returned to Bruno's ears, bringing a sense of relief. Heaven only knew the shock he'd felt moments ago, when the world seemed drained of all color, turned to endless gray. Watching Lockhart lead the way, Bruno hurried forward, rushing to open the door for the man who would surely be his future master. He was terrified that the slightest misstep might offend this powerful dark wizard. Well, though Lockhart's face seemed oddly familiar, Bruno didn't dwell on it. After all, who else but a dark wizard could keep a serpent of that size as a pet? Bruno, there's no need to bring out anything else. None of these are of any use to me. Lockhart glanced at the scattered magical items arrayed before him and gave the order to Bruno, who stood respectfully at his side. After all, Lockhart was an alchemist himself. Drawing on the knowledge of two worlds, his skills were hardly lacking. Not to mention, he'd just ransacked Bellatrix's vault, and inside were quite a few top-tier magical treasures. Bruno laid out all those magical items. They looked impressive, but to him, they were of little practical use. When he heard Lockhart's command, a flash of delight crossed Bruno's eyes. He quickly gathered up the items and tucked them into his magically expanded pouch. Any loss he could avoid was a gain, after all. Those magical items had cost him no small effort to craft. If not for the hope of a better future, he wouldn't have parted with them so easily. Then Bruno heard. Bruno, you're a goblin alchemy master, aren't you? Lockhart inquired. My lord, if you mean a certified alchemy master, then I am not, Bruno answered hastily. But when he saw the confusion on Lockhart's face, he hurried to explain, Sir, here's how it is. In the wizarding world, those recognized as alchemy masters have generally published in the Philosopher's Stone or achieved some groundbreaking research. Someone like me, who hasn't produced anything noteworthy, can't truly be called an alchemy master. As he watched Lockhart's frown deepen, Bruno hurried to add, However, sir, my personal alchemical skill is by no means inferior to those so-called masters. In fact, I'm certain my abilities surpass those of the average alchemy master. Moreover, I have considerable experience in replicating certain magical items, and even in forgery. As he finished, Bruno felt a pang of anxiety, worried that his lack of credentials might make the dark wizard see him as dispensable. At first, Lockhart felt a twinge of disappointment when Bruno confessed he wasn't an official master. But hearing Bruno describe his true level of skill, especially his expertise in duplication and forgery, Lockhart's eyes lit up. This was exactly the specialist he needed. After a moment's thought, Lockhart pressed further. In that case, tell me, how much do you know about galleons? If I asked you to forge them, what results could you achieve? Ah, galleons? Bruno exclaimed, startled. He pondered a moment, then gave a wry smile. Sir, to tell you the truth, I've actually considered forging galleons before. The thing is, I know the recipe, the methods, even the anti-counterfeiting measures. I can mimic it all almost to the letter. It's just that. Here, Bruno sighed with resignation. If I use substitute materials, the galleons I produce may look convincing, but any wizard with a careful magical touch could sense something amiss. And as for the goblins of Gringotts, they're even more attuned to such things. They'd spot a fake in no time. But if I don't use substitute materials, if I use the original ingredients to forge a galleon, the more I try to forge, the more I lost. At this point, a look of regret flickered in Bruno's eyes as he said, those goblins in Gringotts don't just have a monopoly on the raw materials. They also rely on their vast goblin workforce and alchemy factories to cut costs drastically. If I were the one forging them, I need materials worth at least 3 galleons just to make a single coin. It's simply not worth it. What's more, Gringotts' anti-counterfeiting magic on their galleons is nothing to scoff at. So, after a while, I just gave up. Listening to this, Lockhart seemed thoughtful and spoke calmly. Bruno, if I could provide the raw materials at a fraction of the usual cost, could you then forge galleons on a large scale? As he spoke, Lockhart's tone grew firm, emphasizing his next words. What I demand are galleons so authentic that even Gringotts goblins can't tell the difference. Hogsmeade, Alchemy Workshop. Bruno, over the next few days, collect some materials for forging galleons. Try making 1 or 2 for me to examine. In 10 days, you'll come with me somewhere. I'll need your help with the task. Lockhart fixed the goblin Bruno with a steady look as he spoke in a low voice. Then, with a wave of his wand, a magically extended pouch floated over to Bruno. Lockhart said, since you're working for me now, do well and you'll be rewarded. Fail, and there will be consequences. There are 100 galleons inside. Complete the task as I've instructed, and whatever is left is yours as a bonus. But if you mess up, you might get to play with the little snake. At the mention of the snake, Bruno shuddered, remembering the enormous python from earlier. He nodded emphatically and promised, don't worry, sir. I'll get it done. You can count on me. My work is always reliable. Hearing this, Lockhart suddenly recalled something and issued a warning. And another thing, keep your mouth shut. Never mention anything about me, especially in front of the other goblin women. As for the consequences of disobedience, Lockhart left them unspoken, but Bruno understood well enough, nodding hurriedly. Lockhart noted his reaction and nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't forgotten how he'd first acquired information about Bruno. Wasn't it because this fellow couldn't help but brag in bed? If he didn't issue a stern warning now, who knew what kind of trouble might crop up later? Bruno, take a good look at this book and get a handle on the runes described inside. Lockhart handed Bruno a volume of his own notes on rune magic, reminding him, the enchanted boots you wore before were crafted using these runes. Take your time studying it, master the contents, and I promise you a bright future. Hearing Lockhart's reminder, Bruno suddenly realized and exclaimed, so those magical boots were your handiwork, sir? No wonder, he murmured. It's so wonderfully crafted, almost as if made by the hands of gods themselves. I dare say, even Nicholas Flamel. Bruno's words trailed off into a stream of flattery and sycophantic praise. Lockhart, clearly unimpressed, interrupted him. All right, I've given you your instructions. Do your job well. If you need anything, ask Goldie. Goldie will let me know about your issues. Understood, sir. Once I've finished what you asked, I'll get in touch with your house elf, Goldie, Bruno replied, nodding rapidly. With that, Lockhart gave a slight nod himself, then raised his wand and opened a shimmering portal in the air. He stepped through with a single stride and vanished in an instant. The moment Lockhart disappeared, Bruno collapsed onto the floor with relief. Heavens knew the kind of pressure he'd been under, facing a textbook dark wizard only moments ago. One wrong word, one careless slip, and he could easily have ended up as basilisk food. It was a long while before Bruno finally regained his strength and managed to get back to his feet. He opened the magically extended pouch in his hand. As the familiar golden gleam spilled out, his eyes lit up with delight. He muttered to himself, seems this gentleman is rather generous. But the more I look at him, the more familiar he seems. I feel like I've seen him recently, but where? Suddenly, Bruno's pupils contracted in realization. He remembered, the man just now was the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Hogwarts, defense against the dark arts office. After dealing with the goblin Bruno, Lockhart returned directly to his office. He settled into his chair, pondering his plans for the coming days. Only 10 days remained before his return to the Marvel Universe. By then, there would be little time for rest. He'd be swept up in events once more. He needed to find opportunities to grow stronger, to be ready for the dangers ahead. Now that he was openly at odds with the pure-blood families, the confrontations would only grow fiercer as time went on. Strength was the foundation of everything. Without it, nothing else mattered. He wasn't weak by any means, but compared to the ancient monsters lurking behind those pure-blood clans, he still had a long way to go. Lockhart's mind worked ceaselessly, refining his strategies and perfecting his plans. The next day, Lockhart's office. He sat at his desk, surrounded by towering stacks of thick envelopes. Most of these were letters sent by his fans. Lately, the number of letters had surged, for their beloved Lockhart had recently been slandered. Many witches were indignant on his behalf, penning letters of comfort and pledges of support. At the same time, they expressed their utter condemnation, 10,000 times over, of Rita Skeeter. Lockhart mused, it would be a much better reading experience if there weren't any love potions involved. He casually picked up a letter, opened it, and skimmed through its contents. As expected, it turned out to be yet another letter filled with both sympathy and reproach. Without hesitation, he guided his quill and swiftly wrote, Dear Witch Kara, thank you for your concern. Though I must admit, being falsely accused does leave me feeling rather uneasy. However, I believe that the discerning eyes of the wizarding world will always see the truth. White cannot be turned to black just because of someone's slander. I have full confidence in my research, and I trust that the Prophet will not allow journalists like Rita Skeeter, who do nothing but distort the facts, to publish groundless reports. As for your suggestion about teaching someone a lesson, I personally don't think it's necessary. Lockhart positioned himself as the innocent party, the victim of an unexpected smear, in his reply. He maintained an exceptionally gentle tone, even turning the situation around to comfort his readers, advising them to keep an open mind and not to be angered by the petty slanders of such small-minded people. In truth, Lockhart knew that if he wanted to rally his fan base to start a public outcry, the effect would be remarkable. At the very least, Rita Skeeter would probably be unable to step out her front door for some time, forced to rely on magical wardrobes just to get around. But Lockhart would never resort to such tactics. Such actions would only deplete his own reputation and influence. On the contrary, his recent correspondence was more than just a way to nurture his public image. It was also laying the groundwork for his next move. Now that Rita Skeeter was in his employ, it would be a waste not to make good use of her. The Daily Prophet, Editor-in-Chief Cotton's office. Editor, Rita Skeeter has written another article. How should we handle it? Should we run on the front page again like last time? Editor Bob waved the article in his hand, turning to address Editor-in-Chief Cotton, who was seated at his desk. Let me take a look first, Cotton said, accepting the article from Bob and beginning to read it slowly. After finishing, Editor-in-Chief Cotton fell silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, he looked up at Bob and asked, Bob, any news from Hogwarts? For instance, has anyone written to the Daily Prophet, or has there been any public announcement? Bob thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, editor. It's as if nothing at all has happened over at Hogwarts. Professor Lockhart doesn't seem to be affected by any of it. He's still teaching as usual. In that case, Editor-in-Chief Cotton hesitated for a moment, then continued. Publish it. Get it the front page spot again. Hogwarts, Snape's office. Snape, I really think, as wizards, we ought to be a bit more upbeat. Spending all day in a gloomy office only makes one's mood even drearier. Just look at my office, bathed in golden sunlight every day. It always makes me feel wonderful. Lockhart glanced around Snape's dim office, teasing him as he spoke. Is that wonderful feeling because you're criticized by the papers daily? Snape retorted, waving the Daily Prophet in his hand with a touch of sarcasm. He even picked up the paper and read a few lines aloud for emphasis. Gilderoy Lockhart, according to our investigative reports, has replied to his female fans with letters that, in some cases, contain traces of love potion. While the quantities are small, this nonetheless reveals the depths of his depravity and the unscrupulousness of his methods. Lockhart, however, wasn't the least bit offended. He simply smiled and said, Fame always brings its share of gossip. If it weren't for others being jealous of my accomplishments, no one would bother to criticize me. Besides, Rita Skeeter twisted the facts. She made it sound like I was sending enchanted letters to fans, when those were actually letters sent to me. And if those fan letters contain traces of love potion, doesn't that just prove how irresistible I am? You really do have an answer for everything, Snape sneered. Then how do you explain this part of the article? With that, he continued reading from the newspaper. Gilderoy Lockhart previously stated that he has great confidence in his research results. He claims that only the final dud test remains before public release. What we wonder is, where does this confidence come from? Is it something he gleaned from previous scholarship, or has he been experimenting on underage wizards in secret? As he reached this point, Snape's face took on a look of wicked amusement, as if eager to see how Lockhart would wriggle out of this one. Lockhart could only sigh in resignation. All right, Snape, the meditation technique was my own research, and Dumbledore himself has vouched for its safety. And for the record, I've never gone looking for young students to experiment on. At this, Lockhart deftly changed the subject, but let's not dwell on that. The real reason I'm here, Snape, is to check on the potions I ordered. If most of them are ready, I can settle the bill today. The mention of payment did, indeed, redirect Snape's attention. He set the newspaper aside, considered for a moment, and replied, "Most of the potions have been brewed successfully. You can collect them whenever you like. There are a few that still need 3 or 4 more days. As for the payment, after deducting the 200 galleon deposit, the remaining balance is 800 galleons." Lockhart nodded approvingly at this. "You truly are a master of potions. The speed is impressive, as always. Here are 800 galleons. Keep them safe," said Lockhart as he handed Snape a pouch with an undetectable extension charm. Snape took it and casually set it on the desk behind him. Making conversation as though testing the waters, he remarked, "Lockhart, this is quite a large purchase of rare potions. How long do you expect this supply to last? If you'll need me to brew fresh batches in the future, I should prepare in advance." Lockhart immediately caught the undertone in Snape's words. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Snape, you can brew them anytime, just as before. Stick to the same potion list. However much you make, I'll take it all. Payment in galleons is absolutely guaranteed." At this, Snape hinted, "Lockhart, this amount could easily supply over 100 people for at least half a month. Are you certain you want me to keep brewing more?" Of course, Lockhart nodded, his tone firm. "Don't worry. However much you brew, I'll buy it. And the price remains unchanged." After a brief pause, he explained further, "Snape, my clients aren't from the British wizarding world. And besides, they're all white wizards. No need to worry. I rarely deal with dark wizards. They're simply too risky." Hearing Lockhart's explanation, Snape didn't press further. He still suspected Lockhart might be connected to other wizarding factions, or perhaps even supplying potions directly for them. But what did that matter to him? He was just curious, asking for the sake of conversation. After all, brewing potions had always been a business for him. As long as the price was right, what difference did it make who bought them? As long as they didn't end up in Voldemort's hands, he really didn't care. And to top it off, Lockhart was generous with his payments, never haggling and always buying in large quantities. Snape had made a small fortune in galleons from these deals. Besides, judging by Lockhart's actions, he clearly had little in common with those pure-blood families. As Snape pondered all this, Lockhart spoke up again. "Snape, I'll need to trouble you for a new batch of potions soon. They're mainly for squibs, to help them with meditation. I'm thinking of something like a mild relaxant, just enough to clear their minds and help them focus. If the potion's too strong, they might find themselves unable to meditate at all." At this, Snape nodded briskly. "No problem. That's simple enough. I'll just reduce the strength of the brew." Then, he asked in return, "When do you need them ready?" Lockhart made a quick mental estimate. Rita Skeeter's article was probably just about ready to hit its mark. "Within the next few days should be fine," he answered. Snape nodded in understanding. Dumbledore had already discussed Lockhart's activities with him. He knew full well what kind of impact Lockhart's efforts might have. But as for getting involved himself, Snape had no interest in that. Throughout his life, he desired nothing but revenge. At most, his only other wish was to protect Harry, to ensure he survived. Nothing more. Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall, dressed in deep green wizard's robes, gazed anxiously at Dumbledore, who sat behind his desk. She unfolded the Daily Prophet in her hands and said, "Albus, Rita Skeeter's articles have started slandering Hogwarts now. Aren't you sure you don't want to step in?" As she spoke, she laid out the newspaper, pointing to a string of words for Dumbledore to see. "There's no doubt about it. Hogwarts is being accused of irresponsibility. Gilderoy Lockhart is said to be recruiting test subjects under the Hogwarts name. And Hogwarts hasn't stopped it at all. In fact, there seems to be some encouragement. All our families send their young witches and wizards to Hogwarts, placing their trust in us. But with actions like these, who wouldn't begin to suspect that Hogwarts might treat these children as nothing but experimental subjects?" Dumbledore read this series of misleading statements and gently reassured Professor McGonagall, "Minerva, don't worry. This will all be resolved soon. Trust me." Hearing Dumbledore's reassurance, Professor McGonagall could only nod helplessly. Her love for Hogwarts ran deep, so such slander wounded her greatly. She detested it with all her heart. Even so, she knew from the outset that Dumbledore and Lockhart had their own ways to turn the tide. Hogsmeade, Rita Skeeter's home. Rita Skeeter sat at her desk, replaying the past few days in her mind. It all felt like some surreal dream. She had written a sensational story, one that brought her fame and a mountain of galleons. She could hardly contain her excitement at the time. But then, the very next day, she was captured by the subject of her report. It was like plunging from the heights of heaven straight into the depths of hell. Worse still, Lockhart turned out to be a dark wizard ruthless beyond measure. Whenever she thought back to that enormous basilisk by Lockhart's side and the torment of the magical contract, Rita wished she could slap herself. How blind could she have been, targeting a vindictive dark wizard in her exposé? Even if she dug up dirt on Dumbledore, things wouldn't have gone this badly. Just thinking about it now filled Rita with deep resentment toward Lockhart. On the surface, he looked every inch the dashing wizard, charming, adored by witches everywhere. Who could have guessed what he truly was behind the mask? Who on earth would have imagined it? But what shocked her most was that after capturing her, Lockhart actually ordered her to keep writing scathing articles about him. She was left completely dumbfounded. Only after Lockhart's explanation did she begin to grasp the game he was playing. In that instant, Rita Skeeter slapped another label onto him, scheming and cunning. Yes, Lockhart the Dark Wizard, vengeful, cold-blooded, and sly as a fox. As she mulled this over, suddenly, a faint glimmer flashed before her eyes. With a sound like air shimmering, a figure appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. It was Goldie, the house elf. "Ms. Skeeter, the master asked me to tell you. The plan is in motion." That morning, in Hogsmeade, inside the Hogshead Inn, Ian Norton, a squib, worked as an attendant at the Hog's Head. Generally speaking, most wizards turned up their noses at service jobs like this. It was usually squibs who saw to the needs of the wizarding crowd. But squibs who were fascinated by magic, like Ian, didn't mind at all. It was a way to get closer to magic, and he welcomed every chance. Now, Ian expertly balanced 2 mugs of butterbeer, his steps brisk and sure as he made his way toward a wooden table. With a soft thud, the mugs landed on the table. "Here you go, gentlemen, your butterbeer," Ian called out as the mugs met the wood with a gentle bump. "Ian, bring me a fire whiskey, will you?" a wizard called out from nearby, his voice practiced and familiar. "Right away, just a moment," Ian replied, heading back to the bar and leaning in toward Aberforth Dumbledore, the owner. "Boss, 1 fire whiskey, please." Ian felt a deep gratitude toward his boss. He had once come from a decent wizarding family. Both his parents were wizards, but he had been born a squib. When he first discovered he was a squib, Ian had been devastated, hopeless, even, and drifted through his days in a fog. He would come to the Hog's Head every day, drowning his sorrows in drink, and that was how he first met the bar's owner. Though Aberforth was sympathetic to his situation, he never cut him a break when it came to the tab. Ian hadn't cared. He just wanted the alcohol to help him forget, to numb the pain of being a squib. But then, his parents died. He was left alone in the world, with no income and barely enough to eat. He very nearly starved. If the boss hadn't taken him in and let him work as an attendant, he'd likely have ended up on the streets, a beggar with nowhere to go. Losing his parents had forced him to pull himself together, and he cherished this job that Aberforth had given him. He'd been working here for several years now. But he was preparing to leave. Ian thought guiltily about this, feeling it was unfair to Aberforth after all the care he had received these past years. The reason for his departure was that he had always suspected his parents' deaths were no accident, but murder. He had found a few clues. Not many, but enough to stoke the flames of revenge inside him, flames he could no longer contain, even if his enemy turned out to be a wizard. However, being somewhat familiar with the Muggle world, he knew perfectly well that certain Muggle items could greatly increase his chances of taking down a wizard. With this in mind, he had already devised a meticulous plan. All he needed now was to find out who his enemy was, and then, even if it cost him his life, he would make sure to destroy that person and avenge his family. In short, he was utterly alone in this world. No friends, no family. Even if he died, there would be no one left to remember him. No, perhaps the bar owner would retain a faint memory of him. Ian scoffed at himself. "Ian, the fire whiskey is ready." Aberforth Dumbledore, the owner of the Hog's Head, handed him a glass, speaking kindly. Inside the cup was a brilliant blue liquid, crowned with bright dancing flames, the unmistakable fire whiskey. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ian took the drink at once, thanked Aberforth, and turned away, carefully carrying the fire whiskey toward the guests. "Miss Sheeran, your fire whiskey has arrived." Ian set the glass on the table, addressing the familiar which before him. Amber Sheeran picked up the fire whiskey, teasing the handsome young man with a playful smile. "Ian, fire whiskey is my absolute favorite." With that, Sheeran took a sip. "You should really Sheeran caught her breath as a wave of heat escaped her lips. She continued, "You have to try the explosion of fire whiskey on your tongue. I promise you'll love it." Ian simply replied. Then, quickly changing the subject, he asked, "All right, Miss Sheeran, would you like anything else to go with your drink?" "We have steak." "No need," Sheeran interrupted with a shake of her head. "Just bring me another glass of fire whiskey. I can't get enough of the taste." "Of course, Miss Sheeran," Ian replied obligingly. In no time, Ian brought over another glass of fire whiskey and placed it in front of Sheeran. just as he was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, Ian, have you ever wanted to become a wizard? In an instant, Sheeran's words snapped Ian's attention back. As Ian turned toward her, Sheeran smiled and said, Ian, haven't you read today's Daily Prophet? Oh, that. Ian replied with a hint of resignation. I've read the papers these past few days. First, they say Professor Lockhart can turn squibs into wizards, then they claim it's all a scam. I really don't know whether to believe it or not. No, Sheeran said, shaking her head with a laugh. Today's Daily Prophet is different. From what you just said, I can tell you haven't read it yet. As he spoke, Hiram pulled out a copy of the Prophet Daily and unfolded it in front of Ian, making sure he could see the most eye-catching headline. Shocking news. A squib successfully performs magic. Giving the newspaper a little shake, Hiram said with a note of pride in his voice, Professor Lockhart has made an announcement in the paper. There's already been a successful case. He'll be demonstrating it for everyone at Hogwarts tomorrow morning. All witches, wizards, and squibs are invited to come and witness it. If this is true, Ian, you really might become a wizard one day. At these words, Hiram glanced at Ian's handsome face, and something new flickered in his eyes. But at that moment, Ian didn't hear a single word Hiram said after that. His entire focus was fixed on the newspaper. If there really was a way for him to become a wizard, then his plans for revenge would go so much more smoothly. And, more than that, he could finally fulfill the deepest longing of his life. Just the thought set a burning fire ablaze in Ian's eyes. Was it desire, revenge, or something else entirely? Hogwarts, Headmaster's Office. Thank you, Headmaster, for allowing me to use Hogwarts as the stage to announce this earth-shattering news to the entire wizarding world. Lockhart looked at Dumbledore, his face brimming with gratitude. Dumbledore listened, then chuckled softly, stroking his snow-white beard, his expression turning nostalgic. Lockhart, not long ago, you said something that I quite liked. I remember your words. Once I was proud of Hogwarts, and I hope that, one day, Hogwarts might be proud of me. As things stand, tomorrow, you'll have the chance to make that happen. Enabling a squib to perform real magic and become a wizard. That is a problem that has puzzled our world for centuries. Your contribution is more than enough to earn your place in magical history. And Hogwarts will certainly be honored to have produced a student like you. At this, Dumbledore's tone shifted, his words taking on a deeper meaning. I hope this is only the beginning. In the future, may Hogwarts continue to be proud of you. Hogwarts Quidditch Pitch. Today, the Quidditch pitch was a scene of lively excitement. A great crowd of witches and wizards had flocked to the stands, their eyes drawn to the tall platform rising from the center of the field. Those seated at the very front were mostly from the old pureblood families. The seats further back were filled by half-bloods and squibs. The divisions were unmistakable, and so were the moods of those present. Up front, the pure-blood wizards, those with the best views, wore expressions ranging from blank and emotionless to downright sour, as if someone had just pocketed their fortune. But the farther back you looked, the brighter the faces grew. Some even radiated excitement and anticipation. Minute by minute, time ticked away. The number of wizards gathering in the stands grew, and the stadium gradually filled with a lively, buzzing energy. Watching a squib transform into a wizard. This has been one of the greatest challenges in the wizarding world for 1,000 years. Who would have guessed we'd get to witness it ourselves? We'll be able to boast about this for years to come. Haha, you're right. We'll have something to talk about at the pub from now on. The two wizards seated behind struck up a conversation, and soon, those nearby joined in as well. Their discussion began to ripple forward, spreading through the audience. Up front, members of the pureblood families caught wind of the chatter. One of them scoffed coldly, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the podium opposite, lost in thought. Lucius, it seems your strategy hasn't had much effect after all, Kane Parkinson, a fellow member of the Board of Governors, teased lightly. Lucius replied with his usual calm. I never intended to rely solely on public opinion to win. It was just a way to put some pressure on Dumbledore and his lot. Failure isn't the end of the world. There will be plenty more chances. Oh, Kane's interest was piqued. Care to share? Is there anything the Parkinson family can help with? He knew Lucius well enough. The man was no idle talker. If he hinted at a plan, he probably had one. Lucius's lips curled into a faint smile. As a matter of fact, there are some things that will require cooperation. The Malfoy family can't manage it alone. Hearing this, Kane's smile grew even broader. So Lucius really does have something up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Lockhart was backstage at the Quidditch pitch. These rooms were usually reserved for players to rest or prepare for their matches. But today, Lockhart was huddled there with a few Hogwarts professors, deep in discussion. Across from them sat Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, looking rather on edge. Ever since he discovered he could successfully cast spells, he'd been nearly bursting with excitement, his gratitude toward Professor Lockhart overflowing. So, when he saw someone slandering Professor Lockhart in the newspaper, he'd rush straight to Lockhart's office, ready to testify on his behalf. But, at the time, Professor Lockhart had told him not to be hasty. He'd said, let the dust settle a bit. Filch hadn't quite understood what that meant, but his trust in Lockhart was unwavering, so he'd followed his instructions without question. Now, hearing the constant murmurs around him, he was slowly starting to understand what Professor Lockhart had meant by letting the dust settle. And that only made his excitement mount. Especially now, thinking about what he was about to do, he could hardly keep himself from trembling with anticipation. Suddenly, relax, Filch. Believe in yourself. You can do this. Professor Lockhart's reassuring voice echoed in Filch's ears. Instinctively, Filch nodded and quickly replied, yes, Professor. I'll try to relax. Hearing Filch's words, Lockhart looked at him. Filch's face was still tense, his legs trembling slightly. After a moment's thought, Lockhart waved his wand, and a soft golden light enveloped Filch. Immediately, Filch felt a wave of calm wash over him. His expression eased, and at least his legs had stopped shaking. Then Professor Lockhart said, Filch, I suggest you try meditation. It's a quick way to calm your mind and better prepare for what's coming. All right, Professor, Filch answered, nodding eagerly. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, just as Lockhart had instructed. Nearby, Professor Flitwick observed the scene and smiled at Lockhart. Lockhart, after today, you'll be a beacon of hope for so many squibs. So what's your next step? Hearing Flitwick's question, Lockhart glanced at Filch, who was listening intently, and answered slowly. My next step isn't complicated. I plan to promote meditation even more widely in the wizarding world. Not only for squibs, but for wizards as well. I want our magical community to flourish and thrive. Flitwick listened and praised him. Lockhart, you really are young and full of drive. I believe you can do it. Then, with a touch of self-mockery, he added, as for me, a middle-aged wizard, that kind of energy is long gone. I'm content to stay at Hogwarts, teaching and training young witches and wizards. Professor, don't say that, Lockhart replied with a laugh. There will still be plenty of things I'll need your help with. I mentioned to Headmaster Dumbledore that once meditation is officially introduced, Hogwarts will begin admitting squibs. I'll be counting on you when that time comes. Is that true? Professor Flitwick looked surprised. Dumbledore is really going to let squibs enroll. As the head of Ravenclaw, he knew very well that most of Hogwarts' funding came from the Board of Governors, mainly the pureblood families. If squibs were truly to be admitted in the future, the financial demands would increase dramatically. With just that, the Board of Governors would hardly agree. Not to mention, if meditation really took root at Hogwarts, the impact on the pureblood families would increase exponentially. It would be a miracle if there weren't any conflicts. After thinking it over, Flitwick decided to give Lockhart a word of advice. Lockhart, if Hogwarts is to admit squibs, you'll definitely have to negotiate with the Board of Governors. Don't forget who sits on the Board of Governors. Lockhart replied with a knowing smile. Don't worry, Professor Flitwick. Who knows, perhaps by then, all the pureblood families will be on our side. Professor Flitwick was puzzled by Lockhart's words, but seeing that Lockhart wasn't inclined to explain further, he let the matter drop. These matters were simply too complicated, with twists and turns at every corner. Better to leave them to clever minds like Dumbledore and Lockhart. If it were up to him, he'd much rather settle things with his wand in a swift, clean duel. Before long, Professor Flitwick resumed, discussing the details of the operation with Lockhart. This time, he would be taking the stage alongside Lockhart, so they needed to coordinate every detail. He didn't want any awkward mishaps to occur in front of everyone. Embarrassment on that stage would be embarrassment broadcast to the entire world. Professor Flitwick had no doubt today's event would spread throughout the entire wizarding world. Autumn sunlight is always the most delightful. The warm rays spilled gently over everyone, blending perfectly with the soft breeze, a truly pleasant sensation. Yet on the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts, throngs of witches and wizards, along with squibs, had gathered. The sheer body heat rising from the crowd was such that no autumn wind, however persistent, could bring relief. But none of them minded in the least. Their eyes were all fixed intently on the raised platform at the center of the field, because the event they had been waiting for was about to begin. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in, and the sky grew ominously dim, sending a murmur of unease through many of the witches and wizards. Still, no one was truly alarmed. It was, after all, Hogwarts. And seated at the very front was Albus Dumbledore himself, the universally acknowledged champion of the wizarding world. At that moment, under everyone's gaze, a soft golden beam of light pierced through the clouds, shining straight down onto the raised platform at the center of the field. Within that pillar of light, 3 figures gradually appeared. Bathed in the golden glow, the three of them ascended the platform, step by step. But what astonished the crowd even more was that, as the golden light shimmered, a colossal magical projection materialized in the sky above, visible to every witch and wizard present. The scene on the projection matched the three figures walking within the golden beam. These three, everyone recognized at once. What left them thunderstruck was not Professors Lockhart and Flitwick who walked behind. It was the man leading at the front, Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker they all knew so well. The realization rippled through the crowd. They were stunned, but then enlightenment dawned. After all, any upper-year Hogwarts student could tell you. Filch was a squib, a man without a drop of magic in him. But, judging from today's event theme, it was clear that the protagonist was none other than Hogwarts caretaker, Argus Filch. Soon, the trio landed atop the grand platform. Filch stood at the center, flanked by Professors Lockhart and Flitwick. At that moment, Lockhart glanced at the enormous magical projection floating high above, nodding with satisfaction. He then waved his wand, causing the storm clouds overhead to gradually disperse. The pale golden spotlight that had drawn every wizard's attention faded away as well. Yet, the magical projection remained, visible to every witch and wizard in the stands. Next, Lockhart raised his wand to his throat and cast a silent, amplifying charm, ensuring his voice would ring out across the entire Quidditch pitch. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests," he began. "No, let me address you differently. Honored witches and wizards, and the wizards of tomorrow, welcome. Thank you for joining us to witness what may be the resolution of a 1,000-year conundrum in the wizarding world." As Lockhart's words echoed out, the squibs seated at the back of the stands erupted in thunderous applause, unable to contain their excitement and anticipation. The witches and wizards, swept up by the enthusiastic applause, joined in as well. Even the pure-blood wizards seated at the front clapped politely, according to tradition. Within seconds, the entire Quidditch pitch was alive with applause, reverberating from every corner. "Today is destined to be a day forever etched in magical history," Lockhart continued. "For beginning today, we are opening our arms to the wizarding world's largest, most overlooked group, the Squibs. They will share in the wonders of magic with us. And we, in turn, need never again fear whether our children can become wizards. For from this day forward, there will be no more Squibs in the wizarding world. Everyone will have the chance to become a wizard." At these words, many witches and wizards with families began to cheer, some even moved to tears of joy. For every parent, there was always a sliver of hope before their child turned 12, a hope that magical blood might yet awaken. But after 12, it was all but certain. Their child would be consigned to the lowest rung of wizarding society, a squib. This was a crushing blow for any wizarding family. Through eyes subtly enchanted in advance, Lockhart could see the discomfort on the faces of the pure-blood wizards seated at the front. But he seemed unfazed. His speech had already ignited the emotions of the vast majority of those in the stands. After all, squibs longed for magic, and wizards wished for their children to have magical futures. "I know that some reports in recent days may have caused doubts among you," Lockhart went on. "But after today, I believe everything will change. And now, let us welcome the hero of today's event, Argus Filch." Meanwhile, Filch waved to everyone in greeting, brandishing his wand enthusiastically. Under Lockhart's deliberate direction, the magical projection zoomed in to show a close-up of Filch's face. Standing nearby, Professor Flitwick saw the signal and knew it was his turn. He, too, raised his wand to his throat and called out loudly. "Filch is a familiar face to all the wizards present," he began. "Since I took up my post at Hogwarts, I've watched cohort after cohort of young witches and wizards pass through, and Filch has welcomed each new generation just as faithfully. As most of the older students know, Filch has always yearned to learn magic, but despite his tireless efforts, his circumstances held him back, and he was unable to succeed. But now, things are different. Thanks to Professor Lockhart's research, and with the guidance of all our staff, Filch can now perform magic. He may be older, but today he can truly call himself a wizard." With that, Professor Flitwick turned to Filch and said, "Filch, why don't you show everyone what you can do?" He reached into a magically extended pouch and pulled out a small chest. Opening the box, he revealed 3 Quidditch balls inside. There was a quaffle, a bludger, and a tiny golden snitch. Seeing this, Lockhart quickly adjusted the magical projection to display the 3 Quidditch balls for all to see. The sight of the familiar balls sent a wave of anticipation through the crowd. "Wingardium Leviosa," Filch declared, his voice steady. With practiced precision, he pointed his wand and spoke the incantation aloud. He aimed first at the bright red quaffle, roughly the size of football. Thanks to the magical projection, Every wizard in the audience could see a faint, silvery white glow at the tip of Filch's wand. The light was weak, but it struck the quaffle squarely. Before everyone's eyes, the quaffle slowly began to float upward. As Filch moved his wand, the ball drifted gently through the air. The witches and wizards in the stands, especially the squibs, erupted in shouts and cheers. It was as if the door to their dreams had swung open. Naturally, Lockhart focused the magical projection on Filch, capturing his every move. After a short demonstration, Filch guided the quaffle back into the box. Then, with all eyes on him, he pulled out a magic broomstick. He mounted it, ready to take flight. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick enchanted the second ball, the bludger, to soar upward. The wizards in the audience watched with eager anticipation. And sure enough, under the gaze of the entire hall, Filch rose into the air astride the broomstick. Although it was clear to see, the broom trembled and wobbled beneath him, and he couldn't fly far at all. But when they saw a squib soaring into the sky on a magical broomstick, with a bludger trailing alongside, everyone still felt a rush of excitement. For a wizard, aside from having their own wand, the greatest mark of their identity is the ability to fly on a magic broomstick. A wizard who cannot ride a broomstick might not be openly scorned, but they would certainly feel a keen sense of embarrassment. So this scene not only thrilled the squib, but also stirred a sense of kinship among the wizards. After a while, Filch guided the magic broomstick into a slow, steady descent. Meanwhile, Lockhart's gaze settled on the third golden snitch, a flicker of anticipation lighting up his eyes. The golden snitch is the most crucial ball in a Quidditch match. It is a small metal sphere about the size of a walnut, with silver wings that allow it to dart through the air at incredible speed, making it extremely difficult to catch. But for any Quidditch player who manages to snatch it, it can secure a tremendous advantage for their team. At this moment, Lockhart's attention was fixed on the snitch. Inside the chest were 3 Quidditch balls, each with its own purpose. The first, the bludger, demonstrated Filch's ability to cast spells successfully. The second, the quaffle, showed he could handle magical objects. And the third, Lockhart turned his gaze to Filch. He watched as Filch, wand in hand, traced slow yet powerful golden lines through the air, one after another. Soon, to the astonishment of the gathered wizards, a simple rune pattern began to take shape, floating in midair. They looked on in confusion, unsure what Filch intended. But the instant the rune was complete, a pale golden energy dome shimmered into existence out of nowhere. At that very moment, as the rune took form, Professor Flitwick deftly released the golden snitch, guiding it toward the rune's boundary. Thus, the golden snitch darted and twisted within the confines of the energy dome, as if trapped. This unique method of spell casting, combined with its extraordinary effect, left all the wizards marveling in wonder. Most of them were used to casting spells with loud incantations. The sight of someone weaving runes out of thin air was a rare spectacle. Only the most powerful wizards, or those from pure blood families, would possess such magic. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the golden energy dome faded away, and the snitch quietly returned to the box. Standing atop the platform, Lockhart used magic to amplify his voice so it rang out across the entire Quidditch pitch. Fellow wizards and wizards-to-be, you have witnessed it. Filch has become a wizard. He is no longer a squib. In the future, more and more squibs will find themselves casting spells, riding magical broomsticks, and becoming wizards. I believe that soon, the word squib will disappear from our world entirely. Our families, our friends, so long as they're willing to work hard, they too can become wizards. Hearing Lockhart's passionate and rousing words, the squibs in the audience grew even more animated. Their cries and cheers rose one after another, filling the hall with a wave of excitement. Some squibs were so overcome with joy that they wept openly. It was as if a terminally ill patient, after years of despair, suddenly heard that a cure was possible. That kind of exhilaration and hope could move a person to tears of happiness. Without pausing, Lockhart continued. After witnessing this, I believe there can be no doubt about the authenticity of my research. Next, we will randomly select a few wizards and future wizards from the audience. If you have any questions about my research, please feel free to ask. As he spoke, Lockhart waved his wand. A pale, golden beam of light appeared in the sky, sweeping slowly over the audience. The many wizards who saw it immediately understood its purpose, each hoping the light would settle on them. Soon, the beam stopped moving and came to rest upon a middle-aged wizard. Congratulations, wizard. What would you like to ask? The middle-aged wizard pointed his wand at his own throat and asked curiously, Professor Lockhart, does your method for turning squibs into wizards offer any benefit to those who are already wizards? Or is it only effective for squibs? Of course it can help, Lockhart replied confidently. The method I researched is called the meditation technique. In simple terms, it's a way to strengthen one's mind and magical power through meditation. That's how squibs, after practicing it, can become wizards. And for those who are already wizards, practicing it will likewise enhance their mental and magical abilities. It's most beneficial for squibs, but wizards can also see considerable improvement. Upon hearing Lockhart's explanation, all the wizards in the audience suddenly understood. Lockhart nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's always wise to prepare in advance and plant a few people in the crowd. The questions remain well within control. There would be no outrageous or bizarre queries. He shuddered at the thought of some of the bold questions certain witches had posed in their letters. If one of them blurted out something like that on stage, it would be mortifying. And if the light happened to land on a member of a hostile pure-blood family, it could spell trouble. Pushing these thoughts aside, Lockhart directed the beam to move again. This time, it came to rest before a young squib. "What would you like to ask?" Lockhart inquired, while casting a sonorous charm with a flick of his wand, amplifying the young man's voice. A magical projection displayed the young man's face for all to see. "Professor Lockhart, I'm a squib. I'd like to know, can this method that lets squibs become wizards be widely shared? Will it cost a lot of galleons?" The squib asked his question, his voice tinged with nervous uncertainty. The issue of squibs instantly pulled many wizards and squibs back to reality, and everyone eagerly awaited Lockhart's response. "Of course it's possible," Lockhart answered without hesitation. "I've always believed that if a piece of research can only benefit a handful of wizards rather than the majority, then its value is ultimately limited. So, let me be clear, it can indeed be made available to the public, and it won't cost a fortune in galleons. In fact, for those with some natural talent and enough determination, it's even possible to gain magical ability without spending any money at all." Upon hearing this, the squibs nodded excitedly, expressing their gratitude in a stream of heartfelt words. Lockhart listened with a warm smile, offering a few words of reassurance before turning his attention back to moving the beam of light. This time, it settled on a member of a pure-blood family. His name was Hanson Avery, whose son was currently a student in Slytherin at Hogwarts. He was also a pure-blood wizard whom Lockhart had met at the Blackstone auction. "Professor Lockhart, may I ask, what was the spell Filch used at the end? Why was it so different from what we've learned before?" Hearing Hanson's question, Lockhart nodded slightly and replied, "The spell Filch used was one I created myself. However, it's based on principles similar to those of the meditation technique, and is designed to work in tandem with it. Any squib or wizard who practices the meditation technique can use this spell. In that case, Professor Lockhart, if I were to have my child join your experiment as a research assistant, would you teach them both the meditation technique and these complementary spells?" Hanson Avery pressed further. His question immediately drew the attention of many pure-blood families. Or rather, his words sparked some discontent among them. For a member of a pure-blood family to openly declare that he would send his child to Hogwarts as Lockhart's research assistant, everyone present knew exactly what that implied. From that point onward, even without Lockhart's promotion, news that a pure-blood family endorsed the meditation technique would spread like wildfire. Mixed-blood wizards, and even some pure-blood families tempted by the prospect, would be eager to join. Hanson was well aware of what those pure-bloods sitting in the front rows were thinking. But remembering Lockhart's promise, he chose to ignore them entirely. After all, when the Avery family fell on hard times, these very people had been quick to exploit their weakness, feeding off their misfortune. With the chance to restore his family's honor within reach, what did their dissatisfaction matter? Lockhart, hearing all this, spoke in an inviting, almost irresistible tone. "Absolutely. Let me make a promise to all wizards here today. As my research assistants, not only will they be completely safe, but I will also teach them the meditation technique and all my original spells to the best of my ability. They'll receive the same treatment as any student at Hogwarts. In fact, I've even discussed with Headmaster Dumbledore the possibility of letting them enroll directly, take the exams, receive their certificates, and upon graduation, seek employment just like any other wizard, even becoming aurors if they wish. Let them become the very first lucky ones of the new era." Wow. Lockhart's words seemed to instantly ignite the entire Quidditch stadium, sparking a flurry of discussion among the witches and wizards. The benefits of being a research assistant were simply too generous, unimaginably so, exceeding everyone's wildest expectations. After all, in the wizarding world as it stands, there is no precise way to distinguish between squibs and true witches or wizards. The only means is a rough assessment. That means, before the age of 12, every child is considered a potential wizard, simply waiting for their magical power to surge and their bloodline to awaken. Only when they reach 12 and still show no change are they deemed a squib. In other words, 12 is the absolute deadline. Once that birthday passes without any sign of awakening, the chance is all but gone. Naturally, after being classified as a squib, the door to Hogwarts is essentially closed. Even with the advent of meditation techniques, squibs are often far past the appropriate age for admission. At best, they can only become idle, solitary wizards. Within the entire wizarding world, apart from a handful of basic service jobs filled by squibs, all other positions are reserved for Hogwarts-trained witches and wizards. It could be said that nearly every wizarding role in Britain is filled by Hogwarts alumni. One can imagine how difficult life must be for a self-taught wizard trying to make their way in this world. Of course, this employment landscape has its root in the fact that every wizard in the British wizarding community is a Hogwarts student. Anyone with magical potential is identified by Hogwarts and extended an invitation, and hardly any wizard would refuse. For entering Hogwarts is, without question, the best way to receive systematic training. In essence, Hogwarts holds a monopoly on wizarding talent in Britain. Naturally, this has shaped the employment environment to what it is today. Now, Lockhart's announcement signaled something new. Children who had aged past the usual cutoff and been labeled as squibs would now have the chance to receive a proper education. They might even one day stand shoulder to shoulder with their peers, holding Hogwarts credentials and seeking reputable employment. For some pure-blood families, this might not matter much. But for ordinary half-blood families, or those pure bloodlines that have fallen on hard times, it was a staggering stroke of luck. All the more so, with the promise of direct mentorship from Professor Lockhart himself, the creator of the meditation technique. An opportunity so rare, it was almost beyond belief. In an instant, every family with squib children, as well as many pure-blood clans, made the choice best for them, to become Lockhart's research assistants. At that moment, seeing the eager, almost desperate expressions on everyone's faces, Lockhart couldn't help but let a smile curl at the corner of his lips. Immediately after, Hanson's voice rang out loudly. "Professor Lockhart, may I send both of my children to Hogwarts to serve as your research assistants?" "You are most welcome," Lockhart replied at once. "However, in order to further test the effects of meditation on squibs, we are currently only recruiting 100 squibs or children suspected of being squibs. Rest assured, I will give your children priority consideration." Hearing Lockhart's response, Hanson expressed his gratitude and sat down. Of course, he knew his children would certainly be among the chosen 100. He had said this only to follow Lockhart's instructions and put pressure on the others. After that, Lockhart selected a few more suitable candidates to ask questions, fully demonstrating the allure of the meditation technique and the urgency of the moment. For example, the first group of squibs to practice meditation might go down in magical history, remembered by all, or perhaps be the first to enjoy the benefits of this new era. With each example, the wizards and squibs in the room felt the opportunity slipping away if they didn't seize it now. Many of them were itching to submit their applications the moment the event ended. Soon after, Lockhart directed the spotlight onto a young squib. This was to be the final person he invited to ask a question. "Professor Lockhart, if we are not chosen as research assistants, when will we have the chance to learn the meditation technique?" "For us squibs, our eagerness can hardly be contained." Lockhart responded directly. "In the future, I will publish papers on the meditation technique and related findings in journals, such as the Philosopher's Stone and Arcane Tome. Anyone interested will be able to purchase them. These publications will introduce the meditation method and important points for practice." "Thank you, Professor Lockhart. I will certainly buy them. And of course, I hope to learn meditation from you in person," the young squib replied earnestly. He quickly followed up with another question. "Professor Lockhart, I feel your research is an incredible gift to squibs. But may I ask, in your view, what is the true significance of your work?" Lockhart paused for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. "I believe the existence of the meditation technique will help us overcome the difficulties currently facing our wizarding world." He answered the crowd with a meaningful gaze, watching as many wizards exchanged puzzled looks. Then, with a flourish of his wand, he sketched a line graph and a series of numbers in the air. The magical projection brought these images into clear view for everyone present. A crowd of wizards stared at a jagged line on the chart, rising and falling, yet slanting ever downward, their faces filled with confusion. Lockhart began his introduction without hesitation. "As a researcher and writer, I've always loved reading, even outside of my work on books. After joining Hogwarts as a professor, the books in the Hogwarts library have brought me great insight and helped resolve a lingering question in my mind. You may not be aware of the crisis facing our wizarding world that I'm referring to. But take a look at this chart, and the numbers displayed above it. Through investigating Hogwarts admissions records, I've discovered a startling fact. Over the past 100 years, the number of young wizards enrolling has been on a steady decline. Apart from 2 periods under the Dark Lord, when the numbers dropped off a cliff, the overall trend, just as you see in the chart above, has been a continuous decrease. At this point, some of the wizards' expressions darkened, as if they'd just connected the dots. Lockhart, however, continued his analysis in a calm tone. If this trend of fewer new Hogwarts students continues every year, it means that, in the future, we'll be able to train fewer and fewer wizards. It's entirely possible that, when our generation has grown old, the wizarding world could face extinction. Unlike Lockhart's steady composure, most of the wizards present were visibly alarmed. Their own conclusions matched Lockhart's exactly. Some pureblood families, recalling their own histories, now wore looks tinged with fear. And then Lockhart's voice rose, brimming with fervor. This is where the true significance of the meditation technique lies. It allows squibs to become wizards, causing our numbers to rise dramatically. And for the children of wizards, the risk of becoming squibs in the future will be eliminated. As long as they work hard, they too can become wizards. This means we can break free from the downward spiral of our dwindling numbers. The wizarding population will not decrease. It will only grow. The wizarding world will become ever more prosperous and flourishing. At this point, Lockhart seemed swept up by emotion, waving his wand passionately as he concluded. This, I believe, is the greatest meaning of the meditation technique. To make wizards great once more. P.S. Extra chapter completed for the Alliance Leader. Thank you all for your support. Dear readers, Starry Sky humbly asks for your subscriptions once again. I wonder if it's because I've been updating so frequently lately, but the number of subscriptions has been dropping. Where I used to gain 1,000 every other day, now even after several days, I haven't reached that mark. My average subscriptions have fallen as well. It's gotten to the point where I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. So, in light of my relentless efforts to keep updating, I humbly beg for your subscription and support. Late at night, at Hogwarts. Albus, join us. In a dimly lit room, an oil lamp rested on the table. Its flickering amber glow struggled to pierce the darkness, illuminating only a small circle and making the corners beyond seem even deeper in shadow. Seated on either side of the table were 2 young men. The fair-haired one turned to the dark-clad youth across from him, his voice filled with hope. Faced with his dearest friend's request, the young man hesitated for a heartbeat before replying softly, "All right, Gellert." Gellert Grindelwald's eyes shone with joy. Seizing Albus Dumbledore's hands, he exclaimed with barely contained excitement, "I knew you would say yes. Let us, for the greater good." In a flash, the scene shifted. Now older and more world-weary, Grindelwald and Dumbledore stood opposite each other atop a dueling platform. "Gellert, let it go. Too many have died already." Wand in hand, a trace of sorrow clouded Dumbledore's expression as he addressed Grindelwald. Hesitation, cowardice, short-sightedness. "Dumbledore, you disappoint me. Everything I've done has been for the wizarding world. What is the greater good? The welfare of our kind as a whole. That is the greatest good. All you see are the lives lost today. Have you never considered that, if there is no sacrifice now, how many more of our people will perish in the future?" By the end, Grindelwald's voice rose, trembling with anger as he cast his accusation. Hearing the anger and bitter disappointment in his friend's words, Dumbledore fell silent, regret flickering in his eyes. Scenes blurred and shifted, showing conversation after conversation between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, their ages changing with each encounter. Suddenly, a pair of pale blue eyes snapped open. Lying in bed, newly awakened from his dream, Dumbledore wore a deeply conflicted expression. Hesitation, regret, sorrow, and nostalgia. All these tangled emotions rendered his face unreadable. After a long moment, Dumbledore stood, retrieved a slightly grimy pensieve, and carried it to his desk. Drawing his wand, he touched it to his temple and slowly extracted a glowing thread of memory, white as silk, before placing it gently in the pensieve. Then, he plunged his head inside. The scene within the pensieve was the very one he had witnessed the day before, out on the Quidditch pitch. Once more, he watched closely, scrutinizing every word and movement of Lockhart, until Lockhart, swept up in a rush of excitement, flourished his wand and declared passionately, "Make wizards great again." The screen froze abruptly, lingering in that very moment. Dumbledore gazed at Lockhart, his eyes growing distant. A white-haired figure silently emerged in his mind, overlapping with Lockhart, and he murmured under his breath, "All for the greater good. Make wizards great again." Hogwarts. Inside a classroom. Ian the squib sat on a long bench, his nerves taut and uneasy, looking around at the other squibs scattered throughout the room, each one wearing a face of anxiety or anticipation. His own anxiety only deepened. Yesterday, he had watched as Filch the squib performed magic for the entire room, and Professor Lockhart answered every question with meticulous care. The moment he saw Filch cast a spell, excitement surged through him beyond words, his heart pounding in his chest. He noticed a girl about his age, another squib, tears already streaming down her cheeks. Unconsciously, his own eyes grew moist. Squib, a word dripping with contempt, a label for the very lowest rung of the wizarding world. He considered himself lucky to have a steady job, unlike so many squibs who lived in utter poverty, drifting from place to place. As for returning to the Muggle world, for most squibs, the Muggle world was unknown territory, fraught with uncertainty and danger. They had spent their whole lives in the wizarding world, unable to comprehend anything about the world of Muggles. And for those at the bottom, the Muggle world was even harsher than the wizarding one. A squib might scrape by in the wizarding world, but the lowest levels of Muggle society, among gangs, drugs, and guns, darkness, crime, and bloodshed ruled. For a Muggle with no identity, it would be no different than an illegal immigrant arriving in London. It was little better than hell. Ian was somewhat more fortunate. Born to a wizarding family with open-minded parents, he had often been taken to explore the Muggle world as a child. This gave him a rough understanding of Muggle life from an early age. As he grew older, his interest in Muggles led him to learn more about their world through books. Though his knowledge wasn't vast, it was enough to lay the groundwork for his revenge. Whenever he thought of revenge, Ian's gaze drifted to the corridor outside. He realized that even with a Muggle weapon in his hand, a squib's chances of killing a wizard were vanishingly small. If a wizard so much as noticed him, a single transfiguration spell would render his weapon useless. But if he could become a wizard, his chances of revenge would soar. For now, all he could do was wait, patiently, until a wizard called his name and summoned him to the corridor. Preparing for Professor Lockhart's interview. As long as he passed the interview, he would have a real shot at becoming a wizard, and his chances of taking revenge would greatly increase. If he failed, then all he could do was buy some journals and study the meditation techniques Lockhart had described, hoping perhaps that he could still become a wizard. Ian understood clearly in his heart, becoming Lockhart's research assistant, or perhaps even a student, would be his best chance, whether to master powerful magic or to avenge his parents. If he missed this opportunity, Ian shook his head, trying to banish the negative thoughts from his mind. He needed to be at his very best to face the interview that was about to begin. Time ticked by, minute after minute. Ian watched as one squib after another left the room. Thanks to his steady nerves, the anxiety that had been gnawing at him began to settle down, replaced by a calm focus. Suddenly, Ian, a Mycorilla, U36, come out now. A 60-year girl from Gryffindor called out loudly. At the sound of his name, Ian's heart leapt in his chest. He stood up at once, the first to approach the Gryffindor girl, Marion. The others followed, lining up behind him one by one. Marion glanced at Ian, her eyes flickering with surprise at the handsome young man at the head of the line, but she quickly nodded and gestured for them to follow her. Soon, Ian and the others followed Marion out into the corridor. They lined up outside the neighboring classroom, forming a queue and waiting quietly for the people inside to come out. Before long, a wave of squibs poured out from the classroom, their faces tense, anxious, worried, or simply lost. Seeing this, Ian's steady nerves began to fray just a little, and the people lining up behind him grew even more uneasy. Ian took a deep breath, opened the door, and stepped inside, ready to face his interview. The moment Ian entered, he saw Professor Lockhart seated on a raised platform, and a flicker of excitement passed through Ian's eyes. He let his gaze sweep across the classroom. 36 desks were arranged in 6 neat rows and columns, filling the room. Ian's eyes returned to Professor Lockhart at the podium, and again a surge of excitement welled up inside him. Then he spotted the desk directly across from Lockhart's platform. Without hesitation, Ian hurried forward and sat down at the very front, right across from Lockhart. Seeing Ian's move, those behind him felt a pang of regret. They realized they'd just missed a golden chance to make a good impression on Professor Lockhart. Standing before the desk, Ian gave Professor Lockhart a deep, respectful bow and offered a polite greeting. Lockhart responded with a slight nod, indicating that Ian should take a seat. The others chose their seats according to their own preferences. Once everyone was seated, Lockhart gave his wand a gentle wave. A stack of rather thick exam papers, accompanied by a flurry of quills, floated into the air and sailed toward each of the squibs present. In no time at all, a test paper and a quill appeared on every desk. Immediately after, all the squibs heard Lockhart's calm voice. 1 exam paper, 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, there'll be a 5-minute break. Then we'll proceed to a 25-minute Q&A session. I want to emphasize, this paper isn't about grades. It's just for me to gather some information and thoughts from you, to help me get to know you and select the right research assistants. So, just write down your honest thoughts. If you come across something you don't want to answer, you can leave it blank, but absolutely no lying. Take note, the quills have been enchanted. If you write anything false, the ink will change color. And I have a strong dislike for dishonesty. Hearing these words, all the squibs straightened up, nodding in agreement. Good, then let's begin. At Lockhart's command, the squibs, who had long been eager to start, picked up their quills, opened the test papers, and began filling them out. Ian did the same. He opened the paper and quickly skimmed through the questions, finding that the number was reasonable. 20 minutes should be just about right to finish. The first section asked for his personal and family information. Then came questions about his attitude toward wizards and magic. Suddenly, Ian's eyes narrowed as he stared at a particular question, puzzled by its meaning. How do you view muggles? How much do you know about the muggle world? What did muggles have to do with selecting research assistants? He glanced further down and found more questions that seemed unrelated. How much do you know about non-wizarding races? What is your attitude toward them? As a future wizard, what difficulties do you think exist in the wizarding world? These thoughts flashed across Ian's mind, but he didn't dwell on them. Time was limited, and he needed to keep writing. When it came to information about his family, Ian answered frankly, writing that both his parents had passed away. As for his attitude toward magic, there was no hesitation. He was extremely eager to learn magic from Professor Lockhart. Then came the question about his attitude toward wizards. Ian hesitated for a moment, then solemnly wrote, "The wizarding community is very complex and can't be generalized. I once knew my boss, who treated me very well, and for that, I am very grateful. But at the same time, my attitude towards certain ruthless dark wizards is, naturally, completely different. But looking at the big picture, most wizards are all right. It's only a fraction of the dark wizards who are like a cancer in the wizarding world." He simply jotted down a general attitude of his own, without going into any depth. He remembered clearly what Professor Lockhart had said. Even if he didn't want to write anything, it was better to leave the space blank than to fill it with false information. With that in mind, Ian continued to write. When he came across the question about muggles, Ian wrote honestly, "Because of my parents when I was young, I had some exposure to the muggle world. As I grew older, I learned even more about it through muggle books, and my understanding became more thorough and in-depth. As for muggles, personally, I think we should treat them with a more rational attitude, rather than looking down on them or letting a few people's words color our views with contempt." Again, Ian didn't elaborate further. He worried that his opinions might differ too much from those of the wizards, and that could lead to him being cast aside, which would be asking for trouble. As a squib, it was hard for him to see muggles the same way wizards did. After all, for what he gleaned from muggle books, even a muggle could easily kill someone like him, a squib. In fact, it wasn't impossible for them to kill a wizard, either. Naturally, he never dared to underestimate muggles in his heart. He glanced up at the clock and saw that nearly half the allotted time had already passed. He quickly picked up the pace, writing down whatever thoughts came to mind. If he could write about a topic, he did. For anything that seemed risky, he kept it brief, better a short answer than none at all. Take, for example, the question about his knowledge and attitude toward non-wizarding races. Ian didn't know much about this, so he simply wrote down the few names he recognized: goblins, centaurs, and the like. As for his attitude, he thought it over carefully. Professor Lockhart's speech from yesterday still echoed in his mind. It had left him deeply moved and made a strong impression. After a moment's thought, he wrote, "Everything should be centered around wizards. Let wizards become great once again." The phrase, "let wizards become great again." Just thinking of it, Ian felt a surge of excitement rise within him, a wave of passion welling up from his heart. At that moment, accompanied by the soft, steady scratching of quills in the classroom, Lockhart closed his eyes, casting a spell to probe the mental aptitude of this group of squibs. He was searching for a research assistant, or, more accurately, someone to help him build his own power. One of the key criteria was mental aptitude. The new magic system didn't place much emphasis on bloodline. Instead, it valued mental talent all the more. A squib with a strong mind could quickly turn the resources he invested into tangible results. It's worth noting that Filch's mental aptitude was only average. But the reason he'd performed decently yesterday, the most important factor was that, after Filch came to him and offered to testify on his behalf, he had invested quite a few resources into grooming him. For example, he might provide some magical potions from Kamartaj used during meditation, or offer various magical items that could boost the speed of training and help with concentration. With these aids, someone could successfully cast magic in just a single week. Of course, The resources consumed in the process were not much for Lockhart himself. But if the numbers grew, say, to 100 squibs, or even 1,000, the resources required would become astronomical. That's why Lockhart preferred to select squibs with strong mental aptitude to assist him. Of course, mental aptitude was only one important criterion. The most crucial standard was, above all, their character. The test papers written by Ian and the other squibs were, in fact, questionnaires designed by Lockhart himself. Their main purpose was to help him understand the personality traits of these squibs. Naturally, he knew that no one would ever reveal their deepest thoughts and feelings to him entirely. Everyone has their own reservations and concerns. Even so, by reading their answers, he could still glean some insight into a wizard's character. At the very least, he could tell if someone was a mature young adult, or just a childish brat, or perhaps a bleeding heart saint, or a rational and composed grown-up. These things revealed themselves, more or less, through their words. As the saying goes, fear not the godlike opponent, but the pig-like teammate. Lockhart didn't set his expectations for his future teammates too high, but he would never allow a pig-headed, saintly type onto his team. All right, time's up. Everyone, put down your pens, he announced. We'll take a 5-minute break. After that, I'll ask a few simple questions based on the information you filled in. Once Lockhart finished speaking and saw all the squibs set down their quills, he waved his wand and collected all the papers and quills. He lowered his head and began to review their answers. After all, it was only a questionnaire, and the number of questions wasn't large. With just a few glances, Lockhart was able to form a general impression. The squibs below watched Professor Lockhart as he looked through their test papers, each of them visibly anxious. None of them wanted to lose this opportunity. Some were even tempted to embellish the truth, hoping that by making themselves seem more valuable, they might catch Professor Lockhart's eye. But then, their black ink suddenly turned red, startling them into stopping mid-sentence. They hurriedly wrote down their real thoughts instead. Strangely enough, as soon as they wrote honestly, their writing turned back to black. They couldn't help but marvel at this phenomenon in their hearts. In reality, with so many quills, it was impossible for Lockhart to have enchanted each one into a magical item. That would have been a waste of both his time and energy. He had simply cast a few spells on them. The spell wasn't cast on the quills themselves, but rather on those who used them. Whenever they tried to lie, they would feel as if the words they wrote turned red on the page. It acted almost like a psychological suggestion. In this way, the basic authenticity of the questionnaire could be naturally ensured. As the seconds ticked by, every young squib showed varying degrees of tension. Fists clenched unconsciously, eyes fixed intently on Professor Lockhart at the front of the room. Before long, Lockhart had finished reviewing all the answer sheets and formed a general impression of this group of squibs. Next, it was time for some questions to be answered on the spot. All right, the 5-minute break is over. For the next 25 minutes, I will ask you a few questions. If you'd like to answer, please raise your hand. Again, I want to hear your honest thoughts. You may say little or even nothing at all, but you absolutely must not lie. As soon as Lockhart's voice faded, all the squibs nodded in understanding. First question, what do you think is the fundamental difference between wizards and squibs? And how do you think you will change after becoming wizards yourselves? No sooner had Lockhart finished speaking than Ian, sitting right in front of him, shot his hand into the air. Lockhart glanced at Ian, recalling his earlier responses on the questionnaire, and nodded slightly. Ian, why don't you share your thoughts? Yes, Professor. Ian stood up, pausing thoughtfully as if choosing his words with care. Professor, I believe the most essential difference between wizards and squibs lies in the mastery of magic, or in other words, power. An ordinary wizard, if they wish to kill a muggle or a squib, could do so with ease. A single fire-making spell is enough to cost an unarmed squib their life. Here, Ian's tone took on a hint of melancholy. And when we become wizards ourselves, the biggest change will be that the contempt we once felt from wizards as squibs will be a thing of the past. We will finally enjoy all the rights and privileges that a proper wizard deserves. For instance, we'll be allowed into places that squibs are normally forbidden to enter. We'll be able to practice spells, use magical items, brew potions, and so much more. At this point, Ian's face was filled with anticipation. Hearing Ian's words, the squibs around him all nodded in agreement. As the lowest rung of wizarding society, most of them had long suffered the disdain of wizards. Lockhart, too, nodded in tacit approval and motioned for Ian to sit down before continuing. Does anyone else wish to share their thoughts? Soon, a well-dressed young squib raised her hand. Lockhart quickly searched his memory, recalled her name, and tapped her gently with his wand. Rika, let's hear from you. Professor Lockhart, I believe the most fundamental difference between a wizard and a squib lies in the purity of wizarding blood, Rika replied earnestly. My father is a potioneer, and because of my situation, he specifically researched this topic and discussed it with me. The reason I never experience a magical outburst is that my wizarding bloodline isn't pure enough, so I simply can't become a wizard. Once we become true wizards, we can begin to develop our bloodline, refining it, making it purer, and thereby increasing our magical power. At that point, we'll be able to learn spells, practice alchemy, brew potions, and all sorts of other magical arts. Lockhart listened quietly and nodded, neither offering praise nor criticism. He continued to direct his questions to the squibs present. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Soon, several squibs began raising their hands in succession. Lockhart paid close attention, carefully committing their ideas to memory. His motive for questioning everyone was twofold. On one hand, he wanted to understand how squibs perceived the idea of becoming wizards. After all, he had never personally experienced what it was like to be a squib, so he couldn't claim to fully understand their thoughts. Learning more about them would also help him adjust his future plans. After all, the squibs would be the foundation of his future influence, so he needed to understand them deeply in order to mobilize their support. On the other hand, by posing these questions, he was also building a reserve list for his own talent pool. Although he'd previously said he would select only 100 squibs to act as research assistants, these 100 would be in the spotlight, closely watched by all the powerful factions of the wizarding world, particularly the pureblood families and Dumbledore himself. At the same time, every move these research assistants made would be scrutinized and analyzed. This would, without a doubt, limit his freedom to act. Moreover, if he wanted to maintain a stable foundation for himself, relying on just 100 squibs would not be enough. He needed many more people. In other words, he needed to increase the number of wizards who came from squib backgrounds. The best way, naturally, was to secretly mentor a group of squibs as his own students, guiding their growth. He could then have these students, in turn, nurture new squibs into wizards, creating a cycle that would steadily strengthen his base. These students would become the core pillars of the new magical system he envisioned. He could confidently invest resources in their development, teaching them his ideas and new forms of magic. In doing so, he would lay the groundwork for reforming the wizarding world. Malfoy Manor, the Great Hall. At this moment, Lucius Malfoy sat on the sofa, pouring himself half a glass of red wine. He raised it in a silent toast to the pure-blood wizard from the Parkinson family seated across from him. Kane Parkinson, dressed in deep green wizarding robes embroidered with the Parkinson family crest in pale gold thread across his chest, presented a striking figure. His handsome, mature features and distinguished bearing exuded an air of quiet nobility. Kane Parkinson also raised his glass of red wine, swirling it gently before taking a small sip. He then asked with a hint of anticipation, "Lucius, can we talk about your plan now? We've already witnessed the effects of the meditation technique. If we can gain control over it, the benefits would be beyond measure." Lucius Malfoy smiled and replied, "Kane, don't be impatient. We're still waiting for one more lady to arrive. Our plan requires her cooperation." Hearing this, Kane's eyes lit up. He said nothing more and slowly savored his wine. After a while, bang, not far away, the magical fireplace flared with a burst of green light. Accompanied by a soft crackle of emerald flames, a figure quietly emerged. At the same time, Lucius stood up and turned to Kane. "Let's welcome Ms. Rita Skeeter. Ms. Skeeter, welcome to the Malfoy residence." Lucius Malfoy looked across at Rita, extending his hand in greeting. Who would have thought that a journalist, known only for twisting the truth, could be so resourceful? Recalling what Rita Skeeter had revealed before, a sly smile tugged at Lucius's lips. "You're too kind, Mr. Malfoy." Rita responded warmly, shaking his hand. Glancing at the wizard behind Lucius with some confusion, she asked, "And this gentleman is?" Kane Parkinson studied the woman before him. Her emerald green witch's robes and gem-studded glasses caught his eye. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of puzzlement on his face. Rita Skeeter, what did Lucius want with her? Hadn't her last assignment ended in failure? These thoughts flashed through his mind, but Kane maintained a polite smile and extended his hand in greeting. "Hello, I am Kane Parkinson." After a brief round of introductions, Lucius led them both back to the sofas in the sitting room. Dobby. At Lucius's call, a house elf wrapped in rags appeared before them. "Dobby, prepare dinner. I'll be dining with Miss Skeeter and Mr. Parkinson shortly." "Yes, master." The house elf nodded vigorously and answered in a loud, eager voice. With that, Dobby vanished at once. Lucius then turned to Rita Skeeter. "Ms. Skeeter, did you bring what we discussed earlier?" "I did bring it," Rita confirmed with a nod, but glanced hesitantly at Kane beside her. "But, are you sure you want to reveal it now?" "Of course," Lucius replied firmly nodding. "Kane is no outsider. The Parkinson family will play a part in the next phase of the plan. Rita hesitated for a moment, but still reached in her beaded handbag and produced a dark green notebook. Kane, standing nearby, felt a flicker of curiosity. What could possibly make Lucius change his attitude toward half-bloods? Noticing the intrigue on Kane's face, Lucius smiled and offered an explanation. Kane, Miss Skeeter herself suffered persecution at the hands of Lockhart. That's why she wishes to join us. At this, Kane nodded slightly, as if he understood Lucius' intentions. Rita Skeeter, anxious not to be misunderstood, quickly chimed in. Exactly. These past few days, Lockhart has rallied his fans to harass me, sending a constant stream of insulting owl letters. So many howlers, too. Someone even stooped to throwing dirty water at my doorstep. Lockhart has become insufferably arrogant, letting a little success go straight to his head. If this goes on, he might not even respect pure-blood families in the future. Kane caught the hint of provocation in Rita Skeeter's words and simply smiled, choosing not to respond. He turned to Lucius instead, curious to see how he would reply. As expected, Lucius spoke up directly. Kane, rest assured, our future plans will rely heavily on Miss Skeeter's involvement. And this time, she's brought us a most precious gift. A copy of J'ai droit aux cartes méditation technique. Hearing this, Kane's breath quickened, and he immediately asked, Are you certain, Lucius? Lucius gave a slight nod and gestured for Rita Skeeter to proceed. Rita picked up her dark green notebook and flipped open a page, revealing some information on the meditation technique. Kane examined the handwriting, recognizing the telltale strokes of a quill pen, and asked thoughtfully, Lucius, can you vouch for its authenticity? And I'm quite curious, how did Miss Skeeter manage to obtain this? Let's not forget, Lockhart is at Hogwarts. At this, Lucius looked up and gave Rita Skeeter a meaningful glance. Catching his signal, Rita turned to Kane with a confident smile. Mr. Kane, you can rest assured. The meditation technique is genuine, because I personally snuck into Lockhart's office and copied it by hand. It happened on the very day Lockhart was out on the Quidditch pitch, showcasing his research results. Kane, a bit skeptical, pressed further, Ms. Skeeter, please don't take this as doubt in your abilities. The thing is, even if everyone's attention was on the Quidditch field that day, Hogwarts' defenses wouldn't have been any weaker. How did you manage to slip past all those wards and sneak into a professor's office? And not only that, how did you manage to copy his research successfully? As he spoke, Kane frowned deeply. As a member of the school's board, he could sense something was amiss. If Rita Skeeter were a powerful witch, that would be another matter entirely. As far as he knew, Rita Skeeter was just an ordinary witch, her abilities nothing remarkable. Her real claim to fame was her talent for twisting the truth. Seeing Kane's expression, Lucius chuckled and said, Kane, let me reintroduce Miss Rita Skeeter to you. She has another identity. She is an animagus. As if to prove Lucius's words, Rita Skeeter gave a quick twirl. In an instant, she vanished right before Kane's eyes. Witnessing this, Kane's face changed, then realization dawned. So she was an unregistered animagus. No wonder she'd managed to report on so many scandals within the Ministry of Magic. Kane was quite familiar with animagi. Once transformed, they truly became animals. If one wasn't paying close attention, it was nearly impossible to spot them. Kane closed his eyes slightly, carefully sensing the changes in his surroundings. Animagi were powerful, but their weakness lay in one thing. If you knew what animal they became, you could always be prepared, and that solved the problem. And then, Kane blinked in surprise. The only thing out of place was a tiny beetle nearby. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Who would ever suspect such a small creature? It was the perfect form for gathering information. With this thought, Kane immediately understood why Lucius wanted him to meet Rita Skeeter. It was clear that Rita Skeeter would prove invaluable in the future. As Kane pondered, Rita Skeeter transformed back into her human form and addressed him. Mr. Kane, I was able to sneak into Lockhart's office. It's all thanks to my animagus form, a beetle so small that I could evade the notice of any wizard and slip right in. Once inside, I discovered Lockhart's research notes on meditation, left on his desk. I was worried about triggering magical traps, so I simply copied down the research notes he'd left out on the desk. That's the volume you saw. Although it doesn't contain the entirety of his meditation research, this record alone holds enough information for us to gain a great deal about the technique. Moreover, it includes a nearly complete version of the meditation method. It's called the Moonlight Meditation Technique. Night fell over the Hog's Head Inn. In a small room near the edge of the building, Ian lay on his bed, tossing and turning. Realizing he couldn't fall asleep, he clasped his hands behind his head and gazed quietly up at the ceiling, as if he could see the stars shining in the night sky beyond it. Thinking back to the exam he'd taken earlier that day, Ian's eyes sparkled with anticipation and nervousness. Would he really be able to seize this opportunity? If I could obtain it, wouldn't that mean I could quickly become a wizard myself? At that point, not only would I be able to cast magic with style, but I could also confront my enemies openly and seek revenge without hiding. But if I couldn't get it, would I have to put aside my thoughts of revenge for now? Maybe I should wait until Professor Lockhart's research paper is published, study the meditation method, become a wizard first, and only then consider anything else. All sorts of thoughts and distractions flooded Ian's mind, one after another. He felt increasingly alert, and sleep became ever more elusive. Suddenly, a low, resonant hum filled the air. Ian suddenly noticed the ceiling was glowing with a faint, fiery red light. He quickly turned his head to look to the side. Before his eyes, a circular portal flickering with sparks quietly emerged. At the same time, a wizard dressed in black robes, carrying a small leather case, stepped out from the portal. By the light of the sparks, Ian saw a familiar face take shape before him, and he cried out in astonishment, "Professor Lockhart!" He scrambled up at once and climbed out of bed. He felt his face carefully, then pinched his arm hard, doubting whether he was dreaming. A sharp pain shot through his arm, reassuring him that this was reality, yet the scene still felt dreamlike. Meanwhile, Lockhart was observing the young squib's peculiar actions with an amused curiosity. Then he heard Ian stammer, Professor Lockhart, am I dreaming? You actually came to my room." As Ian spoke, his words grew smoother, his excitement building as if a sudden thought had struck him. He asked, his voice trembling with anticipation, "Does your visit mean I can become your research assistant?" To Ian's question, Lockhart replied warmly and affirmatively. "Ian, I saw the questionnaire you filled out and the way you participated in class. I think both were excellent. Of course you could be my research assistant." But here, Lockhart's tone shifted, growing passionate, with a hint of tempting promise. "However, I believe you deserve an even brighter future, a truly dazzling destiny. Ian Norton, would you like to become my student?" Hearing Lockhart's words, Ian's face lit up, his voice trembling with excitement as he answered quickly, "Of course I would. Absolutely. Professor Lockhart, I've dreamed of this." Before Ian could finish pouring out his excitement, Lockhart interrupted him, his tone turning serious. "Ian, don't be too quick to decide. You may only see the glory on the surface of being my student, but in truth, the risks behind it might be far beyond your imagination. Ian, I don't want your future self to regret the choice you make in this moment. I believe you should calm down, listen to everything I have to say, and then make your choice with careful consideration." Hearing the seriousness in Lockhart's tone, Ian quickly composed himself and replied steadily, "Professor Lockhart, it has always been my dream to become your student. As for the risks involved, I am willing to hear you out, but I'm confident that, even after you've finished, my decision will remain unchanged." Seeing Ian's resolve, a look of admiration appeared on Lockhart's face. Especially after hearing Ian's words, Lockhart instantly gave him a very high evaluation in his mind. Orphaned, living on his own, yet possessing such mental fortitude and emotional intelligence. The more Lockhart observed Ian, the more delighted he became. He noticed that Ian had just gotten out of bed, his clothes wrinkled, with some garments left on the cabinet nearby. With a casual wave of his wand, Ian's clothes were instantly smoothed, as if freshly ironed. The clothes on the cabinet floated up and began to dress Ian automatically. Even the buttons on the shirt fastened themselves, one after another. In no time, a neat and tidy Ian stood before Lockhart. At that moment, Ian's eyes grew slightly moist, as if he was swept up in memories. The last person to care for him in this way had been his parents. After their passing, as a squib, he had no choice but to handle everything himself. Lockhart noticed Ian's expression, momentarily puzzled, but chose not to dwell on it. He opened his own suitcase, gestured invitingly to Ian, and spoke in a solemn tone, "Ian, come on in. There may be future upperclassmen or underclassmen of yours inside." Hearing Lockhart's words and seeing the magical suitcase before him, Ian's spirits soared and he eagerly stepped inside. Once Ian had entered, Lockhart closed the suitcase and opened another portal. Tonight, he intended to gather all the qualified squibs together and teach them as one. As soon as Ian entered the inside of the suitcase, he saw a staircase before him. At the same time, a house elf appeared in front of him. It was Goldie. Goldie looked at Ian and introduced himself. "I am Goldie, Master's house elf. Next, I'll take you to Master's practice room. You can rest there or have something to eat." Master said that once everyone has arrived, he will tell you all what you need to know. After listening to Goldie, Ian nodded in understanding. He then followed Goldie down the stairs, passing through a long corridor. Walking down the hallway, Ian glanced out of the nearby windows and was surprised to see a perfectly manicured lawn outside. But as it was already night, the darkness made it hard to see the scene clearly. Yet, if you looked closely, you could still make out the presence of a few animals scattered across the lawn. There was no time to ponder further. Ian simply followed the gold coin ahead, stepping into a spacious hall. Glancing around, he saw a few alchemical automatons placed here and there at the edges of the central aisle, looking as if they could be summoned for battle at a moment's notice. At the very front, several human figures came into view. Ian continued forward along the central path, following the gold coin, and the silhouettes gradually became clearer. He realized that two of the young men ahead were about his own age. He figured they must be like him, recognized by Professor Lockhart as squibs, and perhaps destined to become his upperclassmen or juniors in the future. When the gold coin led Ian to this spot, it immediately announced, "My master's instructions are complete. You only need to wait quietly here. If you're thirsty or hungry, there are refreshments and drinks over there. Help yourself." With those words, the gold coin vanished in an instant, not waiting for Ian's reply. As for the gold coin, if not for its master's orders, it wouldn't even bother with these squibs. But Ian paid little attention to the gold coin's attitude. He'd dealt with guests before whose manners were far worse. By comparison, the gold coin's demeanor was rather ordinary. Without further ado, Ian stepped forward and began conversing with the two other squibs. Thanks to the eloquence he'd honed through years of practice, he soon struck up an animated conversation with them, as if they were old friends reunited after years apart. During this time, Ian saw the gold coin bring in several more squibs, both male and female, all around his age. Yet he noticed they all had something in common. Their clothing was simple, no particularly fine garments or ornate jewelry on display. This suggested that, like him, most of them led modest or even humble lives. The observation gave him pause for thought. Some time passed. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. It was none other than Professor Lockhart. They were now in the magic suitcase's interior within the spell practice room. "You, who have chosen to come here. That means I may become your mentor, and you will become my students in the future. I've told each of you before, after becoming my students, you may face dangers greater than you can possibly imagine. I believe this is something you ought to know before making your decision." Lockhart gazed calmly at the 9 squibs before him as he spoke. Hearing his words, all the squibs listened intently, hanging on every word. They were, of course, eager to become Professor Lockhart's students. Yet this talk of unknown dangers filled them with curiosity. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lockhart's lips curled into a slight smile. With a wave of his wand, he traced the word wizard in the air for all to see. Then Lockhart spoke. "Before I begin my explanation, I think there's an important concept you should all understand, and that is, what is a wizard? Let's hear your thoughts." Upon hearing Lockhart's question, the squibs in the room showed a variety of expressions. Ian furrowed his brows, lost deep in thought, as if he were wrestling with some inner hesitation. Other squibs looked on with curiosity, as though they hoped Lockhart would reveal the answer. Some seemed eager, ready to share what they believed was the true answer in their hearts. Barely 5 seconds passed before someone raised a hand. Lockhart said, "Remy, let's hear your thoughts." The squib, named Remy Yuta, spoke up. "Professor Lockhart, I believe a wizard is someone who can use magic. If you can't cast spells, you're either a squib or a muggle." Hearing Remy's answer, Lockhart nodded lightly and said, "That's a good response. But does anyone else have another idea?" Everyone exchanged glances, realizing Remy's answer seemed to echo their own thoughts. Isn't a wizard just someone who could do magic? Could someone who can't use magic still be called a wizard? But then, Ian slowly raised his hand. Looking at Ian, Lockhart called out with a smile, "Ian, what's your view?" Ian met Professor Lockhart's gaze, paused for a moment as if searching for words, and then said, "Professor Lockhart, to be honest, I used to think just like Remy, that a wizard is obviously someone who can use magic. But during the interview today, I heard a girl mention that her father was a potioneer. She said that through his professional research, her father believed wizards are those whose magical bloodline has awakened, while squibs are simply people whose bloodline hasn't awakened yet. So, from that perspective, maybe the term wizard refers to those whose bloodline has awakened." After hearing Ian's answer, Lockhart nodded approvingly and said, "Ian is quite right. Before the advent of the meditation method, a wizard was defined as someone whose bloodline had awakened, or in other words, someone whose magical power had erupted. If the bloodline hadn't awakened, that person was a squib, and if there was no magical bloodline at all, that was a muggle. This was the consensus throughout the wizarding world." At this point, Lockhart's tone shifted, becoming more serious, but the meditation method changed all of that. Why is it that the meditation method can turn squibs into wizards? It's because the meditation method allows wizards to rely not on their bloodline, but on the power of runes instead. At these words, Most of the squibs looked puzzled, as if unsure what Lockhart truly meant. However, Ian and a young woman among the squibs wore expressions that hinted at a vague, uncertain understanding. Yet Lockhart did not offer a direct answer. Instead, he posed another question to guide their thinking. When you hear the word bloodline, what comes to mind? Pure blood families. Almost all the squibs gave the same answer in unison. Lockhart nodded approvingly at their reply. Wizards rely on magical bloodlines. The purer the blood, the more sought after it becomes among wizards. And pure blood families, in their relentless pursuit of blood purity, have ensured that almost every generation produces wizards of some kind. All the glory, status, influence, and even the galleons they earn, the magical artifacts they encounter, these are all closely tied to the pure blood families. At this point, Lockhart continued questioning, drawing them deeper into reflection. Let me ask you another question. If someone wanted to steal your job, take your galleons, and strip you of everything you have, what would you do? At these words, most of the squibs grew visibly tense, some turning pale, as if they suddenly understood the dangers Lockhart was describing. Seeing their reactions, Lockhart spoke with conviction. We would never just sit and wait for our fate. We would resist, we would fight back with everything we have, even if it cost us our lives. Tell me, am I right? At his question, everyone instinctively nodded. Indeed, if someone tried to take away everything they had, they would fight back with all their might. And in the future, the pureblood families will think the same way. All their power, their honor, and their status come from their bloodline. They will never allow ordinary wizards to seize those things. They want to monopolize everything, to keep all wizards under their control. But the arrival of the meditation method will break their monopoly over the wizarding world, stripping the bloodline of its sanctity and returning it to the ordinary. And once the bloodline loses its sacred status, everything they have built will begin to crumble. Now, tell me, what do you think they'll do? As Lockhart spoke, his tone grew more solemn and cold, painting a stark picture with his words. In the future, the pureblood families will do everything in their power to wipe out the meditation method, erasing it completely. In the future, squibs will remain squibs, never able to cast magic. In the future, the bloodline will still be revered, pureblood families will still rule over all, and squibs will remain at the very bottom of the wizarding world. It's very likely that future squibs, like you, will be lucky to find a humble job and eke out a living in some forgotten corner. And if luck runs out, they'll end up on the streets, left to await their end. As Lockhart painted this bleak scenario, everyone's faces grew clouded with a mixture of anger and despair, reminded all too painfully of their own hardships. As squibs, as those at the very bottom of the world, they feared the power of the pureblood families even more than ordinary wizards. After all, wizards at least had the ability to resist, but they, like weeds by the roadside, could be swept away with a single gesture, without even the chance to beg for mercy. Lockhart observed all of this and knew the moment was just right. Then, in a measured tone, he said, "Now, do you understand the risks you may face in the future? Squibs who practice the meditation method will absolutely become targets for the pureblood's full force. Because your very existence is a constant reminder that bloodlines are no longer sacred, that things have returned to the ordinary. As long as you possess even a trace of magical blood, you can become a wizard and wield magic." Hearing Lockhart's words, Ian couldn't help but ask, "Professor, then what should we do in the future?" Lockhart didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, "I created the meditation method, and I know exactly what it means. The birth of the meditation method marks a turning point in the wizarding world. As I said before, it shattered a 1,000-year dilemma that plagued our world. It stripped bloodlines of their sanctity and brought them back to the mundane. And so, a new definition for wizard has emerged. What is a wizard? Anyone who can practice the meditation method is a wizard. Or perhaps it's more fitting to call us the new wizards." Ian, you just asked what we should do. My answer is actually quite simple. Lockhart looked intently at the 9 squibs before him, his expression grave, and spoke each word with utmost clarity. "Fight! The pureblood families, though they cannot completely eradicate the meditation method, will undoubtedly monopolize it for themselves. The end result would be that ordinary squibs remain squibs forever, while pureblood squibs may become wizards. The right for squibs to cast spells will never be won at the negotiating table. Only through struggle, through outright war, by defeating the pureblood families and forcing them to face reality. Only then can squibs truly gain the right to wield magic, to become wizards." At this, some squibs asked Lockhart, their voices tinged with fear, "Professor, can we really defeat the pureblood families?" "Of course," Lockhart replied without hesitation. "I firmly believe that we will ultimately claim victory. It's not just because of the meditation method, but also because I have pioneered an entirely new magical system. There was a deeper meaning in Lockhart's words as he continued. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, have never waged a battle unprepared. The pureblood families are strong, yes, but your teacher, I am not weak either. Yet most of the squibs weren't focused on that. Instead, their curiosity was piqued by the new magical system Lockhart had mentioned. Just now, we mentioned the new wizards, and now we're talking about a new system of magic. All of this made their heads spin a little, as if today's conversation was simply overflowing with information. Remy couldn't help but ask, Professor, what exactly is this new system of magic you just mentioned? Is this our best chance to defeat the pureblood families? Hearing Remy already speaking from the perspective of treating the pureblood families as their enemies, Lockhart nodded in satisfaction. He then began to explain, when I speak of new wizards, I'm not just making empty talk. The reason I bring up the new wizards is because the most important standard is the new system of magic. This new system of magic is different from anything you've seen before. It's much more accessible, and when paired with meditation techniques, the results are even better. As long as you put in the effort, your strength can improve rapidly. And in the world of wizards, authority belongs to the strong. As long as you become more powerful, the pureblood families are no longer a problem. Lockhart's final words rang out with unwavering confidence. Hearing this, Ian and the other squibs could barely contain their excitement. In their minds, they could already envision a future where, after growing strong, the pureblood families would be forced to kneel before them and submit. Seeing the looks on their faces, Lockhart knew the time was right. So, he asked, the risks and challenges you may face in the future have already been explained to you. Now tell me, are you willing to become my students? The moment Lockhart's voice fell silent, Ian immediately shouted, I am, Minter. I want to be your student. Ian's declaration was like flipping a switch. Every squib in the room raised their voice in unison. Minter, I am willing. I want to be your student. Lockhart looked at their faces and nodded in approval. Each one of them had been carefully chosen. While not all, like Ian, were orphans, they all had very weak family ties. What's more, their spiritual talent was far from lacking. With proper training, their power could absolutely rise. And, perhaps most importantly, not a single one of them was overly soft-hearted. At that thought, a faint smile curled on Lockhart's lips. He then addressed the group. I am truly pleased that you're willing to become my students. Now line up. To make future magic lessons easier, I will cast a spell on each of you. As if recalling something, Lockhart added, Ian, you stand at the very front. Hearing this, Ian excitedly took his place opposite Lockhart. The rest of the squibs looked at Ian with envy in their eyes, but nonetheless lined up in an orderly fashion behind him. Lockhart, seeing Ian's eager expression, ceremoniously took out a wand and placed it in Ian's hand. With a gentle, affectionate pat on Ian's shoulder, he spoke warmly. Ian Norton, I am Gilderoy Lockhart. In the future, I will be your mentor, guiding you on the path to becoming a wizard and teaching you the knowledge of magic. And you, for the rest of your life, will devote every ounce of your strength to the great cause of new wizards. Ian Norton, are you willing? I am, Ian shouted without the slightest hesitation. In that instant, wand clenched in his hand, his eyes grew a little unfocused. It was as if he could see a faint golden light radiating from his mentor, filling his heart with excitement and exhilaration. Lockhart then picked up his own wand and gently tapped Ian's arm. Immediately, Ian felt a slight warmth on his arm. Looking down, he discovered a faint golden, circular emblem appearing on his skin. Around the edge of the circle, a golden dragon slowly circled the words at the center. And at the heart of the emblem, there was an inscription. Make wizards great again. Seeing these words once more, Ian felt a surge of passion welling up inside him. Just then, he heard his mentor Lockhart speak. Ian, this magical brand, whenever you focus your attention or your mind on the emblem, you'll be able to access some of the information held within. At the same time, once you become a wizard, you can use your magic to communicate simply with me and with your fellow apprentices. This magical brand will be a symbol of our bond and a mark of the new generation of wizards. If you ever find yourself in danger, call upon the brand, and your companions nearby will come to your aid. Hearing this introduction, Ian cherished the golden dragon emblem on his arm, gently running his fingers over it as he nodded. All right, mentor, I understand. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Lockhart's face. He lightly touched his left shoulder with his right hand and declared in a deep voice, Let wizards become great again. Seeing this, Ian immediately understood. He followed suit, pressing his right hand to his left shoulder, bowing his head respectfully toward Lockhart, and shouted, Let wizards become great again. This scene stirred up even greater excitement among the other squibs watching from behind. Each of them began to eagerly anticipate receiving their own magical brand from their mentor. Afterward, Ian stepped aside, and the next squib took his place before Lockhart. The ritual repeated, handing over the wand, a gentle pat on the shoulder, the golden dragon emblem pressed into the arm, a careful explanation, and finally, let wizards great again. Each time, the right hand touched the left shoulder, each time came a slight bow of the head, each time the slogan rang out. This process, steeped in a sense of ceremony, engraved that phrase ever more deeply in the minds of Ian and the other squibs. Very soon, Lockhart had bestowed the golden dragon emblem upon every squib present. In truth, this magical brand shaped like a golden dragon was the dark magic that Lockhart had exchanged with the eminent dark wizard Slytherin. It was also from Voldemort's dark magical mark that Lockhart drew his inspiration. After a brief conversation with Slytherin, he traded some knowledge of runes in exchange for a similar spell. He then refined it with the knowledge he possessed, transforming it into the golden dragon magical brand it had become. Lockhart turned to those standing nearby and said kindly, "All right now, everyone, as I instructed earlier, focus your attention on the brand, and accept the gift I've prepared for you." Upon hearing Lockhart's instructions, everyone nodded, gathering their concentration and fixing their gaze intently on the golden dragon mark and the words inscribed in its center. Very soon, Ian and the others felt a sudden dizziness, and then, in a rush, countless words began to surface in their minds. At a glance, their breathing quickened. It was the celestial meditation technique. The next morning, at the Hog's Head Inn, "Ian, are you sure you want to go?" Aberforth Dumbledore, the inn's owner, asked with a note of regret in his voice. "Yes, sir," Ian replied resolutely. "Thank you for all the care you've shown me during my time here. When I come back to the Hog's Head, I'll be sure to have a glass of your famous fire whiskey." Hearing Ian's determined tone, Aberforth let out a quiet sigh. Truth be told, he had sensed Ian's inner turmoil for some time now, and was aware of the troubles that had come his way. He didn't know all the details, but Ian's situation reminded him of his own son, Credence, and what he had gone through. That was why he had always looked after Ian with such concern. But now it seemed the boy had grown up and found his own path. After a moment's thought, Aberforth took out 10 galleons, set them down in front of Ian, and said gently, "If that's the case, Ian, I look forward to seeing you again. When you return, the fire whiskey's on the house. Take these 10 galleons, don't refuse. They might come in handy, and consider them a reward for your years of loyal service." At these words, Ian's eyes grew misty. He nodded deeply, understanding the kindness behind the gesture. He put the galleons away and said gratefully, "Thank you, sir. Thank you." With that, he picked up his suitcase and made his way out. Aberforth watched Ian's departing figure, shook his head slightly, poured himself a drink, and sipped it slowly. In that quiet moment, a wave of longing for his own child washed over him. After leaving the Hog's Head, Ian stepped into the bustling street, moving forward at a steady pace. Last night, after becoming Professor Lockhart's student, he had begun practicing the meditation technique under his new mentor's guidance. At the same time, they were also told that in the future, they would remain hidden in the shadows, unlike the research assistants who stood openly in the eyes of the many pure-blood families. Instead, they would become the pillars and leaders of the new wizarding order, a role that filled them with immense pride. So when Lockhart suggested that, for the sake of nurturing their talents, they should temporarily stay at his place, none of them refused. After all, as their mentor students, being closer to him would make practicing magic much easier. Soon, Ian slipped into a deserted alley. He stretched out his arm, focusing all his attention on the golden dragon tattoo etched on his skin. A golden light shimmered, as if calling out to something unseen. Suddenly, with a faint pop, the house elf Gold Coin appeared before him. Gold Coin regarded Ian, the squib, with a complex, somewhat awkward expression. Without saying much, he reached out and took Ian's arm. "Hold on tight. We're about to apparate. You might feel a bit uncomfortable. Just bear with it for a moment." Hearing this, Ian gripped Gold Coin's slender arm tightly. And then, with a whoosh, the world spun. Ian's stomach lurched and twisted, a wave of nausea rising up as if he were about to be sick. He pressed his hand to his stomach, determined to hold it in. After all, he was about to meet his mentor, and it would be terribly embarrassing to vomit now. And then, go ahead and let it out. You'll feel better afterward. Gold Coin held out a waistband before Ian. Ian couldn't hold it back any longer. Clutching the bin, he vomited. After a moment, the sickness passed, and he felt much better. He took a tissue from Gold Coin, wiped his mouth, and slowly looked up to take in his surroundings. He was in a study, the walls lined with reddish-brown bookshelves packed with books. Around the room were specimens of magical creatures. But what caught his eye most was the open magical trunk sitting on the floor not far away. In that instant, he knew exactly where he was supposed to go. Sure enough, gold coin spoke beside him. Ian, the master said to head into the space inside the trunk and practice on your own for now. If you have any questions, make a note of them. When he returns tonight, he'll answer any doubts you have about your practice. Ian nodded in understanding and followed gold coin into the trunk's magical space, ready to begin his training in the magical arts. Hogwarts classroom corridor. Harry, are they really going to become Professor Lockhart's research assistants? Hermione stood at the stairwell, watching the line of squibs waiting in the corridor for their interviews, and turned to Harry beside her with a curious look. I suppose that's the case, Hermione, Harry nodded, hesitating a moment before saying, Professor Lockhart is already quite famous in the wizarding world now. These past few days, the newspapers have been praising him as the father of the art of meditation. Or they say he's broken a century-old deadlock in the wizarding world, bringing hope to squibs. In short, many squibs have come from far and wide because of his reputation. In fact, the reason Lockhart had Rita Skeeter continue publishing her scathing reports about him was twofold. On one hand, it gave Rita a future opportunity to gain the recognition of pure-blood families and eventually join their ranks. On the other hand, it was a method of expanding his own influence. In his previous life, Lockhart had seen plenty of celebrities in the entertainment industry use this exact kind of publicity stunt. First, release a sensational piece of news, then wait for it to build up enough buzz, and finally, reveal the reversal and reap a surge of attention. Lockhart was simply following a similar strategy, and it seemed to be working remarkably well. Those wizards who'd once criticized him most harshly now, after this twist, felt a sudden pang of guilt and quickly became his devoted fans. And their loyalty ran deep. Yes, especially among some of the witches, they seemed particularly steadfast in their support. Hearing what Harry said, Hermione nodded in agreement. It's true, Professor Lockhart is becoming more and more famous now. So many people are seeking him out. At this, a thought seemed to occur to Hermione, and she added with a touch of irony. I heard that Rita Skeeter, who used to criticize him, now doesn't even dare leave her house because she's being hounded by Professor Lockhart's fans. Ron, upon hearing this, grinned as though he was enjoying the drama. Serves her right. Then, curiosity getting the better of him, Ron turned to ask, Harry, Hermione, how many more days do you think it'll take Professor Lockhart to finish all the interviews? I saw at least several hundred squibs come through yesterday. There are so many people. Harry shook his head, indicating he had no idea. Hermione thought for a moment, then said hesitantly, it might be finishing soon. Professor Lockhart mentioned in the paper that he'd stop once he recruited 100 squibs. Maybe he's almost reached that number by now. After considering Hermione's words, both Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. They lingered a moment, curiosity drawing their eyes along the long line of squibs, before finally moving on. At that moment, Lockhart looked out at the new batch of squibs filling out their questionnaires, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. So far, this round of interviews had allowed him to gather a great deal of information about squibs. Those who seemed promising were added to his personal pool of talent. In his talent pool, he had 3 distinct categories. Category 1 refers to individuals much like Ian, those with remarkable spiritual talent who, for various reasons, have weak ties to their families and have lived alone for a long time. In his mind, these people are at the very top of his list of candidates to be nurtured. In other words, he would invite them to join his first group of students that very night and devote all his efforts to helping them achieve greatness. They have both the time and the resources to receive his long-term guidance. Then there are those with considerable spiritual gifts, but who have always lived with their families, what wizards call squibs. Since they aren't suited for extended periods under Lockhart's tutelage, he could only wait until his first batch of students had more or less come into their own. At that point, he would have his first students help these squibs become true wizards. These would be his second group of students, or perhaps his students. There's yet another category, those who may be squibs themselves, but whose relatives hold some standing in the wizarding world. For instance, some squibs from pure-blood families, or squibs closely related to masters of alchemy or potions. Lockhart would give these people priority when selecting research assistants. In other words, they would be counted among the 100 coveted spots. These individuals would remain under the watchful eyes of the pure-blood families, and their connections would serve as the best shield. The malice of the old families would, for the most part, be dissipated by these protective ties. At the same time, this would draw attention away from the squib wizards Lockhart was training in secret, shielding them from potential risks. Through this series of maneuvers, Lockhart would be able to buy himself a considerable amount of time to grow. Next, he planned to return to the Marvel Universe. He would make good use of this period to carefully nurture his students. On the eve of his descent into the Marvel world, inside the magically expanded trunk in the study. Lockhart sat at his desk, his eyes thoughtful, a half-open magical tome spread before him. Yet, it was clear his mind was elsewhere. What occupied Lockhart's thoughts now was his plan for improving his own abilities once he arrived in the Marvel Universe. A new magical order had already begun to emerge in the world of Harry Potter, and the future would only become more intense. He was certain that, sooner or later, life-and-death struggles would break out between the new and old wizards. It was a battle of ideologies, a struggle for the right to speak and be heard. Only the victor could define everything. As for the defeated, at that thought, Lockhart couldn't help but recall his house elf, gold coin, and a chill ran down his spine. He shook his head, brushing aside those negative thoughts, and focused once more on how to grow stronger. With greater strength, he would have the confidence to face whatever dangers the future held. And strength wasn't only about himself. It was about his students and all the wizards of the new magical order. Only through collective might could he hope to claim the full fruits of victory. As Lockhart pondered, suddenly, thud, thud, thud. "Professor, we're here." Following a steady series of knocks at the door, a familiar voice called out, "Ian, you may come in." As Lockhart's words faded, the door opened and two young men and a woman entered, walking toward him. It was Ian. After a series of rhythmic knocks, a familiar voice called out, "Ian, you may come in." As Lockhart's words faded, two young men and a woman opened the door and approached him. It was Ian, Remy, and Vera. "Professor, is there something you need from us?" The three students looked at Professor Lockhart in front of them, curiosity and uncertainty on their faces as they asked. Lockhart sized up these outstanding students, pondering for a moment before asking, "How have your magic practices been going recently?" Ian gave it some thought, then replied, "Professor, thanks to the potions you provided, I've successfully meditated on 36 runes so far. My mental strength has improved noticeably. I can now cast 5 to 8 spells in a row." Lockhart nodded in understanding. Remy Yude and Vera Fatal then briefly shared their own progress. The three of them had similar talents, and among this year's students, they were the most diligent. Unsurprisingly, their progress was nearly identical. After the introductions, Lockhart paused in thought, then addressed them, "Ian, Remy, Vera, would you like to rapidly advance your abilities in a short period of time?" "Of course we would." All three answered in unison, their eyes shining with curiosity and anticipation. They were well aware that their professor had many treasures up his sleeve. Out of the 23 students in their cohort, each one had benefited greatly from his resources. From potions to magical artifacts, they had received much. Diligence was one reason for their progress, but having ample resources was just as important. Without it, they could never have advanced so quickly. "You three are the finest among this group," Lockhart said gravely. "Given your current achievements, I believe you're qualified to learn the greatest secret of our new lineage of wizards. And that is the new world. Countdown to arrival in the Marvel Universe, 3 minutes. Nighttime at Hogwarts, in Lockhart's office." Lockhart waved his wand, chanting a spell to shrink his magical suitcase at his feet, then tucked it into his pocket. At the same time, books from Camartage and the Marvel world floated before him. Holding the books in both arms, Lockhart recalled his posture from before he traveled between worlds, adjusting his stance with great care to match his memory as closely as possible. Once he felt everything was in place, he waited quietly for the world transition. Soon, a notification sounded in his ears. "Searching for stabilized interworld channel. Search complete. Initiating transfer. Transferring. Welcome back to the Marvel Universe, host. Warning. After staying in this world for 30 days, your soul will begin to bear the mark of this universe. To avoid contamination from the world's aura, you must leave in time." Marvel Universe, Camartage Library. Master Morin sat comfortably in his chair, leisurely perusing the magical tomes before him. Ever since he had crossed paths with Lockhart, he felt his luck had taken a turn for the better. Not only had his own abilities grown considerably, but the magical resources at his disposal had also increased by leaps and bounds. In particular, whenever he recalled the magical resources he had acquired just 2 days ago, a faint, satisfied smile would inevitably tug at the corners of Morin's mouth. Coincidentally, he was currently mulling over the idea of asking Master David to craft a top-tier defensive magical artifact just for him. Then, a message arrived from the mage responsible for monitoring dimensional fluctuations. There were signs of abnormal activity. Based on his experience, Morin suspected that things were about to get busy. Those vermin might try to slip onto Earth again. Best to be prepared in advance. As Morin was lost in thought, suddenly, "Morin, I'm going to borrow these 5 books. I'll return them once I'm done." A familiar voice rang out by his ear. Morin glanced at the 5 books Lockhart had set aside, and with a smile, replied, Of course, Lockhart. Just remember to return them on time. Lockhart exchanged a few brief words, then made to leave. He still had a few matters to attend to. But just as he was about to go, "Oh right, Lockhart. There's a chance New York might experience a dimensional incursion soon. Stay alert, and if anything out of the ordinary happens, be sure to inform Caecilius. He's responsible for the area around the New York sanctum." Morin's reminder lingered in the air, and Lockhart paused thoughtfully. He considered for a moment, then casually pulled up a chair, placing it opposite Morin. Sitting down, as though settling in for a friendly chat, he asked, "Morin, could you tell me more about these dimensional incursions? I found that the books barely touch on the subject. They mainly emphasize the various enemies from different dimensions, but the details are all quite vague." Hearing Lockhart's question, and remembering his companion's background, Morin began to explain. "Lockhart, you probably already know that Camartage is responsible for defending Earth from dimensional invasions." Seeing Lockhart nod lightly in acknowledgement, he continued, "Camartage maintains dimensional wards through the three great sanctums, holding back invasions from beyond. However, any truly powerful dimensional demon is dealt with by the Sorcerer Supreme. Our job, meanwhile, is to handle those infiltrators that slip through from other dimensions." At this point, Lockhart's expression grew a bit odd. The more he listened, the more this description seemed to fit himself. Morin noticed a change in Lockhart's face and, chuckling, reassured him, "Don't worry, Lockhart. Camartage has its own ways of telling whether a visitor from another dimension harbors ill intent. After all, ever since ancient times, not all visitors from other dimensions who accidentally arrived on Earth have been evil. Some are open to cooperation, and there are even those with whom we at Camartage have maintained a good relationship to this day. Besides, Caecilius has already told me about your situation. If the Sorcerer Supreme has given approval, then none of the Camartage sorcerers will have anything to say about it. You can rest assured on that point." Upon hearing this, Lockhart asked thoughtfully, "Morin, just now you mentioned that Camartage has cooperative ties with some friendly beings from other dimensions. Could you tell me more about how exactly you work together?" Inside the magical suitcase, in the spell practice chamber, Expelliarmus, Wingardium Leviosa, Impedimenta. In the center of the spell practice chamber, Ian, Remy, and Vera were, as usual, practicing spells with relentless dedication, casting magic at the alchemical golem before them. Ian, watching the golem across from him, raised his wand. With a swift motion, the tip of his wand flared with a streak of red light. A successful Expelliarmus shot straight at the golem. It was a sharp thud. The alchemical golem stumbled slightly, moving half a step back. Though it quickly regained its balance and stepped forward again, Ian's face lit up with joy. For someone who had only been practicing magic for less than a week, Expelliarmus was considered a fairly advanced spell, even though his mentor, Lockhart, had optimized the method to make it easier to learn. Out of 5 attempts, landing just one successful cast was already something to be proud of. Buoyed by his success, Ian swung his wand again, chanting quickly, "Expelliarmus." A faint hiss. This time, only a dim red glow flickered at the tip of his wand. The spell fizzled out, failing to launch. Unbothered, Ian simply tried again. 3 more times he repeated the motion, and at last, a crisp thud. With a flash of red light, the alchemical golem was forced another step backward. The spell had landed once more. Ian couldn't help but smile, but quickly composed himself and pressed on with his practice, determined to maintain his focus. Remy and Vera, right beside him, were just as diligent. Among Lockhart's very first group of students, these 3 stood out as the most talented, outpacing their peers in both skill and dedication. Their shared commitment had also brought them closer together than most of the other new wizards. Looking across the spacious practice chamber, one would see only these 3, tirelessly casting spells at the lone golem, determined to improve. When they grew tired, they'd sit cross-legged on the floor, resting and meditating. When their magical energy ran low, they'd stay seated, using meditation to recover their strength. Other than that, the 3 of them were in constant motion, wands slicing the air, spells flowing ceaselessly. Their drive was unmistakable. Suddenly, Expelliarmus. As Ian waved his wand, a slightly thicker beam of red light appeared and shot rapidly toward the alchemical golem across from him. With a heavy thud, the golem was struck by Ian's repelling charm and staggered back 3 or 4 steps. This result caught Ian completely by surprise. He didn't dwell on it, simply assuming he performed beyond his usual level. Quickly steadying his emotions, he pressed on with his spell practice. Expel. Ian swung his wand forcefully, casting the spell again. Instantly, another repelling charm materialized, and this time, the golem retreated a full 5 steps. Witnessing this, Ian grew thoughtful. He raised his wand once more, casting the spell again. Once more, a thick beam of red light erupted. The repelling charm succeeded for a third time, and the golem was pushed back 4 steps. 3 flawless spell casts in a row, far exceeding his normal performance, set Ian deep in thought, as if he had just realized something important. Just then, a voice sounded in his ear. "Ian, try meditating. My magical energy is recovering at least 50% faster than before." Vera, who had just finished meditating and was sitting cross-legged on the floor, called out in delight, her face shining with excitement. Remy, standing nearby, looked even more thrilled. Remembering something Professor Lockhart had said earlier, he spoke up eagerly. "Ian, Vera, do you think we've arrived in a new world?" The moment he mentioned new world, Remy's voice rose with excitement. "I think so," Ian replied, working hard to keep his excitement in check as he analyzed the situation calmly. "According to what our mentor told us, this new world is even more suitable for practicing magic than the wizarding world. Not only does spell power increase, but our learning speed should noticeably improve as well." Despite his measured tone, Ian's exhilaration was still evident on his face. From what their mentor had conveyed, the new world was far more welcoming to wizards, and it was here that the hope for the rise of new wizards lay. "Ian, Vera, don't you think this new world is wonderful?" Remy said, full of longing. "There aren't even any squibs here, so there can't be any discrimination against them." Having been cast out by his family because of his squib status, Remy was especially sensitive about this issue. Ian, however, fell silent for a moment before responding coolly. "Remy, it's true, there may not be any squibs here. But don't forget what our mentor said. Things may appear peaceful on the surface, but the dangers here run much deeper. This place is far more dangerous than the wizarding world. We can't afford to let our guard down." Vera nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Ian's right. Remember what the mentor taught us about the basics of the new world. He especially warned us to steer clear of things like S.H.I.E.L.D. and superheroes. They're always at the root of trouble. Especially that organization of Muggle agents called S.H.I.E.L.D. They're a real headache. They're relentless, always tangling people up in their schemes. If you're not careful, it's easy to fall into their traps. So, when it comes to them, it's best to avoid any contact whenever possible." Hearing this, Remy's expression returned to normal. He nodded and said, "Right, even though there are Muggles in this world as well. But our teacher warned us, never underestimate the warriors of this new world. With their combat experience and the weapons at their disposal, the average wizard is no match for them." At this point, a hint of defiance flickered across Remy's face. Both his parents were wizards, and they had always looked down on Muggles. Growing up in that kind of environment, even with his mentor's warnings, Remy found it hard to truly respect Muggles. Ian, standing nearby, felt differently. He nodded in agreement. "That's true. Ordinary Muggles aren't worth mentioning. But the elite Muggle soldiers, with our abilities, if we're careless, we could easily suffer for it." He remembered the magazines about Muggle weaponry he'd seen back in the wizarding world, and now, hearing from their mentor that the Muggles here possessed even more advanced arms, Ian felt a surge of caution toward S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and these Muggle warriors. He still had to return to the wizarding world and avenge his parents. He couldn't afford to stumble and fall in this new world. With that, the 3 of them set aside their spell practice and instead began an animated discussion about all the changes they'd experienced since entering this new world. Each of them tried meditating and felt as if their focus had been supercharged. The effects were astonishing, and a look of awe flashed across their faces. Their anticipation for life in this new world only grew. They tried out a few advanced spells and discovered their success rate had improved dramatically. Whether it was spellcasting speed or raw magical power, everything felt stronger than ever before. As they kept experimenting, their initial shock at the new world gradually faded, but excitement still shone in their eyes. It was in the midst of this discussion that, suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. They turned to look and saw a blond man in a white shirt and black casual trousers, a deep blue rollaway bird perched on his shoulder. Recognizing the familiar figure walking toward them, the 3 of them broke into delighted shouts. "Teacher, you're here." "Morning, Marvel World, Wanshong Book Cafe." Lockhart surveyed the empty book cafe and nodded slowly. This time, returning to the Marvel world, he couldn't let himself drift aimlessly like before. He'd been focused on business, earning galleons, and reading books. Now, it was time to pay more attention to building his strength and honing his combat experience, especially with thoughts of the coming wars in the Marvel world and the interdimensional invasion that Morn had mentioned. His mind tensed, every nerve gradually drawing taut. The Marvel universe is far more perilous than the world of Harry Potter, with no shortage of cataclysmic disasters. Following the original plan, preparations began to upgrade the Vientiane Book Cafe, transforming it into a gathering place exclusively for wizards and those with extraordinary powers, no longer open to ordinary muggles. Accordingly, as originally intended, Manager May and the rest of the staff were all let go. After all, they could hardly be expected to serve wizards or other supernaturally gifted individuals. Of course, since they had previously been considered stand-ins, each of them received a generous sum of cash as compensation. As for May, the manager Lockhart had always noticed her dedication. With the excuse of an investment, he handed her a substantial amount of money to serve as seed capital for her own business venture. He wished her success, hoping she would carve out a future for herself in the Marvel world. To May, being dismissed less than a month after starting her job was a tough blow. But when she saw the $1 million investment Lockhart gave her, her entrepreneurial spirit was reignited. She began planning to open her own shop, eager to make her mark. Any complaints she had about her former boss vanished instantly, replaced with genuine gratitude. After all, there's a world of difference between being a mere manager and becoming an owner. For Lockhart, $1 million was hardly a significant sum. He didn't have much use for that amount anyway. Given May's diligence and capabilities, there was even a chance he might recoup the investment someday. Although, even if he did get it back, it wouldn't make much difference to him. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Lockhart waved his wand. A muggle-repelling charm quietly enveloped the entire book cafe, causing passersby to instinctively veer away, heading off into the distance. He gave his wand another flick, magical energy swirling as he traced a circle in midair. A portal, rimmed with crackling sparks, silently appeared. Beyond the portal stretched a spacious, brightly lit living room. This was a house Lockhart had purchased specifically to provide a home for Ian and his friends. He couldn't very well have them living in his own house forever. That would have felt improper. So he simply bought a nearby place for the three of them, making it easy for them to visit him whenever needed. After all, they were wizards. There was no need to worry about muggle-repelling spells driving them away. On the living room sofa, Ian, the house elf Gold Coin, and the goblin Bruno sat together, all three completely absorbed in the television before them. They knew little about Muggle television, and advanced LCD screens like those in the Marvel world fascinated them even more, especially when they saw Muggle warriors wielding powerful weapons and unleashing massive destruction, accompanied by exhilarating fight scenes that set their hearts racing. From time to time, the group would gasp in surprise or subconsciously become anxious about the fate of the characters in the movie. You see, this was part of Lockhart's plan to help them further understand the dangers of the Muggle world. He found them some spy films and war movies. Though these stories were artistically enhanced, the truth was that even in the Marvel universe, the spies were no weaker than those on screen. When Lockhart opened the portal, he found that the three people and two elves were so engrossed they hadn't noticed a thing, which made him feel a bit speechless. He understood, of course, that movies held an irresistible allure for those encountering them for the first time. Still, seeing such a scene made him wonder if his magic had been too subtle, or if the movies themselves were simply too captivating. Ahem! Lockhart cleared his throat. At once, the three and the two elves snapped back to reality. When they turned and saw Lockhart on the other side of the portal, they quickly called out, "Master! Professor!" Then Lockhart noticed that Remy and the elf Bruno still couldn't help but sneak glances at the screen, reluctant to let go. He sighed and gave his wand a wave. Click! With the press of the power button, the screen went dark. A look of disappointment flickered across Remy and Bruno's faces, but they quickly turned back to focus on their master and teacher. "Master, is there anything you need Goldie to do?" Goldie, the ever-loyal and diligent house elf, dashed over to Lockhart as soon as he saw him, eyes full of eager anticipation. "There is Goldie." Lockhart nodded gently, then addressed Ian, Bruno, and the others. "Come here, I have a few things for you today." At Lockhart's command, Goldie and the rest of Ian's group all passed through the portal and entered the Universal Bookstore. Once everyone had arrived, Lockhart gave a casual wave of his hand, and the portal vanished quietly. "How do you find the new homes I've bought for you?" Lockhart asked the three students warmly. "Professor, they're wonderful. The environment is great, there's so much space. I really like it." The three nodded, visibly excited. They had discovered that Muggle houses in this new world were full of marvels. Soft, comfortable beds, magical televisions, and convenient flush toilets. Then Ian hesitated a little and said, "But, Professor, it's not exactly easy to practice spells here." Indeed, Ian had tried casting magic inside the house. The result, a wall exploded, and he immediately gave up on practicing magic indoors. All he could do was cast a restoration charm to repair the damage his spell had caused. Considering Ian's concern, Lockhart thought for a moment, and then gave Bruno the elf a direct instruction. "Bruno, tomorrow, find an empty room. Cast an extension charm on it and remodel the space so Ian and the others can practice their magic safely. All right, master, Bruno replied with a fawning eagerness on his face. Ever since discovering the new world, he had come to regard Lockhart as a deity. In that instant, his loyalty surged by more than just a notch. To be able to traverse worlds, this was something unheard of, even in the wizarding world. And now, Lockhart had accomplished it. For this reason alone, Bruno was convinced that Lockhart would one day rule over the entire wizarding world. The master he now served would become the future king of wizards. The very thought made Bruno tremble all over with excitement. Seeing Bruno's attitude, Lockhart remained unfazed and gave a gentle nod. Then, he continued, Remy, Vera, do either of you have any other questions? Hearing their mentor's inquiry, the two shook their heads slowly, indicating that they had no further questions. At this, Lockhart nodded lightly to show he understood, then began, Ian, Remy, Vera, the reason I've called you here today. Mainly, I want to broaden your horizons. In a moment, Bruno and I will be refurbishing this book cafe. Watch carefully. This will benefit you in the future. Especially you, Vera. Didn't you want to study alchemy? This is an opportunity you must seize. Upon hearing their mentor's words, the three nodded eagerly, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Seeing their expressions, Lockhart smiled faintly and lowered his head to instruct Bruno. Bruno, begin the modifications as we discussed. I'll take care of the overall atmosphere of the cafe. You handle the arrangement of the magical arrays inside. Next, he gave instructions to Gold Coin. Gold Coin, any waste generated during the process will be your responsibility to clean up. Make sure nothing disrupts our work. Upon receiving Lockhart's orders, both Bruno and Gold Coin nodded briskly in acknowledgement. Immediately after, Lockhart waved his wand. Vast surges of magic power flowed from within him, coursing down his arm and into the wand. The tip of the wand glowed with a soft golden light, enveloping the entire Universal Book Cafe. Spatial expansion. In an instant, the space within the Universal Book Cafe expanded several times over. Surveying the now spacious room, Lockhart nodded in satisfaction, then waved his wand again, tracing in the air a series of intricate, mysterious golden runes. Each rune, as it appeared, would fly toward the surrounding walls and meld into them. To Ian and the others, the walls seemed to bloom with large patches of faint golden runes. All around the Universal Book Cafe, gentle waves of magical energy rose, suffusing the space with a comforting warmth, like the cool breath of air conditioning on a summer day, soothing them from the inside out. What Lockhart had done was to draw inspiration from the magical arrays of Hogwarts Castle, channeling and refining the ambient magical energy, those particles of power, so that the environment became even more hospitable for people. Meanwhile, the fairy Bruno sprawled on the floor, clutching a tiny alchemical hammer and a carving knife in his hands. Every so often, he tapped lightly on the ground, as if searching for the perfect spot, then used his carving knife to etch runes, building what looked like a magic circle. Before long, he found a location suitable for the core of his magical array. With a flourish of his knife, he began to lay out the corresponding formation. Inside a house near the Universal Book Cafe, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent lounged comfortably, sipping coffee and idly scrolling through his phone. Not far away, a row of machines whirred quietly. Suddenly, a piercing, shrill alarm erupted through the room. Warning! Warning! Massive energy fluctuation detected. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Executive Elevator. Coulson, dressed smartly in a suit, sat in the elevator holding a file, deep in thought, his brows furrowed as if wrestling with a difficult problem. Suddenly, ding! The elevator chimed. Coulson glanced up, realizing it wasn't his floor. As the door slid open, a familiar figure stepped in. It was Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, clad in her sleek tactical suit. Morning, Natasha. Morning, Coulson. They exchanged brief greetings. Natasha glanced at the glowing floor numbers, then smiled. Coulson, you're headed to see the director too? That's right. Coulson nodded. You as well. Natasha nodded in affirmation. Coulson fell silent for a moment. Then, as if remembering something, asked with hopeful curiosity, Natasha, how's Cap doing? Sensing the anticipation in his voice, Natasha offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Coulson. The captain is doing well. He's recovering. Who knows? Maybe you'll get to see him before long. A spark of anticipation lit up Coulson's eyes as he nodded. If he got the chance, he'd definitely try for Captain America's autograph, a dream for any true fan. Ding! Soon, the elevator chimed again. Coulson and Natasha glanced at the floor indicator, then exited together, one after the other. They were headed to the same place, the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Carlson rapped a steady rhythm on the office door. Almost immediately, a voice responded from inside. Come in. Carlson pushed the door open and entered, with Natasha following on his heels. They approached the desk, where director Nick Fury sat, clad in his signature black trench coat. Handing over the file, Carlson reported in a steady, solemn tone, "Director, there's been progress on the Wizard Coin project. With Tony's help, we have now successfully synthesized a Wizard Coin. Testing shows that in terms of material, it's flawless, nearly identical to the real thing." However, Carlson hesitated for a moment before continuing. Tony mentioned there might still be an issue with the Wizard Coins. According to his research, there's an unknown type of radiation emanating from the Wizard Coins. Its properties are extremely unusual, impossible to synthesize, and he's unsure what effects it might have. Upon hearing this, director Nick Fury spoke in a low voice. "I remember last time Tony met with the Wizard Professor, he managed to bring back some magical metals. They seemed quite valuable. This time, have him go again. Tell him to explain everything clearly to the Wizard Professor, and see if he can get his hands on more useful items through him." Hearing the director slip in this request, Carlson could only shake his head helplessly. "Director, I've already made a similar request to Tony. After all, this unknown radiation clearly seems connected to the wizard. But the problem is, Tony refused in no uncertain terms. He said he's currently working on some weapons, and won't meet the wizard until his research is finished." As Carlson said this, the corner of his mouth lifted in a teasing smile. "Frankly, I suspect it has something to do with last time's mass evacuation incident at Universal Book Cafe. Knowing Tony's character, unless he's found a proper solution, he'll never agree to meet again so easily." At this, Nick Fury raised an eyebrow. He was all too familiar with Tony's willful nature, someone who would always seek payback after suffering setback. Judging from what Carlson said, Tony was developing new weapons, and once his work was done, he'd be ready to meet the Wizard Professor. Did that mean? Immediately, he turned to Natasha, who was standing nearby, quietly observing the exchange, and asked, "Natasha, what's the progress on the investigation into all the staff resigning from Universal Book Cafe? Any useful information?" Natasha answered unhurriedly, "Director, I've completed the investigation, and I've discovered something rather interesting." "Oh," Nick Fury made a questioning sound. "What is it?" "Director, I spoke to all 3 employees of Universal Book Cafe, one by one. Frankly, there wasn't much valuable information. I also talked with the manager, May. Aside from hearing that the Wizard Professor plans to set up a private venue for select guests, there wasn't much else of note." Nick Fury didn't respond, but fixed Natasha with a steady gaze, as if telling her to get to the point. Understanding, Natasha continued, "I discovered that this wave of resignations was most likely orchestrated in advance by the Wizard Professor. When I spoke to manager May, it seemed the Wizard Professor never placed much importance on profits. In fact, he didn't make any particular arrangements for the cafe at all. Most likely, he just saw them as temporary placeholders for a transition period. So, as for this book cafe, the Wizard Professor will definitely continue to make use of it, and it will play an important role in the future. My suggestion is that we keep a close watch on Vientiane Book Cafe. It's bound to provide us with valuable information down the line." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury gave a slight nod to show he understood. Then Natasha continued, "I've noticed something else interesting. This Wizard Professor is actually quite generous with his own people. He's not the stingy or petty type. He's given each of the dismissed staff a generous severance. And as for May, the manager, he even gave her $1 million, supposedly as an investment. So, if we manage to establish a friendly relationship with the Wizard Professor later on, there's a good chance he'll side with us. And we might gain access to a lot of useful information." As Natasha spoke, Nick Fury immediately recalled the advice of his former superior, Alexander Pierce, and nodded slowly. Nick Fury was just about to give Carlson new instructions. Suddenly, a low vibrating buzz filled the room. Carlson's phone, tucked in his pants pocket, began to vibrate insistently. He exchanged a look with Director Fury. Seeing Fury's slight nod, Carlson picked up the phone, glanced at the caller ID, and frowned. He answered right away, getting straight to the point. "What's happened on the Wizard Professor's end?" His phone was specially modified. Ordinary calls couldn't get through. Only high-priority contacts would connect. As expected, "Sir, there's an anomaly at Vientiane Book Cafe. The systems detected a large-scale energy fluctuation. And according to our observations, the same phenomenon as the mysterious house is occurring here. None of our agents can pinpoint the location of Vientiane Book Cafe. At the same time, passers-by seem to subconsciously avoid the area. This includes our own agents. Just like at the mysterious house, they automatically leave the vicinity and end up somewhere else without realizing it." Carlson quickly relayed the situation to Director Fury. Natasha, listening nearby, looked unsurprised, as if she had expected this all along. She had already known the wizard professor had other plans for the book cafe. After hearing the report, Nick Fury instructed Coulson, "Coulson, keep communicating with the wizard professor and keep probing for more information. Also, try to negotiate for a new potion, preferably something that quickly restores the human body." Coulson seemed thoughtful at this, as if a sudden idea had just occurred to him. A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. He nodded in understanding. 117 Black Street, New York Sanctum. Inside the spacious sanctuary hall, 26 meditation cushions were arranged in a peculiar pattern at the center. Upon each cushion sat a mage, cross-legged and deep in meditation. At the very front sat the guardian of the New York Sanctum, Caecilius. At this moment, he was leading the temple's sorcerers in their morning practice, maintaining the daily meditation ritual. If you look closely, you'd notice that every sorcerer seated cross-legged on their cushions breathed in perfect unison. With each breath in and out, a faint golden light seemed to shimmer in the air, gradually emerging from the surrounding space and flowing gently into their bodies. This was the training method of the Kamartaj sorcerers, channeling the power of the Vishani to cultivate their magic. Just then, suddenly, a low, resonant hum echoed out. In the distance, a circular portal sparking with embers quietly opened, and Lockhart stepped through in a single stride. He cast a curious glance at the Kamartaj sorcerers deep in their morning practice, studying them with keen interest. Choosing not to disturb them, he found a seat nearby and sat down. Closing his eyes halfway, he attuned himself to the way the Kamartaj sorcerers cultivated, wondering if there might be something worth learning from their approach. After all, as his roster of students grew, if he could use a similar method to boost their training efficiency, why not? At that moment, Caecilius, seated at the front, also sensed Lockhart's arrival. But he said nothing, simply continuing to lead the sorcerers through their morning ritual, his duty as the guardian of the New York Sanctum. In Lockhart's perception, Caecilius was the focal point, around whom a multitude of sorcerers called upon the power of the Vishani together. When this power descended into the physical realm, it didn't merge directly with their bodies. Instead, under the collective resonance of their minds, the gathered energy was refined, its essence distilled, and then distributed among them according to their individual levels of mastery. Training in this way, the energy they gained was not only purer, but also more abundant. It was far more effective than training alone. This couldn't help but remind Lockhart of dual cultivation. He quickly shook his head, brushing aside the stray thought. No, this should be called collective cultivation, or perhaps cloud cultivation. After a while, Caecilius slowly opened his eyes and stood up. The other sorcerers did the same, rising to their feet and bowing respectfully to Caecilius in gratitude. Caecilius, as always, returned their bows with a polite nod. Soon, the group of sorcerers dispersed, and Caecilius began making his way toward Lockhart. "Good morning, Lockhart." Caecilius took a seat across from Lockhart, greeting him, and Lockhart politely returned the gesture. Then, Caecilius glanced at the empty table, raised his right hand adorned with the sling ring, and with a subtle motion, quietly opened a small portal to his room. He reached through, retrieved a fruit platter, and placed it casually on the table. Picking up an apple from the platter, he handed it to Lockhart with a smile and said, "Lockhart, you've never come to the sanctuary for no reason. What brings you here today?" After taking the apple, Lockhart joked, "Caecilius, can't I just drop by to chat with you for no reason?" Caecilius laughed heartily. "Of course you can. If you really want to chat, I'd be more than happy. Honestly, staying alone here in the New York Sanctum can get quite dull. With someone to talk to and discuss magic, why would I ever refuse?" The two of them exchanged a few light-hearted words, and once the mood felt right, Lockhart gently steered the conversation back to the main topic. "Caecilius, my Universal Book Cafe has been completely renovated. I've adjusted the environment so that from now on, it'll be dedicated to hosting mages or anyone with extraordinary abilities. For any future dealings, you're more than welcome to come to my book cafe. And even if there's nothing official, you can drop by any time. It might not be as secure as the New York Sanctum, but the atmosphere is so much better." Hearing this, Caecilius raised an eyebrow and teased, "That's for sure. If I do show up, you'll have to treat me, you know." Lockhart chuckled warmly and nodded. "Absolutely. You're my partner, after all. For the next phase of our plan, we simply can't do without you." At this, Caecilius' face broke into a broad smile. Working with Lockhart had always been a pleasure. Or rather, Lockhart handled everything with such thoroughness, always discussing every detail in advance, even drawing up contracts to keep things in check. It guaranteed fair deals, and he was never greedy. Every profit and every share was transparently divided. Both he and Morin felt that doing business with Lockhart was refreshingly straightforward, free of tricks or needless complications. If there was a word to sum it up, it would be clean and efficient. As for the profits, they were enough to make everyone grin from ear to ear. The first profit-sharing session, just a few days ago, had seen everyone get exactly what they wanted. And the way everything was distributed was scrupulously fair. Nothing anyone could complain about. Turning these thoughts over in his mind, Casillas could more or less guess why Lockhart had come today. He smiled. Here's what I'll do, Lockhart. I'm in charge of things here at the New York Sanctum, so I can arrange for a portal directly connecting to your Universal Book Cafe. That way, if any mage wants to visit, they can just step through the portal at the Sanctum and be there in no time. At this suggestion, Lockhart's eyes lit up. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Then, after a moment's thought, he asked, by the way, Casillas, will this cause any complications? Not at all, Casillas replied, unconcerned. It's just one more portal. The New York Sanctum already has plenty. One more won't make a difference. He added, actually, for most mages, they can travel through space portals and get wherever they need to go anyway. For some unknown locations, you still have to use the portal at the Sanctum to get there. I've added a teleportation point for your Universal Book Cafe. To put it simply, it's for those mages who are visiting for the first time and don't know where your cafe is. As for those who are already familiar with the place, they can open a portal themselves and come right in. Hearing this, Lockhart nodded in understanding. Then, with a gentle snap of his fingers, a pale yellow orb of light quietly appeared overhead and drifted toward Casillas. He explained, Casillas, this is the spatial location information for the Universal Book Cafe. I've specially set up a free zone here, so any mage can enter through a portal. But once you actually step inside the cafe, to maintain peace and security, I've arranged spatial magic barriers so that portals can no longer be opened inside. At this, Casillas chuckled. Lockhart, it seems you've really thought of everything. When I have some free time, I'll bring a few friends along and pay your cafe a visit. I'd like to see it for myself, and it'll double as a celebration for you. Upon hearing this, the corners of Lockhart's mouth lifted into a smile. Yes, there were two reasons for his visit to the New York Sanctum this time. The first was to drum up some traffic for his Universal Book Cafe. In his plans, the cafe was destined to become a trading hub in the future. Reading books and enjoying tea was just one part of it. More importantly, the cafe would provide a space for mages to communicate, trade, and even collaborate. The cafe would act as a guarantor in these exchanges and earn some profits along the way. Room fees, transaction fees, and a whole range of charges. If the Universal Book Cafe did well, it could eventually welcome guests not just from Earth, but from Asgard and even other dimensions. That would be like shearing the sheep of the entire Marvel Universe. It was far more lucrative than simply dabbling as a trader. Not to mention, the trading business could continue as a unique feature of the cafe, providing him with a steady stream of income. After all, to strengthen himself, he needed a vast amount of resources, and he had a group of students to support as well, all of whom required resources too. Now, given Casillas' abilities, it looked like the Universal Book Cafe would soon be running smoothly and become all the rage in Camartage. After all, the mages of Camartage essentially represented the core strength of the entire supernatural community on Earth. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lockhart exchanged a few more pleasantries with Casillas. Then he moved on to the second purpose of his visit today. Casillas, Morin mentioned before that I should be wary of dimensional invasions, and said I could talk to you about it. Could you explain in detail how Camartage defends against dimensional invasions? Dimensional invasions. Casillas repeated the words, his gaze toward Lockhart growing gradually more serious. Ever since he became a sorcerer of Camartage, he had taken it as his duty to defend against dimensional invasions. This sense of vigilance only deepened after he became the guardian of the New York Sanctum. He knew all too well just how evil and bizarre some dimensions could be. A single moment of carelessness could lead not only to the deaths of countless ordinary people, but even the sorcerers themselves, sometimes meeting a fate so grim that even their souls found no release. Facing Lockhart's question, Casillas spoke in a solemn tone. Lockhart, since you have studied the mystic arts of Camartage, you are now one of us. And resisting dimensional invasions has been our responsibility for thousands of years. Here, Casillas paused briefly, his voice rising slightly, as if to underline the importance of what he was about to say. When you became a sorcerer, you entered into a contract just like the rest of us. You should be well aware of the second clause in that contract. At this, Lockhart nodded gently and recited, Clause 2. The contractor is obligated to resist dimensional invasions and to strike down enemies and deities from the forces of evil. Then, in a firm voice, Lockhart added, Casillas, you have my word. Even without the contract, given our relationship, I would still stand with Camartage. and do my part to defend against dimensional invasions. Hearing this, Cassius nodded and continued. With your current abilities, you're ready to learn more about the nature of dimensions. Dimensions come in many forms. Most are normal, much like our own Earth, stable and ordered. Even when chaos exists, it's contained within their worlds. Many dimensions are so isolated they're barely aware of others. But there's a different kind of dimension, those ruled by the so-called dimensional demon gods. Cassius paused again, his tone becoming grave. Some dimensions have true masters. The lords of these realms can be just, evil, or even neutral. For example, the power we draw from the Vishani aligns with the forces of good. Our enemies, the dimensional demon gods, belong to the camp of evil. These demon gods from the evil dimensions thrive on invasion and devouring other realms, expanding their dominion and strength. And when a dimension is consumed, there's no doubt, the living beings within it become nothing more than slaves to the demon god. Lockhart listened thoughtfully, recalling that in the original story, Cassius would one day serve Dormammu of the Dark Dimension. He barely finished this thought when Cassius continued. This is precisely why Kamartaj exists, to prevent Earth from falling prey to the dimensional demon gods. Among all the dimensional demons watching over our Earth, the most notorious are undoubtedly Dormammu and Mephisto. At this point, a chill crept across Caecilius' face, as if he were recalling some dark memory. He continued slowly. Lockhart, since you live in New York, sooner or later you'll cross paths with followers of these two-dimensional demons. These two beings have vastly different methods. You must be extremely cautious. Hearing this, Lockhart asked with curiosity, how so? Because of the Sorcerer Supreme, most dimensional demons, including these two, don't dare approach Earth directly. As he spoke, a hint of pride laced Caecilius' voice, as if the Sorcerer Supreme's strength was a personal point of honor. But then his tone shifted, tinged with helplessness. That's why many dimensional demons have turned to indirect means, making them all the harder to guard against. Of them, Dormammu excels at channeling his power to Earth by various means, creating followers who worship the Dark Dimension and stirring up chaos here. Mephisto, on the other hand, is even more insidious. At the mention of that name, Lockhart could feel the temperature drop in Caecilius' words. Mephisto is cunning beyond belief. His favorite trick is to tempt beings on Earth into signing contracts of their own free will in exchange for their souls. Due to certain rules, when it comes to voluntary agreements, we have no grounds to intervene directly. And because of the secretive nature of these contracts, there are times when we can't even detect Mephisto's handiwork until it's too late. Many sorcerers have perished because of Mephisto. Some have even had their souls taken, ending up in Mephisto's grasp. By now, Caecilius' face was clouded, his words carrying a bone-deep chill. Lockhart, listening, fell in a deep thought. It seemed inevitable that he would one day have to contend with these two-dimensional fiends, one who manipulates darkness, the other who traffics in souls. They were evil in every sense of the word, especially when he considered how Caecilius now held such hostility toward the dimensional demons, yet would, in the future, fall prey to Dormammu's influence. Lockhart's sense of caution only heightened. These demons' schemes truly defied all defense. As for the rules Caecilius mentioned, Lockhart had looked into those before. To him, it seemed the Sorcerer Supreme had already fought and subdued the surrounding dimensional demons, forcing them to sign agreements prohibiting direct interference on Earth. Perhaps that was done to leave the demons a sliver of hope, so they wouldn't unite against them. Or maybe it was to keep the sorcerers of Kamartaj from growing complacent, to ensure they always had a sense of looming crisis, a loophole, but not quite a flaw, intentionally left in the rules. Although on the surface, he claimed that certain rules prevented him from taking action. If he truly wanted to find an excuse, there would be no shortage of them. Take someone like Lockhart. If he really needed a reason, he could easily come up with a whole list. As the saying goes, when dealing with such wicked threats, there's no need to worry about the usual codes of honor. Everyone can unite and confront the enemy together. These thoughts flickered through Lockhart's mind. He nodded lightly and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Caecilius. I'll be much more careful from now on." Without missing a beat, he shifted the topic to something he'd been curious about. "Caecilius, can I ask, why did Morin specifically say that I'd encounter these invaders in New York? Wouldn't they avoid the three sanctums? If it were me, my first thought would be to get as far away from here as possible." In response to Lockhart's question, Caecilius explained, it's precisely because of the existence of the three sanctums. The reason the sanctums are located in New York, London, and Hong Kong is that these three places are the weakest points in Earth's spatial fabric. Near the sanctums, it's optimal for dimensional demons to invade. They can channel a much greater portion of their power. Anywhere else, their influence would be minimal, barely making a difference at all. Unless they send an avatar. Moreover, for followers of Dormammu, it's much easier to summon their master in the cities where the sanctums stand. If they tried. Elsewhere, the stability of space would make it much harder, requiring far more effort and with a much lower chance of success. So in the future, if you're in New York, you're bound to encounter Dormammu's followers, as well as other minions of dimensional demons. At this point, Lockhart couldn't help but feel something odd. Normally, you'd expect the locations of the three sanctums to be the safest places of all. Yet from the way Caecilius described it, the sanctums seemed more like magnets for danger. Could it be that the Sorcerer Supreme set it up this way on purpose? Restricting the battlefield to a specific area, preventing the conflict from spreading, and at the same time giving the sorcerers of Camartage a chance to hone their skills. It might not be the most sophisticated strategy, but it certainly worked. The more Lockhart thought about the Ancient One's seemingly detached, unworldly demeanor, the more convinced he felt that this was all by design. While Lockhart was lost in thought, suddenly, a portal crackling with sparks opened silently beside Caecilius. A moment later, a Camartage sorcerer dressed in deep yellow robes stepped through. He glanced at Lockhart before moving to Caecilius' side and whispering something in his ear. Seeing this, Lockhart didn't press any further, but instead watched the two of them with interest. He soon noticed a subtle change in Caecilius' expression. Yet, perhaps due to magic or some special technique, Lockhart couldn't hear a single word of their conversation. Soon, the mage who had delivered the message departed. Meanwhile, a sly smile crept across Caecilius' face, as triumphant as a fox catching sight of a hen. He turned to Lockhart and said, "Lockhart, weren't you just asking about the dimensional invasions? As it happens, we've just received word from the Camartage detection mages. They've discovered a follower of Dormammu. Would you like to join the hunt? A hunting operation?" Hearing Caecilius describe the mission this way, Lockhart pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "All right, it's the perfect chance to see how you capture Dormammu's followers. And if I encounter them in the future, I'll know how to respond." With Lockhart's affirmative answer, Caecilius gave a slight nod. After a brief pause, he reached out and gently shook his sling ring, conjuring a small portal. He extended his hand through the portal and retrieved a compact compass from his desk, handing it to Lockhart. He explained, "By the way, Lockhart, this compass was the first tool I used for tracking dimensional invaders. Its function is simple. It can sense the presence of energies from other dimensions. For mages just starting out on these hunts, carrying something like this is standard practice. Take it with you." Lockhart accepted the compass, studied it for a moment, and infused it with a bit of magic. He watched as the needle spun and the runes glimmered with light. Based on the symbols, he quickly deduced its functions and how it operated. Having understood the basics, Lockhart tucked the compass away and thanked Caecilius. "Thanks, I appreciate your help with this." Eagerly, he asked, "So, Caecilius, when do we begin?" After all, this would be his first real encounter with an enemy from another dimension, specifically a notorious Dormammu follower. A surge of anticipation welled up inside him. Sensing Lockhart's excitement, Caecilius chuckled and glanced at a distant clock, making a rough calculation. "I've already asked the mage from earlier to notify the others. In about 10 minutes, the New York Sanctum's hunting squad will assemble. All the mages on this mission, like you, are first-timers. It's not every day you get a freshly minted Dormammu follower to train on. This is the perfect case study." At this, Lockhart's expression grew a little peculiar. Why did he have a nagging feeling that Caecilius had dragged him along just to look after these rookies? Sure enough, "Lockhart, if these newcomers run into trouble, make sure you step in. They're promising talents." To this, Lockhart could only nod silently. This experience of being drafted as backup gave him a strange, indescribable feeling. New York Sanctum, Magic Training Chamber. Standing at the very front, Caecilius regarded the 7 apprentice sorcerers before him with a stern expression. Beside him, Lockhart observed the group with evident interest, his gaze flickering across each face. "Sorcerers, since you've come here, I trust you're mentally prepared. I won't waste words on anything else," Caecilius began, his tone commanding. "This is a rare opportunity. Based on your training in Camartage, you will take action to hunt down followers of Dormammu. Master Lockhart and I will be watching from the sidelines. As long as your lives are not in danger, we will not intervene lightly. Is that clear?" Caecilius' voice rang out, sharp and forceful. "Understood, instructor," the 7 novices replied in unison, their voices loud and brimming with excitement, so much so that Lockhart couldn't help but glance at them in surprise. These new sorcerers, at the sight of danger, seemed even more exhilarated than he was. Clearly, the training at Camartage had been thorough. With that thought passing through his mind, Caecilius raised his voice again. Good. For this operation, Captain John will take the lead. All actions will follow his command. Immediately, Lockhart saw the young captain, Sorcerer John, step forward to stand before the team, beginning to brief them on the mission ahead. Lockhart listened from the side. It was his first time witnessing such a formal hunting operation, even if it was just a team of rookies. But precisely because they were new, he knew they would follow every step of their camartage training by the book. That meant Lockhart could observe with fresh eyes and learn from their experience. 3 minutes later, Instructor, we're ready. We can move out at any time, Sorcerer John reported, standing before Caecilius with respect in his voice. This cohort had been under Caecilius' tutelage for some time. They knew well that their instructor was a hardliner. Once he set his sights on a goal, he would never let go easily. His words, once spoken, were like water spilled, impossible to take back. If he said he wouldn't intervene unless their lives were at stake, then even if they suffered serious injuries, as long as it wasn't life-threatening, he would likely stick to his word. Still, John glanced sideways at Master Lockhart. He'd heard stories about Lockhart recently. Apparently, the man possessed many powerful artifacts and was known for his generosity. But what about his temperament? Noticing John's look, Lockhart offered a warm smile and nodded gently. Instantly, John felt a weight lift from his heart. Caecilius, of course, noticed this exchange, but he didn't comment. After all, the reason he'd brought Lockhart along was precisely as a precaution. With such a valuable ally at his side, why not make the most of it? All in all, given the relationship between the two of them, this really wasn't a big deal. In fact, it was the perfect opportunity to clear up Lockhart's doubts. So why not go along with it? All right, let's move out, Caecilius commanded. Every mage, including Lockhart, gently traced the rings suspended in their hands. In an instant, portals opened before them. One by one, they stepped through, heading straight to their destination. Queens, New York. On a lush, green lawn sat a small garden, bursting with a riot of flowers. Yet something seemed off. The flowers, which should have been vibrant, were tinged with yellow. To be precise, they showed signs of withering. Next to the garden, at the end of a winding path, stood a villa. Follow the path a little further, and the house would come into view. At this moment, aside from the faint whisper of the breeze, all was still and silent. There lingered a subtle chill in the air, an undercurrent of coolness that seeped into the bones. This formed a sharp contrast to the harsh, scorching sunlight blazing down from above. Just then, suddenly, several circular portals, sparking with energy, burst open. A group of mages emerged, stepping out in unison. Lockhart and Caecilius stood at the rear, watching as the 7 members of the hunting squad gathered together before them. Caecilius, what if someone gets hurt in there? Are you really not going to step in? Lockhart teased. Of course not, Caecilius replied with a cool nod. His tone was steely. What mage hasn't been injured before? Getting hurt is practically a rite of passage for a mage. As long as they don't die, I won't interfere. What they need right now is to be tempered, to build real combat experience. Training alone isn't enough. They have to face real battles. Only when they've truly stared death in the face will they transform, and only then will they have what it takes to stand their ground on the front lines against dimensional invasion. I have no intention of turning out a batch of soft, coddled mages. Sensing Caecilius's resolve, Lockhart fell into thoughtful silence. He had to admit, without real combat, training alone meant nothing. True transformation only came from surviving life and death trials. Caecilius's tough love approach to these new mages reminded Lockhart of his own 3 outstanding students. With that realization, Lockhart quietly made up his mind about something. Then, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. Pulse after pulse of magic energy thrummed through the space. The hunting squad's captain, Mage John, gripped his ring, sweeping his arms in a wide arc to trace a perfect circle. With a sharp tug outward, he drew forth a surge of magical power. In midair, fiery crimson patterns began to coalesce, swirling together to form a complex, circular sigil, a rune array of intricate design. With a powerful thrust, John sent the glowing crimson runes radiating outward, enveloping the entire villa in their light. Camartage spell, the Oculus Ring, the Ring of Augulus. A classic Camartage combat spell. Once cast over an area, outsiders instinctively avoid entering, while those inside find it nearly impossible to leave. As a form of spatial magic, it's perfectly suited for shaping a battlefield. Sensing the subtle fluctuations of space around him, Lockhart nodded slightly, his gaze following the hunting party as they set out for the villa. At that moment, Caecilius, standing beside him, traced patterns in the air with his sling ring. With a swift motion, a transparent ripple spread outward, enveloping the two of them and rendering them invisible. Let's go, Lockhart. Let's see what this Dormammu devotee is up to. I only hope we won't have to intervene this time, Caecilius remarked, his tone calm as he felt the surge of dark energy welling up within the villa. Lockhart nodded in agreement and followed Caecilius toward the house. Soon, Lockhart saw the villa's front door standing wide open and stepped inside without hesitation. He took in the spotlessly clean, almost unnaturally pristine living room, the silence pressing in from all sides. Caecilius' expression shifted. Lockhart, stay on guard. This could be a trap, he warned immediately. He realized, with a start, that he hadn't sensed any trace of the team's movements just moments before. How could that be? He had seen them walk in with his own eyes. Lockhart heard Caecilius' warning, a note of confusion in his mind, but he tightened his grip on his wand and readied himself for anything. Caecilius, what's wrong? Aren't John and the others upstairs? To Lockhart's senses, John and his team's life signatures were right above them. Stay alert. We may have entered another plane of space. Don't let yourself be misled, Caecilius cautioned, sweeping his arm out as he spoke. A surge of magical energy gathered at his hands, coalescing into two short batons burning with crimson flame. He continued, speaking rapidly. There are no traces of John and the others passing by here. In my experience, either we've slipped into another layer of reality, or they have. There's no other explanation. As he spoke, Caecilius crossed the two batons in a battle-ready stance. Hearing this, Lockhart quickly flicked his wand, sending out a wave of transparent energy. Life detection, he incanted. As the spell returned its feedback, Lockhart's face paled. There was no life present. Instantly, every instinct screamed a warning. He scanned his surroundings, every sense on high alert. He'd come expecting to watch a spectacle, but now it seemed he might become a player in the drama himself. At that moment, Lockhart saw Caecilius join the two batons into a single staff. With both hands gripping the staff tightly, Caecilius drove it hard into the floor. A thunderous crack echoed through the room as staff struck floor. In an instant, brilliant crimson runes erupted across the ground, weaving together in a strange, glowing pattern. Without hesitation, Caecilius twisted the staff sharply. The rune pattern exploded outward in a roaring wave, sweeping across the entire space. Lockhart could clearly see the surrounding space twisting and warping. Through the haze, the vague outlines of a blood-red living room came into view. But in the next moment, the space seemed to be returning to its normal state. Sensing this, Lockhart immediately brandished his wand. A surge of magic rushed from his arm into the wand, and the tip blazed with dazzling white light that shot out in every direction. The space shattered. Instantly, the distortion that had seemed ready to settle grew even more intense. A series of sharp cracks ran through the air, the sound of space itself splintering. Caecilius, standing nearby, brightened with delight at the sight. Yet at the same time, an evil, shadowy energy began to seep from all around, creeping toward Lockhart and Caecilius at the center, as if to engulf them both. With a cold, impatient snort, Caecilius crossed his arms and formed an unusual gesture, his hands slowly rotating in the air. Suddenly, a crimson rune blazed into existence before him, pulsing with powerful magical energy. His hands snapped together, compressing the rune into a glowing orb. Without hesitation, Caecilius opened his palm and hurled the orb straight at the encroaching darkness. There was a sizzling burst. The orb exploded, sending waves of crimson fire clashing against the shadowy force. The opposing energies hissed and corroded each other, as if acid were eating through metal. But the crimson energy quickly gained the upper hand. Seeing this, Lockhart breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He quickly refocused, channeling his magic to keep twisting the fabric of space. In no time at all, crack, crack, crack. With the continuing sound of space breaking apart, Lockhart and Caecilius vanished without a trace. 10 minutes earlier. Click. John, the team leader, pushed open the door to the villa. Broken furniture lay scattered everywhere. Shards of glass littered the floor, and splatters of blood stained the walls and floorboards. His eyes flashed with caution as he stepped carefully into the living room, his teammates close behind. At the same time, everyone drew a short baton from their belts and infused it with magic. Crimson patterns slowly lit up along the surface of each baton. John raised his baton, adopting a combat stance. He glanced back at his team and gave a subtle nod, an unspoken command. One of the mages stepped forward, twirling a floating ring in his hand. With a flick of his wrists, he traced symbols in the air, and soon a strange rune appeared, hovering before him. With a gentle push, the rune shot forward, spreading out to scan the room. It flickered repeatedly, but nothing seemed abnormal. Before long, the mage reported, "Captain, There's nothing unusual in the living room, but upstairs, I sense a trace of dark energy. John nodded quietly when he heard the order, signaling to the others behind him before making his way toward the staircase. Gripping his short staff in front of his chest, he maintained a ready stance, prepared to fight at any moment. As he stepped onto the stairs, John carefully controlled the weight of each footfall, making every effort to avoid even the slightest sound that might alert any enemies lurking above. The team behind him moved with the same caution. When they'd reached the middle of the staircase, suddenly, bang, a low, menacing hum echoed through the stairwell. A figure shrouded in black robes appeared at the top of the stairs, looking down at the group below. He said not a word, simply raised his hand with a swift motion. In a heartbeat, the air shimmered with a host of pitch-black, diamond-shaped spikes, each radiating a sinister, dark energy. They hurtled downward like a deadly rain. At the very front, John saw what was coming and shouted, "Defend! Scala shield!" At the same time, he brandished his arcane ring, his hands tracing a circular pattern in the air. In an instant, glowing red lines appeared above, weaving together until a blazing crimson shield materialized before John. Thud! 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 A sharp crack resounded. The dark spikes shot down, slamming into the shield with a series of heavy blows. But with every impact, as the enemy's relentless assault continued, the crimson shield began to fracture with ominous, splintering sounds. Black fissures snaked across its surface, growing more visible with each passing second. The brilliant red hue of the shield started to fade, overtaken by darkness, as if it were being poisoned. John's expression grew grim. But then, thud, 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 6 more crimson Scala shields appeared in front of him, overlapping and merging to form a massive barrier. The onslaught of dark spikes crashed against the new shield, the clash filling the air with the intense sound of battle. John finally exhaled, releasing a held breath, and quickly dismissed his shield, hurrying to purge the invading darkness from his magic. To be tainted by such dark power was no trivial matter. One misstep could prove disastrous. The black-robed figure upstairs, seeing his attack had failed, vanished in a blur, slipping into a nearby room. As the last of the dark spikes faded away, the team slowly let their Scala's shields dissipate. At that moment, John glanced back toward the main hall below. Though he couldn't see them, he felt a measure of reassurance. The instructor and Mage Lockhart should be watching from behind. He doubted they'd be in real danger. At worst, perhaps a minor injury. With that thought, he signaled to the mage behind him and pressed forward, ready to pursue the enemy who had slipped away. Step! John ascended to the second floor, his footsteps barely audible. Yet his brow furrowed as he noticed the wooden door at the top of the stairs had been firmly shut. Remembering the black-robed figure, a surge of alarm ran through him, wary of stumbling into another trap. He immediately raised his right hand, and with a thought, a surge of magical power flowed into the floating ring. A deep hum resonated in the air. In an instant, a ball of crimson fire appeared above his palm, radiating intense heat. Yet John seemed unconcerned. Upon seeing the wooden door before him, he simply waved his hand, sending the fireball hurtling toward the door. With a thunderous crash, the fireball struck the wooden door, shattering it to pieces in an instant. Peering inside, he saw a room shrouded in gloom, heavy curtains blocking out the light. With a gentle motion of his hand, the curtains slid aside, and brilliant sunlight poured through the glass, illuminating the room. What was once a dim space became dazzlingly bright. But, to John's eyes, it was nothing more than a study. Aside from the fragments of the shattered door scattered on the floor, the room was empty. There was no sign of anyone. It was as if the black-robed figure from moments ago had never entered at all. "John, maybe we should go in and take a closer look. There must be some trace left behind," came a suggestion. After all, the space was sealed before. He couldn't have left using any spatial magic. Hearing Mage Yuno's reminder, John nodded. He strode inside, scanning the study carefully, but found nothing unusual. His mind turning, he addressed the mage behind him. "Mitchell, you're the best at detection spells. See if you can find any unusual traces." Mage Mitchell nodded, closed his eyes slightly, and focused his senses. As magical energy surged around him, he lifted his right hand, ring suspended, and swept it gently through the air. A cascade of sparks quietly shimmered from his hand, spreading outward and covering the entire study. John and the other mages waited patiently for the results of the search. Before long, Mitchell stepped to the center of the room, pausing atop a particular floorboard. "There's a dense concentration of dark energy here. I believe this is where our target left the room. It's very likely he traveled straight through the floor, moving downward. If I had to guess, he's in the basement. According to the villa's blueprints, There should be a basement directly below us. Listening to Mitchell's analysis, John hesitated. His head was starting to ache. For his first mission, things were already growing this complicated. He would have much preferred a straightforward battle. Originally, his plan had been to search the whole villa first, just in case. But Mitchell's reasoning was sound, and with both the instructor and Mage Lockhart following behind, John made his decision. He addressed the group. Let's split into 2 teams. 2 of you come with me to the basement. The other 4 investigate the rest of the villa to guard against any surprises. If anything happens, signal immediately, don't act rashly. The mages exchanged glances. Though splitting up didn't feel ideal, John was the captain, and his orders had to be followed. After a brief discussion, they divided into 2 groups. Mitchell and Mage Yuno stood in front of John, while the other 4 mages assembled across from them. The 2 teams exchanged nods, then promptly parted ways. The 4 mages made their way up the stairs, heading toward the other rooms, while John led 2 mages downstairs to the living room, preparing to enter the basement. Once back in the living room, they moved toward a small room tucked away at the far end. Inside, their eyes fell upon the basement's iron trapdoor, firmly secured by heavy chains across the floor. John frowned deeply. Even if someone could move through solid objects, there would be no reason to lock the door so tightly. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand gently, and a blade of light silently sliced downward. With a sharp crack, the chain snapped cleanly, the sound ringing out with crystal clarity. Without hesitation, John pulled open the trapdoor in the floor, peering down at the staircase that spiraled into darkness below. He snapped his fingers lightly, conjuring a glowing orb that drifted silently down into the basement. Reaching out with his senses, he detected a faint trace of darkness lingering below. But it was so weak, it hardly seemed like anyone had lived there for long. He hurried down the stairs, taking the basement cluttered with random objects, but finding no sign that anyone had ever stayed there. A sudden realization struck him, and his heart sank. "Come on, let's find Angus and the others," John said quickly, his voice tense and his expression grim. Mitchell and Yuno nodded at once, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts as well. Their footsteps echoed quickly up the stairs, passing the 2nd floor and heading for the 3rd. Meanwhile, the intricate patterns on their short staffs had begun to glow with a faint orange-red light, as if battle might erupt at any moment. On the 3rd floor, they swept their eyes over the rooms, still not a soul in sight. They pressed onward, ascending to the 4th floor, the rooftop terrace. When they reached the top, John's gaze sharpened, both hands gripping his staff tightly. There in the center of the rooftop stood an altar surrounded by heaps of corpses. A figure in black robes knelt on one knee opposite the altar, chanting incessantly, radiating a dense aura of darkness. The 4 mages, John's teammates, were also laid out on the altar, their bodies starkly visible. John could see all too clearly the looks of utter despair on his teammates' faces. And then, fury erupted within him. Staff in hand, he charged forward without a second thought. The 2 mages behind him did the same, their eyes burning with rage they could no longer contain. Those were their friends' bodies, desecrated and displayed as part of some ritual. But then, a low, intense hum suddenly filled the air as the whole environment shifted in an instant. They'd barely taken a few steps when the world around them seemed to warp, a throbbing vibration rattling their senses. Dizziness overwhelmed them. They tried to cast spells, but their hands would not obey. Their limbs felt weak and uncoordinated, and magic refused to answer. Bloodshot eyes wide with confusion, they collapsed to the floor, struggling in vain, squirming more than moving. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed again. The altar vanished, the corpses disappeared. Where their fallen friends had been, now those same teammates appeared alive, sprawled on the ground, struggling and writhing just as they were. In an instant, John understood. Everything they had just experienced was nothing but an illusion. They had walked right into a trap. But now it was too late. All he could do was glare fiercely, bloodshot eyes locked onto the figure in the black robe not far away, watching as the man adjusted a pair of thick headphones, covering his ears completely. "So, you're the sorcerers from Kamartaj my master mentioned." The black-robed man sauntered up to the 7 of them, his tone mocking, laced with derision. "You don't look all that clever, to be honest. A little provocation, and you charge ahead like a bunch of fools." As he spoke, the black-robed man propped up John's limp body, giving his cheek a few brisk slaps. Smack, smack, smack. John glared back with fury, wishing his eyes could ignite and burn this man to ash. But the relentless buzzing in his ears continued, and his body remained limp and unresponsive. The black-robed man sneered down at John, continuing his taunt. "My master warned me to be wary of the Kamartaj sorcerers." Seems like I was a little too cautious. With that, he grabbed John's right hand and deftly slipped the sling ring from his finger. He held it up before John's eyes, flaunting it ever so slightly before tucking it away out of sight. Despair began to well up inside John. Without his sling ring, how could he possibly fight back? Seeing the look on John's face, the black-robed man lost interest and turned away, stepping over to Mitchell and Yino. He took their sling rings as well. Reaching into the deep pocket of his black robe, he drew out all 7 sling rings, letting them gleam together in his palm. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. These were valuable trophies indeed. Offering up these iconic Camartage relics to his master would surely earn him a generous reward. His gaze returned to the 7 sorcerers, sprawled helplessly on the ground, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. His master required sacrifices, and what better offering than sorcerers from Camartage? He hoped his master's reward would be to transform 2 of these sorcerers into puppets. If not, at least keep them trapped, ensuring the sacrifice went smoothly. Lost in thought, the black-robed man fingered the bulky headphones on his ears, a sardonic smile spreading across his face. This is the modern age, who still relies on ancient hand-to-hand combat. Don't they understand the power of technology? With a swift motion, the follower of Dormammu swept his arm, and suddenly, thick ropes shimmering with black energy burst forth, binding all 7 sorcerers in an instant. With a beckoning gesture, the black-robed man caused the 7 bound magicians to rise and hang suspended in the air. He strode toward the rooftop platform, the 7 floating captives trailing closely behind him. After walking about 10 meters, the black-robed man pressed a button and finally removed his heavy headphones. At that very moment, John and the others noticed the incessant buzzing in their ears had vanished, and slowly, strength began to return to their bodies. They began to struggle, but unfortunately, with their relics confiscated and their bodies bound, they had no ability to resist at all. "Damn you, you bastard, Camartage will!" Muffled cries. Just as John had regained a bit of strength and started cursing, the hooded figure didn't even bother to turn his head. He simply raised his hand with a gentle motion. In an instant, a faint light flashed, and all the sorcerers felt as if their mouths were sealed shut, leaving them only able to produce muffled, desperate sounds. Very soon, the 7 sorcerers, still floating in midair, saw dark patterns spreading across the ground beneath them, weaving together into a strange symbol, a sacrificial magic circle, to be exact. At this sight, the faces of the Camartage sorcerers turned pale, terror shining in their eyes. They had studied this before. Such a sacrificial array meant offering their very souls to Dormammu, dooming them to a fate where neither life nor death would grant them escape. Their muffled cries grew louder, raw with panic. The sorcerers struggled with all their might. They hadn't forgotten, the instructor and Master Lockhart were right behind them. This was truly a moment of life and death. If help didn't arrive now, disaster was certain. The black-robed figure at the front grew impatient at the chorus of muffled cries from behind. But, glancing at the sacrificial circle now etched before him, he gestured again. The 7 floating sorcerers were drawn down, landing at the very heart of the array. The sorcerers' terror deepened. Their very first mission, and they had stumbled into something this dire. Muffled cries. "Instructor, please hurry. If you don't come now, someone's going to die." For a moment, chaos reigned. Muffled shouts and desperate struggles filled the air. The hooded figure smirked, mocking them. "Save your breath. No one's coming for you. Those 2 skilled sorcerers you're hoping for, they're already trapped. If you're lucky, you might even see them again soon." He paused, then added with a cruel edge, though you might not recognize them, as they'll be nothing but dark puppets. John's mind went blank when he heard this. The instructor was trapped too? How could that be? If that was true, then all hope was lost. But then, muffled cries. "The instructor will be fine. He's only trapped. Stay calm and look for a way out." Regaining his composure, John tried to rally the group, urging everyone to stay calm. Unfortunately, most of the sorcerers didn't have his resolve. Some began to despair, others weren't quite hopeless, but none could see a way out. Suddenly, the hooded figure paused mid-motion, his brow furrowing, face darkening. He sensed it. The artifact bestowed by his master had been destroyed. At that moment, John, too, noticed the change in the man's expression and immediately called out. Muffled cries. "The instructor is coming. The instructor is coming." The mage nearby also understood what John meant, and hope flickered in his eyes. Noticing the change in everyone's demeanor, the figure in the black robe let a cold, sinister smile curl at the corner of his lips. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed his magic, sealing the mouths of all the mages and knocking them out in an instant. He couldn't risk them causing trouble. After all, being a villain, he knew his own limits well. A few lines of villainous banter were enough, Say too much, and things could easily go wrong. The mission always came first. Then, he pressed the button in his hand, activating the infrasound weapon once more, and sat cross-legged before the sacrificial array. He began to recite the prayer in a low, steady chant. He refused to believe that these melee-focused mages could comprehend such advanced technology, even if his enemies could somehow resist it. As long as he could buy a little time, he'd complete the ritual and leave immediately. Of course, this time he refrained from casting illusions directly. If the others saw through it, things would only get messy. Space shattered. Lockhart and Caecilius reappeared in the living room. This time, the room was splattered all over with dark red blood, as if a massacre had just taken place. Taking in the scene, Lockhart's brow creased in concern, while Caecilius swept a glance around before quickly releasing his spiritual sense, searching for the presence of the novice mages. This was a group of students he valued highly. Nothing could be allowed to happen to them. Without hesitation, Caecilius tilted his head slightly, looking toward the basement. He had just sensed John's presence from that direction. But almost instantly, his attention shifted to the stairway. "Let's go," Caecilius said curtly, then dashed straight for the stairs. Lockhart followed closely, a sense of dread gnawing at him. Thud, thud, thud. Their feet pounded up the steps, each hurried footfall echoing their urgency. They passed quickly by the second floor, taking only a brief glance, then rushed onward to the third. Finding nothing useful there, they headed straight for the rooftop on the fourth floor. Lockhart looked around at the empty surroundings, the house seeming long abandoned, and fell deep into thought. Soon, the two men stepped out onto the rooftop. At a glance, they saw a black-robed figure seated in meditation before a magic circle, with all the mages unconscious and arranged at its center. Seeing this, Caecilius' face darkened. How could he not recognize a sacrificial array belonging to Dormammu's followers? Without a second thought, he swung his sling ring, conjuring a magical shield. At the same time, he gripped his staff, ready to charge straight ahead. Suddenly, crack! Caecilius, wait, calm down. Lockhart seized Caecilius' arm, speaking quickly. Something's off. There's definitely a trap. Just moments ago, they'd all been trapped by the enemy, and now the villain was brazenly conducting a ritual right before their eyes. There was no way this wasn't a setup. They couldn't afford to be caught again. If the enemy succeeded in completing the ritual, things would become truly dire. Lockhart, ever the cool-headed one, immediately pieced it together. At the same time, he expanded his senses, frowning, noticing not just strong surges of energy. But wait, what the heck? Was there some kind of machine running too? For a split second, Lockhart couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Here he was, a wizard who hadn't even dabbled in technology, and yet the opposition, a mere cultist of an evil god, had already started playing with gadgets. No wonder 7 wizards couldn't take down a single evil god worshipper. Damn it, they'd all walked right into a technological trap. Caecilius, who had just been pulled back by Lockhart, was confused. From what he could sense, there didn't seem to be any traps, just a steady surge of dark energy from the other side, as if the ritual was on the verge of completion. As for the so-called machine, he'd noticed it, but dismissed it immediately. Unlike Lockhart, Caecilius had no real understanding of technological devices. At most, he could browse the internet or fiddle with a phone. Honestly, it just looked like an air conditioner to him, maybe with a speaker attached at best. Caecilius, there's a trap. I'll handle it. Without another word, Lockhart pulled Caecilius behind him, warning, get ready to close your eyes. He immediately reached out through their pact. In a flash, a small snake slithered from his arm onto the ground, its body swelling larger and larger. It was the basilisk. A deep, splitting sound echoed as the once slender basilisk expanded at an alarming rate, cracking the rooftop beneath it. Caecilius stared at the enormous creature, stunned. Then, once more Lockhart called out, Caecilius, close your eyes, just do as I say. Don't open them until I tell you. Though Caecilius didn't quite understand, he trusted Lockhart and obeyed. Once he saw Caecilius's eyes shut, Lockhart let out a slow breath, gave his wand a gentle wave, and called the basilisk's invisible lens back to his own hand. He closed his eyes as well, linking his mind to the basilisk through their pact. He wasn't about to play the fool. It was obvious this Dormammu cultist had tricks up his sleeve. If he could already deploy technological weapons, how could there not be more surprises waiting? With that thought, Lockhart moved the basilisk to strike. The basilisk, now restored to its true size, let out an exhilarated roar. Nothing felt better than its own body. It picked up on Lockhart's intention and turned its massive head, staring at the nearby machine. With another mighty roar, the basilisk swung its gigantic tail and smashed it down onto the sonic weapon. There was a sharp crack and a thunderous crash. In an instant, The sonic device was shattered into fragments by the force of the basilisk's tail. The black-robed man, sensing this scene, looked rather grim. Mages these days are so unconventional. Not only do they fight in close quarters, but now they're acting as summoners too. Is this even a mage anymore? Could the information from his master possibly be wrong? Recalling the details his master Dormammu had provided about the Kamartaj mages, the black-robed man compared them to his own memories of what mages were supposed to be. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had thought that melee mages were already bizarre enough, but now, not only were they not casting spells, they were outright summoning monsters. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the black-robed follower of Dormammu began to speed up his sacrificial ritual, paying no mind to the monstrous serpent behind him. Because, under Lockhart's command, the serpent swiftly slithered toward the black-robed man and began to swing its massive tail. It smashed down directly on the black-robed man, who was in the midst of his ritual. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, a shield shimmering with dark ripples appeared. The serpent's tail pounded against the barrier, producing deafening crashes. Yet, the shield showed not a single crack. The serpent, seeing its attack fail, let out another furious roar, clearly displeased. It then fixed its gaze on the semicircular barrier before it. It began to circle, coiling its huge body around the shield. Wrapping itself tightly, the serpent squeezed hard, its eyes never leaving the black-robed man, chanting with his head bowed inside the barrier. Crack, crack, crack. The immense pressure made the shield emit sharp, splintering sounds. The black-robed man tensed all over, but he knew there was nothing else he could do. Only by completing the sacrifice could he hope to survive. So he quickened his prayers, chanting even faster for Dormammu's arrival. Roar! Seeing the man unmoved, the serpent roared again, opening its blood-red maw. Its fangs glistened as drops of venom began to drip slowly from its mouth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The serpent's venom was not only lethally poisonous, but it also possessed a formidable power to dissolve magic. It could destroy even legendary magical artifacts like Voldemort's Horcruxes with terrifying speed. A mere shield stood little chance against such a force. In moments, the venom seeped through the barrier and splattered onto the ground. The earth beneath began to hiss and sizzle as it corroded. At that moment, the black-robed man could bear it no longer. He watched as the black venom, like acid, continued to eat away at the sacrificial magic circle etched on the floor. Especially when he imagined what would happen if even a single drop of venom landed on his own body. With that chilling thought, the black-robed man, never pausing in his sacrificial incantation, swiftly levitated off the ground. He looked up, desperate to avoid the impending venom attack. And then, he saw a pair of enormous yellow eyes. Darkness fell. His consciousness vanished. Through their bond, Lockhart was able to see, through the basilisk's eyes, the black-robed man who had been petrified. His own eyes still closed. A sly smile curled at the corner of his lips. Next, he waved his wand, guiding the invisible lenses to merge once again with the basilisk's eyes. Caecilius, you can open your eyes now. Lockhart's voice sounded in his ear, and Caecilius slowly opened his eyes. Just moments ago, he had heard several roars and guessed that Lockhart's summoned serpent had made its move. He was tempted to open his eyes to see what was happening, but recalling Lockhart's warning, and above all, his trust in him, he resisted. Especially now, on the battlefield, he wasn't foolish enough to ignore a comrade's caution, and so he kept his eyes tightly shut. When he finally opened them, the rooftop was riddled with cracks, as if the stone itself had endured a mighty pressure. Not far to his left, shards and fragments littered the ground, and where the sacrificial circle for Dormammu had been drawn, the massive serpent was coiled around a defensive shield, squeezing it with relentless force. He could just make out, beneath the groaning strain, the cracking sound of the shield beginning to give way. Then again Lockhart's voice sounded in his ear. Caecilius, let's go. The enemy has been subdued by our little snake. With that, Lockhart strode toward the basilisk, and Caecilius followed close behind. He couldn't help but eye the gigantic serpent Lockhart had summoned. The phrase little snake, which Lockhart had just used, made the corner of Caecilius's mouth twitch involuntarily. As they approached, he gazed at the creature's immense body, each scale a gleaming, translucent emerald, glistening like jade, covered in strange, intricate markings. In that instant, Caecilius realized that this serpent must possess formidable resistance against magic. He found himself glancing at Lockhart again, unable to suppress his curiosity. How on earth had Lockhart managed to tame such a beast? He suspected that even he might not be able to defeat it. Just as he was about to ask, crash! The basilisk's enormous body pressed relentlessly against the shield, the sound of shattering defenses echoing in Lockhart and Caecilius's ears. And finally, a thunderous crack. The shield shattered completely and vanished. With the barrier gone, Lockhart summoned the basilisk away. The serpent slithered to Lockhart's side, revealing 7 wizards lying unconscious on the ground, and the black-robed man, petrified, his head tilted back in a frozen, lifeless gaze. Taking in the scene, Caecilius raised his head, staring thoughtfully at the basilisk beside Lockhart, its tongue flickering as it hissed softly. But then, glancing down at the 7 unconscious wizards sprawled on the ground, Caecilius's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. He felt utterly embarrassed by this group of mages. Lockhart, seeing this, glanced at Caecilius with interest, then simply waved his wand. Clear spraying like water. In an instant, countless droplets appeared in midair and poured down onto the faces of the 7 mages, rousing them from their stupor. Darkness. Drip, drip, drip. For Mage John, who was utterly unconscious, the sensation slowly returned, a persistent tapping on his face, and that rhythmic, dripping sound echoing in his ears. It felt strangely familiar, though he couldn't quite place it at first. He strained to remember. Oh, water. The moment water came to mind, John's awareness snapped back. Instinctively, he parted his lips, tasting the sweet droplets trickling into his mouth, swallowing them without thinking. At the same time, flashes of memory surged through his mind. The blood-red sitting room, the rooftop, the black-robed figure, the suspended ring, the sacrificial ritual. Smack! John's sense of touch returned abruptly. He felt the cold, hard ground beneath him, and the continuous stream of water dripping over his body. With effort, he forced his eyes open. Instructor. The first thing he saw was a familiar face. John blurted out, his voice hoarse. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly turned to look at his companions lying unconscious on the ground nearby. He let out a breath of relief in that instant. At least no one had died. But then he saw the unmoving black-robed figure and a massive python. A shudder ran through his entire body before he could stop it. He quickly turned to Caecilius and stammered, Instructor, the snake. What he didn't expect was a sharp snort. Caecilius let out a cold grunt and said, That's your savior. Each of you will thank it properly in a moment. Meanwhile, the other mages were slowly coming to. As they took in the sight of the motionless black-robed figure and the giant serpent, the fear in their eyes gradually gave way to astonishment and relief. At this moment, Lockhart, seeing they were all awake, withdrew his spell and gave his wand another flick. A shimmering wave swept over the 7 mages, drying the moisture from their bodies, hair, and clothes in an instant. All traces of dirt and grime disappeared as well. Feeling the change, the mages exclaimed in unison, Thank you, Mage Lockhart. Then, turning to their instructor, they hurriedly added, Thank you, instructor. What's inside your heads, brains, or just air? Caecilius now wore a frosty expression. You knew something was wrong, and yet you still split up. Then he fixed John with a stare. John, what on earth were you thinking? If it weren't for Mage Lockhart this time, your souls would already belong to Dormammu. At the end of his words, Caecilius's tone softened ever so slightly, a trace of relief flickering in his eyes. If this entire group of mages had been sacrificed, he truly wouldn't have known how to explain it to the others later. Meanwhile, John and the rest lowered their heads, silent and hesitant, unable to find the right words. They had assumed there would be instructors and Mage Lockhart behind them. Who could have foreseen that their opponents wouldn't play by the rules? Instead of launching a direct attack, the enemies had set a trap, and they like a bunch of fools had walked right into it. Seeing the look on John and the others' faces, Caecilius spoke a few more stern words with a cold expression. Then he turned to Lockhart, his tone filled with gratitude. Thank you for your help this time, Lockhart. Earlier, he had sensed the strength of the protective barrier. If it hadn't been for the serpent's crushing attack, shattering the shield, he would have had to struggle for quite some time to break through. By then, the black-robed cultists would likely have completed the sacrifice. At that point, even if he did kill them, it would have been meaningless. After all, the mages' souls would already have been delivered into Dormammu's hands. Lockhart, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, It's nothing, just what I should do. I'm glad everything went smoothly. As he spoke, Lockhart gave his wand a gentle wave. The 7 floating rings, taken from the pocket of the black-robed figure, hovered in the air before flying into the hands of each mage. The 7 mages quickly slipped their rings back on, feeling the familiar resonance of magic flowing between them and their relics. Relief, and perhaps a sense of safety, washed over their faces. Especially John, who had seen his own ring taken away right before his eyes. That feeling of helplessness had left a deep impression on him. Seeing this, Caecilius immediately reminded them. Aren't you going to thank Mage Lockhart? If it weren't for his companion, you'd be keeping Dormammu company by now. Thank you, Mage Lockhart. Thank you, Mage Lockhart. John and the others called out in gratitude without hesitation. Then, glancing at the enormous yellow eyes beside them, and the serpent flicking its tongue, emitting a low, hissing sound, they hesitated. For a moment, remembering their instructor's words, they hurriedly bowed to the creature. Thank you, great serpent. Thank you. Caecilius nodded slightly at this, then began to scold them again. I've said it time and again, no matter the situation, you must remain alert at all times. Especially when you're not fully prepared. Never split up, or else. Lockhart watched with interest as Caecilius lectured the mages, the scene reminding him of his own apprentices. He fell into quiet thought. After a moment's reflection, he called to the serpent to shrink itself. Before the eyes of Caecilius, John, and the others, the once massive serpent began to shrink at a visible speed. Finally, it slithered onto Lockhart's arm, coiling itself around his forearm like a living bracelet. John and the rest could hardly hide their astonishment at this sight. This was their first time encountering such a wondrous magical creature, one that could shrink its massive form down to the size of a bracelet. Upon witnessing this, Caecilius's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise and envy. Then Caecilius swept his gaze around, holding the suspended ring in his hand. With a gentle sweep through the air, a crimson, flame-like rune appeared before him. He controlled the rune, keeping it afloat. In an instant, it burst forth, sending a fiery red ripple surging swiftly outward in all directions. The augulus ring, which John and the others had conjured together, shattered with a thunderous crash. Sensing the space around him return to normal, Caecilius nodded lightly. With a casual gesture, he opened a sparking portal. Let's go, Lockhart. Lunch is on me today. Order whatever you like. Caecilius called out to Lockhart. Noticing Lockhart's hesitation as he glanced at the mess around them, Caecilius added, Don't worry, Lockhart. There will be special wizards to handle the cleanup. Hearing this, Lockhart nodded slowly and followed Caecilius through the portal. John and the other wizards entered one after another. SHIELD headquarters, Coulson's office. At a brown desk, Coulson was poring over the report in his hands. Beside him lay a cell phone, which he glanced at from time to time. After a while, phew, Coulson set down the report and let out a long, weary breath. Why is Hell's Kitchen in chaos again? Why have there been several unusual incidents in a row? Is Kingpin really in control or not? Lost in thought, Coulson absent-mindedly scratched his head. When he put his hand down, he noticed 2 more hairs had come loose, and he fell silent. Forget it. No more worrying. Better to think about which hair tonic actually works, maybe try a new one. By the way, does Professor Lockhart have any magical potions for hair growth? As Coulson pondered suddenly, BZZ, his phone vibrated. Coulson quickly picked it up. Seeing the message on the screen, a faint smile appeared on his face. All right, tomorrow morning, come to the area nearby. Someone will pick you up. Morning, Queens, Boland Street, near the Omniverse Book and Cafe. Coulson was alone, driving his favorite red vintage car, Lola. He slowly turned onto Boland Street, sitting behind the wheel with some files stacked on the passenger seat. As he entered Boland Street, Coulson touched his earpiece and spoke in a low voice. I've entered Boland Street. Approaching the destination. At the same time, a voice came through the earpiece. Sir, the tracking system is online and operating normally. All right. Report any unusual situation immediately, Coulson replied. Then, as if remembering something, he added, if we lose contact, do not take any action. Just maintain your current status. Understood, sir. The affirmative reply came through his earpiece. Meanwhile, Coulson sat inside the car, straining to recall exactly where the Universal Book Cafe was. Unfortunately, everything seemed perfectly normal. Every shop on the street looked as though it was open for business as usual. Yet he simply couldn't find the Universal Book Cafe. Heavens, he'd found this cafe himself, and he'd been inside more than once. Yet now, he just couldn't locate it. If there had been an empty storefront, that would at least make sense. But the problem was, there wasn't even a trace, nothing out of the ordinary. The whole street looked completely normal. This clash between his memory and reality left Coulson with an inexplicable sense of unease. Focusing more intently, Coulson picked up the file from the passenger seat, sighed, and stepped out of the car. Then, standing at the edge of the sidewalk, he closed his eyes and reached out to feel the wall, retracing the street in his mind, taking careful steps, one after another. He'd undergone special training. He could precisely control the length of each stride and adjust his direction, ensuring he wouldn't go astray. Step by step, 56 steps. The 57th step should have brought him to the entrance. As he took that next step and opened his eyes, there was a bakery in front of him, the air sweet with the scent of freshly baked goods. Carlson let out a helpless sigh. Of course, all those agents had failed. Why would he succeed? With that, Carlson returned to his vintage car, standing quietly beside it, motionless, his eyes alert for any changes in the surroundings. After a while, suddenly, at some point, Carlson noticed a handsome young man in a short-sleeved shirt slowly making his way toward him. In an instant, Carlson was on guard. He had no recollection of seeing this person before. "Hello, are you Mr. Carlson?" Ian studied Carlson, glancing at his thinning hair, and, recalling what his mentor had said about the bald man, asked with certainty. On this entire street, he was the only bald man standing there unmoving. It had to be him. Feeling Ian's gaze, Carlson instinctively touched his head, his mouth twitching in resignation. Had his baldness really become his trademark? Still, he nodded and said, "Yes, I'm Phil Carlson. And you are?" "I'm Ian Norton, student of Mentor Lockhart," Ian replied steadily. "The mentor sent me to escort you into the book cafe." Hearing the way Ian referred to Lockhart, Carlson's eyes grew thoughtful. Then he nodded. "All right, thank you." Hearing what Carlson said, Ian took out a pitch-black card adorned with delicate golden patterns. He handed it to Carlson and explained, "Mr. Carlson, because you're an ordinary muggle, you can't see it, let alone walk into the Omniverse Book Cafe. But our mentor has already considered this. Take this magical card. It's been enchanted, so you'll be able to enter the Omniverse Book Cafe." Carlson nodded in understanding, accepted the card from Ian's hand, and gave it a quick glance. At first sight, the card exuded an inexplicable sense of sophistication. He ran his fingers over its surface and found it had a matte texture. There seemed to be a gentle pulse emanating from within, creating a sensation that was remarkably pleasant. The card was entirely black, its surface traced with faint golden lines that formed a strange and intricate pattern. At the center, golden letters were engraved, Omniverse Book Cafe. Beneath the lettering, a golden dragon coiled, and to his astonishment, the dragon slowly glided around the text, as if it were alive. Suddenly, Carlson wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he thought he caught a glimpse of the same golden dragon pattern on Ian's forearm, accompanied by faint writing. He blinked and looked more closely, but there was nothing there. He wondered if his eyes had played a trick on him. Ian, standing beside him, watched as Carlson studied the card, showing no signs of impatience. He waited quietly. In the past few days, Ian had learned a great deal about muggles, especially muggle agents, through movies. Though he knew films might exaggerate, whenever he remembered Carlson's true identity, it was hard to see him as just an ordinary muggle. Perhaps sensing Ian's gaze, Carlson looked up from the card and gave Ian a warm smile. At the same time, he silently labeled Ian in his mind, a man of patience. Carlson admitted he'd taken his time inspecting the magical card, perhaps longer than necessary, yet Ian hadn't shown even a hint of impatience. Not even a gentle nudge or reminder. It spoke volumes about his composure. In any important task, impatience is the enemy. Patience is a hallmark of those who achieve great things. Carlson gazed at Ian, his eyes radiating warmth and goodwill. Suddenly, his gaze drifted past Ian toward the distant street. There was the Omniverse Book Cafe, still in its original spot. But the entire storefront had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once pristine white walls now gleamed silver, almost resembling translucent jade. He could make out deep blue patterns faintly swirling above the walls, as if something mysterious was flowing within. The windows along the wall had vanished, and the sign above had turned pitch black. The colors, the script, the golden dragon, and the patterns all matched the card in his hand almost exactly, as if some mysterious connection had formed between the two. He instinctively squeezed the card in his hand, deep in thought. Then, he followed behind Ian, heading toward the book cafe. This time, he entered the Vientiane Book Cafe without any trouble, pushing open the door. The moment he stepped inside, a flash of astonishment crossed Carlson's eyes. He discovered that the space within was astonishingly vast, at least 3 or 4 times larger than before. Upon entering, he was instantly enveloped by an atmosphere of utter comfort. His body relaxed unconsciously, as if soaking in a warm spring, the sensation deeply soothing. What surprised him next was the sight of several individuals scattered throughout the cafe, each clad in yellow mage robes, wearing rings on their fingers, immersed in their books or engaged in quiet conversation. In that moment, he strained to memorize every face, greedily soaking in every detail, unwilling to let even the tiniest bit of information slip away. By now, he understood perfectly, just like Lockhart, everyone in this place was a wizard or a mage. No ordinary person could possibly set foot here. He tried to catch snippets of their conversation, but, for some reason, though he could see their mouths moving, not a single sound reached his ears. The silence was profound. "Mr. Coulson, the professor is waiting for you in the study," Ian said with a gentle smile, noticing how Coulson's gaze lingered on the mages. Of course, Ian knew exactly what Coulson was doing. Back when he worked at the Hogshead Inn, he'd seen similar behavior, scanning the room for wealthy customers to whom he could peddle his wares. But Ian paid it no mind. For a muggle to poke into the secrets of wizards was a forbidden act in the wizarding world. He'd once confided his concerns to his mentor, but after a few reassuring words, he'd let go of his worries. Coulson's efforts, in the end, would be fruitless. "All right, let's go meet Professor Lockhart." Regretfully, Coulson cast one last look around before turning to Ian with a nod. P.S. The next chapter will be up in 1 minute. Vincian Book Cafe, Study Room 101. Study Room 101 had always been Lockhart's personal domain, his place for receiving friends. So, when the book cafe underwent its recent transformation, special care was taken with Study Room 101. To avoid making the room feel too empty, Lockhart deliberately refrained from expanding the space too much. However, adjustments were made to the room's privacy. The concentration of magical energy and the placement of objects, even the paintings on the walls, shimmered with magical resonance. At this moment, Lockhart sat at his desk, studying a magical tome with great interest. It was a book of magical insights, a gift from Caecilius in gratitude for rescuing the hunting party. Inside, there were Caecilius's reflections on magic, insights into mirror dimensions, portals, the sword of Ashani, and more. For Lockhart, these notes held considerable value. For instance, he learned that lingering too long in a mirror dimension would eventually subject one to its repulsion, ultimately forcing a return to the real world. If Caecilius hadn't specifically written this down, Lockhart might never have realized it. After all, what he had acquired were simply memories related to magical knowledge. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. "Mentor, Mr. Coulson has arrived." With a measured rhythm, Ian's voice accompanied the sound at the door. "Come in." Click. The door swung open. Ian entered with Coulson in tow, exchanged brief greetings with Lockhart, then quietly excused himself, shutting the door tightly. Coulson, meanwhile, took a seat across from Lockhart. His eyes discreetly swept over the stack of magical tomes nearby before he offered Lockhart a gentle smile. "Coulson, would you like tea or coffee?" Lockhart asked softly. "Coffee will do." "Thank you, Professor Lockhart," Coulson replied warmly. With a faint smile, Lockhart picked up his wand and tapped it lightly toward the cup in front of him. Before Coulson's eyes, the once empty cup began to fill with a deep, wine-red liquid. The rich, aromatic scent wafted through the air. Clearly, it was coffee. Taking the cup, Coulson sipped lightly. The taste confirmed it. This was unmistakably coffee, and, to his surprise, it had the distinct flavor of a fresh hand brew. He was inwardly astonished. Such a method, summoning matter seemingly from nothing, struck him as almost unreal, a clear defiance of the natural laws he understood. It was, in a word, pure magic. The thought flickered by, and Coulson spoke up. "Professor Lockhart, the main reason I'm here today is to discuss the matter of the gold galleon with you." "Oh," Lockhart responded coolly, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. "I thought you might be here to ask about the All-World Book Cafe." Hearing this, Coulson's face lit up. Since Lockhart had brought it up, there was hope. He replied quickly, "Of course, Professor Lockhart. Our director specifically asked me to inquire again about the All-World Book Cafe, to see if there's any way S.H.I.E.L.D. might assist you. But tell me, how is the gold galleon coming along?" Lockhart didn't answer directly, instead steering the conversation back to the previous topic. Coulson instantly understood. The smoother his answer here, the better things would go afterward. He paused, as if gathering his thoughts, then continued. "Professor Lockhart, the Gold Galleon project has made significant progress. We've already successfully synthesized one gold galleon." As he spoke, Coulson reached into a nearby document pouch, took out a gold galleon, and handed it to Lockhart. He went on, "But Tony has discovered a problem. There's a sort of special radiation on the original galleons that we can't reproduce artificially. We don't know if it will affect the quality of the galleons." Lockhart's heart leapt with joy when he first heard Coulson say they had already succeeded in synthesizing one. As expected, when SHLD's resource-gathering abilities combined with Tony's research and development prowess, the result was truly extraordinary. However, as soon as he heard Coulson mention this issue, Lockhart immediately understood. This was likely the goblin's unique magic, specifically used as an anti-counterfeiting measure. He took the synthesized galleon in his hand, relaxed his mind, and carefully analyzed the differences between this artificial coin and the real thing. Overall, the color, weight, material, and even its ability to conduct magic were all identical to a genuine galleon. But indeed, it lacked goblin magic. After thinking it over, just to be certain, Lockhart gave his wand a swift wave and opened a sparkling portal right in front of Coulson. On the far side of the portal was Bruno the Goblin, who was currently engrossed in studying a short-staff weapon belonging to a Camartage sorcerer. "Bruno, come here." Lockhart's voice carried through the portal, reaching the goblin tribe like a clear call. Hearing the familiar voice, Bruno snapped to attention and looked across the portal at his master, Lockhart. He hurried over, leaping through the portal, and stood before Lockhart, fawning. "Master, is there anything Bruno can do for you? I'll make sure it's done perfectly." Glancing at Coulson nearby, and realizing he was a muggle, Bruno's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. But in the next moment, he fixed his gaze on Lockhart again, his face brimming with loyalty, or perhaps more accurately, eager flattery. "Take a look at this galleon. Apart from the absence of goblin magic, is there any other difference?" "Regarde instructed Bruno." "Yes, master." Bruno quickly caught the synthesized galleon, raising it to his eyes for a meticulous inspection. Meanwhile, Coulson, who had just witnessed Lockhart casually open what looked like a spatial portal right before his eyes, was inwardly stunned, and felt a sense of pressure. The fact that Lockhart performed such a feat so nonchalantly in front of him was, in part, a subtle demonstration of power. The thought struck him. If Lockhart wanted to go anywhere, a simple wave of his hand would suffice, and there'd be nothing he could do to stop it. Worse still, if Lockhart ever wanted to assassinate someone or escape an attack, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be completely helpless. And when he saw Bruno the Goblin, with his strange features, diminutive stature, and those oversized ears, Coulson was almost certain this was a being from an entirely different species. The way the other man looked at him, the words he spoke, even the way he now lifted the gold coin and examined it closely, there was no doubt about it. This was definitely a highly intelligent being. Damn, isn't this basically an alien? The thought flashed swiftly through Coulson's mind. His face remained calm, but inside, waves of emotion surged restlessly. Especially when the other had used the word master, and Lockhart had accepted it as a matter of course. That only made the pressure more intense. The wizarding world seemed even more complicated, or perhaps more brutal. "Master, the craftsmanship of this galleon is quite exquisite. It's almost indistinguishable from a real one." As he spoke, Bruno the Goblin pinched the synthetic galleon between two fingers, infused it with a touch of magic, and watched as a faint shimmer danced across its surface. He continued, "I have no idea how it was forged, though. But even the intricate anti-counterfeiting runes inside, those are perfectly replicated. However, it lacks magic." At this, a trace of regret crossed Bruno's face. "You're a goblin. Can you imbue it with the right kind of magic?" Lockhart asked directly. Bruno hesitated, then nodded. "It's possible, but my magic may be goblin magic, just like the original, but there are still significant differences. Adjusting it to match exactly would take considerable effort." Upon hearing Bruno's reply, Lockhart's brow furrowed slightly. What he wanted was mass production of galleons. If it was just a few dozen coins, that would be meaningless. Suddenly, Coulson, who had been listening to the exchange between Lockhart and Bruno, spoke up. "Professor Lockhart, perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. can help with this particular issue. P.S. Lately, the average subscriptions have been steadily declining. The drop in follow-up reads for the latest chapters is even steeper. It honestly startled me. So, for the sake of the stats, I'm releasing 2 chapters together, both at noon. Also, if anyone has feedback about what's not working in this novel, please leave a comment. Once I see it, I'll keep optimizing the story. Honestly, these numbers are starting to break my heart." Hearing Coulson's words, Lockhart let out a thoughtful hum. He'd chosen to discuss these matters in front of Coulson precisely because he had plans that would require SHLD's involvement. The more they knew, the easier it would be for them to act. But he hadn't expected that S.H.I.E.L.D. might have a solution for goblin magic as well. That was a pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, Bruno, listening to this muggle's claim, seemed both suspicious and dismissive. A mere muggle, unable to cast any magic at all. How could he possibly handle goblin magic? "How so, Coulson?" Lockhart asked with genuine interest. At this, Coulson paused for a moment before he slowly began to speak. "Professor Lockhart, I heard you mention earlier that the unknown radiation is called fairy magic, and your challenge lies in how to adjust fairy magic. Can I understand it as modifying this radiation to a certain extent?" Lockhart seemed thoughtful as he listened to Coulson's words. It was as if he had grasped Coulson's intent. Still, he nodded and said, "That's correct." With Lockhart confirmation, a look of delight crossed Coulson's face as he continued. "Previously, our problem was that we couldn't artificially synthesize this radiation, or rather, fairy magic. Fairy magic is extraordinarily unique and bears no relation to most forms of radiation found in the world. We couldn't find any connection, so we were a loss. However, if we were given some fairy magic, we could absolutely use technological methods to influence and adjust its state, and transform it into the exact state you require, Professor Lockhart. Right after, something else occurred to Coulson, and he added, that said, we might need a certain amount of galleons as research material. At this point, Lockhart nodded lightly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. Just as he expected, things were proceeding as he had hoped. With a note of seriousness in his voice, he asked directly, Coulson, I can provide you with whatever you need, but you must give me a concrete timeline. When will you deliver real results? Hearing the seriousness in Lockhart's tone, Coulson hesitated a little, but he still answered, Professor Lockhart, I can't estimate a specific time. Tony is leading this project, so that question is best directed to him. Before Lockhart could respond, Coulson continued, also, Professor Lockhart, if we want to artificially synthesize galleons, could you provide us with more of the magical metals you gave Tony last time? We'll need them for our experiments. At this, Lockhart replied in a calm voice, Coulson, whatever you need, I can provide. But what I require must be fulfilled. That, you need to understand. Detecting the warning beneath Lockhart's calm tone, Coulson hesitated for a moment before nodding in earnest. Rest assured, Professor Lockhart, S.H.I.E.L.D. will keep its word. Seeing this, Lockhart gave a slight nod. With a wave of his hand, a spatial pouch materialized in front of Coulson. Lockhart spoke in an even tone. Inside are 30 galleons, as well as all the magical metals you might need. There's plenty. As long as my goal is achieved, the rest will all belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. But if you fail, they will ultimately return me. By the end of his speech, although Lockhart's tone remained calm, there was an unmistakable note of authority that brooked no argument. Coulson thought back to how Lockhart had so casually opened that portal earlier, and his heart sank. Nonetheless, he nodded in understanding. All right, I'll look forward to your reply. And, if you complete the mission, this expanding pouch will be a gift for S.H.I.E.L.D. There could even be more powerful magical items, elixirs that extend life, and other such treasures. As long as you achieve the objective, there's a chance to earn them. At this point, Lockhart's words were laced with undeniable temptation. Though Coulson knew full well this was a mixture of threat and enticement, his heart nonetheless pounded with excitement. He had already witnessed the marvels of the magical amulet and the potions that seemed to defy all scientific explanation. He couldn't help but believe every word Lockhart said. His thoughts raced. Coulson nodded quickly, clutching the pouch tightly in his hand. Sensing the shift in Coulson's demeanor, a slight smile played at the corner of Lockhart's lips. He was never afraid to spend money. What worried him was spending it for nothing. So, pressure when necessary, tempt when needed. Meanwhile, the goblin Bruno, realizing there was nothing left for him to do, offered a brief farewell and, true to his nature, quietly slipped away, careful not to interrupt his master's business. Once Bruno had left, Lockhart turned back to Coulson. Anything else, Coulson? As he spoke, Lockhart took a delicate sip of tea, making it clear that if Coulson had no further business, it was time for him to go. Professor Lockhart, our director wanted to ask if you have any potions that can quickly restore someone's physical condition, Coulson said, then explained, specifically for someone whose body has been weakened for years, but needs to return to peak form rapidly. Lockhart seemed to think deeply about the request. A body weakened for years, seeking to return to its prime. Why did that sound so familiar? He pondered for a moment, then realization dawned. Judging by the timing, he guessed correctly. This must be for Captain America. He recalled that Captain America was the first-generation super soldier, the only one among many test subjects to perfectly merge with the super soldier serum. This train of thought led Lockhart, for some reason, to think of Spider-Man Peter's blood. Lockhart turned to Coulson and nodded lightly. Yes, a high-quality vitality tonic will meet your needs. With a wave of his hand, a pale yellow potion appeared before Coulson. This bottle is enough to restore 20 ordinary muggles to their peak condition. Then, after a brief pause, Lockhart glanced at Coulson's thinning hair. A faint smile appeared as he waved his hand again, conjuring a bottle of light green liquid. He added, "This is the Potter family shampoo. I originally meant to give it to a friend. I never expected he had a grudge against the Potter family, so he kept it. Turns out, it suits you perfectly. If you use this shampoo, not only will it clean your hair thoroughly, it'll even help new hair grow in." Originally, he had someone buy a bottle of shampoo to give to Snape, hoping he'd finally wash some of the grease out of his hair. But the person he trusted failed him. Unexpectedly, they brought back shampoo from the Potter family. That couldn't be given away. Otherwise, the fragile boat of friendship would capsize in an instant. As for Coulson, after hearing Lockhart's introduction, his eyes lit up. He set aside the revitalizing tonic and seized the shampoo, practically unable to put down. Lately, he'd been troubled by too many thoughts, and his hair loss had worsened. He was just about to look for a shampoo that could strengthen the roots. Who would have thought that the wizarding world had something like this, with such astonishing effects? And then, the shampoo and the revitalizing tonic are both gifts for you. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on things for me for a while, and make sure you take care of yourself in the meantime. Lockhart's words brought tears of gratitude to Coulson's eyes. Every time S.H.I.E.L.D. made a deal, they gained something, but the price was always steep. Now, at last, he could get something for free, and, most importantly, his own problem could finally be solved. Heaven knows how many remedies he'd tried for his balding, all to no avail. When Lockhart saw the look on Coulson's face, a faint smile played at his lips. Thanks to memories from his previous life, he understood S.H.I.E.L.D.'s circumstances very well. From his storylines, his impression of Coulson was quite decent. The rest, not so much. Thank you, Professor Lockhart, Coulson said gratefully. Don't forget my request, Lockhart reminded him. He never gave gifts with no strings attached. A moment ago, he'd been putting pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, with temptation, he was targeting Coulson. After all, sometimes the man in front of you is more important than the one in charge. Coulson nodded, showing he understood. Take someone's gift, help them with their troubles. That much he understood. Besides, this matter was within his responsibilities anyway. It was just that Tony would have to bear the brunt of it. Well, for the sake of his future heir, he'd leave it to Tony and his genius. Then, after a moment's hesitation, as if remembering something, Coulson ventured tentatively. Professor Lockhart, I noticed you've been renovating the Infinite Library Cafe lately. Is there anything S.H.I.E.L.D. can assist with? Thank you for your support, Professor Lockhart. I'll take my leave now. After their conversation, Coulson clutched the magically extended pouch in his hand and strode out with a spring in his step. This time, he'd asked all the right questions, and the rewards far exceeded his expectations. He left, thoroughly satisfied. Lockhart watched Coulson's departing figure, lost in thought. He hadn't expected S.H.I.E.L.D. to come up with results so quickly. Or perhaps, it was only to be expected. After all, with a genius like Tony Stark, the man who could build a time machine, was there any project he couldn't pull off? It seemed, in the future, he ought to find more opportunities to get close to him. Meanwhile, somewhere else in New York, Tony Stark, Iron Man himself, stood in his own villa. He was scrutinizing the machine before him, or more accurately, the weapon. Suddenly, achoo, Tony sneezed, rubbed his nose, and felt instantly better. He muttered under his breath, wondering who was talking about him at that very moment. But he quickly pushed the thought aside, turning his attention back to the device before him. A circular machine that spun continuously, more fittingly described as a weapon than anything else. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, pride gleaming in his eyes. He had designed this especially, inspired by the trace of unknown radiation found on that wizard's coin. After his earlier conversation with Lockhart, he learned about the existence of magic among wizards. He'd been perplexed about what exactly magic was, until he detected that mysterious radiation on the coin. In a flash, he realized it was likely closely related to magic itself. He decided to call it magical radiation. And to settle the score from their previous encounter, Tony was determined to give Lockhart a taste of his own medicine. At that moment, Coulson had just stepped out of study room 101. He re-entered the spacious main hall of the book cafe. This time, he was alone, no one to guide him or restrict his actions. He was free to observe to his heart's content. Yet, thanks to his keen eye for micro-expressions, he quickly noticed that the wizards in yellow robes nearby were looking at him with a particular kind of amusement. To be precise, it was the kind of look you'd give while watching a monkey perform tricks. He had no idea why. But for Coulson, it didn't really matter what look anyone gave him. On the contrary, he was now desperately committing to memory the layout of the Infinite Book Cafe and the faces of every wizard present. Once he got out, he planned to report everything to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information department and try to gather intel on as many people as possible. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D.'s breakthrough into the world of magic would begin with this very step. Before long, Coulson was confident he'd memorized the faces of every wizard in the room and promptly strode toward the exit. His steps were brisk. He wanted to get out as quickly as possible and record all the information while it was still fresh in his mind. Ever since entering the cafe, he discovered that his earpiece, the tracking system, and every other surveillance device had all been rendered useless. They simply didn't work here. So, he had no choice but to rely solely on his memory. With the click of a closing door, Coulson left the Infinite Book Cafe. He strode quickly toward his antique car, replaying in his mind the faces and details of everyone he had just seen. Yet, a look of bewilderment washed over Coulson's face, a disbelief tinged with a trace of fear. With each step, he realized his memories were growing dimmer and more elusive. The harder he tried to recall, the blurrier everything became. The mage's features, the layout of Vientiane Book Cafe, Even his conversation with Lockhart. All of it grew indistinct, as if shrouded in fog. Every step seemed to dissolve another piece of his memory. By the time he was nearly at his car, it seemed he could only vaguely remember that he had come here, for a book cafe. Standing before his red antique Laura, he turned to glance back at the street, his eyes filled with confusion. There was no sign of any book cafe. Why had he come here at all? This question surfaced in Coulson's mind. Desperately, he tried to grasp the answer, feeling sure it was important. But the harder he thought, the emptier his mind became. For reasons he couldn't explain, Coulson instinctively reached into his pocket and drew out a black card. He held it up, examining it closely. Just as he wondered what it was, suddenly, a chill spread from his palm through his body, reaching his mind. In the next instant, a striking storefront appeared in his vision, right on this street. Silver-white walls, deep blue patterns, a jet-black signboard, delicate golden letters. It read, Vientiane Book Cafe. In a flash, his memories came rushing back. He remembered. He had come to enter the Vientiane Book Cafe and to find Professor Lockhart. With that refreshing coolness in his mind, his entire conversation with Lockhart resurfaced, clear as day. And in the very next heartbeat, he recalled the most crucial details. The layout of the book cafe and the faces of the mages. He strained to remember, forcing his mind to hold onto every detail. But he found he could only recall the general layout of the cafe. The mages' faces remained stubbornly indistinct. All he could vaguely recall was that one of them might have been dressed in yellow, but even that he couldn't be sure of. At the same time, the cool sensation in his mind faded. Almost involuntarily, a series of messages rose up in his thoughts. Vientiane Book Cafe is protected by enchantments. Conducting mental fortitude assessment. Mental fortitude insufficient. Target is not a mage. Memory erasure in progress. Detected. Holder possesses a level 5 magic card. Due to limited mental fortitude, partial exemption from spell effects granted. Holder is welcome to acquire a higher level magic card, or strengthen mental fortitude, before re-entering the Vientiane Book Cafe. Digesting the messages in his mind, Coulson could only offer a wry smile. He'd always known. Professor Lockhart never let himself suffer loss. Every favor given always came with a price. Why is he being so generous today? He was allowed straight into the Vientiane Book Cafe and gained access to so much information about the mages. After all the effort he'd poured in, straining to memorize every detail, the result, the other party simply reset him to 0 with a wave of the hand. Still, what exactly are these so-called magic cards? He'd have to make sure to ask about them next time. Just thinking about the level 5 magic card the prompt in his mind had mentioned, Coulson couldn't help but sense something familiar in the pattern. This system felt awfully similar to the director's clearance levels. Without reaching a certain clearance, you couldn't access higher-level intel, which pushed agents like them to keep climbing the ranks. As Coulson mulled this over, suddenly a voice crackled in his ear. Sir, come in, sir. If you can hear me, please respond. If you can hear me, please respond. Snapping back to reality, Coulson touched the headset by his ear and responded immediately. Copy that. Any valuable intel? Is the tracking system still live? A regretful voice soon replied through the earpiece. Sir, ever since you approached the target zone, both automated and manual surveillance have been completely disabled. You vanished from all our sight lines, as if you'd ceased to exist. The tracking system is down too. Listening to the report, Coulson gave a brief acknowledgement and stepped into his car, heading back to headquarters. As expected, trying to get something from Lockhart for nothing, without paying any price, was almost impossible. Every part of the process had been locked down so tightly, there was no way for them to get a foothold. It was like trying to drive a needle into steel or pour water on a rock. And there was nothing they could do, couldn't fight, couldn't argue, and still had to ask for help. The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. Driving in silence, Coulson reflected on all this. But then his eyes fell on the space extension bag on the passenger seat, filled with bottles of shampoo. He glanced at his own sparse hair reflected in the windshield, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. New York Sanctum, Magic Training Room. In the spacious training room, Caecilius stood sternly before 7 novice mages. Once again, tell me, where did you go wrong? We're sorry, instructor. We made a mistake. We shouldn't have split up in an unknown environment, and we certainly shouldn't have relaxed just because you were with us, which almost led us into disaster. John and the other mages spoke in unison, their voices loud and earnest, sweat running down their brows, their robes soaked through. Heaven only knows, 3 days ago, their carelessness had nearly wiped out the entire team. The despair they felt in that moment was beyond words. Ever since they'd returned, Instructor Caecilius' face had been grim, his attitude unyielding, his expression all but spelled out. You're all hopeless. as punishment for their near-total annihilation. These past days, the instructor had assigned them a grueling load of training tasks. From the number of spells they had to cast to the intensity of their combat exercises, it was more than they could bear. In a day of 24 hours, subtracting only the time needed to eat and sleep, they spent 12 long hours in relentless training. At last, today, they were finally free. "Repeat after me. You made a mistake." Caecilius's stern voice echoed through the training room once more. "Sorry, instructor. We were wrong. We shouldn't have split up in an unknown environment. And even more so, we shouldn't have relaxed just because we thought you were with us. That's how we ended up in such danger." Hearing the chorus of mages shouting in unison, Caecilius's severe expression softened, if only slightly. Yet his face hardened again as he repeated his warning. "You are all training under me. Next time you're on a mission, I hope you remember this lesson. The enemy isn't foolish. If they see a group, they'll naturally set up traps. If you expect him alone to take on all 7 of you head-on, you might as well hope for lightning from the heavens, or for Vishani to descend and wipe out your foes for you. I can't be there to hold your hand every time. If something like this happens again, I'll only be able to collect your bodies." With every word, Caecilius's tone grew more severe. The mages' faces turned grave as well. They certainly hadn't forgotten. Last time, even the instructor had nearly been trapped. If it hadn't been for Mage Lockhart and that great serpent, the instructor truly would have been left to gather their remains. Caecilius then looked at the mages, nodding firmly as their heads bowed in agreement. His expression eased a little, and he said, "That's the end of this special training. Next time you're sent on a mission, I want to see all of you return, whole and unharmed." At these words, every mage nodded eagerly. None of them wanted to die. There was far too much in this vibrant world to experience. With a few more reminders, Caecilius turned and left. The moment the instructor exited the training room, all the mages collapsed onto the floor, wiping sweat from their brows. They cast cleansing spells on themselves, drawing every drop of sweat from their clothes before drying them off. Thank goodness the special training was over. If they dared do that during the drills, their workload would have doubled for sure. "Mitchell, how are you holding up? Still managing?" John asked, glancing at the slightly scrawny mage sprawled beside him. "I'll survive. The instructor knows I'm the weakest physically, so he only pushed me to my limit," Mitchell replied with a self-deprecating chuckle. "But enough about me. How are you holding up?" Mitchell turned to the mage next to him, Yeno, and asked, "I'm pretty much in the same boat as you. The instructor's eyes are just too sharp. Even though I had to do more than you, I still push myself right up to my physical limit," Yeno answered weakly. "But if we're talking about who had it the worst, it's got to be John. This time, he really had it rough." Yeno made this remark, and Mitchell nodded in agreement. The two of them turned to look at John, who was sprawled motionless on the floor. As the team captain, John bore an undeniable responsibility for what happened during this operation. Caecilius was especially strict and demanding with John, training him relentlessly, always pushing him to break through the limits of the human body. What if he got injured? What if he was just too exhausted to move? Lockhart's vitality tonic was kept close by, just in case. All in all, Caecilius was determined to teach John a lasting lesson this time. Otherwise, he'd feel he wasn't doing his job as an instructor. 7 mages. If they all died, the fresh recruits that the New York Sanctum had just taken in would be wiped out completely. It's one thing if someone is foolish, but the real danger is when the captain is the fool, leading everyone headlong down a path to ruin. Just thinking about this nearly made Caecilius lose his temper. Now, John lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling, his chest rising and falling heavily as he struggled to catch his breath. He couldn't help but think he'd been utterly foolish during this mission. He had no complaints about the instructor's harsh training. In fact, facing such rigorous drills helped him ease the lingering fear in his heart. Thank goodness no one had died. Even losing one person would have left him racked with guilt. If they'd all died, he didn't even know how he would have coped. After a while, John regained his strength, got to his feet, and addressed the other mages with deep regret in his voice. "I'm sorry. The blame falls mostly on me this time. I put everyone in danger." Hearing this, the other mages waved it off, each offering words of comfort. "It's just that the enemy was too cunning this time, even using advanced technology against us." They all knew that, under normal circumstances and by their usual standards, the 7 of them wouldn't have run into any real trouble. But who could have predicted that this time, the Dormammu cultist would turn out to be a tech billionaire? The investigation later revealed that not only had their adversary spent a fortune hiring mercenaries and performing blood rituals, but he'd also employed cutting-edge technological weapons. Who could have seen that coming? Even the instructor and Mage Lockhart were nearly trapped by it. Honestly, no one really blamed John for what happened. Any one of them could have fallen into the same trap. But above all, everyone had made it back safely, and that was what truly mattered. After all, They'd always gotten along well, learning, training, and fighting side by side. The bonds of their friendship were strong. Seeing everyone trying to comfort him, John felt a little better. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Is there anything you guys want to do for fun? Just say the word, it's my treat. Let's blow off some steam and shake off all this pressure." At this point, John chuckled at himself and said, "Even now, I still feel a bit of lingering fear in my heart." The sorcerer's eyes lit up as soon as they heard this. Someone was offering to treat them. What a wonderful thing. They all began to chime in eagerly. "I think the Hungarian Wilson bar we went to last time was pretty good." "Oh, forget that. Let's soak in the hot springs at Rotorua Volcano. These past few days have really worn me out." "Or maybe, let's have a feast in the East. I've always found Eastern cuisine quite delightful." John glanced at the sorcerers sitting cross-legged on the floor, watching as they discussed traveling to all corners of the world without the slightest hint of surprise. After all, as sorcerers of Camartage, having a portal at your disposal was standard fare. Besides, they were currently inside the New York Sanctum, which had records of countless portal destinations around the globe. Even if you didn't know the exact coordinates, you could teleport directly through the New York Sanctum. The only thing to worry about, really, was whether your wallet could keep up. Suddenly, Mitchell, the sorcerer beside them, spoke up out of the blue. "I heard Magician Lockhart just opened a Universal Book Cafe, especially for sorcerers. How about we go check it out?" The Universal Book Cafe. This renovated cafe was divided into 4 distinct sections. On the surface, the largest area was, of course, the main hall. Here, elegant silver-white tables were laid out with clever precision, tables for 4, 6, or even 8. In the center, rows of bookshelves displayed a dazzling array of volumes, from ordinary books to magical tomes. The arrangement was specially designed, resembling intricate runic patterns. From a distance, it gave sorcerers a strange and enchanting sense of beauty. At the front of the hall, near the entrance, there was a spacious reception area. This was where most sorcerers would open portals upon arrival. Other areas had magical wards and spatial restrictions. Without proper clearance, portals simply couldn't be opened there. Beyond the main hall, there were a series of study rooms. Though they appeared compact from the outside, each was enchanted with spatial extension magic, making them surprisingly roomy inside. If the hall was meant for relaxation and leisure, the study rooms were for conducting business or negotiating trades. As for the final section, that was the back area, reserved for the house elf Jeanby, as well as Ian, Remy, and Vera, to rest. At that moment, in the reception area of the bookstore, a portal crackling with sparks suddenly appeared. 7 sorcerers stepped through in succession, John and his companions. No sooner had they entered the Universal Book Cafe's reception area than John and the others felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. It was as if they'd stepped from a thin-air plateau into a lush, oxygen-rich oasis. With every breath, it felt like their pores were opening up, greedily absorbing the ambient magical energy. To John and his companions, not only was the concentration of magic noticeably higher, but the energy itself was calm and soothing. "This is the arcane library cafe of Master Lockhart." Feeling the tranquil, peaceful atmosphere of the cafe, Mage Yuno whispered softly. "Yes, that's what it said on the teleportation point. And look, doesn't the sign right there say Arcane Library Cafe?" John, standing beside her, reminded her in a quiet voice. Then, glancing toward the reception desk not far away, he walked over and addressed a young female mage with refined features, who was reading a book at the counter. "Hello, I'm John, a mage from Camartage. I'd like to ask if Master Lockhart is in. We've come especially to thank him." "Looking for the mentor?" Hearing the voice beside her, Vera put down her book, looked at the mage in front of her, thought for a moment, and then offered a gentle smile as she replied, "I'm sorry, the mentor isn't in the cafe right now. It may be a while before he arrives. Perhaps you'd like to read for a while? When a mentor comes, I'll let him know you're here." John looked at Vera, her delicate features, her subtle smile, her tall frame. The light gray shirt she wore set off her capable, poised demeanor, and for a moment, he was taken aback by her striking presence. After hearing her words, he asked in surprise, "You're Master Lockhart's student?" "Yes." Vera nodded to confirm, then continued, "I see there are 7 of you. Would you prefer to sit in the main hall, or would you like a private study room?" "The main hall is fine. We'll wait for Master Lockhart," John replied after a moment's thought. As if something had just occurred to him, he asked, "How do you charge? How many dollars?" At John's question, Vera smiled and shook her head. "We don't accept dollars." As she spoke, she took out a black card with pale golden lettering and explained, "We accept magic points. This is a magic card crafted by our mentor. By channeling your magic into it, you'll receive a certain amount of magic points. Alternatively, you can earn magic points by selling potions or magical items." All purchases in the cafe are made using magic points. Listening to Vera's explanation, John fell into thought. Everything here was done through magic points. For some reason, it felt strangely familiar to him. Vera went on. Our mentor has said that any mage from Kamartaj is entitled to a free magic card and a bonus of 10 magic points. There are 7 cards here. Please take them. For details about the magic cards, you can simply make mental contact with them to learn more. John studied the small stack of magic cards laid out before him and nodded slowly. All right, I understand. He then picked up a card and gently probed it with a trace of his mind. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded into his thoughts. Magic cards are divided into 5 levels. This one is a level 5 card. High-level magic cards come equipped with functions like spatial teleportation, defense, and more. A level 5 magic card has the abilities to store magical energy, release magical energy. All expenses at the Omniverse Book Cafe are paid in magic points. One standard unit of magic can be converted into 10 magic points, and the exact details can be sensed with your mental power. The Omniverse Book Cafe offers the following services. The main hall costs a base rate of 10 magic points per hour, while a private study costs 100 magic points per hour. Borrowing magical books, notarized contract services. Flooded with the torrent of information from the card, John's heart surged with emotion. He already knew that Mage Lockhart was formidable, but he hadn't expected him to run a book cafe as well. But now he realized this wasn't just any book cafe. It was a trading hub designed specifically for mages. They'd even established a universal currency for it. In that moment, John's admiration for Lockhart soared. Holding the magic card, he could clearly sense the magical energy pulsing within it. He now had a deeper appreciation of Lockhart's wealth. Even if the materials for a single magic card weren't expensive, giving one for free to every mage was no small gesture. And looking around at the lavish surroundings, John realized the daily expenses must be considerable. If you weren't wealthy, you couldn't keep up with this game. He could only wonder if Mage Lockhart would ever recoup his investment. Turning these thoughts over in his mind, John nodded to Vera to show he understood. After a moment's thought, he asked, "There are 7 of us, and it's our first time here. Where would be the best place for us to sit?" Vera considered for a moment before replying, "Since there are 7 of you, and you're waiting for your mentor, you should take table 56. It's near the teacher's study." With that, Vera reached out and rang the bell beside her. A crisp ringing sound echoed through the air. In the next instant, a house elf named Goldcoin apparat right in front of Vera, its wide eyes fixed on her as it asked, "Vera, how can Goldcoin help you?" There was a hint of deference in its tone, for it knew Vera was now a wizard. In fact, a mage and a student of its master. "Please guide these guests to table 56, Vera said gently. "Of course, honored mage. Please follow me," Goldcoin replied, turning to John. Under Master Lockhart's strict instructions and training, Goldcoin no longer fawned over every mage it encountered. Instead, it now spoke with polite restraint and professionalism. John was taken aback, staring at the curious little creature before him. Short in stature, with large eyes and even larger ears. Hearing the other party's words, he finally returned to his senses. He hesitated for a moment, realizing that quite a bit of time had already been spent, and he'd asked more than enough questions. To keep pressing on would be a bit improper. Yes, most importantly, if he continued to ask, he might come across as lacking in knowledge. He decided it would be better to go back and thoroughly consult some books to figure out exactly what species the other party belonged to. He couldn't let himself remain completely in the dark. So, he nodded and immediately beckoned to the 6 mages behind him. Following the gold coin, they made their way to desk 56. When they reached desk 56, seeing the 8 seats arranged around it, everyone took their places. Then, Goldcoin pressed a button on the desk and introduced to John and the other mages, "This is a magic circle that muffles sound. Your conversations here won't be overheard." Once he'd finished his introduction and noted that John and the others understood, Goldcoin turned and took his leave. As Goldcoin departed, the 6 mages, who had been harboring countless questions, immediately began to ask John about Lockhart's book cafe. After all, they'd seen John in conversation there for quite some time. They were especially curious about the strange creature, Goldcoin, they had just encountered. However, since no one else had spoken up, each of them felt it improper to be the first to ask. Pride still holds sway over them. And then, John took out 6 magic cards and handed one to each person, beginning his explanation. As John went on, the mage's eyes gradually filled with astonishment and awe. Lockhart's study. At this moment, Lockhart was seated in a chair, carefully picking up a lens. He channeled a faint trace of magic into it, held it up to his eye, and studied it intently. The recent battle between the basilisk and the followers of Dormammu had left him quite satisfied. A massive body, venom that could shatter magic, and those deadly eyes. Against ordinary mages, it was an overwhelming force. Although last time, when the Dormammu followers met the basilisk's gaze, the presence of a protective barrier meant they were only petrified. Lockhart had come up with a new idea. Petrification was perfect. It didn't cost lives just to look, and reversing it afterward was a simple matter. He couldn't stay in the Infinite Library Cafe all the time, and the cafe needed a top-tier fighter on standby. The basilisk was the ideal choice, especially when disputes arose in the cafe or if a fight broke out. Its petrification could effectively freeze everyone's actions. It was truly the perfect solution. Thus, he had specially modified the basilisk's enchanted spectacles, giving them two distinct modes. The first, naturally, was the original setting, which completely blocked the basilisk's gaze, preventing any harmful effects. The second loosened the restrictions slightly, maintaining the petrification effect, but stopping short of being lethal, just right for restraining people's movements. For this reason, he had thoroughly optimized the basilisk's enchanted glasses. However, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, the activation of the second mode still couldn't be left to the basilisk itself. It would have to rely on the judgment of his students. And even if something did happen, they could quickly contact him through the Golden Dragon mark. Soon, Lockhart carefully inspected the two new lenses once more. After confirming there were no issues, he summoned the basilisk and fitted the creature with the latest version of the contact lenses. After that, he sent his newest instructions regarding the basilisk to his students using the Golden Dragon mark. Suddenly, what do John and the others need from me? Sensing the message from Vera through the Golden Dragon mark, Lockhart squinted thoughtfully. He mulled it over for a moment, then simply opened a portal to his study, while simultaneously sending a message to Gold Coin through the mark. At the Infinite Book Cafe, table 56, John and his group of 7 wizards sat around the table, each with a cup of coffee before them. They chatted leisurely, occasionally taking a sip. Thanks to the sound-dampening magic circle on the table, John and his friends didn't need to worry about disturbing anyone else. In the midst of their conversation, suddenly, honored wizards, the master is waiting for you in the study. Gold Coin, the house elf, approached John and announced, "Oh, Wizard Lockhart is back," John blurted out, just coming to his senses. "Yes, the master is in the study waiting for you all. Please follow me," Gold Coin replied with certainty. "Let's wrap this up. Wizard Lockhart is back." John nodded in understanding and addressed his companions. The group then followed Gold Coin to study room 101. At this moment, Lockhart sat at the table, where 7 cups and 7 seats had been set out opposite and beside him. Seeing John and the others enter, he immediately welcomed them to sit. "Wizard Lockhart, we mainly wanted to thank you and your companion this time. The instructor told us that if you hadn't sent Mr. Serpent to help, we'd probably have ended up face-to-face with those Dormammu cultists." As soon as John sat down, he expressed his gratitude to Lockhart, and the other wizards echoed his sentiments, their faces still showing a hint of lingering fear. Next, John produced a gift box, slid it over to Lockhart, and explained, "Wizard Lockhart, this is a gift we've carefully prepared for you. Snake fruit, a favorite among magical serpentine creatures. Typically, a single fruit contains enough energy to sustain a magical beast for a whole day. For serpentine species, regular consumption can even help with bloodline evolution. It should be quite beneficial for Mr. Serpent. The 7 of us pooled together to purchase 100 of them, a small token of our appreciation." After listening to John's introduction, Lockhart was a bit surprised. Snake fruit. He hadn't heard of that before. It must be a magical plant unique to the Marvel Universe. While pondering this, Lockhart nodded thoughtfully, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "Then let me thank you all on the little snake's behalf. If it knew how much care you put into this, it would surely be delighted." As he spoke, Lockhart called out to the serpent. The bracelet that the serpent had transformed into slowly shifted shape, gliding over to the desk. Almost at once, as if sensing something, the serpent made its way straight toward the gift box. Sensing the serpent's eager anticipation, Lockhart seemed to understand. Meanwhile, the surrounding wizards, having caught sight of the serpent, all expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, great serpent." Generally speaking, magical creatures like this tended to possess their own intelligence. What's more, when wizards took magical creatures as pets, they preferred those with sentience. Controlling mindless beasts would be far too troublesome. The serpent let out a series of soft hisses, as if responding to the emotions of the wizards around it, or perhaps expressing its own longing for the snake fruit, almost as if it was trying to tell its master something. Feeling the serpent's response, Lockhart offered it a few gentle words of comfort, then waved his hand casually. In the next moment, 7 palm-sized scales landed before each of the 7 wizards. Smiling, Lockhart said, "John, the little snake wants you to know it truly appreciates your gift. These are scales it shed previously. They have excellent magical defensive properties and are quite durable, a fine magical material by any measure. This is the little snake's return gift to you all." Upon hearing this, John and the other wizards looked at the deep emerald scales in front of them, each one gleaming like polished jade, and a look of delight appeared on their faces. They could sense the powerful magical energy contained within the scales. While perhaps not priceless, the value was certainly considerable. In fact, after taming the serpent, Lockhart had collected all of the serpent's old shed skins. These were the result of 1,000 years of the serpent's growth, a treasure not to be underestimated. "Thank you, Master Lockhart. Thank you, Gria, little snake," John said gratefully, carefully gathering up the scale before him. Though he changed his words to little snake, there was an obvious awkwardness to it. They had all seen the serpent's massive form before. Lockhart nodded slightly at this, then continued, "By the way, may I ask where you got the snake fruit? Is it possible to buy it in larger quantities? If so, I'd like to purchase a good amount for the little snake. With its appetite, it'll probably go through quite a few." He had observed earlier that each snake fruit contained quite a bit of energy, but a single one might not be enough for the serpent. 3 to 5 fruits, though, should suffice. This was truly good news. Feeding the serpent with gold coins before had cost him no small amount in magical materials. He not only purchased a large quantity of fresh meat from the Muggle world, but also acquired a fair amount of flesh and blood from magical creatures. Overall, the value was considerable. If the price of snake apples was reasonable, he could easily buy them in bulk in the future. He was quite intrigued by the bloodline evolution that John had just introduced. The serpent's current strength was already impressive. If, one day, its bloodline truly evolved, wouldn't its power rise even further? Perhaps, it might even gain the ability to choose its own death or petrify targets at will. That would be ideal. After hearing Lockhart's question, John thought for a moment and replied, "Master Lockhart, if you want to buy a large quantity of snake apples in a short period of time, I'm afraid that's not very realistic. The sorcerers of Camartage don't have much need for snake apples, so they haven't made an effort to cultivate them. Even the ones we have were acquired through the help of some friends for collection. However, if you truly need them, you could try searching the Serpentine Valley within the Secret Realm. You might find what you're looking for there." "The Secret Realm? Serpentine Valley?" Hearing John's suggestion, a thoughtful glint flashed in Lockhart's eyes. He considered it for a moment, then asked, "John, could you explain in detail about the Secret Realm and the Serpentine Valley?" "The Secret Realm and the Serpentine Valley?" John looked at Lockhart, repeating the words with a hint of puzzlement. Sensing this, Lockhart casually explained, "Didn't Caecilius mention it? I only joined Camartage recently, so I don't know much about the Secret Realm or the Serpentine Valley. So that's why it made sense that he hadn't heard of Master Lockhart's reputation before. With such a powerful serpent, he ought to be quite well known." John mused over this realization. Still, when faced with Lockhart's question, John turned to the sorcerer beside him and said, "Mitchell, you're the most knowledgeable about the Secret Realm. Why don't you explain it to Master Lockhart?" Immediately, Lockhart's attention shifted to Mitchell. Mitchell pondered for a moment before giving his explanation. "Master Lockhart, the Secret Realm is essentially a cultivation ground for some of the resources used by the sorcerers of Camartage. It was actually captured by the Sorcerer Supreme," Mitchell said, his tone full of reverence at this point. "Legend has it that many years ago, a dimensional demon god invaded Earth. The Sorcerer Supreme intervened personally, entered the demon's dimension, and nearly destroyed it. To survive, the demon god was forced to abandon most of its dimension and flee. The Sorcerer Supreme then transformed that abandoned portion into the Secret Realm, a place specifically created for sorcerers to harvest resources." However, Mitchell's expression turned regretful as he continued. "Because it's only a broken fragment of a dimension, it can't sustain itself indefinitely. If we kept it open all the time, most of its dimensional power will be lost. So, ordinarily, Camartage keeps the Secret Realm sealed, letting its resources grow naturally, and only opens it periodically for harvesting. Even so, to ensure the Secret Realm continues to function smoothly, Camartage has to regularly infuse it with dimensional energy." Hearing this, Lockhart's mind began to race, a flood of thoughts rising to the surface. The Sorcerer Supreme truly played hardball. After all, a dimensional realm was the lifeblood of the dimensional demons. It was like slicing off pieces of flesh from the dimensional demons themselves, and not in small amounts either. From the sound of it, this wasn't a one-time thing. They had to keep replenishing the realm with dimensional energy from time to time. It was like keeping the dimensional demons in a state of constant blood loss. No wonder those demons never dared set foot on Earth themselves. If they ever got caught, wouldn't they just end up as fertilizer? As he mulled this over, Lockhart tapped his fingertips lightly on the desk. After listening to Mitchell's explanation, he continued, "Could you tell me a bit about Serpent Valley?" Serpent Valley is actually just a mountain valley, Mitchell explained. Some sorcerers from Kamartaj noticed there were quite a lot of magical serpentine creatures there, so they gave it that name. He then shared his own speculation. Some sorcerers believe there must be a reason for the abundance of snakes in Serpent Valley. Who knows? You might find a snake fruit you're looking for there, or maybe some magical plants that are beneficial to serpent-type creatures. When is the secret realm scheduled to open next? Lockhart asked directly. Mitchell thought for a moment before answering. The realm only opens twice a year, and it's been over 4 months since the last time. Usually you have to wait a little more than a month between openings, but the exact date depends on the sorcerer assigned to manage it. He'll let everyone know. At this, Lockhart felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he wouldn't be able to enter this time. He was genuinely interested in the secret realm created by the Sorcerer Supreme, and, judging from the earlier description, there were surely all sorts of treasures hidden within. After a brief pause, Lockhart decided not to press further about the secret realm. He could always ask more and later. He'd certainly know more than these novice sorcerers. By the way, John, let me ask, how do you all usually train for combat? Lockhart's question left John and the others a bit embarrassed. They wanted to say they trained plenty for real fights, but the memory of their recent disastrous defeat was still fresh, and the words wouldn't come out. Noticing their awkward expressions, Lockhart understood at once and quickly rephrased, "My own students lack practical combat experience. Do you have any advice on how they can improve? Any tips you could share?" Recalling how John's group of rookie sorcerers had marched off to their doom, Lockhart became determined to properly train Ian and the others in real combat skills. He didn't want inexperience to send his students stumbling into someone else's trap, falling before even having a chance to prove themselves. Although he believed that his carefully selected students couldn't possibly be that foolish, he still needed to guard against any unforeseen mishaps. Upon hearing Lockhart's question, John and the others paused in thought for a moment. Then, the mage Andrew, standing nearby, spoke up. "Mage Lockhart, for combat training, we mostly use one-on-one duels or group skirmishes to practice. If you don't have many students, you can just bring them directly to the New York Sanctum. When we're training, we can include them as well." Of course, it was absolutely not because Vera was so attractive that he made such a suggestion. Hearing Andrew's proposal, a curious idea flickered in Lockhart's mind. If his students trained alongside this band of close combat mages, would they end up being influenced? Would his well-trained ranged spellcasters suddenly switch sides and join the ranks of melee fighters? That simply wouldn't do. While close-quarters abilities certainly needed honing, a mage should still look and act like a mage, casting spells as their main focus, with physical combat as a supplement. They mustn't stray from the proper path. After a moment's hesitation, Lockhart replied slowly, "All right, I'll discuss it with Caecilius later. We'll decide then." Yes, training in close combat was important, but the main priority had to remain magical practice. The mere thought of Kamartaj's close combat mages clashing with Harry Potter's long-range wizards sparked an odd sense of mischief in Lockhart's heart. Still, training was training, and students, when given the chance, needed to experience real danger and even see blood. As his thoughts wandered, Lockhart gradually refined his training plan for his students. As for whether his students, after interacting with the mages of Kamartaj, might leak information about the world of Harry Potter, he wasn't worried about that. The students he'd chosen had all been tested for character through magic. He had personally reviewed their memories before selecting the final 3. What's more, the golden dragon magical mark he'd placed on their arms was hardly for show. The previously mentioned functions, calling for help, tracking, communication, data transfer, were all real. But let's not forget, this was inspired by Voldemort's Death Eater mark. Through the Death Eater mark, Voldemort could directly control the lives of his followers. Lockhart's upgraded Golden Dragon magical mark not only had those features, but also subtly influenced the bearer's mind, ensuring no disloyalty could take root. More importantly, once the mark was formed, it acted directly upon the soul. It would both shield the soul from harm and, if any anomaly was detected, immediately seal the relevant memories, or, in severe cases, shatter the soul and erase all traces. After a bit more casual conversation, John and the others rose to take their leave. This visit had been mainly to thank Mage Lockhart for saving their lives, and of course to satisfy their curiosity about his remarkable Universal Book Cafe. After they accomplished their mission, the team prepared to enjoy a meal together, hoping to relieve the stress and tension that had built up over the past few days when their lives hung in the balance. At SHIELD headquarters, inside the Triskelion, on the 8th floor in one of the laboratories. Director Nick Fury, dressed in his signature black trench coat, stood with a grave expression, carefully observing the large diagnostic machine before him. More precisely, he was focused on the black card placed at the center of the device, the magic card. Standing nearby, Coulson gazed at the magic card with keen curiosity in his eyes. "Dr. Fisher, what progress have you made in your research on this 084 item, the black card?" Nick Fury asked, turning to Dr. Hector Fisher, who stood beside him. "Director, after thorough investigation, we've discovered that this magic card is remarkably light. Its material resembles metal and contains several unknown elements, as well as familiar ones like gold, manganese, and titanium. More importantly, this black card displays exceptional energy conductivity. It can store and release vast amounts of energy with incredible ease." Dr. Fisher continued his explanation, detailing his findings, while Coulson listened quietly at his side. All the while, Director Fury kept his sharp gaze fixed on a magic card, crafted by the Wonders Book Cafe. He had first learned of the card's unusual properties from Coulson's own account. After Coulson had left the Wonders Book Cafe, his memory had been affected. He had even temporarily forgotten the very purpose of his mission. Fury's wariness of Lockhart soared to a whole new level. The other party's ability to tamper with memories was nothing short of a nightmare for an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., whose foundation rested on secrecy. With one compromised agent, an entire network could unravel. Fortunately, SHIELD's compartmentalized intelligence protocols, which Fury himself had implemented, offered a degree of protection. If it were the military, with their more conventional intelligence systems, they would stand no chance at all. Fury had already made up his mind. Unless they developed a reliable countermeasure, he would never meet Lockhart in person. The secrets locked away in his mind were the very heart of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lost in thought, he listened as Dr. Fisher continued his presentation. But then, "Director, we've also discovered that the patterns on the surface of the black card emit a certain level of radiation." "Dr. Fisher, that's enough for now," Fury interrupted coldly. "You can submit a full report on the card's properties later. What I want to know is, what does the black card actually do?" "Well," Dr. Fisher hesitated under Fury's intense scrutiny, then explained, "Director, with the limited time we've had, we've only managed to analyze the black card's physical properties. We still don't know its true function. That will require further testing, but I believe." He trailed off, uncertainty lingering in the air. Hearing this, Nick Fury looked at Dr. Fisher, who was still explaining, and let out a silent sigh. As expected, trying to use technology to analyze magic, a realm completely unknown, can only yield breakthroughs in the hands of true geniuses. While pondering this, Nick Fury felt a subtle idea form in his mind. He turned to Coulson beside him and gave a calm instruction. "Coulson, you'll take charge of the Black Card project. Find an opportunity to leak some information. Make it so Tony approaches you himself, asking to join the project." "Yes, Director." Coulson was taken aback for a moment, then gave a wry smile and nodded. Just when things had finally started to ease up a bit, here came another project. Hopefully, that bottle of shampoo Professor Lockhart gave him would work. Otherwise, his hair would be in serious trouble again. The only pity was that the director insisted on keeping half the bottle, claiming it was for research. What a shame. He wondered if there would ever be another chance to get a bottle from Professor Lockhart in the future. At this moment, Nick Fury paid no attention to Coulson's tangled thoughts. Instead, his gaze was locked tightly on that black card. At the same time, the left eye hidden under his eye patch began to emit a faint blue glow. His rise to the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was closely tied to his past experiences. You could say it was far beyond anything an ordinary person could imagine. Not only had he fought side by side with aliens, he'd witnessed alien warships destroyed with his own eyes, and had even become friend with a top-tier powerhouse. Otherwise, how could a black man hold this post for so many years? Naturally, he had his own hidden cards. For example, his eye. The faint blue light from his left eye was covered by the eye patch, yet his gaze pierced straight through, fixing on the black card. The matte, granular surface, faint golden patterns, and inside, a deep blue liquid slowly swirling. Suddenly, a grunt. Nick Fury let out a muffled sound, as a flood of information surged into his mind, a flicker of shock flashing across his face. Magic card, produced by Webtoon Book Cafe. There are 5 levels in total. This is a level 5 magic card. High-level magic card, capable of spatial teleportation. All expenses of Webtoon Book Cafe are paid with magic points. After absorbing the torrent of information in his mind, Nick Fury's expression returned to normal. Yet, the faintly hurried rhythm of his breath betrayed the turmoil within. Coulson, standing nearby, seemed to sense something. He glanced sideways at his director, but found nothing amiss, and went back to pondering how best to coax Tony into joining his project. There's a world of difference between someone joining of their own accord and being roped in unwillingly. Just then, the director's voice sounded in his ear. Coulson, just now Dr. Fisher mentioned the black heart's capability to store and release energy. Make that the primary focus of your research. And, at this point, Nick Fury's tone wavered with a hint of hesitation. In terms of energy, you might try experimenting with some 084 items, including the Cosmic Cube. When the Cosmic Cube was mentioned, Nick Fury's voice became distinctly more cautious. Coulson was a bit surprised by this, but he nodded all the same. As someone with his level of clearance, Coulson knew a fair bit about the Cosmic Cube. It was the director's most prized possession, and access to it was normally subject to the strictest protocols. But since this was a direct order from the director, there could be no objection. After a short while, Nick Fury turned and walked away, leaving Coulson to continue his discussion with Dr. Fisher. Now that he was back in charge of the project, there was much to be done. While Nick Fury was receiving updates about the magic card. Elsewhere in New York, Lockhart suddenly lifted his head, gazing toward SLD's Triskelion Tower, a faint, knowing smile drifting across his face. He had just sensed that the magic card he left with S.H.I.E.L.D. had been activated so quickly. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed more power than most would suspect. To activate the magic card, one either needed formidable mental strength or extraordinary energy. Now that the bait had been noticed, it was just a matter of time before S.H.I.E.L.D. took the next step. He was genuinely curious about the collection of anomalous items stored by S.H.I.E.L.D. Night fell at Vientiane Book Cafe. Due to a shortage of staff, the cafe was usually closed in the evenings. At this hour, the Magi from Camartage had long since departed. Even the house elf Jeanby had returned to Lockhart's quarters to tidy up. Meanwhile, Ian, Remy, and Vera stood in the main hall, each gripping their own wand, their faces alight with anticipation and bodies practically humming with excitement. Tonight, their mentor Lockhart had promised to take them out for their first live training session. This was their very first real-world combat experience. How could they not be thrilled? Night descended upon Hell's Kitchen. In this part of New York often called the city slum, buildings sprawled in chaotic disorder, the whole place thrown into disarray. Except for the main roads, which were relatively smooth, most side streets were pitted and uneven, with dirty water and stains cropping up all over, sometimes filling the air with a reeking stench. Many street lamps flickered uncertainly or were completely dead, and not a single one was in perfect working order. It was already late, and in a dim alleyway barely touched by the feeble glow of a nearby lamp. Suddenly, a portal fizzing with sparks burst open. The intermittent light mingled with the portal's scarlet glow, casting an eerie pall over the narrow alley. Immediately afterward, as several figures stepped out of the portal, a radiant orb of light restored the brightness to the narrow alleyway. It was none other than Lockhart, accompanied by his students, Ian, Remy, and Vera. Taking a quick look at their surroundings, Lockhart gave his wand a gentle wave, casting a shielding charm to envelop the area and prevent anyone from wandering into the alley by mistake. He then turned to face the trio. Lockhart observed the excitement, anticipation, and barely contained eagerness on their faces, but he remained silent, fixing them with a stern gaze. Under the weight of Lockhart's intense scrutiny, their initial enthusiasm gradually faded, replaced by uncertainty. They seemed at a loss, unable to fathom why their mentor regarded them so solemnly. Not bothering to explain, Lockhart finally spoke in a grave tone. "This is your first real combat exercise. Even though I'll be with you, I need you to take this with absolute seriousness. Up until now, your training has amounted to little more than taking turns casting spells at each other, like young wizards dueling at Hogwarts. One spell from you, then one from your opponent. Such practice only helps you get familiar with casting spells. When it comes to actual combat, it's of little use. Now, the three of you will attack me together." The students nodded in understanding at their mentor's words. They had barely raised their wands toward him when, all of a sudden, Expelliarmus. In the blink of an eye, 3 disarming spells streaked through the air, crimson light flashing as each struck the wand from their hands. Before Ian and the others could react, their wands were already soaring into their mentor's grasp. Seeing this, the 3 of them felt a surge of frustration, gazing at Lockhart with a hint of wounded resentment. "Teacher, we know you're powerful. None of us could defeat you, even as a team. But at least, let us cast a spell or two, so we don't lose face entirely." Lockhart ignored their wounded looks, his voice still stern as he continued. "This is your very first practical lesson from me. And it's the most crucial lesson in actual combat, seizing the initiative. If he didn't impress this upon them now, these 3 would end up like those rookie sorcerers from Camartage, charging headlong to their doom without a second thought. He'd be a laughingstock even among the dimensional demon gods." Upon hearing their mentor's words, each of the 3 reacted differently. Ian sank into deep thought. Remy's expression betrayed a hint of defiance, while Vera looked somewhat puzzled but still nodded along. In any battle, unless you hold overwhelming power, you must find a way to establish your own advantage. Force your opponent to fall into your rhythm, rather than letting yourself be drawn into theirs. Remember this well. Even if you don't understand it now, keep in mind. After you've fought many times, you'll gradually come to understand, Lockhart emphasized. Understood, Professor. The three replied in unison, committing their teacher's words to heart. Seeing this, Lockhart nodded slightly. Today, we'll focus on just one thing, seizing the initiative. With that, Lockhart closed his eyes halfway, sensing everything happening nearby. Before long, the three students saw their mentor open his eyes and raise his wand. With a casual motion, he traced a circle in the air. A portal shimmered silently into existence, revealing, on the other side, a dim and narrow alleyway. Let's go, Lockhart said, casting a disillusionment charm over them all before stepping through the portal. The three students hurried after him. Hell's Kitchen, the Hand Triad, the Drug Lab. Deep inside an abandoned factory, a crowd of deaf-mute workers in ragged clothing stood lined up along long, narrow tables. Overhead, bulb after bulb cast a harsh, ghostly white light, making the already pale faces of the workers below appear even more eerie. Each of them wore an expression of dull lifelessness, as if they were zombies. They worked mechanically, endlessly packing white powder into bags and placing them onto the conveyor belt above the tables. Throughout the factory, aside from the ragged workers, there were also armed white thugs wandering about in gaudy shirts, patrolling with a casual menace. Yet none of these thugs had clean hands. Sometimes, as they passed by, they would grope the chests of female workers, squeezing without restraint. No one dared resist. All the workers could do was tremble in fear. At that moment, Lockhart, his presence hidden, watched the scene unfold with his three students. Ian, Remy, and Vera all burned with outrage, ready to leap down and take out every armed guard and drug dealer in sight. Though they had been squibs before and had suffered prejudice, the true darkness of the world had never revealed itself to them so completely. This grim tableau showed them evil at its rawest. The ruthlessness and cruelty of these drug dealers far exceeded their imagination, especially knowing that these deaf mutes had once been ordinary, living people, deliberately blinded and silenced. Their fury surged, unstoppable. Anyone with a shred of conscience would feel anger rising uncontrollably at such a sight. And for these young people, righteous and filled with youthful vigor, now armed with magic, a deadly weapon, the desire for retribution was almost overwhelming. Lockhart, though his face remained cold and impassive, could not hide the murderous intent flickering in his eyes. In his previous life, he had loathed such operations to the core, having witnessed firsthand the devastation they wrought. So upon witnessing this scene, my first instinct was to wipe out this group of scum. Letting the students see blood would both serve as a lesson and count as a strike against crime. Ian, Remy, Vera, target these drug dealers. Work together and figure out how to minimize harm to the deaf mutes while taking out every last one of the drug dealers. You have 5 minutes. Present your plan to me. And remember the point I just emphasized, seize the initiative. Lockhart looked at the three students, their eyes burning with anger, and gave his orders in a low, steady voice. Then he reminded them, I know you're furious right now, but no matter how angry you are, keep your heads cool. If you can't calm down and rush in recklessly, you'll end up rescuing no one and might lose your own lives in the process. If you ever pull a stunt like that, don't call yourselves my students ever again. The instructor's words forced the three to swallow their rage and huddle together to discuss their strategy. The 5 minutes flew by. Ian stepped forward and reported in a steady tone, Instructor, our plan is to first use Hell's Kitchen, abandoned factory. Fraser, a low-level thug for the Bloodstone gang, was patrolling the factory with his beloved shotgun and a few of his companions, or perhaps swaggering around would be more accurate. He noticed some white powder scattered on the table. Dipping a finger in it, he brought it to his lips and tasted a bit. Good stuff. Too bad it all belonged to the big shots. For someone at the bottom of the gang like him, no matter how bold he might feel, he'd never dare to actually touch it. Rumor had it, this factory wasn't just run by the Bloodstone gang. Someone even more powerful was behind it. Seeing the ruthless methods of these big bosses, he couldn't help but feel a chill. If he ever made a mistake, it wouldn't be surprising if they cut out his tongue or pierced his eardrums. That thought alone sent an involuntary shiver down Fraser's spine. Coming to his senses, he glanced around to make sure none of his buddies had seen his moment of weakness, then strutted forward with a swagger only a true outsider could muster. That girl's not bad looking. Shame she's deaf and mute. No sound at all, not much fun in that. Fraser made a mental note of the white girl with the pretty face, her clothes, her position, so that once their work was done, he could indulge himself a little. During working hours, though, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on anyone. At most, he'd sneak a few glances. If he ever disrupted their business, he'd be in real trouble. As he was pondering this, suddenly, confusion spell. Confusion spell. Confusion spell. Fraser vaguely heard someone shouting, though he had no idea what it meant. Then, hiss, hiss, hiss. To his horror, Fraser realized that his beloved shotgun had turned into a dark green viper, coiling itself tightly around his hands. A chilling sensation spread across his skin as the viper let out a sinister hiss, its forked tongue flickering out, aiming straight at his face again and again. Flegg shuddered all over, his heart leaping as if it might burst from his chest. The venomous fangs hovered right before his eyes, threatening to drip some dark, deadly liquid into his veins at any moment. In a panic, Flegg screamed, and so did his companions all around him. Shouts and cries of terror echoed through the crowd. Instinctively, he flung his arm, trying desperately to hurl the snake that was coiled around it to the ground, hoping to fend off its attack. To the deaf and mute onlookers nearby, these demons, normally so menacing, now looked utterly terrified, their mouths gaping wide as they tossed their guns far away in a frenzy. And then, Wingardium Leviosa! Wingardium Leviosa! Wingardium Leviosa! Wave after wave of white-lit levitation charms shot from the wands of Ian and his friends, streaking toward the guns scattered across the ground. Bang! 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 In an instant, a multitude of firearms rose and floated into the air, then zipped swiftly toward Ian and his two companions, settling at their feet. To the eyes of those thugs, it was as if a mass of dark green vipers had twisted together and flown away into the distance, only to transform back into the very weapons they knew so well, landing at the feet of the two young men and woman. Lockhart watched all of this with a slight nod of satisfaction. His 3 students had done well this time. They seized the initiative and confiscated all the weapons, minimizing potential harm as much as possible. Unfortunately, their meditation time had been too short, and their magical power was limited. They couldn't maintain multiple spells at once, something to train more in the future. Yes, he thought, they'd need extra practice. Who are you? The gang members shouted, voices loud but tinged with fear and lingering dread from the spectacle they'd just witnessed. Truth be told, some of them had nearly wet themselves. In fact, a few actually had. Petrificus totalis. Petrificus totalis. Petrificus totalis. Ian and his friends gave no reply. Instead, they kept flicking their wands, sending streaks of red light, petrification curses, shooting relentlessly toward the thugs. They were pushing themselves to the limits of their training, firing off a curse nearly every second, striking the enemy again and again. Bang! 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 One after another, the thugs struck by the red flashes collapsed to the ground, the sound of their bodies thudding echoing through the air. Enemy attack! Take cover! Take cover! The thugs who managed to recover from their shock saw their comrades, lying unconscious, and quickly shouted orders, scrambling to find cover. This was Hell's Kitchen, after all, a place where gunshots and death were part of daily life, especially for these gang members, who were used to violent skirmishes every few days. Although they didn't know what the red light was, dodging it was certainly the right choice. At the sound of the warning shouts, the thugs quickly scattered for cover. Some ducked under tables, others hid behind pillars, and some even grabbed the deaf mutes, using them as human shields. Seeing this, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed across the faces of Ian and his companions. According to their plan, the 2 spells they had just cast had already crippled the enemy's strength and numbers as much as possible. Now, as long as the thugs didn't rush up right in front of them, there wasn't much threat left. They could simply pick them off one by one with spells. Yes, the plan was working beautifully. And then, bang, 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 a sudden volley of gunshots rang out, the bullets slicing through the air and slamming heavily into the 3 of them. But a flash of red shimmered across their bodies. Each bullet struck the magical armor on their surface, making dull thuds before dropping harmlessly to the ground. At this sight, the expressions of Ian and the others grew grim. Ian, Remy, Vera, this is your first death. Carry on, came the instructor's calm voice in their ears, and bitterness crept onto the trio's faces. They let their guard down. Who would have thought that the weapons they'd confiscated earlier weren't all the thugs had? The moment that realization struck, the 3 of them scrambled to take cover behind the nearby stone pillars. Bang, bang, bang. You 3 little brats, still wet behind the ears. Trying to be superheroes for others? Are you looking to die? One of the thugs shouted furiously over the continuing gunfire. Thud, thud, thud. Bang, Bang. If I get my hands on you, you'll learn what real fear is, he threatened, and with the sound of approaching footsteps and another round of shots, bullets hammered into the pillars shielding the three. As the footsteps drew closer and the gunfire intensified, Remy and Vera's faces grew anxious. They hadn't anticipated things would play out like this. Ian, however, forced himself to stay calm. After a brief moment of thought, he raised his wand. Confound and distract. With Ian's urgent incantation, a transparent ripple burst from the tip of his wand, spreading outward. In an instant, darkness fell. Everyone's vision was swallowed by pitch-black shadows. Remy, Vera, switched to magical sight. Stay alert, Ian shouted, snapping his companions back to their senses. Channeling their magic to their eyes, they could just barely pierce through the darkness, and quickly pulled their bodies further behind cover. Because, bang, that bastard fired. Bang, bang, thud, thud. Damn it. No one knew who fired the first shot, but in the chaos, spurred by fear or rage, the thugs opened up with a vengeful barrage in the direction of their attackers, accompanied by cries of pain from those who were hit. The shrill whistling of bullets rang incessantly in everyone's ears. The pounding of lead striking the walls, the dull thuds as rounds tore into flesh, and the mingled screams and curses of the rioters blended together into a single cacophony. The pitch-black factory was transformed into a scene of eerie, chilling terror. Seeing this unfold, Ian and his two companions wore wry smiles. They had discussed this plan of turning the battlefield into darkness, but their chief concern had always been the chaos of wild, indiscriminate gunfire that might ensue. If that happened, not only would they be at risk of being hit by stray bullets, but the deaf-mute captives they had hoped to rescue could suffer devastating casualties that would completely betray their original purpose. Hence, they had abandoned the plan before. But now, with Ian having put the scheme into action again, it seemed that while a number of riders would indeed die, the deaf-mute people they meant to save might fare even worse. Fortunately, they knew that this storm of panic shooting would soon subside. Sure enough, a harsh, ferocious voice cut through the chaos. "This is Johnny. Anyone who wants to die, just keep firing." "Boss Johnny, I wasn't shooting." Freg, hiding to one side, gratefully patted the still warm handgun in his grip and called out loudly in protest. Thank goodness he'd taken precautions and strapped a pistol to his leg earlier. Otherwise, after dropping his shotgun, he would have been left completely defenseless. "Boss Johnny, me neither." "Boss Johnny, what do we do next to take out the intruders?" "Johnny." With the notorious Johnny's voice echoing through the Bloodstone gang, all the riders snapped out of their panic and began to shout back, one after another. Immediately, Johnny's voice rang out again. "Everyone, listen to my orders. Be on guard for the intruders. Whoever spots them last, report their position." "Boss Johnny, I know where they are. The three intruders are in the northeast corner of the factory." Hearing the enemy begin to pinpoint their location, Ian felt a chill settle in his heart. He was currently maintaining the confusion spell, but if he attempted any other magic, he'd have to release it, and the darkness would give way to light. That would destroy the advantage he and his two companions currently held. If only he hadn't already spent so much magical energy, he could have cast a stronger confusion spell and used more intricate illusions to mislead the enemy, yielding a much better effect. For now, he could only rely on Remy and Vera. His thoughts racing, Ian spoke quietly to the other two not far off. "Remy, Vera, it's your turn. Go for them, and I'll cover you." "All right, Ian," Remy and Vera replied in unison. With that, they began to carefully observe the enemy's positions. Although Ian's confusion spell was in effect, they were wizards after all and could see through a portion of the illusion. It was still dim, but the figures were discernible. "Boss Johnny, what's our next move?" Watching the mob as they shouted and tried to communicate, Remy let out a sly chuckle, as a sudden idea sprang to mind. He quickly whispered it to Vera and Ian, and both instantly gave their approval. The next moment, total silence. Remy flicked his wand, casting a silent spell that blanketed the surrounding area. Johnny old. In an instant, the mob, who had been loudly conversing in the darkness, trying to establish each group's position, suddenly felt as if their ears had gone deaf. Everything fell into utter stillness. They kept shouting, only to realize their mouths were wide open, but not a single sound reached their ears. Then, a low, dull vibration. One of the mob members tried squeezing the trigger, only to feel the faint tremor of the handgun in his hand. Yet still, not a trace of sound. Even the gunshots were swallowed by the silence. And thanks to Ian's careful control, even the muzzle flashes from firing bullets were devoured by the darkness. To be precise, the sparks still existed, but not a single one of them could see them. In that moment, they became as if blind, deaf, and mute, unable to see, unable to hear, unable to make themselves heard. Their mouths moved, but nothing came out, as though they spoke only to themselves in the void. No matter how loudly they screamed, it was as if each one was stranded alone in the dark. The only comfort they found was the cold steel of their guns and the reassuring solidity of the wall at their backs. And then, petrify them all. Petrify them all. In the darkness, one after another, silent and almost invisible petrification curses flew from Vera's wand, striking the mob. The victims had no idea they'd been hit. They simply collapsed to the ground, not a single sound escaping them. The others, oblivious to what was happening, could only clutch their guns anxiously in the eerie quiet. At that moment, the three of them worked in perfect tandem. Ian strained to maintain the confusion charm, plunging the area into a disorienting illusion of darkness where nothing looked as it should. Remy kept up the silence charm, blanketing every sound, from gunfire to incantations, in utter hush. And Vera, her wand flashing, unleashed petrification curses, freezing the mob in place. But Vera was tense. She knew how exhausting these spells were for her two companions, and if this dragged on, they might not be able to keep it up. Now, she was casting petrification as quickly as she could, her magic draining fast, firing curses at every shadowy figure in her sight. Yet, a worry gnawed at her. Was she striking the right targets? Was it the mob she hit, or merely the deaf and mute? She did her best to distinguish the mob from others, but certainty eluded her. Soon, just as Remy had planned, she stopped casting spells when she had only a tenth of her magic left. Meanwhile, Ian and Remy cooperatively let their spells dissipate. Both of them had spent a great deal of magical energy, especially Ian, who had nearly exhausted every last bit of his strength. Darkness faded away, and light returned. The three of them were startled by what they saw. All across the floor, people were collapsing, unmoving and stiff-faced. There were both rioters and deaf-mutes among them. The few deaf-mutes, still able to move, huddled beneath the tables, trembling with fear. As the trio cautiously checked to see if any of the rioters had survived, suddenly, a burst of clapping echoed around them. Ian, Remy, Vera, congratulations. You've completed your mission. Their mentor's voice, warm and tinged with amusement, reached their ears along with the sound of applause. Hearing this, the three finally relaxed. If the teacher said so, then it must be all right. Yet just then, gunshots rang out, sharp and sudden. One of the burly black men, who'd been hiding beneath a deaf-mute's body, suddenly sprang to his feet and fired 3 shots straight at the trio. Blade to the throat. In an instant, a flash of red streaked through the air. A thin line of blood appeared at the man's neck, and the next moment, blood poured forth as if someone had turned on a faucet. He dropped to his knees, letting out guttural, desperate sounds, both hands clamped desperately over his throat, struggling to hold on to life. But the blood gushed relentlessly. Soon, he collapsed in a heap, lifeless. The three stared at the imposing, fierce-looking man, now lying in a pool of his own blood, with crimson still slowly seeping from his neck. They were so stunned by the gruesome scene that, for a moment, even forgot this was their second time facing death. "Are you afraid?" Lockhart, now fully visible, looked at their fearful expressions and asked in a gentle tone. After a moment's hesitation, the three shook their heads slowly and, gritting their teeth, replied, "No, mentor. We're not afraid." "No, you are afraid," Lockhart said mildly. "It's your first time seeing someone die, and in such a horrific way. Fear is only natural. But, here," Lockhart's voice softened as he addressed them, "don't forget, it was him who caused your second death." At that, the three cast resentful glances at their mentor. This was the second time today he'd thrown them into danger. Lockhart completely ignored their looks of reproach. Seeing that his question had distracted them, he smiled and asked another. "I'll take care of rescuing the deaf-mutes. As for the remaining rioters and guards, how do you want to handle them? Talk it over, and give me your answer." With that, Lockhart turned away and swung his wand at the crowd sprawled on the ground. All the tattered, bedraggled deaf-mutes began to float gently into the air. Under his control, they gradually settled back onto their feet. He looked at the frozen, rigid expressions on their faces, and with a gentle wave of his wand, a ripple of crimson firelight rolled out. Instantly, the deaf-mutes returned to normal, as if waking from stone. "Abba, Abba!" Fear twisted their faces as they opened their mouths, but all that came out was a jumble of unintelligible sounds, just the inarticulate murmurs of the deaf. Lockhart let out a quiet sigh. With another flick of his wand, a softening spell drifted through the air, gently easing their terror, soothing their panic, and gradually calming them down. Once everything was in order, Lockhart turned back and addressed Ian and his two companions once more. "Tell me, how do you think we should deal with this group of thugs?" Faced with their mentor's question, the three hesitated, saying, let's kill them all, felt far too ruthless. After all, the most they'd ever done before was slaughter a chicken or two. Killing people, let alone so many all at once, was something they'd never experienced. Lockhart saw the uncertainty on their faces and understood their feelings completely. After all, it was their first time in battle, their first time seeing blood. To ask them to execute over 20 criminals in one breath, it was a heavy demand, and he knew their hearts needed time to settle. He let his thoughts turn and, instead of pressing them, continued, Ian, Remy, Vera, how did you three feel about this fight? Relieved that their mentor had changed the subject, the three relaxed a little. Remy, rather excited, spoke up first. Sir, I thought this fight was amazing. There were some problems at the start, but later, the plan I came up with worked really well. Everyone was knocked down by Vera. At this point, a memory struck Remy, and he added, with a touch of grievance, except for that one thug who was killed by you, sir. Yes, he thought, if their mentor hadn't said that one sentence, they wouldn't have let their guard down. If they'd been more careful, that man could never have escaped. Lockhart, understanding exactly what Remy meant, offered him some encouragement. Remy, your plan was excellent. He then turned to Vera and asked, Vera, what are your thoughts? Vera considered for a moment and realized that, aside from casting spell after spell, she hadn't contributed much else. All the planning had come from Ian and Remy. Her job was simply to carry out the orders. Though she made a few suggestions, each had been picked apart and rejected. After a pause, she finally said, Sir, I think if we were a bit stronger, the fight would have been much easier. She glanced around at the aftermath. The deaf mutes who had died or been gravely wounded in the crossfire from the thugs, opening chaos. Her voice grew heavier, and fewer of these deaf mutes would have died. Hearing this, Lockhart offered only a word of comfort. Then he turned his attention to Ian. Ian, how did you feel? Ian, who had already decided how to respond, answered calmly at once. Professor, our initial plan was a bit naive. There were details we simply hadn't considered. That led to our first deaths. Later, I used a confusion charm to plunge everyone into darkness. Originally, this was a plan we'd abandoned, because doing so would throw the scene into chaos and put many of the deaf-mute hostages at risk. And that's exactly what happened. As he spoke, Ian glanced around at the deaf-mute people nearby, some covered in blood from the bullets, some already lifeless. A look of guilt crossed his face. He felt that, although the criminals were dead, many of the people they had come to rescue had died because of his actions. The responsibility was his to bear. After a brief moment to compose himself, Ian continued. As for our eventual success, that was mostly thanks to Remy's plan and Vera's powerful spell work. Their efforts really made a difference. Hearing Ian downplay his own role and praise the other two, Lockhart raised his eyebrows but said nothing more on the matter. Instead, he smiled and asked, Would you like to hear my assessment? Of course, Professor, the three of them replied, a hint of anticipation in their voices. They all hoped their hard work would be recognized by their mentor. Then, your mission this time can be called a success, but also a failure, Lockhart said evenly. Seeing the confusion in their eyes, he went on, What was the goal of this operation? Without waiting for a reply, he continued, to eliminate the criminals and rescue the deaf-mute hostages. Isn't that right? At his words, the three students instinctively nodded. Now tell me, why did I set these two objectives for you? Upon hearing this, the three recalled the scene when they first entered the factory, and anger flickered in their eyes once more. Cruel bandits, the deaf-mute workers treated like slaves, and the perpetual production of white powder, every moment fueling their rage at such evil. Then Professor Lockhart spoke again. As I told you before, these deaf-mute people had their tongues cut out and their eardrums punctured by human hands. They became mute and deaf. If their eyesight weren't needed, they'd probably have been blinded too. The professor's grave words left the trio in heavy silence. That's why we must rescue the deaf-mute hostages, to give them a chance at a brighter future. But, even more importantly, we need to wipe out these criminals and the forces behind them, so that tragedies like this never happen again. Watching his three students deep in thought, Lockhart softened his tone. The black man you saw earlier is Johnny, the one who shouted so loudly before. With just a word, he kept most of those criminals in line. Do you know how he did it? The three of them shook their heads at the same time when they heard this. Seeing this, Lockhart glanced around at the deaf-mute people, waved his wand to further steady their emotions while shielding their sight. Then, he walked up to Johnny, pointed his wand at Johnny's temple, and slowly drew it away, pulling out a strand of white mist that looked like a silken ribbon. This was Lockhart extracting memories from Johnny's mind, or perhaps from the remnants of his soul. With this fragment of memory, Lockhart turned to face the three, catching the gazes of Ian and the others. He tapped the memory with his wand, and, in an instant, images unfolded before the trio. Within those scenes, Johnny and the thugs were brutally slaughtering their enemies, maliciously forcing some children to take white powder, then laughing at their suffering as addiction took hold. Beating innocent civilians was nothing more than a small offense. There were even quite a few murders among them. But what sickened Ian and his friends the most was Johnny's abuse of defenseless young girls, and even, right in front of everyone, raping the deaf-mute, turning it into a contest to see who could last the longest. These grotesque and vile images struck the three to their core. They had known these men were evil, but the sheer depth of their depravity went far beyond anything they had imagined. At the same time, their gazes toward Johnny now brimmed with murderous intent. Just then, their mentor's gentle voice sounded in their ears. Sometimes, our kindness to evil men is itself a form of evil. If you show mercy to such people, you won't win their gratitude. On the contrary, you'll only embolden the darkness in their hearts. Especially men like Johnny. As long as he's alive, as long as he's given a chance, he will never stop plotting how to hunt you down in the name of revenge. So, do you know what he would have done if you hadn't discovered he was still alive this time? The three shook their heads instinctively. Seeing this, Lockhart's voice turned cold as he continued. The first thing he would do is escape from here, then find his boss. He would tell them everything about you, your faces, your abilities. Next, they would scour all of New York for your addresses and personal information. And finally, if you have any family or loved ones, they would be ruthlessly murdered. They would mobilize every resource to hunt you down, kill you, or capture and torture you. As Lockhart spelled out the enemy's plan for revenge step by step, the trio's expressions grew heavy. Everything their mentor said was the harsh truth. Based on what they had just seen and with all that had happened to them, it was not just possible but certain 100% that Johnny would have done exactly that. Seeing the change in their expressions, Lockhart nodded gently and said warmly, "Today, I will teach you the first dark magic I have refined. Blade severing throat. Sever the throat with a blade. Sever the throat with a blade." Deep within the abandoned factory, Lockhart watched his three students as they repeatedly waved their wands at the petrified thug lying on the ground, chanting the incantation in an attempt to perform the very first dark spell he had taught them, the throat-cutting curse. However, perhaps because it was their first time learning dark magic, each of them had already tried the spell more than a dozen times without a single success. The best attempt only managed to make the tip of the wand glow red for a moment. The spell fizzled out as soon as it left the wand, vanishing into thin air. Seeing this, Lockhart wasn't the least bit annoyed. He understood this was perfectly normal for students who had only begun studying magic less than 2 months ago, even though they were exceptionally talented and diligent, and with his resources had already mastered quite a few spells. The dark magic he was teaching now was clearly a whole new level of difficulty. What's more, this was the first truly lethal spell they were learning. It was only natural that it would take time. As the three of them kept trying to cast the throat-cutting curse, Lockhart stood by their side, explaining patiently. Dark magic has always been reviled in the wizarding world because every act of dark magic requires the caster's heart to be filled with malice, he said. In fact, using dark magic too often can taint your soul. It breeds ill will towards others, making you impulsive, quick to anger, and cruel. That's why dark magic is so widely condemned among wizards. But the dark magic I have refined, or rather, the kind that new wizards like you are learning, doesn't have those flaws. While you still need some emotion at first to guide the magic, it's only a faint spark, just a thought is enough. The real power comes from the runes. In the battles to come, you'll keep running into people like these criminals, or even worse. During the Dark Lord's reign, the Death Eaters, more accurately, the Pure Blood families, were far more ruthless than anything you've just witnessed. Their victims were not only brutalized in body, but their souls were tormented as well. Sometimes, even the corpses weren't spared, turned instead into inferi, walking. Corpses to be driven at the caster's will, their souls trapped inside, forced to watch themselves murder their own loved ones and friends, utterly powerless to resist. Don't think I'm exaggerating. What I'm telling you is all too possible. For those dark wizards, the anger, guilt, and remorse of their victims is exactly what they crave. These emotions give the inferi even greater power. They will do whatever it takes, and their cruelty in pursuit of the energy they need far surpasses anything you can imagine. Listening to their teacher's calm tone, Ian and the others felt unsettling images rising in their minds, especially when they pictured themselves or their friends turned into inferi. With each swing of their wands, the power behind their movements grew stronger, the runes in their minds ever clearer, and the incantations tumbled out with increasing urgency. Severing blade, strike true. Severing blade, strike true. Before long, under Lockhart's watchful gaze, a brilliant red light burst from the tip of Ian's wand, shooting straight at the neck of a black thug below. In a flash of crimson, a thin, blood-red line appeared across the man's throat. A heartbeat later, his head was severed from his body, and bright blood flowed freely. Quickly, a pool of blood spread across the ground. Ian stared blankly at the scene before him. It was the first time he had killed someone. Though the man had been a villain, and had tried to kill him first, there was still a deep discomfort gnawing at his chest. Lockhart noticed, and stepped over to stand beside Ian. Both gazed down at the spreading blood, and Lockhart spoke softly. Ian, this is something you'll have to get used to, in your own time. In the days ahead, you'll face more enemies than you can imagine. Cunning, ruthless adversaries, far worse than this one. They will never give up their quest to destroy new wizards. They'll show us no mercy, and will hunt us with the madness of wild dogs, stopping at nothing to see us dead. With enemies like these, violence is the only answer. Bloodshed is inevitable in the birth of a new magical order. There's no way around it. Hearing his mentor's words, Ian nodded slowly, signaling his understanding. Truthfully, he'd already tried to prepare himself for this moment, but seeing it happen, doing it himself, was something else entirely. Still, he thought, he could have just given time. After all, if he were to take his revenge, there would be no avoiding blood on his hands. Lockhart's words were not lost on Vera and Remy, who overheard the conversation. In their hearts, resolve hardened. Soon enough, both managed to successfully cast the severing curse. Seeing this, Lockhart's face glimmered with a rare smile of satisfaction. He watched as they readied themselves to continue, preparing to dispatch the remaining thugs with their spells. Lockhart nodded approvingly, then turned to survey the deaf-mute workers nearby. Thanks to his earlier magic, their emotions remained relatively stable. Yet, years of habitual labor had left them bewildered and unsure of what to do, standing rooted in place. They dared not flee. Perhaps the fate of those who tried before had left them terrified. The sight of them left Lockhart with a headache. He'd always prided himself on his flexible sense of morality, but to simply turn his back on these people sat uneasily on his conscience. After a moment's thought, Lockhart settled on a plan. He raised his wand, and a wave of transparent energy rippled outward, gradually reshaping the memories, perceptions, and awareness of every deaf-mute in the room. Years of torment had already stripped these people of their will to live or desire for anything, reducing them to little more than mechanical slaves. It's still necessary to seal away their emotions and memories for now, to reignite their desire to survive. For Lockhart, who has delved deeply into the fields of memory and cognition, this is a fairly simple task. Before long, Ian and the others had also managed to deal with all the thugs. Looking at the bodies of the thugs, Lockhart gave a gentle round of applause for his 3 students and praised them. Congratulations, you've completed your first real-world assignment. Next, let's talk about your future. Early morning. Stark Villa, 2nd floor gym. Step, step, step. Steady footsteps echoed from the far end of the gym. At this moment, Tony Stark was running on the treadmill, eyes gazing through the glass to the distant ocean, taking in the breathtaking view of the sunrise over the sea. The sun glowed crimson, dazzling like a radiant carnelian disk, slowly rising higher. Around it, the sky was painted with brilliant hues, blending with the sapphire blue of the ocean, creating a graceful and vivid scene. Jarvis, increase the speed, Tony commanded, admiring the scenery while speaking to his AI assistant. Yes, sir. However, as a reminder, based on previous data analysis, your current running pace is optimal for improving stamina and overall physical fitness. Increasing the treadmill speed will only accelerate energy consumption and shorten your training session, with no additional benefit. Would you still like to proceed? Jarvis's voice was calm and courteous as he offered his advice. Keep increasing it, Tony replied without hesitation. Also, Jarvis, give me an update on the progress of the new armor. With that, Tony continued his relentless run on the treadmill. After narrowly escaping death twice in a row, he felt it was absolutely necessary to strengthen his body and develop even more powerful armor to protect himself. Jarvis claimed he might be suffering from mild anxiety, but did Tony really not understand his own state of mind? This was a practical issue, not some psychological disorder, certainly not anxiety. Sir, your new armor is now equipped with the latest radiation disruptor. The anti-Lockhart suit is standing by at any time. Hearing Jarvis's report, Tony, still running, let a slight smile curl at his lips. With the disruptor installed, Lockhart wouldn't dare to act up anymore. After a moment's thought, Tony said with a hint of amusement, Jarvis, schedule a meeting with Lockhart at my place. Tell him we've made a major breakthrough on the Wizard Coin project. Of course, sir. As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, a signal shot across half the city, searching for its intended destination. Yet strangely, Even after sweeping the entire city, it couldn't find where it was supposed to go. Thus, the radio waves continued to spread, enveloping the entire city as if waiting for a certain signal. The moment that signal appeared, contact with the target would be made at once. Morning, at Lockhart's villa. Inside the enchanted suitcase, an artificial lawn stretched out. On the grass, a large group of pale-faced, hearing, and speech-impaired people dressed in deep blue stood in formation. All eyes were fixed on Lockhart at the front, their gazes tinged with gratitude. They were thankful to this handsome, blond man standing before them, who had rescued them from hell and restored their clarity of mind. Whenever memories of their previous ordeal surfaced, darkness seemed to loom before their eyes, and despair welled up in their hearts. But then, a flash of white light flickered in their minds, sealing away those negative emotions. Their feelings shifted, and all the darkness gathered into a single point, transforming into hope for the future. It was as if only after tasting the bitterness of hell could they truly yearn for paradise. At this moment, Lockhart observed the expressions of the group and nodded slightly. Had he simply ignored them, it would have been no different from sending them back to hell. If he handed them over to a place like the police station, Lockhart's opinion of American police could be summed up in just one word: umph. Given their notorious tendencies, who knew how deep their ties were with the criminal underworld, handing these people over would be the same as delivering them straight into the hands of the syndicate. He might as well save himself the trouble and just leave them where they were for the syndicate to collect. So, as soon as these thoughts arose, Lockhart dismissed them completely. As for taking responsibility for this group himself, he made it clear he was unwilling. There were already 100 or so people here. What good would come of accepting them all? He'd have to take care of their food and drink, and even if he wanted to arrange work for them, he wouldn't know where to begin. After all, they weren't wizards. There were many things they simply couldn't handle or even approach. For Lockhart, it would be nothing short of a massive headache. So, it was best to leave professional matters to the professionals. Dealing with such a large group was a job for a national agency like S.H.I.E.L.D. Whether they handled it internally or transferred them to a specialist institution like a school for the deaf, it would be a simple matter for them. And for the sake of his own reputation, they wouldn't dare pull any tricks in the process. How easy, and it didn't cost him any effort. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Bureau of Odd Jobs. Now, he simply had to wait for Coulson to arrive and take these people off his hands. Lockhart glanced at his watch. 9 a.m. Coulson was scheduled to reach the target location. With a flicker of thought, Lockhart drew out his wand and traced a graceful arc in midair. In an instant, a circular portal of blazing scarlet flame opened before him. Opposite them was an open lot, where 3 large buses and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were waiting. Standing at the very front was Coulson, and upon seeing this, Lockhart strode forward without hesitation. Suddenly, buzz, buzz. Lockhart felt his phone vibrating. He took it out and glanced at the screen. An unknown number? Lockhart instantly hung up. It was probably another telemarketing call. He'd had more than enough of those in his previous life. Answering them was not only a waste of time, but would also lead to a barrage of spam messages from the caller, as if their sole purpose was to test your patience and drain your life away. So, to save himself the trouble, he developed a habit. Any call without a name, or those flagged as scams or ads, he would simply decline. Well, except for delivery calls. And then, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated again. Lockhart glanced at it. It was the same number. He hung up once more, but this time tapped the screen lightly. A faint surge of magical energy pulsed out. Magical lock. What a nuisance. Lockhart had a gut feeling something might actually be up, but he still found it bothersome. He had things to deal with right now. If it really was important, they'd call back later. Afterwards, Lockhart waved to the group of deaf mutes behind him, simultaneously sending his intentions to them through a surge of mental power. Seeing them line up and step orderly through the portal, Lockhart turned to walk toward Coulson. At that moment, Coulson was carefully observing the scene on the other side of the portal. Perhaps this was the stronghold of the wizard professor. He committed the sight of the lawn and the faint outlines of the buildings to memory, planning to see if he could find any information about them later. At the very least, he could pad out another report. Professor Lockhart, as you instructed, we've made all the arrangements. The Deaf Mute Association will take care of resettling this group, Coulson said warmly as Lockhart approached. Lockhart returned a polite smile and replied with righteous conviction. One of my students happened to uncover a group of vicious drug traffickers. These criminals actually cut out people's tongues and pierced their eardrums, deliberately turning them into deaf mutes to use in drug production. My student has always had a strong sense of justice. He dealt with these criminals on the spot and rescued this group of deaf mutes. Consider it a public service, eliminating evil for the people. You S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, as representatives of the government, are the perfect ones to handle these rescued individuals. As for any news coverage later, you don't need to mention my student's name. Just say it was the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this, Coulson's expression grew somewhat odd. S.H.I.E.L.D. had heard whispers about the hand, but since it wasn't directly related to their jurisdiction, they hadn't paid it much attention. However, after listening to what Lockhart had just said, Coulson found himself at a loss for words. It almost sounded as though Lockhart was doing S.H.I.E.L.D. a favor, and now the agency owed him a debt of gratitude. Though he was grumbling inwardly, all Coulson could do was smile warmly and reply, "Of course, Professor Lockhart. Thank you for everything you and your students have done." Immediately after, Coulson heard Lockhart continue. "Oh, right, Coulson. As it happens, my 3 students still don't have official identities. Could you arrange that for me? Whatever it costs, I'll cover it." Hearing Lockhart's not-so-subtle request, Coulson quickly responded, No, there's no need. S.H.I.E.L.D. will handle the paperwork. Consider it our way of thanking your students for their bravery." At this, Lockhart nodded in satisfaction. Today, not only had he solved the issue for the deaf and mute, but he'd also managed to settle the identity problems for Ian and the other 2. All in all, a good day's work. Now, the 3 of them would have a much easier time handling things in New York. Lockhart glanced at Coulson, whose hair, though still thin, looked a little fuller than before. With a teasing smile, he said, "Coulson, how's that shampoo I gave you last time working out?" Hearing this, Coulson felt a wave of helplessness. He'd barely received the shampoo when the director claimed half of it for research purposes. He'd only managed to use it once, hardly enough at all. And then, the folks in the R&D department, those true baldies, had gone wild and snatched the rest of his shampoo, also claiming it was for research. That really annoyed him. Half wasn't enough? Were they planning to rob him blind? He'd only used it once. Just once. After that, he went to the director to complain, but the director, in his most earnest tone, assured him that R&D might just discover a new revenue stream for S.H.I.E.L.D. He even told Coulson to be patient, promising that once the product was ready, Coulson would be the very first to try it. What could Coulson say to that? All he could do was force a polite, awkward smile and agree. He could only hope the big shots in R&D would keep their word. Still, he couldn't help but doubt them. If it had been Tony handling this, he'd have a bit more confidence. As for the R&D folks, he respected their expertise, but they'd yet to produce anything tangible. Sensing Coulson's thoughts, Lockhart smiled, reached into his pocket, and produced another bottle of Porta Family shampoo. He toyed with the bottle in his hand, and Coulson's eyes followed it, shining with surprise and longing. With a faint smile, Lockhart said softly, "Coulson, consider this bottle a personal gift from me. I hope it helps." One thing was certain, Coulson was extremely capable. Lockhart remembered that S.H.I.E.L.D. would eventually be destroyed. When that time came, he'd try to recruit Coulson to work for him. He was confident that with Coulson's abilities, many future headaches could be avoided. At that moment, Coulson was completely unaware that Lockhart had already taken quite a liking to him. His face lit up with delight, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Lockhart. Your shampoo." Just as he was about to continue his thanks, suddenly, "Bees easy, bees easy." Coulson frowned, noticing his phone vibrating repeatedly. His phone was quite different from Lockhart's, a specially customized device that ordinary calls couldn't even get through to. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and saw an unfamiliar number. After a moment's thought, he guessed it must be a call from Jarvis. Only an AI's call would display like this. Chances were, Tony needed something urgent. Otherwise, he wouldn't be calling directly. Usually, any business was handled through emails or texts, and Coulson would have to call Tony back himself. Rarely did Tony phone him directly. With a polite smile, he gave Lockhart an apologetic look. Seeing Lockhart nod in understanding, Coulson stepped aside to take the call. "Hello, Mr. Coulson. This is Jarvis, Mr. Stark's artificial intelligence assistant. There's a matter that requires your—" Hearing the AI Jarvis's voice, Coulson couldn't help but look a bit puzzled. A moment later, he walked back to Professor Lockhart, handing him the phone while saying, "Professor Lockhart, Tony is looking for you." Honk, honk, honk. The loud blare of the bus horn echoed through the air. Coulson gripped the Potter family shampoo tightly in his hand, his eyes shining with the joy of recovering something precious. At the same time, however, his guard was up more than ever. He absolutely had to treasure this bottle of shampoo and not let the bald guys from the research department get their hands on it again. The folks in R&D really had no shame. If they found out, they'd be back to snatch it up, all under the excuse of research. The worst part was, he couldn't even refuse them. Even if he went to the director, he'd have no good reason. Honk, honk, honk. The bus horn sounded again, as if reminding Coulson that all the deaf-mute passengers had been picked up. Just then, Coulson saw Lockhart put down his phone, and he hurried over. "Professor Lockhart, thank you for your gift. We've taken care of the deaf-mute group. Also, Please send me your students' photos and names later. I'll make sure everything's arranged for them. Hearing this, Lockhart nodded gently and smiled. Thank you, Coulson. You're always welcome to visit the Wanxiang Book Cafe when you have the time. Then, with a hint of suggestion, he added, and don't forget to bring your magic card. In the Wanxiang Book Cafe, you really can't do without it. Sensing the hidden meaning in Lockhart's words, Coulson didn't quite understand, but he nodded to show he understood all the same. After he returned, he planned to carefully study that magic card once more. He sensed that his next breakthrough would likely be closely linked to it. Soon after, Coulson exchanged a few more words with Lockhart before taking his leave. Moments later, Lockhart watched the bus fade into the distance, then snapped his fingers softly. With a crisp snap, a faint white light flickered in the eyes of the deaf and mute passengers on all 3 buses. Instantly, every memory they had of Lockhart and the 3 companions was sealed away, leaving not a trace behind. Now they would simply believe that the group of drivers had rescued them, nothing more. Sensing that the contingency he'd left in their minds had been activated, Lockhart nodded slightly in satisfaction. He wasn't particularly worried about these deaf-mute people leaking his information. After all, being both deaf and mute, it would be nearly impossible for them to communicate anything even if they tried. But for their own sake, knowing anything about Lockhart was a danger in itself. Lockhart knew that many would stop at nothing to extract information from them. If anyone saw an opportunity, their methods would surely be ruthless. Now, with every potential risk under his control, and with S.H.I.E.L.D. sure to discover the memory alteration, they would have little reason to pursue the matter further. Besides, given the influence he held within S.H.I.E.L.D., there was little chance these deaf-mute survivors would face any real trouble. Anything more would simply be an embarrassment. Indeed, he was always methodical, striving for perfection in everything he did, and he looked down on those who acted on impulse. As the saying goes, great undertakings are built on attention to detail. If you wish to achieve something extraordinary, you must always be mindful of the crucial little things. Turning these thoughts in his mind, Lockhart recalled the phone call from earlier, a slight arch in his brow. Tony Stark had reached out, saying there had been progress with the artificial synthesis of galleons and that they needed to talk in person. He'd even insisted that Lockhart not go to the bookstore cafe, but instead come to his villa, an unusual request that piqued Lockhart's curiosity. He reviewed his schedule and realized there was nothing pressing at the moment. So, drawing his wand, he gave a gentle wave. Guided by the tracking charm he'd left behind, a portal quietly opened before him. That morning, at Stark's villa, at that moment, Tony was busy calibrating his latest anti-Lockhart suit. Facing a massive strength tester, he gave Jarvis his instructions. Jarvis, maximum power. Begin phase 1 of the test. Understood, sir. 3, 2, 1. With a heavy thud, Tony, suited up in his armor, punched the target on the strength tester with all his might. The target shook violently, each blow echoing with a thunderous sound. After the device finally settled, Tony struck again. Another booming impact filled the room. Bang! 3 times in a row. Then Jarvis began to report the results. Sir, in this round of testing, you landed 3 hits, registering 2.9 tons, 3.1 tons, and 3.3 tons, respectively. After compiling the data, it appears the maximum strength of the suit is currently about 3.1 tons per punch. Hearing Jarvis's report, Tony nodded to himself in quiet satisfaction. It was just about what he'd expected. Then Jarvis continued. Sir, Agent Coulson has just successfully made contact with Wizard Lockhart. He has agreed to come to the villa. Tony, who was just about to test the suit's speed, paused at this news. As if a delightful idea had just occurred to him, a sly smile played at the corners of Tony's mouth. Get the radiation jammer ready at a moment's notice. Let's give our wizard professor a little surprise. Understood, sir. It's ready to be activated at any time, Jarvis replied, his voice as calm and courteous as ever. Tony then gave another command. Prepare to begin the flight speed test. Activate satellite monitoring. Yes, sir. At Jarvis's response, Tony lowered his arms, palms facing down. Instantly, dazzling white light burst from his hands and feet. Along his arms and thighs, a series of strange, tiny vents slid open, mechanisms designed to harness wind for extra acceleration. The suit lifted into the air, hovering, just as Tony was about to soar out of the villa. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Tony caught sight of a glowing, sparking ring. In an instant, the image within the circle shifted. He saw a flat expanse of ground on the other side, and, standing there, just as he'd been thinking of, was Professor Lockhart the wizard. At that moment, Tony was clad in his anti-Lockhart armor, ready to proceed with a manned flight test. Lockhart's sudden appearance right before him gave Tony a start. And then, a burst of crackling energy. Not good. Professor Lockhart, get out of the way. Tony, almost on instinct, raised his hand and fired a laser shot at the ground near Lockhart's feet, his voice urgent, as if the action hadn't been premeditated at all. At that moment, Lockhart, guided by the mark he'd left on Tony earlier, had opened a portal. He was surprised to find Tony, suited up and seemingly just about to take off. Before he could process it, Tony unleashed a beam of laser light straight at him. Reacting on pure reflex, Lockhart raised his right hand. As if responding to his intent, the silver bracelet on his wrist activated automatically, and a blazing red shield shimmered into existence before him. The laser struck the lower edge of the shield, sending a sizzle through the air. The shield flickered, its glow dimming. But as Lockhart poured more magic into it, the shield blazed back to life, its crimson light growing even more brilliant, the intricate runes etched across its surface shining with renewed splendor. Seeing this, Tony immediately deactivated the laser beam in his hand. With an expression that was half apologetic and half gloating, he said, "I'm terribly sorry, Professor Lockhart. It's my first time witnessing a spatial teleportation, so I had a bit of a reflex reaction. I truly didn't mean it." As he spoke, he examined the portal before him with keen interest. Space technology fascinated him to no end. Lockhart, upon hearing Tony's explanation, calmly put away his magical items and sized up Tony Stark, clad in his suit of armor. He paused, said nothing in response, and simply stepped through the portal, entering the grand hall of Stark's mansion. With a cool, measured tone, he announced, "Tony, I'm here. Earlier, you mentioned there'd been progress on the Golden Gallon project. What is it?" Seeing Lockhart stride into the hall, Tony nodded slowly, as if weighing how best to answer the question. At the same time, he quietly instructed Jarvis, "Jarvis, activate the radiation disruptor. Maximum output. Cover the whole mansion." "Yes, sir. It's online." Hearing Jarvis's voice in his ear, Tony's lips curled into a sly smile. He didn't believe Lockhart could remain so arrogant this time. All around the mansion, dozens of disc-shaped machines began to whir to life, spinning rapidly and emitting waves of peculiar energy that quickly enveloped the entire villa. "Jarvis, pour Professeur Lockhart a drink." "No, make it a glass of red wine. It's not every day Professor Lockhart visits. We can't let him leave disappointed," Tony instructed, a hint of pride in his voice, confident that his invention was working as intended. As he spoke, he raised his arm, signaling the nearby robotic arms to begin removing his armor. "Of course, sir. Your wine is ready," Jarvis replied. A robotic arm glided over, holding a rectangular tray with a glass of red wine, and presented it to Lockhart with smooth precision. At the same time, another robotic arm brought a glass to Tony, who had just stepped out of his armor. Tony picked up his wine glass, raised it to Lockhart, and said with a grin, "Come, Professor Lockhart, let's have a toast to the major breakthrough of the Golden Gallon project." At that moment, Lockhart arched his brow, a half-smile flickering across his face. Just now, he had sensed a strange energy pulsing through the entire mansion. After a brief probe, he discovered it had the effect of dispersing magic. It felt a bit like an anti-theft waterfall, able to dispel spells, though its power was much weaker by comparison. Even so, Lockhart couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration for Tony's genius. It hadn't been very long, and yet Tony had already developed a technological device capable of interfering with magical power. Although, for a wizard like him who has undergone 2 rounds of magical refinement, this kind of interference is almost negligible. But for a novice wizard like Ian, it would have quite a significant impact. Due to the presence of this interference, not only does the consumption of magic increase dramatically, but it also becomes much harder to successfully cast spells. No wonder Tony insisted on meeting at the villa. Clearly, he was planning a little payback for the way he was put in his place last time. Thinking back to Tony's character in the original story, Lockhart wasn't surprised. Tony was never the type to swallow his pride. Just like himself, Tony was someone who refused to be taken advantage of. These thoughts flickered through Lockhart's mind. He picked up his wine glass, gently swirling the red wine before raising it, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he spoke to Tony. "Tony, I hope you'll truly give me a surprise later. And when the time comes, I'll have a gift prepared for you as well." Ah, this gift, well, it carried a double meaning. With that, Lockhart took a sip of his wine, and Tony followed suit. Sensing the subtle change in Lockhart's expression, Tony felt a flicker of doubt. Why did it seem like the other man wasn't worried at all? Could it be that the interference device had failed? No, that couldn't be. The experiments had shown pretty good results. Just then, Lockhart said, "Tony, by the way, a friend gave me a bottle of wine not long ago. Excellent taste. After our chat, we could try it together." As he spoke, Lockhart extended his right hand, lightly traced the floating ring, and opened a small portal to his study. Reaching through, he retrieved a bottle of wine. Tony's expression shifted slightly as he watched this scene unfold. Damn it, he put so much effort into developing the magical interference device. How could it just fail like that? Was the success rate not high enough? Jarvis, switch to maximum output, Tony whispered under his breath. Sir, after activating maximum output, it's best to shut down within 3 minutes. If it runs longer, the rapid operation could cause it to spontaneously combust and self-destruct. Shall I proceed? Jarvis replied quietly. Do it. Tony gritted his teeth as he watched Lockhart elegantly conjure a portal. If the device broke, so be it. He could always build another. After all, money was no object. But whatever happened, he couldn't lose face. Understood, sir. As Jarvis finished speaking, all the interference devices whirred to life at high speed, switching to their most powerful setting. Meanwhile, Lockhart seemed utterly unaware of the conversation between Tony and his AI. He examined the wine in his hand with keen interest, as if this bottle, a gift from Cassius, held some extraordinary secret. And all the while, the small portal hung, suspended in midair, left open. It seemed to symbolize something, or, perhaps, to hint at something more. As the disruptive fluctuations throughout the entire villa intensified rapidly, Stark began to notice the portal in his view quivering slightly. The crimson glow seemed to dim, showing faint signs of dissipating. But in the blink of an eye, as a surge of magical energy burst forth, the fiery light flared up once more, even revealing, if only faintly, a cascade of swirling runes. Jarvis, increase the power again, Tony commanded, refusing to back down. Sir, if we increase. Shut up, Jarvis. Turn it up as high as it goes. Tony cut him off, issuing a firm order. Jarvis hesitated for a brief moment, then replied, Understood, sir. Instantly, the magical radiation disruptor surged to an even higher output. This time, Tony could just catch the scent of burning machinery in the air. Meanwhile, Lockhart's lips curled into a slight smile. He sensed the intense activity within Tony's villa, the whirring, disc-shaped machines at various locations, their temperatures rising, the air heavy with the stench of overheating electronics. Feeling the strength of this attempt to dispel magic, Lockhart couldn't help but give Tony a silent nod of approval. This was already powerful enough to interfere with the magic of a fully grown wizard. In other words, if it could run continuously, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. The only pity was that Tony, constrained by available materials, couldn't forge a device capable of long-term magical disruption. As this thought flickered across his mind, Lockhart glanced at the portal, which was now visibly dimmer, and at the look of triumph in Tony's eyes. A mischievous idea suddenly came to mind. With a subtle gesture, Lockhart altered the portal's form. To Tony's eyes, the portal began to shift shape, and of course, he immediately credited his disruptor for this significant effect. His sense of pride was unmistakable. At last, he thought he had won this round and reclaimed a bit of his dignity. And then, Tony's expression darkened. He realized that the portal's new shape was becoming increasingly familiar. Within the elliptical portal, multiple smaller portals began to emerge, gradually coming together to form the outline of eyes, a nose, and even ears. At a glance, it resembled a human face. Very quickly, the features came into focus, and Tony saw, to his disbelief, it was his own face, scowling back at him. In that moment, Tony's anger erupted. Wasn't this outright mockery of his machine's ineffectiveness? Just as he was about to summon his armor for a fight. Suddenly, whoosh, a thick, acrid smell of burning filled the air, and faint flickers of flame danced around the villa. The disruptor, pushed far beyond its limits, had finally begun to catch fire. This made Tony's expression turn serious, and he quickly called out to Jarvis to start putting out the fire. This was his home. After all, whatever else was going on could wait until the fire was out. Lockhart, witnessing the scene, frowned. With a casual wave of his hand, the mocking portal vanished. Then, with a gentle flick of his wand, a wave of chill swept rapidly outward. Under Lockhart's control, each magical interference device was instantly engulfed in a thick layer of icy cold. Soon, a pale frost began to form on the surface of every machine. The flames and the acrid smell of burning were completely gone, as if they had never existed. Next, beside every magical interference device, a small, crimson portal appeared, glowing with a fiery light. In an instant, under Jarvis's observation, rings of crimson light encircled Stark's villa, swirling gently and swallowing up every interference device. Then, like magic, all the devices materialized before Tony and Lockhart. Tony fell silent once more as he looked at the Jarvis projection and the pile of interference devices emitting frosty air at his feet. Damn it, he'd lost again. Trying to show off, only to have it all backfire. Tony, come, have a drink. Lockhart looked at Tony, swirling a deep purple glass of wine in his hand with a cheerful smile. This bottle was a gift from a dear friend of mine. It's infused with rare magical herbs, excellent in quality and wonderfully nourishing. At that moment, Tony Stark shot Lockhart a fierce glare, then glanced at the heap of cold, misting interference devices on the floor. He turned to Jarvis and said, "Clean up this junk, and bring out my set of diamond-crafted wine glasses, along with every bottle from my wine cellar." "Oomph. I may not know magic, but when it comes to flaunting wealth, can you really outdo me?" Very soon, an entire set of sparkling, diamond-cut wine glasses was arranged on the table in front of Lockhart, each one shining brilliantly. Not far away, a massive wine cabinet stood proudly, filled with all sorts of wines, and just below, every bottle came with a price tag attached. Yes, that was something Tony had specifically instructed Jarvis to do. Wine, after all, wasn't like Chinese baijiu or Mao Tai, whose prices were common knowledge. If you didn't flaunt the price, how would anyone appreciate its value? Or more to the point, Tony couldn't risk Lockhart not understanding just how expensive these wines were. The art of showing off, after all, lies in making sure the value is crystal clear. Otherwise, it isn't showing off, it's just performing for yourself. Lockhart, watching Tony's grand display of wealth, was speechless, though he had to admit he felt a pang of envy. Clearly, there's a world of difference between building your fortune from scratch and inheriting an empire. Tony, the privileged heir, really did treat money like it was nothing at all. Unlike him, who, though generous with money, always spends with a purpose. Apart from the occasional treat, he rarely splurges just for pleasure. If you asked Lockhart to flaunt his wealth, he'd honestly be at a loss. He couldn't think of anything he owned just for the sake of showing off. Especially when faced with this set of wine glasses, each meticulously cut from diamond. Lockhart couldn't help but want to complain. Who would ever think to do something so extravagant for a mere wine glass? It's just a glass, after all. Only someone like Tony, who throws money around like it's nothing, would buy these to collect, or, more accurately, to one-up others, to show off his wealth. Seeing Lockhart unmoved, Tony's face broke into a smug grin. When it came to flaunting riches, Tony was the true expert. Then, putting on a display of generosity, he said, "Come on, Lockhart, give these diamond-cut glasses a try. This set cost me $1 million, bought just for my private collection. I don't bring these out for just any good friend, you know." Watching Tony's humble brag, Lockhart smiled, picked up one of the glasses, and examined it closely. Next, he opened the bottle of wine that Cassius had given him. In an instant, a crisp, refreshing fragrance of wine drifted through the room. Tony caught a whiff, and his eyes lit up. The aroma alone promised something special. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Tony watched Lockhart pour the wine. He then lifted his own glass and took a slow, thoughtful sip. Not bad. The taste was smooth, maybe not the absolute best, but definitely above average. Yet, he noticed a gentle warmth spreading through his body, a sensation he'd never felt before. It must be, he thought, the effect of those magical plants Lockhart had mentioned. It was somewhat reminiscent of a potion. At that moment, Lockhart was also savoring his glass of red wine. The atmosphere between them began to mellow out. In truth, all that banter before was just them joking around, teasing each other. Neither would ever seriously challenge the other. In the end, Tony could claim a little victory in words. Lockhart didn't mind. It cost him nothing. Now, it was time to get down to business. They couldn't waste the whole evening like this. "Tony, about the galleon," Lockhart began, steering the conversation back on track. "Last time I heard from Coulson about the radiation issue. How's that coming along?" Hearing Lockhart's question, Tony immediately caught his meaning. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Lockhart, since you provided us with several samples of magical radiation last time, our main challenge has been figuring out how to adjust the nature of that magical radiation to make it match as closely as possible to the radiation from the galleon. For that, I developed an algorithm of my own, had Jarvis run the adjustments, and found we could get the similarity up to almost 95%. As for the rest, I'm afraid our current technology just can't bridge that final gap." With that, Tony gave Jarvis an instruction. "Jarvis, head to my lab and bring out coin number 145. After giving the order, Tony didn't stand on ceremony. He simply took Lockhart's wine, poured himself a glass, and prepared to savor it at his leisure. Seeing this, Lockhart chuckled, placed his own empty glass in front of Tony, and Tony obligingly poured him a drink as well, handing it over. Lockhart accepted the glass, took a delicate sip, and waited quietly. Soon enough, Jarvis guided a robot over, carrying a box in its hands. Lockhart's eyes lit up when he spotted the golden coin, more accurately, a galleon, nestled inside the box. He had already sensed it just moments ago and hadn't detected anything amiss. Tony took the galleon from the robot and held out to Lockhart, his voice steady. "Lockhart, This is an artificially synthesized galleon I created. I've already fine-tuned its magical radiation to reach the 95% standard I mentioned before. Take a look. Does it meet your requirements? Lockhart took the coin, then retrieved a genuine galleon from his spatial pouch. He set the two coins side by side, carefully comparing their magical signatures and subtle differences. After a long moment, Lockhart opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise passing through them. Even after a thorough inspection, all he could sense was a faint, almost imperceptible discrepancy. Without a sample for comparison, he might have overlooked that difference entirely. Yet, aside from that subtle distinction, this synthetic galleon could readily take the place of a real one for alchemical purposes. However, what he truly needed was the galleon's monetary authenticity. Its alchemical properties were important, but not as crucial as its value as currency. As the thought flashed through his mind, Lockhart decided to let Bruno the Goblin examine it. After all, when it came to the art of forgery, Bruno was the true expert. With a flick of his wand, Lockhart conjured a portal crackling with sparks. On the other side, Bruno was hard at work forging magic cards, a task Lockhart had previously assigned him. With the ever-increasing stream of guests at the Infinite Library Cafe, stocking up on magic cards in advance was essential. Spotting Bruno absorbed in his card-making, Lockhart called out, "Bruno, come here." Hearing his master's familiar voice, Bruno immediately turned, saw Lockhart's face through the portal, and hurried over with quick little steps. "What can I do for you, master?" he asked eagerly. "I've already completed 352 level 5 magic cards and 50 level 4 ones. I'm currently working on the level 3 cards, figuring out how to integrate spatial teleportation into them. I'll need your guidance on that soon." Lockhart could clearly see Bruno's excitement at this moment, and he wasn't surprised. After all, he had deliberately encouraged him to put his heart into crafting magic cards before. By painting an enticing vision of the magic card's future and bestowing titles like Father of Magic Cards, he had inspired Bruno to devote himself wholly to building the magic card system. These thoughts flashed rapidly through Lockhart's mind. He then picked up the two galleons in his hand and handed them to the goblin, Bruno, giving him a direct instruction. "Bruno, take a look at these two galleons. Can you spot any differences between them?" Upon hearing his master's command, Bruno took the coins, first darting his eyes swiftly around the room, paying particular attention to the mass of frozen magical radiation dampeners not far away. When his gaze briefly landed on Tony, he paused for a heartbeat, then simply looked past him, showing not the slightest interest. He then bowed his head, carefully examining the two galleons in his hands with great concentration. Meanwhile, Tony, who had just been intrigued by the goblin's odd appearance and short stature, now felt a twinge of annoyance at being so blatantly ignored. Still, he didn't comment. His irritation with Lockhart was another matter, something he could later express by tinkering with weapons, just for fun, or perhaps as a backup plan for the future. But when it came to Lockhart's subordinates, he found it beneath him to bother. After all, it simply felt undignified. His pride wouldn't allow him to act out against someone's minion. As he watched this alien-looking creature scrutinize the two galleons, Tony poured himself another glass of wine, savoring it while giving Bruno a curious once-over. Although he'd heard SHLD's descriptions, seeing such a being in real life for the first time was still quite a shock. After a long while had passed, Bruno the Goblin finally lifted his head, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked at Lockhart. Raising the galleon in his left hand, he quickly asked, "Master, who made this galleon?" "This is the work of a true master. My magic was refined so precisely, it's almost indistinguishable from the work of a Gringotts goblin." Tony, hearing Bruno's surprise, raised his glass to Lockhart, swirling the wine and giving a subtle salute, his smile modest on the surface, but brimming with pride underneath. Lockhart saw the gesture, but ignored it, gently twirling his suspended ring. A wave of transparent energy rippled outward, distorting the view for Tony and any nearby surveillance devices. What would happen next was not for Tony or the others to witness. Immediately, Lockhart turned to Bruno and fired off a series of questions. "Bruno, does this galleon meet my standards? In your assessment, are there any flaws or mistakes in the design? Can they be fixed?" When Lockhart asked his question, Bruno glanced at the galleon in his hand and considered for a moment. He hesitated slightly before saying, "Master, if we follow your requirements, the coin could just about pass muster. Every aspect is well executed, even the magical properties. However, one or two coins might slip by unnoticed, but if the number increases, the likelihood of detection rises dramatically." Upon hearing this, Lockhart nodded gently to signal his understanding, then fixed his gaze on Bruno, waiting for him to continue. After pondering for a moment, Bruno spoke again. "Master, the real issue with this galleon still lies with the magic. although the magic on this coin has been adjusted to closely match that of the Gringotts goblins. There's a crucial step missing, the most important anti-counterfeiting measure used by the goblins, and that's the environment of the vault itself. The entire underground vault is saturated with magic, and every batch of galleons, during their creation, is naturally infused with this magical aura. As a result, the coins carry a distinct essence that's nearly impossible to replicate. If we want to compensate for this, the solution is actually simple. Just leave the coins in the vault for some time, and the flaw will naturally be remedied. But this is where things get tricky. There are goblins specifically assigned to patrol the vaults every day, making it nearly impossible to sneak in. Not to mention placing a large batch of galleons there. If we're not careful, the goblins of Gringotts might simply confiscate the entire lot, and once that happens, there's no getting them back. At this point, Lockhart's eyes glimmered with thought, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. Then he heard Bruno add, "Master, I once considered another approach, storing a large number of galleons in our own vault to try to break the final anti-counterfeiting measure. But after learning more about the goblins' methods, I abandoned the idea. They send people to inspect every vault at regular intervals, which completely shuts down this route as well." Lockhart nodded again, acknowledging his understanding. This problem, however, was not insurmountable. As the idea flashed through his mind, Lockhart asked, "Bruno, are there any other issues?" He pressed further. "What I mean is, if we resolve the problem you just mentioned, could we truly pass our galleons off as genuine to the goblins of Gringotts? Could we make them believe our coins were minted by them?" "Yes, master, that's absolutely possible," Bruno replied without hesitation, his tone firm. "Our galleons are identical in essence to the real ones. The only difference lies in the goblins' anti-counterfeiting measures. After all, galleons produced by Gringotts are accepted for trade, while ours, being alchemical products, are not recognized at all by the goblins." Lockhart nodded in understanding at this. After all, the other party effectively held sovereignty over the currency of the wizarding world. In other words, they had the final say. All wizards were used to keeping their galleons in Gringotts, which naturally gave the bank exclusive authority over the currency. Even the dimmest goblin understood the importance of issuing their own galleons, further tightening their grip on monetary control. It would be foolish to loosen those controls and give others a chance to challenge Gringotts' position. Otherwise, Lockhart could simply use wizarding magic to mint galleons, combine it with a few technological tricks, and he was confident he could topple Gringotts in one fell swoop. If nothing else, he could open his own wizarding bank and use modern banking methods to outclass them completely. To put things in perspective, Gringotts goblins charged management fees, while modern banks not only waived fees, but even paid interest. Even if the goblins tried to mimic those practices, Lockhart had plenty of ways to ensure their losses would outweigh any gains, forcing them to give up in the end. Unfortunately, without control over the currency's definition, such a plan could only exist on paper. If no one recognized the bank, it'd be pointless to open it. Still, this was something worth plotting for the future. As his thoughts swirled, Lockhart quickly sifted through the ideas tumbling around in his mind, discarding the impractical and honing the essentials to perfect his plan. Then he lifted the spell he'd placed on Tony and Jarvis earlier, and with a smile asked, "By the way, Tony, I almost forgot to ask, what's the cost to synthesize this galleon? Is it efficient?" At this moment, Tony simply assumed that the conversation between man and goblin had revolved around some challenging magical technology. He only half understood what he'd heard. Still, he took mental notes, perhaps it would come in handy later. Though the magic radiation disruptor had failed this time, its potential was obvious. If that was the case, he could always tweak and improve it in the future. Just then, Lockhart's question reached his ears. Tony did a quick calculation and replied, "Lockhart, if we don't count the earlier research expenses, the cost of producing a single galleon comes to about $100,000 US. As for efficiency, you don't have to worry. With my new algorithm, the process doesn't take long. Under optimal conditions, we can make 1,000 a day without any trouble." Hearing this, Lockhart quickly did the math in his head, and a wry smile tugged at his lips. If he relied solely on US dollars, he had maybe 10 million at his disposal. In other words, he could only make 100 galleons at most. That was just not worth it. 100 galleons. If he spent them all on potion ingredients and sold the potions to S.H.I.E.L.D. for research, he'd easily make more than that. If we start mass production, what's the lowest we could get the cost down to? Lockhart asked again. If it's on a large scale, and you can supply enough magical metals, plus continue to provide a substantial amount of magical energy, then the cost can indeed go down, Tony replied after thinking for a moment. It could drop by at least 50 or 60,000, maybe even more. It's not out of the question. But to get an exact number, we'll need to do some real testing. Upon hearing this, Lockhart nodded lightly to show his understanding. After a moment's thought, He continued, "All right, I'll have Bruno bring over a batch of magical metals later. He'll be in charge of infusing the galleons with magical energy, and he can also offer some advice from a magical perspective. Let's try to get the cost as low as possible." Early morning, New York City, Midtown Manhattan, in an apartment. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm clock blared. Lying in bed, a short-haired man with 8-pack abs and a body sculpted with lean muscle opened his eyes and swiftly turned off the alarm beside him. He quickly climbed out of bed, walked over to the window, and, as was his habit, gazed out at the swath of green in Central Park not far away, savoring the gentle morning breeze and drawing in the crisp, fresh air. A look of nostalgia crossed his face. He headed to the bathroom for a quick wash, glanced at his familiar reflection in the mirror, and gave his cheeks a gentle slap, as if he were reminiscing, or perhaps reminding himself of something important. 70 years have passed. "Steve, now is the time for you to rediscover the whole world." Soon, Steve changed into a gray shirt, left his room, and walked out of the apartment. It was time to start his daily run, not just to regain his fitness, but to adjust his state of mind. Thud, thud, thud. With the soft rhythm of his footsteps, Steve straightened his back, swung his arms lightly at his sides, and began running around Central Park. It was early morning near Central Park, and many others, dressed in shirts like Steve, were out for their runs too. But it was clear, Steve was running much faster than the average person, and even after all that, his shirt barely showed a trace of sweat, proof that he hardly broke a sweat at all. 1 lap, 2 laps, 10 laps. In just about half an hour, Steve had already circled the entire park 10 times, a distance of nearly 15 kilometers. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Though Steve's gray shirt was now damp with sweat from his 10 laps, his breathing remained steady and even, as if to say that another 10 laps would be no problem for him at all. Just as he was about to begin his 12th lap, suddenly, Steve noticed a red antique car driving alongside him, matching his running pace. Inside was a slightly chubby, balding middle-aged man waving at him enthusiastically. It was none other than Carlson. At this moment, Carlson's excitement was written all over his face as he gazed at his idol. He was itching to jump out of the car and ask for an autograph right then and there. But remembering the task at hand, Carlson forced himself to stay calm, suppressing the thrill in his heart. He waved enthusiastically to his idol, and soon saw Steve begin to slow down and stop by the roadside. Seeing this, Carlson hurriedly pulled over his own car, hopped out, and jogged towards Steve, introducing himself in a somewhat breathless, excited tone. "Captain, hello, I'm Phil Carlson, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's such an honor to meet you today, Captain. I've been a huge admirer of yours for a long time." Steve looked at Carlson standing before him, and seeing the unmistakable look of a fervent fan, he gave a slightly awkward but still polite smile. Dealing with fans had never been Steve's strong suit. He never quite knew how to respond or turn them down gently. After a moment's thought, Steve decided to steer the conversation back on track and said, "Carlson, did Nick Fury send you? What's going on?" "Yes." Steve always felt it was best to focus on the main point. Snapped back to his senses by his idol's question, Carlson quickly remembered his mission and replied, "Yes, Captain. Director Fury asked me to let you know about your request to see Miss Carter. He's already arranged everything. We've contacted Miss Carter, and you can meet her any time today." At those words, a ripple of emotion stirred in Steve's usually composed heart, and he did his best to keep his voice steady as he said, "All right, Carlson, let's head out now." Then, as if something occurred to him, he glanced down at his sweat-soaked clothes, suddenly a bit self-conscious. "Carlson, how much time do we need? I'd like to go back and change first." Noticing the mix of anticipation and unease on the captain's face, Carlson offered reassurance. "Captain, there's no rush. We'll be flying straight to Los Angeles, and it'll only take an hour. There's plenty of time." As a devoted fan, Carlson knew all about the relationship between the captain and Miss Carter. He could recite 1,000 different rumors if pressed, especially since Miss Carter was one of SHLD's founders and still held immense respect within the agency, someone Carlson admired deeply himself. Today, he would get to see both his idols meet face to face. At the thought, Carlson could barely contain his excitement. Hearing all this, Steve nodded quickly. Today, he was finally going to see Peggy. He couldn't show up looking a mess. After all, he owed her a dance. 2 hours later, at a villa in Los Angeles, Steve stood on the path outside the villa, with Carlson and Nick Fury flanking him on either side. He looked a bit tense, his fists clenched, caught between anticipation and unease. 70 years. For him, it might have felt like the briefest blink of an eye. But for Carter, it had been a true 70 years. Each minute, each second, lived and experienced. How much had Carter changed in all that time? The thought of so many years made Steve's heart uneasy. He felt awkward, anxious. "Captain, Miss Carter is waiting for you inside. You should go in now. We'll leave you to it." Nick Fury gave Steve a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Thank you, Director Fury. Sorry for the trouble," Steve replied, forcing his anxiety down and stepping onto the path, heading straight for the villa's front door. The door creaked open as Steve entered the living room. Following Fury's directions, he made his way toward a bedroom down the hall. Inside a room with the door left wide open, Steve saw an elderly woman lying in bed, a breathing mask on her face. On the arm, resting atop the blanket, age spots were clearly visible. Yet, in her features, Steve could still make out the echoes of the young woman he remembered so vividly. Peggy Carter, the one he'd longed for through countless days and nights. Seeing Carter so aged filled Steve's heart with sorrow and guilt. 70 years, what had he missed? His beloved had grown old. And yet, why couldn't he have grown old by her side? At that moment, a young nurse standing nearby noticed Steve. Recognizing him as the captain the director had mentioned, she gently called to Ms. Carter lying on the bed. Carter, now aware of Steve standing in the doorway, raised a trembling hand in greeting. At once, Steve hurried forward, taking Carter's hand gently in his own. Looking in her eyes, he spoke with quiet remorse. "Carter, I'm sorry I'm late." Outside the villa, Coulson and Nick Fury stood together in the shade, gazing toward the villa's bedroom, as if they could picture Steve and Carter's long-awaited reunion. After a short while, Coulson voiced his concern. "Director, are you sure it's the right thing to let the captain go in alone? He's already lost 70 years of life. This should be the time for him to adjust to the modern world. Bringing him into contact with a sorcerer so suddenly, could that have unintended consequences?" Nick Fury cast a cool glance at Coulson beside him. Seeing the worry etched on Coulson's face, Fury spoke evenly. "Trust the captain. He's a most suitable choice. A shining reputation, a heart of justice, and unwavering conviction. The captain is more fitting than anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. Morning, Borough of Queens, Boland Street. Wearing a black baseball cap and a brown leather jacket, Steve carefully examined each shop along the street. It was as if he was searching for his destination. He scanned back and forth several times, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Recalling Coulson's earlier reminder, Steve slipped his right hand into his pocket and took out the black card. Once again, he scrutinized every shop on the street. Suddenly, a silver-white wall shimmered with a jade-like translucence. On its surface, deep blue patterns emerged, as if tracing an exquisite design. Within the pattern, he could faintly see what looked like liquid flowing, emitting a subtle blue glow. Above the shop's entrance hung a jet-black signboard. Atop it, a pale golden dragon circled slowly around the central inscription. In bold letters, the sign proclaimed, "Omniverse Book Cafe." Recognizing the scene exactly as Coulson had described, Steve nodded to himself. Then, he walked toward the Omniverse Book Cafe. Steve stopped in front of the cafe's door, gazed at the black handle, drew a deep breath, and pushed the door open to enter. The moment he stepped inside, Steve was struck by the sensation of entering a small plaza. Marble tiles covered the floor, and soft, bright lights illuminated everything above. Instinctively, he turned to glance back at the cafe's entrance, stunned by how the space had transformed so dramatically. He took a deep breath, savoring the air that now felt sweeter and the atmosphere remarkably pleasant. Just standing at the threshold, Steve found himself enveloped in comfort. He could even feel the muscles that had been tense from years of being frozen slowly begin to relax, as if he were soaking in a warm spring. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A ring of crimson light materialized not far away, and a figure in yellow stepped out from within. The sight shook Steve to his core, but he forced himself to remain composed. He remembered what Coulson had told him. There might be things in the cafe that defied common sense, but he should try not to overreact. Out. Steve steadied his emotions with deep breaths, holding the black card, and, like the figure in yellow, made his way forward. Along the way, Steve noticed that this plaza-like space seemed specially designed for these unusual individuals to enter or depart. From time to time, he would catch sight of someone stepping out of or into a portal rimmed with a blazing red glow. As for the grand entrance through which he had come earlier, it seemed to serve no real purpose. It was just for show. Not a single wizard actually used it. Instead, everyone seemed to prefer conjuring portals. This struck Steve as rather remarkable. Before long, he noticed the person in yellow he'd seen earlier approach the counter, exchange a few words with the young woman there, swipe a card identical to the black one in his hand across a reader, and then turn to go. Just before leaving, that person clearly spotted Steve, casting a surprised glance his way, but saying nothing. Once the man had left, Steve stepped up to the counter just as he had, and addressed the young woman before him. "Hello, I'm looking for Professor Lockhart." Indeed, to Steve, even though the woman was tall and strikingly beautiful, she was still just a young girl. After all, she looked to be about 20, while he himself was already in his 80s or 90s. At that moment, Vera gave him a quick once-over. His face seemed familiar, but she didn't dwell on it. With a warm smile, she replied, "Hello. May I ask what business you have with Professor Lockhart?" Mr. Carlson from S.H.I.E.L.D. suggested, "I've come to the Infinity Books and Cafe," Steve explained. "He said Professor Lockhart might be able to help me." "May I have your name, please?" Vera asked directly. "And could you be a bit more specific about your request? The clearer you are, the better. My mentor isn't fond of unnecessary trouble. I can relay your request to him, but if you're vague, he may simply refuse to see you, and there would be nothing I could do." Steve fell silent at her words. He pondered for a moment before speaking in a measured tone. "My name is Steve Rogers. I hope to obtain from Professor Lockhart a magical potion or something similar that could restore health, or even youth. I am willing to pay whatever price is required." Mentioning the price made Steve feel a bit uneasy. Nick Fury had assured him that S.H.I.E.L.D. would handle any costs, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it might not be so simple. When Vera heard him introduce himself, she was momentarily taken aback. A memory surfaced. Her mentor had given her a list of people to keep an eye on. She looked again at Steve's face, and it clicked. This was none other than the legendary Captain America. A wave of astonishment washed over her. According to the information she'd received, Captain America had been missing for nearly 70 years. Now, here he was, looking just as young as ever. It was hard to believe. If only she could remain forever young. Just like Captain America, she thought wistfully. The thought passed, and Vera said to Steve, "Mr. Rogers, please wait a moment. I'll contact my mentor for you." Steve nodded lightly to show he understood, then stood nearby, carefully observing his surroundings. From the vantage point of the counter, he could not only see the small square behind him with perfect clarity, but also glimpsed many people inside the book cafe, sipping coffee and leisurely reading their books. Just as he was about to examine the titles of each book more closely, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "Mr. Rogers, my mentor will arrive a bit later. It might take some time. Would you prefer to wait in the study, or find a spot in the hall to enjoy a cup of coffee and read for a while?" Upon hearing Vera's voice, Steve thought for a moment before replying directly, "I'll wait for Professor Lockhart in the study." "All right, Mr. Rogers." Vera nodded in response, then rang the little bell beside her. In an instant, the house elf named Goldcoin appeared in front of Vera, casting a quick glance at Steve. Goldcoin spoke up at once. "Vera, which desk or study should this gentleman go to?" By now, Goldcoin was quite familiar with this routine. Whenever Vera called him, it usually meant she wanted him to guide a guest to a particular desk or study. That was about all there was to it. "Goldcoin, please take this gentleman to Study 101. My mentor will be discussing something with him shortly." Hearing Vera mention Study 101, Goldcoin looked a bit surprised. He knew well that this was his master's private study. He couldn't help but size up the man beside him. Wait a moment, a muggle? Sensing no magical aura at all from Steve, Goldcoin was once again taken aback. However, thanks to Professor Lockhart's special training, Goldcoin's expression didn't betray a hint of his surprise. He simply gestured to Steve and said, "Come along, sir. I'll take you to the master's study." Steve gazed at the strange little creature before him, surprise flickering in his eyes, but he held back his questions, nodded, and followed Goldcoin deeper into the book cafe. Meeting Professor Lockhart was the most important thing right now. Best not to do anything unnecessary. Following Goldcoin into the depths of the book cafe, Steve easily observed many wizards either reading or chatting, and, even, a snake coiled serenely on one of the desks. Yes, Steve had just noticed the snake and couldn't help but feel a flash of surprise. But seeing that everyone around seemed unbothered by its presence, he realized they must all be used to it, so he said nothing more. Soon, Goldcoin opened the door to Study 101. Steve stepped inside and saw a desk and chair at the center of the room. He immediately understood, greeted Goldcoin with a nod, and took a seat. He asked no further questions, quietly closed his eyes, and waited for Professor Lockhart to arrive. Kamartai, Bamboo Grove Tea House. The Bamboo Grove Tea House lies deep within Kamartaj, earning its name from the lush bamboo planted all around it. There are many tea houses here, but at the very center stands the largest one, reserved exclusively for the Sorcerer Supreme. Off to the side, several smaller tea houses serve as spaces for accomplished Kamartaj sorcerers to rest, share tea, and enjoy conversation. Upon the tea table in one such tea house sat a pot of fragrant tea and 3 cups. Morin was seated across from Lockhart, while the seat beside them remained empty, as if awaiting the arrival of another guest. At this moment, Lockhart gave a gentle wave, causing the teapot to float up and pour fresh tea into Morin's cup and his own. "Morin, when will Master David be joining us?" Lockhart asked, raising his cup to take a delicate sip. "Let's wait a bit longer, Lockhart," Morin replied after a moment's thought. a hint of resignation in his voice. I already reminded David earlier. You know how he is. Once he gets absorbed in researching magical artifacts, he loses all sense of time. I just had someone go and remind him again, so he shouldn't be much longer. All right. Lockhart nodded lightly, clearly understanding. Then Morin, curiosity piqued, asked, "By the way, Lockhart, you mentioned wanting Master David to craft a magic item that stores magical energy. I'm not an alchemist myself, but as far as I know, these kinds of magical items aren't particularly difficult to make. Besides, I've seen the magical items you've crafted, and your skills are quite impressive. Just so you know, David has little interest in making ordinary magical items. He prefers those with a real challenge, and his fees are anything but modest." "No worries, Morin," Lockhart replied with a chuckle. "I can assure you, this magical item will be anything but simple. I wouldn't have sought out Master David if I thought I could handle it alone." "What kind of item is it?" Morin asked, intrigued. "Of course, if it's something confidential, don't feel obliged to tell me. You and David can discuss it when he arrives." "This magical artifact is, in fact, extremely important to me," Lockhart said with a warm smile. "But you'll find out soon enough, so there's no harm in letting you know a bit beforehand." He poured Morin another cup of tea before continuing with measured calm. "Remember the magic card I gave you last time at Vientiane Book Cafe? I told you then it can store and release a certain amount of magical energy, converted into magic points for use at the cafe. However, there's an issue now. Some sorcerers have already accumulated a considerable number of mana points, and their magic cards have reached their maximum capacity for storing these points. All the extra mana points are currently kept in the mana reservoir at the Vientiane Book Cafe, ready for withdrawal at any time. I'm concerned that as more and more sorcerers come to the cafe, even the reservoir might not suffice, so I've asked Master David to craft a large-scale mana storage device in advance. This will make it easier to facilitate mana point transactions in the future." Hearing this, Morin grew thoughtful. He was already familiar with Lockhart's system of magic cards and mana points. He could more or less guess Lockhart's intentions, though he didn't have much confidence in their success. In his view, what Hart wanted was nothing more than to popularize mana points as a universal currency for trading among sorcerers. And as the creator of this currency, Lockhart was bound to reap significant benefits. Yet the fact that, after thousands of years, Camartage had never adopted a widely circulated currency spoke volumes in itself. Morin found it perfectly natural that Lockhart would come up with such an idea. But why was he not optimistic? Because even before Lockhart, others had entertained the same notion. Some had even put it into practice, striving to create a magical currency to make trading among sorcerers more convenient. But in the end, they all failed. The main reason was that the number of sorcerers in Camartage was never especially large. In fact, due to constant battles against dimensional invasions, casualties occurred every few years. If the number of sorcerers were vast, trading would indeed become complicated, and currency would serve as a necessary medium to reduce transaction costs, thus gaining popularity with ease. But the reality was that the sorcerer population remained small. Although new members joined each year, losses in battle kept their numbers within a steady range. Under such circumstances, currency became more or less unnecessary. Simple bartering sufficed and was highly convenient. After all, with so few sorcerers, everyone more or less knew a master of potions or alchemy. All of them were Camartage sorcerers, living together, their identities clear for all to see. As long as one was willing to pay a certain price, it was only natural to obtain whatever one desired. In fact, most materials could be found within Camartage's secret realms, and if one wanted to craft something personally, all it took was a trip to the library to learn how. Therefore, the demand for magical currency among Camartage sorcerers was truly minimal. So-called magic currency might circulate in a small circle at most, but would never gain widespread acceptance among all sorcerers. Take Lockhart's magic points, for example. At most, they're only recognized within his Universal Book Cafe. Outside, many wizards don't even acknowledge them, let alone accept them as a common currency, unless the Supreme Sorcerer personally endorses them, and even then, there's no guarantee it would work. Let's not even get into other issues. What real value do these so-called magic points hold? Without a clear standard for evaluation, even M.O. Lin himself wouldn't recognize their legitimacy. Gold was able to become currency because it held intrinsic value. If magic points have no inherent worth, then they don't even have the potential to serve as money. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, M.O. Lin still refrained from voicing his doubts about Lockhart's actions. After all these years, he understood the wisdom of not saying too much when relationships are shallow. Though he had a good rapport with Lockhart, he knew that interfering with his plans, or even offering advice, would only make their relationship awkward. Furthermore, knowing Lockhart as he did, it would make no difference. Lockhart was a man of iron will. One might even say stubborn. Trying to change his mind would be nearly impossible. He could only wait for Lockhart to hit a wall before offering any advice. That would be the right moment to step in. Each phase of life has its own concerns. Creating a magical currency is one. Persuading a friend is another. As the saying goes, being half a step ahead makes you a genius. One step ahead, and you're a madman. With that, M.O. Lin and Lockhart shifted to lighter conversation, whiling away the time as they waited for Mage David to arrive. In the midst of their chat, suddenly, M.O. Lin noticed Lockhart's expression change, as if he had just received some news. He looked genuinely surprised. Glancing at the still empty seat, M.O. Lin thought for a moment before speaking. Lockhart, if you have other matters to attend to, please don't wait on my account. If you want, you can write down the details of what you need from Mage David. I can pass them along for you. I have a decent relationship with him. I'm sure it won't be a problem. And if I know David, he's probably so absorbed in his magical research right now that he's completely forgotten about this appointment. Just then, Lockhart had finished sending a message to Vera through the Golden Dragon magic mark. He smiled and replied, "No rush. Let's wait a little longer for Mage David. Some things are simply better discussed face to face." With that, he poured each of them a cup of tea and began to sip slowly. One must prioritize. For Lockhart, this matter with Mage David was important. He'd rather not miss the chance to meet in person. As for Captain America, that could wait. If worst came to worst, he'd just make a small concession as an apology. At the moment, his impression of Mage David was not particularly favorable. Lockhart had always valued punctuality, and he tended to think well of those who did the same. After all, if he couldn't even manage the most basic requirement of punctuality, how much faith could anyone place in his promises for future responsibilities? Just then, suddenly, a portal blazing with crimson flames opened, and from within, a figure stepped out. Bamboo Grove Tea House. At a tea table, Lockhart and Morin sat across from the plump Wizard Davis, their gazes fixed on him. Lockhart's face was expressionless. Morin's was dark with displeasure. As for Wizard Davis, he took a leisurely sip of tea and spoke in an unhurried, cheerful tone. "Master Lockhart, I advise you to carefully consider our proposal. With your talents as an alchemist and potion master, joining us truly is the best choice. The future of Yinqian Book Cafe holds many benefits for everyone, especially if our two sides join forces." With that, Wizard Davis drained his teacup, stood up, and, still smiling, said, "We look forward to your reply, Master Lockhart. After all, we're all mages of Camartage now. Let's not let things get too tense between us." By the end, the implied warning in his words was unmistakable. What did he mean by, "Now we are all mages of Camartage"? Did he think he could force me to leave Camartage in the future? Then, under Lockhart's watchful gaze, Wizard Davis conjured another portal and departed without looking back. Bang! Morin set his teacup down on the table with a sharp, resounding thud. He turned to Lockhart, his voice filled with apology. "I'm sorry, Lockhart. I never expected that after so many years of friendship, always seeing each other around, Dallin and his lot would do something like this." By the end, a surge of anger welled up within him. Damn it, those bastards Dallin and his crew actually want to snatch away what's mine. If their target had only been Lockhart, Morin might have felt nothing but guilt. But this time, it wasn't just about Lockhart. Both he and Caecilius were being targeted as well. To be precise, the others were simply jealous. What did they mean by potion sales should follow market prices and be negotiated together? And what was this about unknown potions posing potential dangers that require their joint certification to ensure safety? Wasn't this blatant robbery, plain and simple? He'd only been working with Lockhart for less than 2 months, and now the others wanted to force him out altogether? Unbelievable. He'd never really delved into alchemy or potion-making before, just heard a bit about it here and there, never thought much of it. But now, faced with the reality, just thinking about it made Morin's anger boil over. Meanwhile, Lockhart watched Morin's fury with an unreadable expression, sighing inwardly. As expected, what was bound to happen has finally come. The first time I came to the Marvel world, I had just gotten in touch with Camartage. I had no real influence, and because I acted with caution, everything went smoothly. The second time I arrived in the Marvel world, I officially joined Camartage. I had only just begun to collaborate with Morin and Caecilius. My influence was still limited, or perhaps it hadn't fully unfolded yet. But the third time, I officially transformed the Universal Book Cafe into a venue exclusively for sorcerers. In reality, this move had already impacted a good number of Camartage sorcerers. The effects were beginning to ripple out, drawing attention. To be precise, it affected the interests of certain sorcerers. Naturally, it was only a matter of time before someone stepped forward to defend their own stake. And so, With Dylan at the helm, the alchemists and potion masters had set their sights on his Universal Book Cafe, as well as the potions and magical artifact from the Harry Potter world. They were preparing to collaborate with him. At first, they proposed an alliance with the Universal Book Cafe, but in truth, it was merely a way to carve up his territory. When they exchanged new potions and magical items with him, their real aim was none other than his magical knowledge. It's worth noting that, as promised, he had already placed the first batch of Wizarding World books on the library shelves. But these books had been carefully selected. The first batch contained mostly basic knowledge, with very little in the way of advanced material. And yet, even these fundamentals were the essence of the wizarding world. However, for alchemists like Dylan, this might not have meant much. Nevertheless, Lockhart believed that even with just the basics, the other side could still glimpse the wonders of magic from the Harry Potter universe. To develop a greedy interest was only natural. He himself felt the same way about Kamar-Taj's magical lore. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lockhart looked at Morin, whose anger still hadn't subsided, and offered some reassurance. Morin, don't worry. This won't have any major consequences. We should just stick to what we're doing. What? Do they really think they can kick you, me, or even Caecilius out of Kamar-Taj? Hearing Lockhart's words, Morin felt a bit better. In a frosty voice, he said, let them try. If they dare cause any trouble, I'll go straight to the Sorcerer Supreme. Let's see what they have to say about that. What? So they're allowed to sell potions, but we're not. That's not how things work. If it comes down to a fight, I'm not afraid of them, let alone Caecilius. If we call on Caecilius, the two of us could take on 3 of them without breaking a sweat. Listening to Morin's vengeful words, Lockhart could only shake his head helplessly. With the Sorcerer Supreme's almost hands-off approach, they'd probably just watch the whole thing unfold like children squabbling. It would be a surprise if they weren't standing by, munching popcorn, enjoying the spectacle. As long as no one died and things didn't get completely out of hand, Lockhart was confident the Sorcerer Supreme wouldn't get involved at all. However, when it comes to seeking Caecilius's assistance, that is indeed a very wise choice. Whether it's Caecilius's abilities or his influence, both are considered impressive within Kamar-Taj. Most importantly, the interests of the 3 are closely intertwined. Any move Caecilius makes will undoubtedly have a direct impact on their shared potion business. What matters next is how to communicate with Caecilius. At this moment, Morin's expression gradually calmed. In truth, he had regained his composure long ago. His earlier anger was only partly genuine. The rest was merely a mask for his own embarrassment. He had invited these people himself, yet now they were ready to draw their knives and carve up a share. This was truly courting disaster. After exchanging a few countermeasures, both parties now prepared to leave. Dylan and his group were not the kind of people who only paid lip service. When action was needed, they would not hesitate. Universal Books Cafe, Room 101. At this moment, Steve was sitting on a stool with his eyes closed. He had been there, unmoving, for an hour and a half. Though it had been a while, for someone who had once lain motionless in the grass through an entire night waiting to eliminate a target, this was hardly a challenge. For him, as long as he could achieve his goal today, even waiting another day, a week, or a month would be nothing. After witnessing scene after scene unfold before his eyes not long ago, Steve had gained some confidence in what Coulson had told him. He hoped that this time, he could succeed, restore Peggy's health, or perhaps even bring back her youth. With these thoughts drifting through his mind, Steve calmed himself and continued waiting with his eyes closed, quietly gathering his energy, an art he had long since mastered. Some time passed, and suddenly, relying on his keen senses, Steve turned his head to the left. At that very moment, a familiar crimson portal shimmered into view. A figure stepped through the glowing circle. At the same time, a voice sounded by his ear. Captain Steve, apologies for keeping you waiting. Before him stood a strikingly handsome blond man. Silently, Steve compared the face before him to the photo Coulson had shown him, then offered a gentle smile. Hello, are you Professor Lockhart? Lockhart studied the man before him, slender, but with an undercurrent of danger that was hard to miss, and replied, Yes, I am Gilderoy Lockhart. Please have a seat, Captain Steve. As he spoke, Lockhart gestured, and suddenly, the once empty teacups on the desk began to fill themselves with tea. Steve caught sight of this magical display, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but once Lockhart had taken his seat across from him, Steve sat down slowly as well. Hello, Steve. May I call you Captain? Lockhart asked gently. How have the past 70 years been for you? Everyone believed you had sacrificed yourself in the war. Of course, Professor Lockhart, Steve replied with a nod, then shook his head and added, I'm sorry, but I've only just woken up recently. I have no memory of these 70 years at all. Hearing this, Lockhart's expression turned regretful. Well then, Captain, the world has changed quite a lot in the past 70 years. You really ought to experience it for yourself. Captain, I suggest you spend some time online when you have the chance. I recently came across an excellent website that chronicles over 200 years of American history, including detailed accounts of changes in technology, finance, medicine, music, film, and many other fields from the past century. I believe you'll find it very helpful. As he spoke, Lockhart drew his wand and gave it a gentle tap. In an instant, a slip of paper with a website address appeared before Steve and then drifted smoothly onto the desk. This website, Lockhart had discovered earlier when comparing the history of the Marvel world to the one he remembered from his previous life. It provided thorough introductions, and through it, Lockhart had come to understand the many events that shaped Earth in a Marvel world over the past several centuries. He realized that while the general outline remained the same, many events and people had changed quite significantly. Seeing the web address before him, Steve pulled a black notebook from his pocket and flipped to a fresh page. He copied down the address and tucked the slip of paper between the pages. He sensed that if what Lockhart said was true, this website might truly be a great help to him. He had felt utterly lost with modern electronics and all manner of screens. Many people had suggested that he watch certain films, read reports, or listen to music. He had noted down all their suggestions, but everything felt fragmented. If he wanted a systematic understanding, it seemed he would have to start with the website Lockhart had provided. Yes, professors truly do live up to their reputation. Their advice is much more reliable than most. Lately, he had even managed to do some research on these so-called computers. At the very least, he could open a web page now. The act of writing took only a few seconds, barely 10, before Steve looked up and said gratefully, "Thank you, Professor Lockhart." After a few more words of small talk, Lockhart returned to the main topic. "By the way, Captain, I heard from one of my students that you're hoping to regain your health or perhaps reclaim your youth. Is that right?" "Yes, Professor Lockhart," Steve replied with a firm nod. "Agent Coulson told me that you might be able to help. I know, Professor, that you believe in equivalent exchange. If you can help me achieve my goal, I'll do everything I can to pay whatever price you require." Hearing this, Lockhart's expression grew thoughtful. He had already heard from Vera about Steve's request, but now, after giving it some careful thought, he realized just who the intended recipient was. Who else could it be but his girlfriend, Peggy Carter? As for the potion to restore physical health, Lockhart had plenty at hand. But if it was youth he wanted to recover, well, that was almost impossible. There were potions for that, certainly, but for an ordinary person, the moment they drank it, the magic within would likely tear them apart. After all, the difference between a regular person and a wizard was no small thing. If he really wanted them to drink such a potion, it would either have to be diluted or the recipient's physical condition would need to be significantly enhanced. But then, thinking about physical enhancement, looking at Captain Steve Rogers now, Lockhart couldn't help but recall the super soldier serum. That, after all, was the real way to improve someone's physical capabilities. Unfortunately, the serum had long been lost to history, and as far as he knew, Steve was the only successful case. No, wait, there was also the Red Skull from Hydra, but the side effects had been severe. It seemed there was something special about Steve himself. These thoughts flashed through Lockhart's mind, and then he spoke slowly. "Captain Rogers, I've heard about your situation, and I truly admire you. I won't refuse to provide you with a potion to restore youth. But you need to understand that these potions are meant for wizards, since they can use their magic to process the effects. For an ordinary person, there's a good chance they would be consumed from within by the energy before anything else could happen." At these words, Steve felt a sinking sensation in his heart, but then he heard Lockhart continue. "However, potions to restore physical health, those are possible." Lockhart paused here, his tone giving extra weight to his next words. "But even so, there are still some basic physical requirements. If the recipient is elderly, it might be that as soon as she drinks the potion, the energy overwhelms her before it has a chance to heal. Remember, all these potions were originally designed for wizards, who can absorb their effects safely through magic. Ordinary people can only rely on their body's natural resilience." Hearing this, Steve's expression turned somber. He realized that Lockhart's explanation made perfect sense. Then, "Captain Rogers, would you be willing to tell me who the potion is for?" Lockhart asked gently. "Perhaps I can offer some advice." Steve thought for a moment, then answered with a touch of guilt. "Professor Lockhart, I want to give it to my former girlfriend, Peggy Carter. I lost 70 years with her, and during that time, I stayed the same because I was frozen. But for her, every second has gone by, and now she's nearly 100 years old." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded slowly, then began to prepare to reveal his true intentions. "In that case, Mrs. Carter is indeed of advanced age. If she wishes to use potions, the only way would be to dilute them. Even then, the dosage must be tailored to her physical condition. If you're willing, You can bring Mrs. Carter here. I'll make adjustments based on her health. Besides, the atmosphere here is much more nurturing, far more suitable for the elderly. Captain Steve, what do you think? Steve was somewhat taken aback. He had been prepared to give up, yet from Professor Lockhart's words, it sounded like there was still hope. His mind whirled. Quickly, Steve said, "All right, Professor Lockhart. I'll bring Carter over as soon as I get back." Well, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't willing, they don't have a choice. Upon hearing Steve's words, Lockhart nodded gently. Then, in his unhurried manner, he continued, "Yes, I've told you everything I can do. Though your past deeds fill me with admiration, my principles dictate that nothing comes without a price. There are some things I'll need your help with, yours and Mrs. Carter's, to be precise. For example, my students lack real combat experience. I may need you to help train them. Also, as the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., Mrs. Carter has a wealth of experience in organizational management. I'd like her to help mentor a few of my students as well. Wanshan Book Cafe, Reading Room 101. Goldie, please see Captain Steve out." With a gentle wave of Lockhart's hand, the house elf Goldie appeared silently. Steve looked at the strange little creature before him, who gestured invitingly. Turning to Lockhart, he said gravely, "Professor Lockhart, I'll be on my way then. We'll give serious thought to what you've said." Lockhart nodded lightly, indicating his understanding, and watched Steve's departing figure, a faint smile drifting across his face. The two requests he'd made were almost impossible for Steve and Carter to refuse. After all he was asking was for them to visit daily, teach a few classes, train his student a bit, hardly anything difficult. It wasn't as if he was asking Steve to donate blood, or Carter to head in a battle. Just giving a few lectures, that's all. And as for Captain America's blood, once he and Carter grew closer, the opportunity would come naturally. For Lockhart, he had finally resolved two pressing concerns. He had high hopes for his 3 students. They were his seeds, and he couldn't afford for them to grow crooked. If these seeds grew well, they'd yield even better talent for him in the future. At the moment, Lockhart's own power was only increasing at a steady pace. He had yet to find his breakthrough or reach a bottleneck. So now, the only thing he really needs to focus on is nurturing the strength of the new generation of wizards. The coming clash between the old and new magical systems in the wizarding world will hinge on their involvement. As for what he can do, honestly, he's already pushed himself to the limit. He's passed on a meditation technique, funneled resources their way, helped them grow, and provided the right environment for them to hone their skills. He's even gone so far as to assign them a clear enemy, the hand, for the sake of improving their combat abilities. But he isn't omnipotent. Take combat training, for instance. He can teach them magic, sure, but when it comes to close-quarters fighting, he's practically a muggle. Never mind that he's inherited Thor's combat knowledge. That experience is deeply intertwined with Thor's own extraordinary physique and innate talents. He can borrow a few pointers from those fighting techniques, but adopting them wholesale would be a recipe for disaster. What's he supposed to do? Swing a hammer around and duel with wizards? The mental image alone is comical. In the Marvel Universe, close combat is unavoidable. In fact, if he wants to outpace others in the Harry Potter world, close combat training is absolutely essential. He was just hesitating over whether he should ask Caecilius to help train his students in hand-to-hand skills. And then, out of nowhere, a certain Captain America, brimming with close combat expertise, shows up. At that point, if he didn't take advantage of the situation, he'd feel like he was letting himself down. As for Captain Carter, she was an unexpected bonus. He'd already started planning how to build small organizations centered around these new wizards, to help them take root and flourish throughout the world of Harry Potter, recruiting squibs or low-talent wizards, and rapidly expanding the reach of the new magical system. After all, the most critical factor in any product is expanding its user base. If most of the wizarding world began practicing the new magic, those old pureblood families would be powerless to stop it, no matter how much they tried. By then, the die would be cast, and there'd be nothing they could do about it. And as for him, he had no intention of relying solely on publishing papers or writing books, or making a few calls to action in the newspaper to promote his ideas. That approach is too slow, too easily targeted, and there's no guarantee of quality anyway. Instead, he'd go straight to grassroots organization, encouraging his students to band together for group study, promoting the new magic through exponential growth. With this sort of disruptive, top-down strategy, he doubted those hidebound, pure-blood families could keep up. By the time they realized what was happening, his plan would already be halfway to success. Still, as good as his ideas were, the real challenge lay in his utter lack of experience. In his previous life, the most he'd done was teach a few students and conduct some research. Promoting something through viral, or even pyramid-style, growth was something he'd only heard about, never actually seen. When it came to practical details, he could only imagine. He'd seen more than enough examples of outsiders making a mess of things, and Gilderoy Lockhart knew just how badly things could go when you were out of your depth. He had never once acted on impulse, letting a rush of blood to the head dictate his actions. That would have been utterly foolish. So, this plan of his had always stayed buried deep inside, continuously refined and improved. He had even prepared to consult with a few specialists about it. Yet, unexpectedly, Steve showed up with Peggy Carter right at his doorstep. As one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., her organizational expertise needed no introduction. S.H.I.E.L.D. itself was her crowning achievement. A sprawling, global intelligence network that had endured to this day, its influence still formidable, which spoke volumes about her abilities. Though Hydra had wormed its way in along the way, those organizations concealed themselves incredibly well. Who could have imagined that a supposedly extinct group would one day rise from the ashes? All things considered, purely in terms of building an organization, Peggy Carter was unquestionably among the best. If he eventually set out to create a truly large-scale wizarding society, perhaps Peggy Carter could play a pivotal role. As for whether these two might let something slip, let's not forget what Lockhart's real profession was. Didn't magical contracts exist for precisely this? And what about memory charms? Were they just for show? Besides, talk of brainwashing students was overblown. It was just a class, after all, not as if they'd be together every day. If a single lesson was enough to brainwash someone, then Lockhart, who taught them frequently and saw them every day, would be the greater concern. There was no contest when it came to influence. And let's not forget the Golden Dragon magical imprint. Far from being a mere decoration, it was infused with all sorts of memory and cognition spells. As he mulled it all over, Lockhart gradually refined his plans for these two. He simply couldn't believe that, with such top-tier talents in their respective fields as instructors, he wouldn't be able to produce the kind of students he desired. Now, everything was ready. All that was needed was the final spark. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, director's office. What? Are you sure the captain meant what he said? Nick Fury asked, a hint of excitement in his voice as he looked at Coulson. Yes, director. That's exactly what the captain said. Now we're only waiting for Ms. Carter's agreement. Coulson replied with a pleased nod. Seeing this, Nick Fury quickly composed himself, fingers drumming lightly on the desk as he sank into thought. It had originally been his old superior's suggestion to use Captain America as a bridge to gather more intelligence about the wizarding professor. To ensure the operation's success, he had never once asked the captain to do anything, nor even hinted at it. He made sure the captain was kept entirely in the dark. He hadn't forgotten that the wizarding professor had ways to tamper with people's memories. And, with Captain America's reputation and that upright, honest heart of his, very few people could refuse a chance to befriend such a person. Unless the other party was an evil organization like Hydra, hardly anyone would turn down the captain's friendship. History itself bore witness to just how much Captain America valued his friends. As long as they became friends, he could easily obtain more information through Captain America in the future, perhaps even winning him over to his own side. The captain's charisma and influence were well documented throughout history. Nick Fury firmly believed that with Captain America's unwavering principles, he would undoubtedly stand with America, and with him. His mind racing, Fury turned to Coulson once again. Coulson, you just mentioned that Ms. Carter was unwilling. Did Steve say exactly why? Captain did bring it up, Coulson replied. Ms. Carter said she doesn't want to trouble everyone anymore. She just wants to live out the rest of her life in peace. Hearing this, Nick Fury lowered his head in brief contemplation. To be honest, asking his old superior to come out of retirement at this age was hardly fair. But there was no alternative. If Ms. Carter refused to act, then Captain America wouldn't move either, and all his plans would fall apart. So, he would have to handle this himself. He didn't feel much guilt about it. After all, his position as the head of a spy agency required a certain detachment. Guilt might flicker within him, but it was always faint and fleeting. Besides, this was, in truth, a good thing for Carter and the captain. If Ms. Carter could regain her youth, Fury would be that much more confident in swaying the captain. With that thought, Fury said to Coulson, "Tell the captain I'll persuade Ms. Carter. He should focus on preparing for the upcoming field training. Whatever he needs, S.H.I.E.L.D. can provide." Los Angeles, Ms. Carter's villa bedroom. In the middle of the room, Steve sat by the bed, gently holding the aged Carter's right hand, offering comfort. "Carter, relax. Once you've recovered, I promise I'll make up for that dance I owe you. And if you're willing, I'd love to spend the rest of my life dancing by your side." A faint smile appeared on Carter's lined face as she listened. She nodded softly and closed her eyes as if awaiting something special. Yet the rise and fall of her chest betrayed the excitement she felt inside. At that moment, Coulson stood nearby, a neatly folded shirt in his hands, feeling awkward and unsure where to look. He had brought a Captain America shirt he'd treasured for years, hoping to get it signed. Watching the touching scene before him, he wondered if his presence was a little too much. If he asked for an autograph now, would he get punched? With that in mind, Coulson quietly hid the shirt behind his back and inched away, doing his best not to disturb this tender moment. As for Nick Fury, once he'd finished persuading his old boss, he turned and left the room. The excuse he used, however, was far from noble. So, he thought it best to wait until his old superior had fully recovered before continuing their conversation. Just then, quite suddenly, a portal, glowing with crimson flames, quietly appeared out of thin air, and Lockhart stepped through. "Professor Lockhart, good morning," Coulson greeted him promptly, hurrying over as soon as he saw him. "Good morning, Coulson," Lockhart replied with a gentle nod. He then took a closer look at Coulson's hair. It seemed a touch thicker and even shinier than last time. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. It seemed the shampoo was working well, though perhaps it hadn't been long enough yet. In a little while, Coulson might just be able to leave his balding days behind. No wonder that brand was so famous. A pity Snape couldn't use it. Who knew if it was his resentment toward James Potter? But Snape seemed to regard all shampoos with open hostility. He wouldn't even touch the stuff. How else could his hair stay so greasy all the time? Coulson caught Lockhart's gaze, and a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. He'd done a pretty good job keeping this under wraps. Those idiots in the R&D department still didn't have a clue. With any luck, he could keep them fooled a while longer, and hopefully have a lighter workload too. Otherwise, his hair would start falling out again. After a few more pleasantries, Lockhart turned his attention to Steve and Peggy Carter. "Steve, I'll bring you both over to my place now. It'll be much more convenient for Miss Carter's recovery," Lockhart said with a warm smile. "Thank you so much, Professor Lockhart," Steve replied gratefully. Lockhart's gaze shifted to Peggy, lying in the large bed with a breathing mask on her face, surrounded by various medical devices. After a moment's thought, he gave his wand a gentle wave. Instantly, a large ring of scarlet light appeared. It moved towards Steve and Peggy, quickly enveloping them both, bed, medical equipment, and all. Then Lockhart turned to the astonished Coulson. "Coulson, we'll have to catch up another time. Let's talk when there's a chance." With that, Lockhart stepped into the portal before him. It faded silently away, leaving Coulson alone in the now empty room. Coulson looked down at the Captain America shirt in his hands and managed a wry smile. He took out his phone and dialed his director. "Director, Captain and Miss Carter have left. They're now at Professor Lockhart's residence." He'd only caught a glimpse through the portal, but it definitely looked like a bedroom. Inside the magical suitcase, a bedroom. The magic suitcase could well be called Lockhart's mobile headquarters. He had, of course, arranged it with great care. Not only did it have a cozy bedroom, but there were lawns, valleys, and rivers for all sorts of magical creatures to thrive. Everything was fully equipped, from the spell training room for wizards to the library, bedrooms, and more. Thanks to Lockhart's meticulous planning, this place could virtually serve as the headquarters for a mid-sized wizarding organization. It could house up to 1,000 residents at its peak, magical creatures included. Of course, the main reason everything ran so smoothly was because Lockhart gave the orders, and Goldcoin and Bruno carried them out without complaint. One had to admit, house elves were incredibly efficient, so much so that even Bruno was inspired to work with renewed dedication. Lockhart decided that next time he returned to the Harry Potter world, he must seize the opportunity to purchase a few more house elves. By then, he'd put Goldcoin in charge, overseeing and directing the other house elves in their work. It would be a reward well-deserved for all of Goldcoin's hard work and effort. At that moment, Steve, Carter, and a large bed materialized in an empty bedroom. Steve quickly surveyed their surroundings and noticed that the air itself felt just as pleasant as the book cafe they'd been in before, refreshing and comfortable. Even the deep lines on Carter's aged face softened into a look of ease, which brought a quiet relief to Steve's heart. As long as it worked, that was enough. Carter simply couldn't afford another mishap. He glanced out the nearby window, taking in the bright sunlight and the lush, green lawn outside. He wondered silently where exactly they might be. Just then, a portal shimmered open, and Lockhart stepped into the room before them. "Thank you for your trouble, Professor Lockhart," Steve said, rising to his feet. "Is there anything I need to do now to help with Carter's treatment?" "Steve, there's nothing you need to do as far as the treatment goes," Lockhart replied gently. "You're welcome to take a walk outside or stay here and watch, as you wish. I'll begin by examining Ms. Carter's condition and see what can be done to restore her health, and if possible, help her regain some youth," Lockhart added in a soft voice. Hearing this, Steve nodded and stepped back, careful not to disturb Lockhart's work. He stood near the wall, eyes fixed on Lockhart as he began his treatment. Lockhart raised his wand and moved to the bedside, glancing at the array of medical equipment and the breathing mask covering Carter's face. With a gentle motion, all unnecessary medical devices, including the breathing mask, lifted into the air and floated aside. He met Carter's gaze, took in her aged features, and gave a reassuring smile, then tapped his wand lightly to his own brow. In that instant, a faint current of magic flowed from his arm into the wand and then into Carter's body. Steve saw only a brief glimmer of white light at Carter's forehead. Then all was still and silent again. After a short while, Lockhart received feedback through the magical flow and frowned slightly. No wonder. After all those years as an agent, Carter's body had suffered more damage than he expected. He could even detect traces of certain drugs that had left destructive effects on her muscles and internal organs. However, for Lockhart, this was hardly a challenge. He waved his wand, sketching pale green lines in the air. Under Steve's watchful eyes, these lines slowly wove themselves into a strange pattern of runes. As the rune pattern was completed, there was a sharp crack. The runes shattered, releasing a large cloud of pale blue vapor, which quickly condensed into droplets of water and began to fall. Healing magic, heaven's soothing rain. Under Lockhart's precise control, every drop of that pale blue water seeped gently into Mrs. Carter's body. Almost immediately, the pallor faded from Mrs. Carter's face, and a healthy flush returned, plain for all to see. Sensing that some of her more serious injuries were beginning to mend, Lockhart gave a small, satisfied nod. After a while, Lockhart judged that the spell had done its work. Mrs. Carter's condition had stabilized for the moment. At least, she would not suddenly succumb to any lingering curses. And so, he raised his wand and gently touched the center of Carter's forehead. In an instant, a brilliant white light burst forth, radiating in all directions. Then, just as suddenly, it contracted, wrapping her entire body in its glow and causing her to float gently upwards. Under Steve's gaze, Carter's body followed the movement of Lockhart's wand. In no time at all, she was standing before him, hovering about 5 centimeters above the floor. Looking at Carter, now floating before him, Lockhart fixed her with a calm gaze and advised, "Mrs. Carter, if you notice anything unusual in a moment, don't be alarmed. It's all perfectly normal." Seeing her give a slight nod, Lockhart grasped his ring of suspension, channeling his magic. A dense pattern of crimson runes flared to life in the palm of his right hand. Without hesitation, Lockhart brought his hand down in a swift motion, striking Carter on the forehead. Magic, soul projection. There was a sharp snap. In that instant, Carter felt herself suddenly lurch backwards, as if pushed by an invisible force. Then, she felt lighter than air. The aching fatigue in her muscles vanished, replaced by a sense of new life. The next moment, she saw her own body standing before Lockhart. When she lifted her hand, she saw, to her astonishment, that she was completely transparent, a being made of shimmering spirit. "Mrs. Carter, you are now in a soul state." Lockhart's voice sounded in her ear. "Don't be alarmed. Once I finish restoring your body, I'll help your soul return. For now, you can walk around this room at your leisure, but don't stray too far." Hearing Lockhart's instructions, Carter nodded instinctively. A moment later, as she recalled Lockhart's words, surprise flickered in her eyes. So she was in a soul state now. No wonder all her weakness had vanished. She felt light as a feather. So this is what a soul feels like. Carter lifted her hands again, gazing at her translucent arms, her eyes filled with curiosity and wonder at her newfound state. As expected, just as Nick Fury had said, this wizard professor had profound mastery over memory and the mind. To think that he could actually induce an out-of-body experience. His abilities were truly remarkable. The next moment, as if something had suddenly occurred to her, she let out a relieved sigh. Now that Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was in charge, why should she trouble herself with so many concerns? She was already retired. All she needed to do was spend her days peacefully with Steve. With that thought, Carter glanced at Steve, who was standing not far away, gazing back at her physical body, and slowly drifted over to him. Coming to a stop before him, she looked into his eyes, which shone with unguarded concern. Carter's heart softened, and she gently reached out to touch Steve's face. 70 years. Steve had awakened to find 70 years had passed. What kind of experience must that be? This era was nothing like the days of World War II. Back then, though the world was chaotic, the lines were clearly drawn. You could tell at a glance who was friend and who was foe. But now, despite the peaceful surface, the undercurrents running beneath were stronger than ever before. Who could say for sure who was an ally and who was an enemy? For a man as upright as Steve, a single misstep could mean utter destruction. It was even possible that not even his bones would remain. Just as Nick Fury had said, Steve's very existence was enough to stir the greed of politicians, capitalists, and the military alike. At that moment, Steve suddenly felt a cool sensation on his face. He looked around warily, but saw nothing unusual. All he could see was Lockhart waving his wand in the distance, and Carter glowing softly with a pale golden light. Lockhart, noticing that Carter's soul was quietly watching Steve, thought for a moment and then spoke up. "Carter, now you can recall your appearance from your youth, and your soul will shift to that younger state. Soon, I'll make your soul visible. Both you and Steve will be able to see each other and talk, though you still won't be able to touch. And you, Steve, when you see Carter in her soul's form, don't be startled. Just chat quietly with her, and don't distract me." Carter really was a fascinating subject. In other parallel universes, after all, she had even taken up the mantle of Captain America. From his earlier examination, Lockhart had noticed that her body absorbed energy much more efficiently than most people. In other words, she was more adept at absorbing magical energy in potions, with higher effectiveness, lower risk, and more pronounced results. This piqued Lockhart's curiosity, and he decided to take this opportunity to study her thoroughly. Of course, once the two of them got caught up in each other, it would be all too easy to lose track of time. When Steve and Carter heard these words, a flicker of surprise flashed in their eyes, quickly replaced by eager anticipation. Carter recalled the scene when he first met Steve in his youth, and soon realized that something was changing on the surface of his soul. It felt as if he had truly become young again. In the next instant, he noticed the look of delight and surprise in Steve's eyes as Steve gazed at him, and at once he understood. Steve could now see him in his soul form. A radiant smile blossomed on Carter's face, as if he had returned to that very first encounter with Steve 70 years ago. "Steve, hello, I'm Peggy Carter." At that moment, Lockhart, seeing the two sharing such an intimate and affectionate scene, simply turned away and resumed his focus on Carter's physical body. By now, the minor injuries her body had sustained were already healed, and several of her physical ailments had been cured. She could easily live for another 5 years without issue. The only problem left was how to further restore Carter's youthful appearance. That, however, was a true challenge. To return Carter's body to its youthful state meant rejuvenating vital organs like her heart, kidneys, even her brain. It was a daunting task, impossible unless he possessed a vast reserve of life force. Nevertheless, there were other methods, though they were only superficial fixes. Carter's actual lifespan would remain at roughly 5 years, perhaps even less, no matter how she looked on the outside. Death would still come when her time was up. The thought flickered through his mind, and Lockhart made his decision. Without delay, he waved his wand. Strands of violet-red light shimmered into existence and flowed into Carter's body. Under Lockhart's watchful gaze, every blood vessel on Carter's surface began to glow with those same violet-red traces. Her entire frame became laced with intricate, glowing lines, which grew ever brighter as time passed, as if something deep within was being consumed. Something vital was being stirred awake. At the same time, Lockhart took out several bottles of potent magical elixirs, and under his careful control, he poured them into Carter's mouth, as if to compensate for the losses her body was enduring. Before their very eyes, Carter's once withered frame gradually filled out. Her aged skin regained its color, turning supple and smooth, almost as soft as that of a newborn child. The wrinkles on her face faded away, replaced by rosy lips, a delicate complexion, and luminous eyes. This was fleshcraft, the burning of life. Fleshcraft. Within Kamartaj, this was a rare and little-practiced branch of magic. Originally, Lockhart had been completely unaware of its existence. But later, when Caecilius noticed how lacking Lockhart was in close combat, he'd teased that Lockhart ought to study a bit of fleshcraft to bolster his physical strength and withstand a beating or two. Of course, it had only been a passing joke at the time, but Lockhart remembered it. Later, he sought out information on the subject, and found that fleshcraft truly was a niche art, even frowned upon by many practitioners of magic. For this discipline required research directly on the human body, and if a sorcerer's will faltered, it was all too easy to stray down a dangerous path. Once you step onto the path of dark magic, there's no turning back. Realizing this, he abandoned any thought of delving deeper into the study of fleshcraft magic. After all, a man knows his own limitations best. Given his temperament, if he continued down that road, it would be pure dark magic. There would be no escaping it. With such a bright future ahead of him now, it simply wasn't worth tarnishing his name for the sake of some forbidden magic. Still, he had made a point to learn certain blood and flesh spells that could strengthen the body, and the technique of burning one's life force. To Lockhart, burning life force was truly a trump card for survival. When faced with a formidable foe, He could ignite his life force in exchange for overwhelming power. But as for Carter, if he wanted to restore her youth completely, the price Lockhart would have to pay was simply too great. However, he could at least restore her outward appearance to its peak condition. This was something Lockhart was confident he could do. The key lay in a single fleshcraft spell, the transformation achieved through burning life force. More precisely, the life-burning transformation that followed the initial ignition. Burning life force granted a surge of power in an instant. But life-burning transformation allowed one to maintain their peak, trading lifespan for sustained vitality. Generally, the stronger a person was, the greater the cost of sustaining that peak. After all, the heights of their power were truly extraordinary. But for Carter, who was an ordinary person, perhaps just a bit stronger than most, the cost was much lower. Moreover, with the aid of potions to replenish her strength, the expenditure was reduced even further. Even so, while Carter was originally expected to have 5 years left to live, maintaining this state would cut that down to, at most, about a single year. Yet to Lockhart, this was hardly an insurmountable problem, as long as he could replenish her life force, and Lockhart knew several methods to do just that. In fact, he was already pursuing one such method, and believed it wouldn't be long before he saw results. And this limited time was also a crucial means for Lockhart to influence Carter. He simply refused to believe that if the two of them were truly in love, and one could live for decades while the other had but a year left, Carter would really choose to let go. Even if Carter could walk away, could the captain truly abandon her? As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Lockhart gazed admiringly at the masterpiece he had crafted with his own hands. He had to admit, the young Carter was the very picture of femininity. Her fair skin, high-bridged nose, rosy lips, and a head of wavy short hair gave her an air of both competence and elegance. If she donned a military uniform, she would look nothing short of strikingly heroic. Then, Lockhart reached out once more with his wand, gently touching Carter's brow. In the next moment, a faint golden dragon-shaped magical brand quietly appeared and merged into her forehead. At the same time, as he sensed the feedback from the brand, Lockhart gave a small, approving nod. The magic had worked perfectly this time. Now, only the final step remained. He had held back from using flesh-binding magic before, worried it might affect Carter's soul. Now that concern was gone. Watching the couple behind him still lost in their sweet affection, Lockhart could only shake his head in helpless resignation. With a gentle wave of his wand, he guided Carter's body, letting it float behind him. He then walked slowly toward the two. "Steve, I'll be borrowing Miss Carter for a little while. Soon, I'll return to you a complete Peggy Carter," Lockhart quipped with a playful smile. Steve stared at the familiar face behind Lockhart, trembling with emotion, at a loss for words. At last, he managed to say, with deep gratitude, "Thank you, Lockhart." Lockhart just smiled back, his eyes twinkling. Then, turning to Carter's soul, he teased, "Miss Carter, it's time to return to your body. Soon, you'll be able to share your heart with the captain." Carter gazed at her own familiar face, then looked back at the young captain, as if reliving memories from another lifetime. She closed her eyes, steadying the turbulent emotions within her. After a moment, she nodded at Lockhart, and step by step, she walked toward her own body, merging back into it. Heaviness, aches and pains, but so full of vitality, this was the feeling of youth. Eyes still closed, Carter was keenly aware of the pleasant air around her, the scents, and the rush of blood and newfound energy flowing within. Even her mind was sharper than ever, her thoughts racing at their peak. Her brain quickly sifted through everything that had happened in recent days, organizing each detail, prioritizing what mattered most. Tiny problems she hadn't noticed before surfaced in her mind, and by instinct alone, she could spot a string of flaws, including some inconsistencies in Nick Fury's advice to her. This seamless clarity, she hadn't felt it in so long. It was pure delight. Very soon, with a deep, relieving breath, Carter opened her eyes and gazed at Lockhart, gratitude shining in her look. Immediately, she turned to Steve, standing nearby, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Throwing her energetic arms around him, she pulled Steve into a tight embrace. And then a passionate, lingering kiss. Watching the two shower each other with affection, Lockhart could only chuckle, taking a few steps back. With a light call, he said, "Goldie." In an instant, the house elf Goldie appeared before him. "Goldie, in a bit, take them to their room so they can settle in," Lockhart instructed. After a moment's thought, he added, "Actually, just find them a room together. That should do." Well, he decided not to interrupt the tender moment between the captain and Carter. "All right, master," Goldcoin replied loudly. Goldcoin's voice, combined with his unusual appearance, drew the attention of both Steve and Carter. Seeing this, Lockhart immediately reminded them, "Steve, Carter, I'll leave you two alone. If you need anything, just let Gold Coin know. He'll take care of it for you. For now, you should get some rest. After all these years apart, I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. How about this? We'll catch up together in detail 3 days from now. With that, without waiting for a response, he waved his wand, drawing a portal, and left the room, which was practically overflowing with romantic tension. After watching Lockhart depart, the two exchanged a glance and smiled. Carter, this time, let's make up for that dance we missed. New York Sanctum. Caecilius and Morin sat across from each other at a table, chatting idly. Above the table were 3 teacups. 2 were filled with tea, which Caecilius and Morin were enjoying. There was also 1 empty cup, and beside it, an empty chair. Clearly, Caecilius and Morin were waiting for someone else. Just then, suddenly, a crimson ring of light shimmered into existence. A portal, and Lockhart stepped out of it. Seeing his 2 friends waiting for him, Lockhart took a seat, poured himself a cup of tea, and said in a low voice, Caecilius, Morin, what are your thoughts on what Mage David said? Lockhart, the potions business must continue. That's something the 2 of us agree on, Caecilius replied softly. Morin nodded in agreement, adding, we can't just give up or do as they say because of a few words. That would only make them push further, and even the other mages would start looking down on us. Camartage isn't exactly small, but it's not so big either. Word travels fast. Soon, every mage will know, and then our reputation will be ruined. Hearing this, Lockhart nodded as well. I understand your point, and I feel the same. I won't give up the potions business, and there's no way I'd abandon Omnibook Cafe. Then, with some curiosity, he looked at the 2 and asked, Caecilius, Morin, I haven't been in Camartage long, so I don't know much about Mage David and his circle. Could you fill me in on the details? At Lockhart's request, Morin thought for a moment, then spoke up. Lockhart, I specifically asked around about the leading mage and his friends. It turns out that most of them are alchemists and potion masters. You could say that they used to have a monopoly on the entire alchemy and potion market in Camartage. But their actions are extremely secretive. After all, with the Sorcerer Supreme present, they don't dare to be too blatant. Instead, they communicate in private, agreeing to keep the prices of potions and magical items within a certain range. In this way, they use their skills to amass a great deal of magical resources. They try to recruit every alchemist or potion master to make sure their position isn't threatened. But Lockhart, because you joined Camartage not long ago and brought out so many innovative potions, you've had a huge impact on them. At this point, Morin gave a wry smile and said, this is partly my fault. I should have looked into things more carefully beforehand, instead of thinking to introduce Master David to you. Lockhart nodded slowly as he listened, pondering for a moment before asking, I have a question. How does Camartage usually resolve disputes between sorcerers? Caecilius thought for a moment, then replied, generally, when there's a dispute between sorcerers and it's hard to say who's right or wrong, they simply settle it with a duel. He paused, appearing uncertain whether to say more. Seeing this, Lockhart was a little puzzled and prompted, Caecilius, if there's something on your mind, just say it. We'll figure it out together. Sighing, Caecilius spoke in a low voice, Lockhart, honestly, a straightforward duel is the best outcome for us. I'm familiar with your combat ability, but the problem is they're likely to avoid a fair fight and use underhanded tactics in secret, which is much trickier. For example, they might use their connections to restrict others from trading with us, or spread rumors about our potions. Or, Lockhart, they might simply tell some sorcerers to stop coming to your Universal Book Cafe. What can we do about that? Hearing this, Lockhart felt a headache coming on. It's always been harder to fend off hidden sabotage than open conflict, especially here in Camartage, with the Sorcerer Supreme overseeing everything. The Sorcerer Supreme's presence is both a blessing and a curse. On the bright side, the other party can't be too brazen and has to act within bounds. But on the downside, Lockhart and his friends can't resort to underhanded means either. Don't forget, the Sorcerer Supreme controls the power of time. Any covert maneuver would hardly escape their notice. A little sparring or competition is fine, but endangering lives is strictly forbidden. In this situation, Lockhart had no choice but to face their subtle tricks head-on. Sensing Lockhart's trouble, Caecilius tried to reassure him, Lockhart, don't worry. Take it one step at a time. The situation isn't actually that bad right now. With me holding down the fort at the New York Sanctum, they don't dare act too brazenly. And on Morin's side, he's got a few ascetic friends. Our business might take a hit, but if this drags on, there's little they can do about it. At worst, business will just be sluggish for a while. However, you need to be especially careful. Hearing this, Lockhart nodded, showing he understood what Caecilius meant. He, and the Infinite Books Cafe, were the main targets the other side was aiming for. On one hand, he was the supplier of potions, If they dealt with him, they'd be cutting the problem off at the source. On the other hand, the Infinite Books Cafe had spread its reach pretty wide, but he'd only joined Kumar Taj less than 2 months ago, so his influence was still rather limited. For the opposition, targeting him would be all too easy. Of the three of them, he was undoubtedly the weakest link. After all, his foundation was shaky, unlike Caecilius, who oversaw the entire New York sanctum and, as a once-new instructor at Kumar Taj, wielded considerable influence. And then there was Morin. Being a librarian, he had plenty of friends. Even Master David had gotten along decently with him when there was no conflict of interest. So, David's group wouldn't go after Caecilius or Morin lightly. It would be too much trouble for too little gain. That meant their most likely move would be to come straight for him. If he put himself in their shoes, with his roots still shallow and his position unsteady, it would almost be a missed opportunity not to take action against him. As these thoughts spun through Lockhart's mind, a rough strategy began to take shape. Afterward, Lockhart discussed matters with Caecilius and Morin, searching for other possible solutions, but when none presented themselves, he could only shake his head helplessly. He was out in the open, while the enemy lurked in shadows. All he could do was brace himself, meet each challenge as it came, and hope for a chance to strike back. As the three of them continued to exchange ideas, a general plan for dealing with the situation began to emerge. Now, all that remained was to see what move the opposition would make next. Inside the magical suitcase, out on the lawn, a soft, plaintive coo echoed through the air. The ball-runner bird was not feeling good at all. It realized it had been forgotten yet again. Ever since that snake showed up, the caretaker's attention was clearly far more focused on the reptile than on it. And after that last trip with the caretaker to a place called the Infinite Books Cafe, what had it done, really? Just acted cute for a few people and snagged a few treats. But after that, the caretaker forbade it from going back, confining it to the suitcase space all day. Now it was made to run laps and wasn't even allowed any tasty snacks. Well, it all began when Lockhart took Gugu to the Omniverse Book Cafe, and Gugu's adorable face instantly won over the hearts of many wizards. But then Gugu fell right back into his old habit, begging for food. For a little glutton who relies entirely on cuteness, this was practically second nature. As a result, Gugu grew rounder and plumper, leaving Lockhart feeling rather helpless. This was a true foodie, through and through, but Lockhart himself was swamped. Studies, magical research, and a mountain of daily tasks. There was simply no way to keep Gugu in check all the time. He considered leaving the job to Gold Coin. He tried it for a day, and it worked well enough, but it was clear that Gold Coin could do nothing else the whole day except keep an eye on Gugu. That simply wouldn't do. Gold Coin was his trusted assistant now. If he spent all day babysitting a pet, what sense did that make? Everyone else had their own responsibilities, and Lockhart himself was buried in work. No matter how he looked at it, there just weren't enough hands to supervise Gugu all day. In the end, Lockhart had to tackle the problem at its root. He kept Gugu either at home or inside the suitcase. With a strict daily ration of food, Gugu's size finally stopped ballooning. Gugu, now, wandering across the lawn again, Gugu was clearly displeased. He wanted to go out and play, to taste delicious treats. But sadly, ding, 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 Gugu shook the collar around his neck, the metallic jingle making him furious. That wretched caretaker had once again restricted his powers. He couldn't even leave if he wanted to. Ding, ding, flutter, flutter. Each jingle of the bell only made Gugu angrier. He flapped his wings in frustration and rolled about on the ground, as if trying to wriggle out of the collar as quickly as possible. Just as Gugu was rolling about, he suddenly spotted two unfamiliar figures appearing on the lawn. Were there strangers trespassing in his territory again? Why hadn't the caretaker told him? Did that mean maybe they didn't know about him either? Gugu eyed the two hugging figures with curiosity. Shaking the collar on his neck, his beady eyes lit up, and he began to flap his wings excitedly, as if a clever plan had just sparked in his mind. P.S. Dear readers, I humbly ask for your support. The numbers have taken quite a hit these last few days. Please vote, and please subscribe. Carter, how have you been all these years? Steve sat on the lawn, holding Carter close as he gazed into the distance, his voice soft and gentle. Oh, I've had a truly marvelous life these past years. A trace of nostalgia flickered across Carter's face as she nestled her head affectionately on Steve's shoulder and began, After you left, it wasn't long before Howard ran into trouble. But thankfully, it all got sorted out in the end. Later, together we founded the Strategic Scientific Reserve, which eventually became what you now know as S.H.I.E.L.D. And after that, Steve listened as Carter recounted those years with a calm, almost casual tone, and he instinctively pulled her closer, holding her tightly. Though her story sounded simple, as if nothing too troubling had happened, Steve could easily sense the storms behind her words. In their era, women faced constant prejudice. For Carter and Howard to establish S.H.I.E.L.D. in such times, Steve didn't need details to imagine the hardships. Just thinking about it, he could feel how tough it must have been for her. Yet, as he heard the pride woven into Carter's voice, Steve felt a mix of heartache and pride himself. He was pained by the thought of everything Carter had endured while he had been absent for it all. Yet he was also proud, knowing Carter was a woman of great pride and strength, and seeing all she had accomplished brought him genuine happiness for her. In the late 1980s, the Strategic Scientific Reserve underwent a transformation and was officially renamed the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. That was when I stepped down. Howard died in a tragic car accident, and after that, Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury took over my role. At this, Steve paused, his brow furrowing as he interjected. Carter, what happened to Howard? Did I hear that right? Carter saw the worry etched on Steve's face, gently reached out, and smoothed his brow as she softly replied, Yes. You haven't been awake for long, and there's much you don't know. Howard truly did die in an accident. At those words, Steve let out a heavy sigh. 70 years had passed. So many friends were either gone or missing. His dearest friend Bucky had vanished even before Steve's long sleep. Now, Carter was the only familiar face left in his world. Thinking of this, Steve hugged Carter even more tightly, as if afraid she, too, might slip away from him. Carter, hearing Steve's quiet sigh, suddenly spoke up. Steve, promise me something. From now on, stay out of S.H.I.E.L.D's affairs as much as you can. Try to avoid meeting with Nick Fury, all right? As she spoke, she cupped Steve's face in her hands, her eyes searching his, sincere and pleading. Steve was taken aback by Carter's request. His instincts told him there was more beneath the surface. But seeing the earnest plea in her bright eyes, his heart softened, and he was just about to nod his agreement. Suddenly, there was a soft, bubbling cooing sound. The unexpected noise caught Steve's attention, and he turned to his left. There, in plain sight, was a charming, fluffy creature with deep blue fur, a pair of tiny blue wings at its sides, and a silver-white collar around its neck, resembling an adorably fantastical dodo bird. Especially striking were its eyes, which gleamed like sapphires, making it all the more endearing. Carter, upon seeing this, couldn't help but reveal a hint of astonishment in her own eyes. No matter their age, women have a natural fondness for adorable creatures. Coo, coo. Seeing the two of them, and Carter in particular, Goo dashed over in excitement. The tiny collar around its neck jingled cheerfully. From past experience, it knew that women were the easiest to approach. There was always plenty of delicious food, and its little requests were hard to refuse. Carter watched as Goo hurried over, spreading its wings and gently patting her thigh. A tingling, ticklish sensation spread across her leg, bringing a soft smile to her lips as she reached out to stroke Goo-Goo's deep blue, fluffy fur. Goo-Goo, in turn, leapt straight into Carter's arms, nuzzling her affectionately with its head. Standing nearby, Steve couldn't help but grin at the heartwarming scene between Carter and Goo-Goo. Next, his gaze fell with curiosity on the silvery collar around Goo-Goo's neck. It was obvious that this adorable creature was Professor Lockhart's pet. After all, only pets wore collars. With one arm around Carter, Steve lifted the collar gently with his fingers, scrutinizing the engraved words. Reading the inscription, Steve chuckled quietly. Goo-Goo, I'm on a diet. Please do not feed me. Clearly, Professor Lockhart had written this to prevent people from overfeeding his pet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt the need to leave such a reminder. Is your name Goo-Goo? Carter, having noticed the writing as well, smiled and lifted Goo-Goo in her hands, bringing it up to eye level and asking softly. Goo-Goo, Goo-Goo. Feeling the collar being lifted, Goo-Goo nodded eagerly, confirming that this was indeed its name. Seeing how Goo-Goo seemed to understand every word, the two exchanged a glance of surprise. But then, remembering Lockhart's reputation, it all started to make sense. Carter, a bit tentative, continued. Are you Professor Lockhart's pet? If you are, shake your head. Catching the true meaning behind the question, Goo-Goo paused to consider, then shook its head and raised it proudly, indicating it understood perfectly. After all, it was quite clever. I can understand everything you say. It's just that you can't understand me. Coo, coo. Then, Goo-Goo shook its collar and rubbed it playfully against Carter's arm. Amused by Goo-Goo's antics, Carter laughed, reaching out to gently tap its head with her finger. It was as if she were praising, Goo-Goo, you're so smart. Coo, coo. Goo-Goo clearly sensed Carter's praise in his heart and was overjoyed. He stepped back, standing in front of Carter. With determined flaps of his little wings, Goo-Goo slowly lifted off the ground, though he wobbled a bit, perhaps because he was a tad too chubby. as Gugu ascended into the air and hovered before them. Almost as if showing off, Steve and Carter hugged each other, watching the adorable creature put on a show for them, laughter lighting up their faces. Floating in front of the pair, Gugu shook the collar around his neck with some frustration, making a series of soft, jingling sounds. It was as if he was telling them that the collar was making him uncomfortable. But Steve and Carter didn't catch his meaning. Instead, they found the gentle jingling rather pleasant to the ear. Seeing that neither of them made a move, Gugu tilted his head in distress, looking a bit troubled. Landing right in front of Carter, Gugu stretched out his wing and pointed at the collar around his neck, reminding her once again. After seeing this, Carter seemed to understand at last. She asked softly, "Gugu, do you want us to help you take off your collar?" Gugu nodded eagerly at her words, his head bobbing up and down. Yes, exactly. That's what he wanted. However, Carter hesitated. This collar had been put on by Professor Lockhart for his pet. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for her to remove it? Sensing Carter's uncertainty, Gugu trotted to her hand and rubbed the collar against her fingers. Carter felt the cold touch of the collar and the ticklish sensation as it brushed her skin. Intrigued, she lifted Gugu up to eye level and studied the collar closely. She had already noticed the writing on it before, but now she saw that the collar was a silvery white, appearing perfectly sealed without so much as a crack. Though the surface showed no signs of openings, her fingers could feel faint patterns beneath. Tracing the patterns carefully, her fingers soon found a small bump, perhaps a button to open or close the collar, she guessed. But the way to open it was clearly unusual. She tried pressing the button firmly, but nothing happened. Maybe it could only be unlocked with a wizard's touch. In truth, this was a magical collar that Lockhart had crafted on a whim, enchanted with magic. With a simple press of the button, it could be opened or closed, quite convenient for Lockhart to let Gugu out or secure him as needed. For Lockhart, it was a simple matter, but for Gugu, it was nearly impossible. Even though he possessed magical power, his wings couldn't reach the button. How could he ever open it himself? As for Jeanbee, following his master Lockhart's instructions, he would only open the collar after Gugu had finished his daily exercises as required. That way, Gugu could enjoy his freedom. And when it was time for Gugu to eat, the collar would go back on. If Gugu didn't wear its collar, it wouldn't be given any food. At first, this method worked quite well. Driven by hunger and the promise of freedom, Gugu kept up with its daily exercise. But later on, Gugu started to give up. Fine, I'll wear the collar, it seemed to say, but I just don't feel like moving. Either way, when mealtime comes, I still get delicious food, and there's no need to work out. Watching this, Goldie felt helpless. After all, she couldn't just refuse to feed her master's pet. When she brought it up with her master, Lockhart, he too was a loss. Gugu was just like a little child. Because of the contract, he couldn't punish it physically, and scolding didn't help either. No better solution came to mind. Since Gugu had given up on itself, all they could do was try to reduce its weight by strictly limiting its daily food. That only made Gugu, already unmotivated, even more displeased. There was even less tasty food to look forward to now. So, it began plotting how to get rid of the collar, to go out and have a proper feast. Once Carter realized she couldn't unlock the collar, she breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, this was Professor Lockhart's pet, and it wouldn't feel right to open the collar without permission. But leaving it locked after seeing Gugu's earnest attempts to win her over made her feel a bit uncomfortable too. Still, it was probably for the best. This way, there was no guilt on her conscience. She softly said to Gugu, "I'm sorry, Gugu, but I can't open this collar. Let's wait for your master, Lockhart, and I'll mention it to him." Hearing this, Gugu looked troubled. It could sense she was telling the truth and not trying to deceive it. Its face fell, wings drooping, looking utterly dejected. But suddenly, its head shot up, eyes flashing with inspiration as if an idea had struck. It fluttered its wings, pointed at the collar around its neck, and nuzzled Carter, nodding eagerly. Carter, puzzled, picked up the collar again, ready to explain once more that she truly couldn't open it. "Gugu, you see, it really won't open. Let's just wait for Lockhart to come back, and I'll talk to him," she said, pressing the raise button on the collar to prove her point. But then, click, click, click. This time, Gugu was clever. It had already channeled its magic into the collar, just waiting for Carter to press the button. In an instant, the collar sprang open with a series of satisfying clicks. Gugu let out a triumphant cry. Feeling the oppressive force of the collar vanish completely, Gugu flapped its wings in excitement. In a flash, a blue light shimmered. Before Carter and Steve's astonished eyes, Gugu teleported into midair. Next, the blue light flickered several times as Gugu gleefully teleported again and again, darting through the air. Steve, who had been quietly watching from the side all this while, began to feel uneasy. He'd been observing Carter interact with Gugu, finding their exchanges quite amusing, and hadn't thought much of it at first. But now, seeing Gugu so energetic and excited, as if suddenly freed from all restraints, both Steve and Carter felt a sense of foreboding settle in their hearts. Sensing the mood shift, Gugu instantly teleported over, landing right in front of them. Coo! Coo! Gugu called out several times in a row, flapping her wings as if to reassure them. No need to worry, the caretaker wouldn't be too harsh. Humph, she seemed to say, I was just happily eating, so what if I've gained a little weight? It's not much. Why do I have to exercise? Running is exhausting for a bird like me. Seeing that Gugu hadn't run off, but instead came up to greet them so adorably, Steve and Carter gradually relaxed. They decided that later, they would simply explain everything to Lockhart together with Gugu. Surely it wouldn't be too big of a problem. After all, Gugu was right here in front of them, safe and sound. Carter gazed at Gugu, gently brushing her tiny wings, marveling silently to herself. She had noticed earlier that each time Gugu flapped her wings, a blue light would flicker, and then she'd teleport, crossing space in an instant. Such an ability was the stuff of dreams for so many, yet here it was gifted to this adorable little creature. At that moment, an idea seemed to occur to Steve. He reached into his pocket and pulled out some snacks. These were treats he usually kept on hand to satisfy his appetite and replenish his energy after training. The moment Gugu saw the snacks, her eyes lit up. She must have thought they looked delicious. She immediately flapped her wings. A blue glow flashed, and she teleported right in front of Steve, her eyes fixed longingly on the snacks in his hand, chirping sweetly. Coo! Coo! Flapping her wings and pointing at the treats, Gugu seemed to be telling Steve, I want some too. Seeing Gugu's adorable antics, Steve instantly understood. Carter, watching from the side, couldn't help but smile at the scene. Sure enough, the inscription on Gugu's collar hadn't been wrong. Her greatest love was food. Naturally, Steve wasn't about to refuse. He opened a small bag, poured out a few colorful chocolate candies into his palm. Coo! Coo! Gugu stretched out her head, gently touching the red chocolate candy in his hand, sniffing at it, as if sensing its sweet aroma. She popped one in her beak. Oh, what a surprisingly delightful taste. Gugu's eyes sparkled with joy, and in a few quick bites, she'd finished all the chocolates in Steve's palm. Carter, charmed by Gugu's adorable eating, quickly took more snacks from Steve, dropped a few in her own hand, and offered them to Gugu. Gugu, delighted, eagerly munched on the new treats. Indeed, of all things in the world, nothing could ever be greater than the joy of eating. Steve and Carter watched as Gugu munched on his food, each movement irresistibly cute, soft smiles blooming on their faces. Adorable animals always have a way of tugging at people's heartstrings. Soon enough, Gugu set his sights on another snack. With a flutter of his wings, he teleported to the pile of treats, as if to remind the two, I want to taste this one. Seeing Gugu's charming antics, the two couldn't possibly say no. So, they chatted idly while slowly feeding Gugu one snack after another. It was a moment of pure leisure. After a while, suddenly, Coo! Coo! Gugu cocked his head and called out, flapping his wings in alarm, as if to warn them someone was coming. Just as they turned their heads, a portal shimmering in fiery red quietly opened beside them. Lockhart stepped through. At the same time, Coo! Coo! Gugu let out a few hurried cries at Lockhart. Then, seizing the moment before the portal closed, fluttered his wings and vanished in a blink. Indeed, clever as he was, he knew the world outside was overflowing with delicious food to discover. Lockhart gazed at Gugu's disappearing figure, feeling the faint tug of their magical bond, and shook his head with a wry smile. Still, he didn't worry. Gugu's safety was never a concern. With his gift for teleportation and sharp instincts, it would be near impossible for anything to catch him. Besides, through the bond, Lockhart could sense Gugu's location at any time. When the little fellow grew tired of his adventures, it would be easy enough to bring him home. Lately, Lockhart had sensed Gugu's spirits were a bit low. Better to let him blow off some steam now, and then start training again once he returned. After all, children can't be pushed too hard. Everything must happen in its own time. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, he noticed Steve and Carter's looks of surprise and faint apology as they watched Gugu dash away. He quickly offered reassurance. Steve, Carter, don't worry. Gugu's just gone out of play for a bit. It's perfectly normal. Still, once playtime was over, it was definitely time for training. He couldn't let Gugu slack off forever. Then, Lockhart turned to Steve. Steve, let's have a conversation about some matters concerning Miss Carter. Hearing this, Steve instinctively glanced at Carter, then at Lockhart, as if to ask, is this something Carter should hear? Lockhart understood at once and smiled. No worries, it's nothing serious. I mainly want to discuss Miss Carter's future plans and how you both will teach your students going forward. After all, You'll be giving Ian and the others their very first lesson the day after tomorrow, so there are some details we should go over in advance. At this, Carter and Steve nodded in agreement. Taking in the surroundings, Lockhart drew his wand and gave it a gentle wave, opening a portal in the air. On the other side was room 101 of the Infinite Library Cafe. "Come on," he said. "Let's have some tea and talk things over." Lockhart stepped through the portal, and Steve and Carter exchanged a glance before following him in turn. Once the three of them had settled in the study, Lockhart poured tea for his two guests across the table. With a mischievous smile, he turned to Steve and asked, "So, Steve, how have things been with Miss Carter these past couple of days? After 70 years apart, I imagine the two of you must have plenty to talk about." Steve didn't answer directly. Instead, he simply looked at Carter, and both of them shared a gentle smile. Seeing this, Lockhart felt like he'd just been force-fed a mouthful of syrupy romance, and instantly lost interest in the topic. So, instead of lingering on the matter, he cut straight to the point. "Steve, as we discussed before, I need your help training my students in close combat skills. And Carter, I'm sure Steve has mentioned this to you. I've learned through certain channels that you're one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. I trust you're well-versed in organizational structures, and I'd like to draw on your expertise in that area. I hope you can teach my students, and if you have any advice for me personally, that would be even better." Lockhart noted how Steve nodded without a moment's hesitation upon hearing the request. As for Carter, a thoughtful look flickered in her eyes before she slowly nodded as well. Seeing their responses, Lockhart's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Steve was the quintessential soldier. Once he gave his word, he wouldn't overthink it, and unless keeping his promise conflicted with his conscience, he would never break it lightly. This was why Lockhart trusted Steve. After all, whether in the annals of history or in stories yet to unfold, Captain America's character had always stood the test of time. Carter, on the other hand, had started out as an agent and eventually became a leader among agents, so it was only natural she'd have more considerations. But that hardly mattered. After all, these two were in love. One had crossed 70 years in the name of love. The other had waited in silence for 70 years. Lockhart was convinced that Carter's love for Steve surpassed even Steve's love for her. After all, 70 years is enough time to extinguish most romances, but for a rare few, it forges their love into something unbreakable. Clearly, Carter's love was of the latter kind. After seeing them both nod, Lockhart spoke in a solemn tone. "Generally speaking, without a compelling reason, we never reveal information about ourselves to ordinary people. After all, our battlefields are not the same. So from this point onward, everything I share must be kept strictly confidential. You are not to disclose any of it to anyone else, including anyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. As he spoke, Lockhart fixed Carter with a steady, meaningful gaze. Seeing her nod, he gave a slight bow of his head before continuing. "To ensure that no information is leaked, we need to sign a magical contract. If you disclose anything without my permission, the contract will automatically activate, erasing all your memories and potentially harming your very souls." Noticing the grave expressions on their faces, Lockhart explained calmly. "A magical contract is a common method among us, similar to your laws, but far more binding. As long as you don't violate the terms, you won't be affected in the slightest. I trust in both of your abilities, and I'm sure you can keep your promises. That shouldn't be a problem, should it?" After a moment's contemplation, Carter nodded slowly and replied, "All right, I have no problem with that." Steve, standing beside her, didn't say much either. He simply nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lockhart drew his wand and tapped the air lightly. Instantly, a fiery red rune pattern materialized in the air, spreading out from the point he had touched. The two of them fixed their gaze on this strange, glowing sigil. The next moment, a stream of information quietly surfaced in their minds. Confidentiality contract between Gilderoy Lockhart, Steve Rogers, and Peggy Carter. The contract is as follows. Steve and Carter shall keep all information regarding wizards, sorcerers, and other extraordinary matters secret for Gilderoy Lockhart. Unless given explicit permission by Lockhart, they are forbidden to disclose anything to outsiders. If a disclosure happens unintentionally, they must inform Lockhart immediately and take the initiative to resolve the leak. If the contract is broken, depending on the severity of the leak, Steve and Carter will either have all their memories erased or, in the worst case, have their souls shattered. Absorbing the terms of the contract, Steve and Carter exchanged a look as if silently communicating. At the same time, Carter let out a quiet sigh in her heart, finding herself regarding Lockhart with newfound respect. The contract was simple, yet it covered all the critical points. Most importantly, it bound the two of them together. If Carter broke the contract, Steve would suffer the consequences as well. That alone compelled Carter to rein in any stray thoughts she might have entertained. As for Steve, his mind was more at ease. He didn't see any real issue with the contract's terms. He glanced at Carter and, seeing that she wasn't objecting, nodded lightly to Lockhart. Carter did the same. Seeing their acceptance, Lockhart nodded slightly and went on. Since neither of you has any objections to the contract, let's formalize it. With a flourish of his wand, the strange runes split into two and drifted into the foreheads of Steve and Carter. A fiery red magical brand appeared on each of their brows. Feeling the contract settle into place, Lockhart nodded with satisfaction. The most important principle in signing a contract is that it must be voluntary. Even if that willingness is forced, it is still a form of consent. If the other party outright refuses, the contract simply cannot be established. Turning these thoughts over in his mind, Lockhart began to introduce, "To help you better understand who we are, let me first tell you a little about Kamartaj." At this point, Lockhart's voice rose slightly, as if tinged with a hint of pride. Kamartaj is the sanctuary of all Earth's sorcerers, dedicated throughout history to resisting dimensional invasions. In fact, Kamartaj is the true guardian of Earth. Without us, this planet would have long since become a pasture for dimensional demons or been reduced to a land of ruins. Here, Lockhart paused, glancing at Carter with a playful smile. Unlike S.H.I.E.L.D., which only talks about threats, we actually confront dimensional invasions and protect the Earth. Not long ago, I personally dealt with a disciple of Dormammu and averted an invasion from another dimension. There's one point I must emphasize. You need to let go of your previous notions. Sorcerers from Kamartaj are not like the wizards you might imagine. Our magical prowess is formidable, yet we are equally skilled in close combat. Turning to Steve, Lockhart added, "That's exactly why I invited you, Captain, to help train my students. My students have been studying magic with me for less than 2 months. They're quite talented, but their combat experience is lacking, so they need dedicated training. In the coming days, I'll be counting on you to give guidance in close-quarters combat and to watch over them during their practical training. If danger arises, I trust you'll step in as needed." Hearing this, Steve immediately caught the key point and asked directly, "Lockhart, what exactly do you mean by practical training? Will it be actual combat? Who are their opponents? Other sorcerers like yourself?" Shaking his head, Lockhart replied, "Captain, my students are still inexperienced. They haven't even faced a handful of real battles yet. If they were to fight other sorcerers directly, the chances of success would be slim. So, I've found them a suitable target for live combat practice. A notorious criminal organization, the Hand." Lockhart paused here, then with a swift motion of his wand, conjured a softly glowing golden orb that appeared before the two of them. With a gentle wave, the orb floated towards Steve under Lockhart's control. As he did so, Lockhart explained, "This contains information on the Hand. Captain, you can review it now, and later, once you and Ian encounter them, you'll get a clearer sense of their actual fighting strength. One thing to remember, don't underestimate them. From what I know, they possess extraordinary abilities and may even have ties with certain dimensional demons. So, exercise extra caution. The small fry may not matter much, but you must pay close attention to the 5 fingers of the Hand." At Lockhart's reminder, Steve nodded seriously, showing that he understood. Recalling the information that had just flashed through his mind, especially the Hand's cruel methods of deliberately creating deaf mutes, Steve's heart brimmed with murderous intent toward this organization. If given the chance, he would never let such a wicked group escape justice. They were even more detestable than the Nazi enemies he'd fought in World War II. Not only did they prey on the weak, but they also trafficked drugs. In his own time, he had witnessed firsthand the devastation caused by drugs. At best, a person's own downfall. At worst, families torn apart and lives destroyed. Sensing Steve's attitude, Lockhart nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to Carter. Taking in her refined features, the short waves of chestnut hair, and the aura of competence she exuded, Lockhart spoke in a low, measured voice. "Miss Carter, your situation is far more complex than the captain's. After all, the captain survived 70 years through cryogenic freezing, so his future lifespan is still quite long. But you're different. Your life has worn away naturally, and even burdened by illness, surviving a single year would have come at a tremendous cost. Although I have intervened, clearing all illness from your body and restoring your youth, the price paid has not been small, judging by your current condition, keeping you youthful." At this point, Lockhart paused, then continued slowly. "You have 1 year left to live." Hearing this, a hint of anxiety flickered across Steve's face, but Carter herself remained calm as ever. It was as if the grim news of having only a year to live meant little to her. Seeing Carter's composure, Lockhart quietly praised her in his heart. No wonder she was the legendary agent who founded S.H.I.E.L.D. Her strength of mind was truly remarkable. Glancing at Steve, whose expression was heavy with worry, Lockhart smiled and said, "Relax, Captain. As I mentioned earlier, it's not an insurmountable problem. I can solve it. Besides, Ms. Carter is my student's mentor. Naturally, I wouldn't let her die so easily." At that, Carter arched an eyebrow, as if she heard a hidden implication. If she were no longer Lockhart's student's mentor, would he simply give up on her? But Lockhart continued, "Ms. Carter's problem is a lack of vitality. Fortunately, I know several ways to restore it. So, truly, it's not a difficult issue." At these words, Steve's heart eased a little, though his gaze at Carter still reflected a touch of worry. Well, that was only fitting for a good boyfriend, a good husband. That's the bare minimum. "Professor Lockhart, what exactly do you need me to do?" Carter asked directly. She could keenly sense that Lockhart valued her far more than he did Steve. To infuse vitality, just hearing those words, one could tell how invaluable such a task was, and yet Lockhart was still willing to make that investment. This showed that Lockhart's plans for her went far beyond simply instructing a student. Sensing Carter's calm composure, Lockhart nodded in satisfaction. What does the 21st century lack most? Talent. Why did he place such importance on Ian and the other two? It was precisely because these three were talents handpicked by him, intended to serve as the backbone of a future new magical order. And as the helmsman of this new magical system, outstanding crew members like Ian were absolutely indispensable. As for talents like Carter, her role was to make this great ship of new magic even sturdier, more stable, and more formidable in battle. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Lockhart's regard for Carter deepened, though he still wore that faint, inscrutable smile. "Miss Carter, I have two potential paths in mind for your future, both of which suit you perfectly. I hope you'll listen carefully and tell me your choice afterward." Carter nodded with curiosity, anticipation welling up inside her. She felt that she might be about to glimpse the very core of what it meant to be a professor of wizardry. Noticing her expression, Lockhart smiled faintly and tapped his desk with his fingers. In an instant, a transparent ripple separated Steve from them, clouding his sight and muffling his hearing. Some things simply weren't for Steve to know, at least not yet. And if Carter refused him, he would have to erase her memory as well. But he was confident that it wouldn't come to that. "Miss Carter, as I mentioned before, I am a wizard of Kamartaj. But I believe S.H.I.E.L.D. has also informed you of my other identity, as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. You can think of it this way. I hold a world in my hands, and within that world, I have set a war in motion. A war for the reformation of the magical order. I need someone to help me construct a complete power structure for the wizarding world." As Lockhart spoke, Carter's expression shifted again and again. Even if she let her imagination run wild, she would never have guessed that Professor Lockhart harbored such ambitions. At one point during his explanation, she even thought of the greatest enemy she had faced during World War II, Hitler. And yet, at the same time, the golden dragon-shaped magical mark on Carter's brow began to shimmer faintly, subtly influencing her mood and perception. "Mrs. Carter, this is my first proposal. If you choose this one, I will help you become a mage, granting you mastery over magic, but you will have to pay a significant price. In return, I will completely eliminate all hidden dangers within your body. You and the captain will be able to live together in love, and if the captain ever needs it, I can also provide him with the necessary assistance. After all, if you choose the first option, you become my companion, and I welcome you to join me on the endless pursuit of magical knowledge. As for the second proposal, just as I mentioned at the very beginning, your only responsibility would be to train the students in organizational skills. Meanwhile, I will sustain your vitality for as long as you continue this training. When your task is complete, I will also grant you an additional 5 years of life as a gift, a token to commemorate your fateful meeting with the captain. Mrs. Carter, you may state your decision now." Morning in Queens, New York, atop a certain rooftop. Coo, coo. With a flash of blue light, a deep blue, dodo-like orb bird named Gugu appeared on the rooftop of a tall building. Gazing out at the towering cityscape, rising and falling in the distance, Gugu let out a somewhat bewildered call. Coo, coo. It seemed this was its first time here. Things looked a little different from what it remembered. Peering down, it watched the ordinary people bustling along the street, and caught the enticing aroma wafting from the shops below. Gugu hesitated. Its instincts warned that heading down wouldn't be wise. Besides, the caretaker had just reminded it through their bond not to go anywhere crowded. If it caused a commotion, it would be confined to the house from then on. But still, what exactly did it mean to cause a commotion? Gugu tilted its head, pondering. As long as no one saw, surely that wouldn't count as causing trouble, right? Its gaze landed on the bakery below, where the smell of fresh bread rose temptingly. Gugu mused to itself. With a rush of wings and a flash of blue light, whoosh. At that very moment, inside the bakery below, the baker set a tray of just-baked bread on the counter. Nearby, rows of bread that had just come out of the oven were neatly arranged. Not far away, a group of young people sat at a table, scrolling through their phones as they enjoyed their breakfast. Suddenly, a blue flash lit up the shop. Gugu, eyeing the fragrant, fresh bread with a trace of longing, looked at the stacks of perfectly square slices nearby. It snatched the very top slice, then flapped its wings once more. Clever as ever, it wouldn't risk too much at once. Just one small, inconspicuous piece to sample. If it was really delicious, perhaps it could take more or have its caretaker buy some later. With another flicker of blue, Gugu returned to the rooftop, a pale yellow, square slice of bread now before it. Coo! Coo! It opened its beak and took a bite. It doesn't taste as good as I imagined. Not sweet at all, kind of bland. This left Gugu, who has a sweet tooth, feeling a bit disappointed. Downstairs, the bakery's chef and owner turned around once again, placing a batch of freshly baked bread onto a tray. He glanced at the tray of toast beside him and noticed it seemed a slice short, then looked over at the customers eating their breakfast. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Had he miscounted? That can't be right. There were 8 slices in total, so why are there only 7 left? And none of it had been prepared yet, not even spread with jam, so it's not like anyone could have eaten a slice. After a moment's thought, he decided there was no need to make a fuss. It's just a missing piece of bread. Not worth much. He might as well consider a treat for the dog. The owner muttered to himself in annoyance. At that moment, Gugu took a bite of the bland toast, then spat it out and shook his head in disappointment. Then, he cast his gaze toward the nearby cake shop. If the bread here didn't taste good, the shop next door, with its rich, milky aroma, must have something better. Cautiously, Gugu peered inside, counting the people in the shop. It seemed there weren't many, just a woman who looked a lot like Vera, moving about. Tilting his head in thought, Gugu nudged the bread aside, spread his wings, and with a flash of blue light, slipped into the cake shop. Gugu carefully dodged the woman nearby, his sapphire-like eyes fixed intently on the little cakes behind the counter. Coo! Coo! The sweet scent of cake filled the air, and Gugu could feel his mouth watering. In the next instant, he fluttered his wings and, with another shimmer of blue, found himself behind the counter, staring at a small cake topped with a bright red strawberry and plump blueberries. After a cautious glance around to make sure no one was watching, he stuck out his tiny tongue and gave it a gentle lick. Coo! Coo! Delicious! Absolutely delicious! Gugu's eyes sparkled with delight. Hugging the little cake, he flapped his wings, and in a flash of blue, he was back on a rooftop. Munch, munch! Back on the rooftop, Gugu wasted no time. He opened his beak and gobbled up the cake bite by bite. After just 5 or 6 mouthfuls, the cake had vanished. With the sweet, creamy flavor lingering on his tongue and the tang of strawberry and blueberry still fresh in his mouth, Gugu excitedly fluttered his wings, teleporting from place to place around the rooftop. So good. Absolutely delicious. After several more flashes of blue light, Gugu finally settled down and once again turned his gaze toward the cake shop. He realized, with a hint of pride, that no one inside seemed to have noticed his sneaky little feast. And, since he'd found such a wonderful place to eat, he was determined to make the most of it. Gugu flapped his wings once more, returning to the counter, head tilted as he carefully considered which cake to try next. This time, he spotted a rich chocolate cake topped with pink cream and a strawberry nestled on top. Catching a whiff of the rich, milky aroma inside, Gugu couldn't help but start to drool. Once again, it glanced nervously around, making sure no one was watching. With a flutter of its wings, it slipped behind the counter, stuck out its tiny tongue, and prepared to sample the taste of the cake. Suddenly, a woman's shrill scream pierced the air, startling Gugu so much it flapped its wings in a panic and fled in a hurry. Seeing the strange blue creature vanish before her eyes, the woman in the cake shop pressed a hand to her chest, trying to calm her pounding heart. But at the same time, as she looked at the now empty counter, she began to wonder if she'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe she'd just scared herself. A moment later, she rushed forward to inspect the display case, only to discover that a cream strawberry cake was missing, and the chocolate cake had clear signs of having been licked. Her expression changed at once. She dashed out of the shop and glanced anxiously around the entrance. When she saw nothing unusual, she quickly locked the shop door and hurried to check the security footage, determined to find out what had really happened. Meanwhile, Gugu had returned to the rooftop, gazing down at the cake shop below with a hint of regret. It had a nagging feeling that it might have caused trouble again. Tilting its head in thought, it decided that matters like this were best left to the caretaker to worry about. For now, it was better to make itself scarce. The farther away, the more chances of finding something delicious. As Gugu pondered its options, it beat its wings and hurried off into the distance. With a shimmer of blue light, Gugu soared away. Down below, several people looked up, catching sight of the flashing blue glimmers in the sky, a rather marvelous sight. Some curious onlookers immediately whipped out their phones to snap photos, while a few with camcorders managed to catch several shots. Soon after, photos of a deep blue dodo bird began circulating online. The impact was minor at first. Most people thought it was just someone goofing around, nothing unusual about doctored photos. That is until a short video was uploaded to the internet and quickly went viral. A deep blue dodo bird caught stealing cake. Shop owner discovers the theft via security camera. But the buzz wasn't really about the cake theft. What caught everyone's attention was Gugu's adorably cautious behavior as it scoped out its surroundings, and the pure delight on its face after tasting the cake. In an instant, Gugu captured the hearts of countless netizens. At the same time, a group of people began to question the video's authenticity, pointing out how conspicuous the cake shop's logo was in the footage. It was hard not to suspect that the video was a marketing stunt orchestrated by the shop. Meanwhile, another faction insisted the security footage was genuine and unaltered. The heated debate sent the video's popularity soaring, soon drawing the attention of an organization that had always kept a close watch on the internet, SHIELD. New York, Queens, atop a high-rise rooftop. I swear on my upstairs neighbor's dog's head, it's definitely photoshopped. Anyone can tell. Every time it disappears, they just smear some blue light over it. Such a lousy edit. Who believe it? I don't think it looks fake at all. You think just because you think? It's obviously fake. May the person above stay blind forever. Based on my analysis, it's highly likely this is Disney's next main character. This is just a trial run. If the response is good, the next movie might be coming soon. It's confirmed. This company already released the patent images of the deep blue dodo bird 3 months ago. Image. Peter sat on the rooftop, holding a burrito in his right hand and his phone in his left. He scrolled through his phone, playing the role of a spectator in this unfolding drama, occasionally giving a like but never leaving a comment. He'd more or less witnessed the entire deep blue dodo incident play out online. First, he saw the video, then watched as people argued, some swearing it was real, others insisting it was fake. Before long, maybe thanks to internet shills, the chatter shifted to raving about the cake shop's desserts, and then to gushing over how cute the dodo was. Some claimed it was an alien creature. Others said it was a long-extinct species from Earth's past. After that, things just grew increasingly chaotic. Talk of it being the protagonist in the next animated movie, a new internet celebrity animal. Even people, Peter noticed, had started collecting money under the dodo's name. They claimed it was for the sake of protecting endangered species, or for crowdfunding new shops. Incredibly, some fools actually chipped in. Peter could hardly believe how wild things had gotten. Still, most of the buzz online was overwhelmingly skeptical. Almost everyone insisted the deep blue dodo was fake, and some even made a show of exposing it. That part gave Peter pause. After all, you know your own situation best. His own changes started with a spider bite, and not long ago, he'd even encountered someone who seemed like a real wizard. So, if a magical animal suddenly showed up, it wasn't entirely impossible. But that was none of his business. He just needed to take care of his own life. Today, there was no rush. He could go home a little later. Ever since Aunt May received an investment, she'd thrown herself into running her new book cafe and was much less strict with him. To his delight, his allowance had also increased. Thank you, Aunt May. Thank you, investors. It made him truly happy. Not only could he go out more without worrying about Aunt May catching him, he could also buy more food. He always felt a bit unsatisfied after eating. His unusual body just burned through energy faster than normal. Finishing his burrito, Peter still felt hungry and decided, as usual, to pick up some dessert. He discovered that sweet foods are higher in calories and make it easier to replenish the energy his body needs. Besides, he had a real fondness for sweets, with chocolate being his absolute favorite. Standing on the edge of the rooftop, he gazed down at the intimidating distance below. The sight of the narrow, empty alley made the drops seem even more daunting. But Peter was used to it. With a light hop, he relished the thrill of falling from such heights, even as he flicked his right wrist. In an instant, a white strand of web shot out from the web shooter on his hand, latching onto the distant wall of a tall building. Swinging on the web, he propelled himself swiftly toward the far side. At the same time, his right hand sent another white thread flying toward a different high-rise ahead. Using the momentum, he soared even farther, leaping from building to building. Before long, the familiar figure of Spider-Man once again appeared in Queens, much to the delight of its residents. "Hey there, Grandma. Be sure to cross only when the light is green." Spider-Man scooped up the elderly lady who'd been ambling in the middle of the street, leaping with her to the opposite curb. He pointed to the red light and the car that had just sped past. Oh, all right, thank you. Hearing the advice from the young man in the red and blue suit, the grandmother paused, then nodded in agreement. All right, I'll be off, Grandma. Remember, always wait for the green light before crossing, okay? Spider-Man gave her a friendly wave before turning and heading off. The whole process took barely more than 10 seconds. Peter had grown used to it. Sometimes, older folks just aren't as sharp as they used to be. If luck is on their side, a driver might stop in time and nothing happens. But if not, accidents can easily occur. Without missing a beat, Peter fired another web toward the distance, swinging high above the street as he rushed toward his next destination. On the way, he managed to help another elderly person avoid getting hit by a car, and in a narrow alley, he rescued a man being mugged. He even took a moment to call the police department, tipping them off about 2 robbers, now thoroughly webbed up, waiting for them in the alley. Sure, the police didn't exactly sound friendly, but Peter didn't mind in the least. Soon, Peter arrived at his destination, Dace's dessert shop. Hey Dace, the usual, 5 donuts, 5 chocolate cakes, 5 egg tarts, and 3 cups of my favorite milk tea. He grinned at the shop's owner, a black man behind the counter. You got it, Spider-Man. I had your order ready for you, Dace replied, handing over 2 bags packed with treats. Dace, your place always gives the best portions. Delicious and easy on the wallet, too. Peter paid in cash, tossed a few bills on the table, and chatted for a bit before grabbing his bags and heading out. He was eager to find a quiet spot to enjoy his feast. What Peter didn't notice, though, was the blue figure perched above the shop, eyes shining with anticipation as they watched the bag of desserts he carried away. Meanwhile, Mr. Dice watched Peter's retreating figure, his face brimming with smiles. Not only had he just served a big customer, but Spider-Man's visits had brought his shop a surge of fame. Many people flocked to his bakery to buy sweets, so of course he wouldn't dream of overcharging Peter. In fact, he would have loved to give him treats for free. Unfortunately, Peter insisted on paying. Turning around, Dice glanced at the fresh batch of desserts cooling in his shop, a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. Was it just his imagination, or did it seem like there were fewer pastries than before? But it had to be a mistake. Ever since Spider-Man became a regular, his troubles had diminished greatly. Well, the small problems, at least, when it came to the bigger ones, he still had to rely on himself. At that moment, Peter soared up to the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper. As he gazed into the distance, he opened the 2 bags in his hands. He set one bag aside, keeping the other in front of him. He took out a chocolate cupcake, munching contentedly while scrolling through his phone. Once he finished the cupcake, he reached into the bag and pulled out a donut. He continued to nibble and browse, sipping a chilled milk tea whenever he felt thirsty. This was pure bliss. Suddenly, a prickle of warning shot through Peter. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a blue dodo bird quietly materializing nearby, clutching the milk tea he'd set aside. In a blink of shimmering blue light, the little creature vanished. Peter was stunned. The legendary deep blue dodo bird had actually appeared. He'd always thought those stories were just myths. And to top it off, it had stolen his favorite milk tea. Peter couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. After pondering a moment, he took a few more pastries from his bag, set them down a short distance away on some napkins, and returned to his spot. He resumed eating his donut, eyes still on his phone. Glug, glug. Delicious, so delicious. Having tasted the milk tea, the dodo, Goo, was instantly enchanted by its rich flavor and the rainbow of chewy pearls inside. Gulp, gulp. Staring at the now empty cup, Goo licked its beak, a look of lingering delight on its little face. Then, it glanced over at the rooftop edge, where Spider-Man sat in his iconic red and blue suit, hunched over his phone. Tilting its head in thought, Goo fluttered its wings, and in a flash, teleported closer. There on the ground were cakes, donuts, and another cup of milk tea. Goo's face was full of hesitation. Everything looked scrumptious, but there was still someone guarding the treats. Goo was clever. It had figured out the risk right away. Back at school, young witches often try to catch him just this way, but Goo was always too smart for them. It would eat the goodies, but never let anyone get close. If it ever let itself be caught, the chances for more feasts like this would vanish. But as long as it remained elusive, a never-ending parade of delicious treats would always await. It's a truly clever creature. Yes, it understands all too well the difference between depleting resources for immediate gain and embracing sustainable development. The only pity is that the keeper never gave it a chance to showcase its intelligence. Perhaps it was the allure of delicious food, or maybe a gut instinct told it that there was no danger here. With a flutter of its wings, a glimmer of blue light flashed. Goo teleported right in front of the chocolate cake. It gave the cake a gentle lick. Soft, rich with cocoa, sweet and fragrant. Truly a delicacy beyond compare. Another bite, tender cream blended perfectly with the fluffy cake, making for an irresistible treat. Excited, Goo fluttered its wings and took a few more delicate licks. Then, casting a glance at Spider-Man not far away, it scooped up the cake and vanished in a blink. It returned to its temporary hideout. Munch, munch. Realizing how delightful the cake tasted, and reassured by the safety of its base, Goo's appetite grew. Bite after bite, it quickly finished off the remaining chocolate cake. Meanwhile, Peter sensed that the dodo-like creature had appeared once more. He'd secretly observed the creature's entire teleportation process, and couldn't help but marvel at the sight. But at the same time, he was utterly charmed by Goo's adorable way of sampling the cake. Thinking it over, Peter took out another piece of chocolate cake and placed it where the last one had been. He went back to scrolling on his phone, occasionally glancing toward the cake, hoping Goo would show up again. Before long, Goo, having finished the last cake, spotted another piece. It glanced at Spider-Man, sensing in him a mix of surprise, hope, and delight, but no trace of hostility or danger. In an instant, Goo understood. This human, just like the little wizard before, was nothing more than a walking pantry. Still, the keeper had warned it not to rely solely on instinct. Although it had never really listened to the keeper's advice anyway. Goo tilted its head, sizing up Peter, who was lounging on the rooftop. With a flick of its wings and another flash of blue. This time, it teleported beside the milk tea, snatched it up, and vanished again. Moments later, accompanied by another shimmer of blue, Goo reappeared by the chocolate cake, and took it as well. Finally, it grabbed the sugary donut, and, with one last teleport, was gone. All that remained on the rooftop was Spider-Man Peter and the bag of empty dessert wrappings beside him. Peter was left a little stunned. This creature, looking so much like a dodo, had whisked away everything in one go. How cunning could it be? He couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment. He'd hoped to snap a few photos of the creature enjoying its treats. Pictures that would be perfect for the newspaper or to share with his friends, sure to impress everyone. After some thought, Peter took out a chocolate cake and a donut from the bag beside him. As for the milk tea, aside from the one he was holding, the last one was already gone just now. He had bought 3 cups, but 2 of them had been snatched away by that dodo. Remembering this, Peter couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He considered it for a moment, then decided to make a small sacrifice in hopes of getting a chance to snap a photo. With his mind made up, Peter stood up, holding the bag in his hand. After another pause, he decided to set it down on the ground. Then, he walked to the edge of the rooftop and leaped off. From a distance, Goo, who had been watching Spider-Man Peter, widened his eyes in shock, his face full of surprise, quickly turning to panic. He knew very well the difference between ordinary muggles and wizards. His keeper had told him, if you jump from a place like this, a regular person would die. Oh no, oh no. If the keeper found out about this, he'd really be in trouble. Why was this muggle's heart so fragile? Was it just because he ate a few of his tasty treats that he'd go so far as to jump off a building? Thinking it over, Goo flapped his wings, and with a flash of blue light, instantly teleported to the edge of the rooftop. Looking down, he saw no trace of blood or a body. Tilting his head, a metaphorical question mark seemed to pop up above him. Was this muggle dead or not? He pondered for a while, but couldn't come to a conclusion. So he turned to look at the cake and dessert bag on the ground, and decided to eat first and figure out the rest later. After all, only a well-fed bird has the energy to think about whether the muggle survived or not. Coo! With another shimmer of blue light, Goo, now rather excited, teleported to the dessert bag. He stretched out his wing, tipped the bag over, and dumped all the boxes filled with desserts onto the ground. Gazing at the chocolate cakes and donuts covering the ground, Goo flapped his wings in delight, teleporting again and again in midair. The flickering blue sparkles in the air seemed to express just how thrilled Goo was inside. Before, whenever he wanted to eat something delicious, he always had to sneak around, only daring to take a small one at a time, and never lingering for long, afraid of being caught. But now, with the chance to indulge in so many treats at once, Goo was utterly overjoyed. Coo! Standing before the plastic boxes, Goo flapped his wings, and, just as the keeper had taught him, channeled his magic. In an instant, the plastic box popped open. The rich scent of creamy cake wafted out. Goo gave it a gentle lick, delicious. At that moment, Peter had returned once more to Day's dessert shop. Seeing the owner busy at work inside, he waved and said cheerfully, "Boss, give me 3 more cups of milk tea. No, make it 4. The shop's black owner, Days, heard the familiar voice and quickly turned around. He was a bit surprised to see Spider-Man back again. Usually, Peter bought everything he needed in one go and rarely came back the same day. Why is he back for more today? Spider-Man? No problem, just a moment. Though some doubt flickered through his mind, Des nonetheless agreed immediately. He lowered his head and began making the milk tea. Meanwhile, Peter entered the dessert shop again, eyeing the cakes inside. He planned to buy a few more of the little cakes, having noticed that the deep blue dodo seemed to have a particular fondness for cream. He hoped that this time, he'd be able to capture that adorable expression on camera. "Boss, I'll take 3 of these and 2 of those." Spider-Man Peter pointed at 5 kinds of small cakes in the shop, making his request to the owner. Soon enough, Peter found himself looking at 4 cups of milk tea and 2 bags of desserts, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. After paying the bill, he grabbed the milk tea and cakes, leaping up in preparation to return to his previous spot. He hoped that the cakes and treats he'd left behind would do the trick, and that the dodo wouldn't have left. P.S. I've noticed that the 2-in-1 subscription isn't working as well, so I'll go back to chapters of over 2,000 words each, and today, there will be 6 updates. New York, Queens, a rooftop somewhere. Coo. Staring at the donut in front of it, Goo Goo tilted its head, hesitating, then nudged it aside with its foot. It preferred chocolate cake. The donut had been sampled, but it simply wasn't as tasty as the chocolate cake. Waddling along, it approached the dessert bag again, poking its head inside to see if any chocolate cake remained. Unfortunately, it seemed to have eaten it all. That cake was just too delicious. Unable to resist, it had devoured every last crumb. Goo Goo felt a pang of regret. It had actually planned to save a piece for its keeper, hoping that next time, the keeper would let it out to play again. But sadly, in a moment of weakness, it had eaten everything. It was hard to blame itself. Truly, the cake's flavor was simply irresistible. Suddenly, Goo Goo's eyes lit up as it looked at the donut across from it. The donut wasn't particularly tasty, but it could be taken back for the keeper. Maybe, if the keeper was pleased, it would be allowed to come out to play every day. Then there would be endless delicious treats to enjoy. Excited by this clever idea that had popped into its head, Goo Goo fluttered its wings. With several flashes of blue light, Goo Goo teleported across the sky again and again, as if giving itself a round of applause for its own brilliance. Then, Goo Goo returned to the bag, gazed at the white dessert bag in front of it, and, with a flap of its wings and a bit of magic, started dragging the bag toward the donut on the ground. Thanks to its keeper's training, while it couldn't quite cast spells, it could use magic to move certain objects. Actually, Lockhart had even considered having Goo Goo learn spatial magic. After all, Goo Goo's spatial talent was truly remarkable. Its teleportation came as naturally as breathing, and barely cost any energy at all. When using it to cast spatial magic, such as mirror dimension, portals, or spatial blades, the consumption of magic power always seemed noticeably reduced. It's well known that spatial magic is notoriously difficult and heavily taxing, though its power is also among the most formidable. If Goo Goo could master the relevant spatial spells, it would be like gaining another powerful ally under his command. But in the end, this lazy creature just thinks about eating all day long. Asked to learn magic, it hasn't managed to pick up a single spell. Lockhart couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. When will Goo Goo ever catch up to Little Snake? Its talent is not much less impressive than Little Snake's, but it simply refuses to work hard. Look at Little Snake. Well, to be fair, it's another lazybones. Most of the time, it just lies around at the Universal Book Cafe, not moving a muscle like a homebody. Faced with such magical creatures who rely purely on innate gifts, Lockhart was at a loss for words. But with so many things happening right now, there just wasn't time. Later, when things settled down, Lockhart planned to devote time specifically for their training. After all, he couldn't let the unique talents of these 2 beasts go to waste. The white dessert bag followed behind Goo Goo. They walked up to a ring of pastries, and with a flutter of its wings, the bag scooped the pastries inside. 1, 2. Then, dragging the bag along, Goo Goo packed away the rest of the pastry rings. Meanwhile, click, click, click. Just as Goo Goo was busy packing up the pastries, the sound of a camera shutter echoed from behind. It was Peter who had just caught a perfect shot of Goo Goo waddling about, filling the bag with pastries. Sensing movement nearby, Goo Goo turned around to see Spider-Man Peter standing there. Though a bit surprised that this human wasn't dead, Goo Goo didn't dwell on it. Because the 3 big, fragrant dessert bags in Peter's hands had completely captured its attention. Coo! Sensing this human's intention to share delicious treats, Goo Goo grew visibly excited. After a moment's thought, it decided it should take the initiative. It placed its own bag, now full of pastry rings, right in front of itself. Then, with a flap of its wings, it pointed at the bag and then at Peter's bags. It was as if Goo Goo was telling Peter, "Let's make a deal. Bay faux bake." As for the caretaker's share, well, Goo Goo would worry about that after it finished eating. Peter, with his keen instincts, immediately understood what Goo Goo meant. He couldn't help but laugh. Trading the pastry rings it had gathered for Peter's milk tea and cakes. This little creature really was clever. Coo! But seeing Peter laugh and not respond, Gugu grew impatient. It let out another call and pointed at the bags again, as if to say, well, are you making the deal or not? After Peter understood, he reached out with a gentle, reassuring gesture and then set all 3 bags down on the ground. His actions seemed to say, let me pet you, and all of these are yours. Gugu saw the hopeful look in his eyes and hesitated a little. Of course, she understood what he meant. After all, those young wizards had done the same thing before. Although Gugu sensed no ill will from him, she still felt a little uneasy. At that moment, seeing Gugu remain motionless, Peter wondered if his intention hadn't come across clearly. After thinking it over, he opened the bags in his hands and began placing the cakes on the ground one by one. He put the milk tea in the center and then removed the plastic lids from each cake. He then stepped back and sat on the edge of the rooftop, as if to say, help yourself, eat as much as you want. Seeing this, and realizing there was no danger, Gugu couldn't hold back any longer. She dashed straight to the cakes, curious about this mango cake she'd never seen before, and stretched out her tongue for a taste. Delicious. Click, click. Just then, the sound of a camera shutter echoed. Gugu cocked her head at the noise, but paid it no mind. Let him take pictures. She remembered one of the young wizards liked taking photos, so it didn't matter to her. The world is wide, but nothing is as important as good food. After licking the mango cake, Gugu trotted over to another one, drawn by the pink cream and the familiar sight of strawberries. She took another lick and found it tasted even better. This made Gugu quite excited. In the past, she always had to sneak around for a bite to eat. Now, with so many treats right in front of her, she could eat to her heart's content. That made her incredibly happy. It was as if she'd returned to Hagrid's hut, with Hagrid laying out all sorts of delicacies before her. Her fondness for Spider-Man Peter instantly soared. Watching all this, Peter settled cross-legged on the ground, not daring to get any closer for fear his movements might scare her off. He simply sat alone, camera in hand, snapping picture after picture. Click, click, click. Such great material. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Why not let this adorable creature help promote his family's book cafe? Maybe it would work wonders. He remembered May once planned to open an Iron Man-themed book cafe, but for some reason, the idea was shelved. Given how popular this dodo bird was online, if they made her the theme of a book cafe, it might really take off. The thought made Peter a bit excited. At that moment, Gugu sensed Peter's excitement and looked at him curiously. Sensing no danger, she went back to sipping her milk tea. The taste was as good as ever. Peter watched as Gugu gently opened her beak, and the milk tea inside the cup rose up in a stream, pouring itself right into her mouth. This left Peter feeling truly astonished. Perhaps this deep blue dodo really did understand magic, and it was incredibly clever as well. I'll bring you more tasty treats. Just let me give you a little pat, he said. Seeing that Gugu had finished off the cake and milk tea placed on the ground, Peter hurried to take out more cake and another cup of milk tea. He set them down, pointed at the milk tea and cake, speaking slowly and acting out the words as he went, worried that Gugu might not understand him. Gugu let out a couple of soft coos, tilting its head as if deep in thought. Of course, it understood perfectly well what Peter meant. It was just debating whether or not to let him touch it. After a moment's hesitation, Gugu decided to trust its instincts. Its intuition told it that this human had a relatively pure heart and meant no harm, much like those little witches it had met before. Besides, perhaps in the future, this human would be its source of delicious food. With that thought, Gugu gave a slow nod. Peter, seeing this, broke into an excited smile. He took out a piece of chocolate cake, unwrapped it carefully, and approached with great caution. He placed the cake right by Gugu's beak, watching as the dodo took bite after bite. As Gugu ate, Peter gently stroked its feathers. At the same time, he pulled out his phone and snapped a selfie with Gugu. Gugu, curious about what this human was up to, was too distracted by the delicious food to give it much thought. There would be time for questions after eating. With barely a pause between bites, Gugu finished off the cake in no time, let out another coo, and waved its wings at the milk tea. Peter understood right away, rushed over, and placed the milk tea by Gugu's beak. And so, Spider-Man Peter and the dodo Gugu, through the simple act of sharing food, established the beginnings of a friendly bond. At S.H.I.E.L.D., in Coulson's office, Agent Coulson, dressed in a suit, stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the whole of New York City. Behind him, a young S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was giving a report. Sir, we've already deployed personnel to guide public opinion online. At present, the mainstream narrative is that this is all just a marketing stunt. In addition, we've sent people to the bakery, gotten hold of all the surveillance footage. We're also checking all cameras in the surrounding area. It appears that this strange creature does indeed have the ability to teleport, and the location at that time was likely the original site. We're currently sorting through online images, tracking its path, and searching for the dodo's last known whereabouts. However, since it can teleport, tracking it is proving to be extremely difficult. Our team suggests perhaps luring it out with food, then attempting a capture. Coulson listened closely, turning these ideas over and over in his mind. When he received the news about this deep blue dodo bird, he immediately sent people to guide the online public opinion. At the same time, he dispatched a team to see if they could capture it. A creature with spatial abilities. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a thing. However, once he learned where this creature had appeared, he began to hesitate. Because the spot where this dodo had shown up was not far from Vientiane Book Cafe. That meant there was a possibility the dodo belonged to the book cafe, or, to be more precise, that it likely belonged to the Professor Wizard. That, he realized, could be troublesome. If it was really the Professor Wizard's, then he couldn't act rashly. After all, the two sides weren't enemies. There was even the prospect of future cooperation. In that case, S.H.I.E.L.D. definitely couldn't risk ruining their relationship, especially since they had already acquired quite a few valuable things from the Professor Wizard. Yes, he himself had gotten his fair share as well. Coulson absent-mindedly ran a hand over his head, feeling the short hair slowly growing out, a quiet thought passing through his mind. Once the agent finished his report, Coulson finally spoke, his tone measured. Jason, if you spot any sign of that deep blue dodo bird, report to me immediately and keep it under surveillance. Don't take any action on your own. Yes, sir, replied the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent named Jason, nodding in acknowledgement. However, what Coulson didn't notice was the brief flash of cold indifference on the agent's face before it returned to normal. Jason then turned and left Coulson's office. As soon as he stepped out, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The call went through quickly, and Jason's voice was icy as he spoke. Sir, the plan failed. Coulson didn't give the order to capture. At the same time, in Hydra's underground base elsewhere in New York, bald-headed Agent Sitwell, wearing a pale mask and wig, stood atop a raised platform, a massive black screen behind him. On the screen was a map of Queens, New York, and 5 red dots pulsed on it, blinking steadily. Had Spider-Man Peter seen it, he would have immediately recognized that the center dot marked his own location. Right now, Sitwell's expression was grim as he looked down at the Hydra agents in their tight combat suits and gave a cold order. Mission target: a dodo bird capable of spatial teleportation. Use any means necessary. Bring it back alive if possible. If you can't, then its body will do. The target's suspected abilities and possible locations have all been sent to your devices. Now, commence the operation. With Sitwell's command, dozens of Hydra agents split into 5 squads and moved out at speed. Only after watching their figures disappear did Sitwell slowly remove his mask and wig. The objective of this operation might be connected to the Wizard Professor. If Coulson could think of it, surely others could as well. However, since Coulson refused to step into the trap and wouldn't make a move, Hydra had no choice but to take matters into their own hands. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was starting to gather some information about the Wizard Professor, most of it was scattered, messy, and almost entirely worthless. This left his superior, Alexander Pierce, clearly dissatisfied. But there was little they could do. They had tried sending people into the Omnibook Cafe, but just like S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own agents, they accomplished nothing. After all, they couldn't exactly storm in with bombs or rocket launchers and lay waste to the place. So, for now, their only option was to glean information through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s channels. Yet, what they never expected was the sudden appearance of a deep blue dodo bird, seemingly emerging from the Omnibook Cafe itself. Once they identified what it might be, Sitwell immediately recognized this as an excellent opportunity to test the Wizard Professor. If this teleporting dodo bird had nothing to do with the Professor, then Hydra would gain possession of a rare and valuable creature. If it was related, then it was the perfect chance to probe the Professor's true strength. And if his abilities fell within their capabilities to handle, then Hydra would not hesitate to act. Because, in this world, weakness is the original sin. In Queens, inside a room near Daisy's Desserts, 10 Hydra agents in tight combat suits sat before computers, the screens flickering with countless surveillance feeds. They were scouring every camera from the nearby shops and streets, searching for any sign of the dodo bird. It was the simplest, yet most effective method at their disposal. As long as their target appeared on any camera, they would not escape Hydra's grasp. Suddenly, one of the agents' eyes sharpened with focus. He had just spotted a flash of blue light inside Daisy's Desserts, which vanished in an instant. Following this lead, he had all agents concentrate on reviewing the surveillance footage from Daisy's Desserts. And then, every moment of Spider-Man's conversation with Daisy and the dodo bird sneakily gobbling cake played out before the gathered Hydra agents. Without delay, one of them picked up the phone and reported, "Sir, we found traces of the target. Rough coordinates are near Daisy's desserts in Queens. Requesting satellite support. Scan all feeds in the vicinity to pinpoint the target's location. He paused, then added, we've also spotted the superhero Spider-Man. There's a possibility he's already teamed up with the dodo bird. Queens, atop a high-rise rooftop. Click, click. Spider-Man, Peter, took off his mask and cradled around, well-fed Gugu, placing the plump bird on his shoulder before holding up his phone for a few selfies. Then, he switched to video mode. Hey, my friends, today I met new buddy. It says its name is Gugu, and it's a very clever dodo bird. As he spoke, Peter gently tapped Gugu's deep blue wing with his finger and continued in a soft voice. Come on, Gugu. Say hi to my friends. Gugu tilted its head, giving Peter a skeptical look. This human seemed a bit silly, waving around a metal block and calling his friend. Still, considering it had just feasted on cake and gulped down several cups of milk tea, Gugu decided to play along. Coo, coo. Gugu flapped its wings, greeting the iron block in the human's hand with a flourish. Afterwards, for reasons it couldn't quite explain, Gugu felt a little foolish for trusting this human's nonsense. With another flap, a flash of blue light shimmered, and suddenly Gugu was by the dessert ring. It circled the treats a few times, nodding in satisfaction. This was a gift for its keeper, a token of hope that, receiving it, the keeper would let Gugu go out every day. Well, tagging along with this human wouldn't be too bad either. He offered plenty of tasty snacks. Anyway, it was far better than staying with a house-trained sprite, Jinbi. Thinking of Jinbi made Gugu angry. Jinbi always made it run laps, and even rationed its food. Gugu kicked at the bag of desserts in front of it, venting its frustration. Meanwhile, Peter, delighted by Gugu's greeting, suddenly noticed the bird had vanished in a flash. He watched as Gugu circled the dessert ring, quickly bringing his phone up to capture the moment on video, narrating, "Look, our Gugu is really smart." Apparently, this is a gift for his companion. Just then, Gugu, having kicked the bag a few times, sensed something was off, as if something was watching. Relying on pure instinct, Gugu realized the safest place was right next to Peter. Without a moment's hesitation, it grabbed the bag with the dessert ring, flapped its wings, and, in a blue flash, Gugu teleported to Peter's chest, placing the bag in front as a shield. Coo, coo. Gugu called up at the human above, as if trying to warn him about something. Gugu, are you sure someone's there? I don't feel anything, Peter asked, still trusting his own instincts, but feeling nothing out of the ordinary. Thinking for a moment, he hugged Gugu and the dessert bag, stood up, and looked around. Still, nothing seemed amiss. Could it be that an animal's instincts were sharper than his own? Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, several Hydra agents lay prone on the ground, sweeping their sniper rifle scopes across the distant, deep blue dodo. As for the superhero Spider-Man, they didn't devote much attention to him. They knew all too well that the most troublesome target was the dodo itself, endowed with the ability to teleport through space. According to intelligence provided by the organization, each of the dodo's teleportations typically covered about 20 to 30 meters, though they couldn't rule out the possibility of much longer jumps. In other words, one wrong move and the target could slip right out of their attack range, resulting in a total failure. Extreme caution was necessary. A single lapse, and the dodo might escape for good. But then, "Sir, I detected something unusual." Spider-Man is scanning the area back and forth. The deep blue dodo is being held in his arms. Because of the bag, we can't confirm its exact position, but it's possible someone has noticed traces of it. Shall we open fire? Far away at the Hydra base, Sitwell watched the images on the screen, listening to the agent's updates through his earpiece. He paused for a moment, pressed the button on his radio, switched to an open channel, and asked, "Orlando, how are your preparations coming along?" Hydra agent Orlando was currently positioned inside the same building as Spider-Man, more precisely, in the stairwell. All they needed was to climb one more flight, and they'd reach the rooftop. At that moment, hearing the commander's voice in his earpiece, Orlando glanced back at the fully armed team behind him, all alert and ready. He nodded slightly, then spoke into the radio, "Sir, everything's ready. We can move at any moment." "Good. Hold your position. The moment you hear gunfire, proceed immediately." "Understood." After receiving confirmation, Sitwell issued orders to the snipers stationed on the rooftop. "Snipers, be ready at all times. The moment the deep blue dodo is in sight, commence sniping immediately. Try to capture it alive." "Copy that, sir." "Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra!" Sitwell replied with the customary phrase, his gaze fixed intently on the satellite projection in front of him, more precisely, on Spider-Man's every move. Just as Sitwell gave his orders, Peter suddenly felt a surge of unease. He looked down and spoke softly to Gugu. "Gugu, maybe you're right. We should get out of here. When I say so, hold on tight to me." With that, Peter scooped Gugu up and placed it on his shoulder, nestling it close to his neck, readying himself to leave. Coo! Coo! Gugu let out a call to show it understood, its claws gripping Peter's shoulder tightly. Its instincts told it that staying close to Peter was the safest choice for now. At the same time, it sent out a call through their bond, reaching out to its handler. Danger is here. Come quickly to my rescue. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Gugu was contacting its caretaker, it suddenly felt its heart skip a beat and every feather stand on end. Instantly, it flapped its wings, a flash of blue light flickered, and it began to teleport. At the same moment, Spider-Man Peter sensed danger as well, and he leapt upward with all his might. Right after that, bang, bang, thud, thud. Several bullet-like projectiles were fired from sniper rifle. They exploded mid-air, releasing a cloud of highly potent anesthetic gas that quickly enveloped the entire rooftop. At the same time, more tranquilizer bullets started flying, aiming to hit Gugu. Hearing the gunfire, Hydra agents in the stairwell rushed toward the roof. After teleporting, Gugu still found itself within the rooftop's range. The pungent anesthetic gas in the air made its head spin and thoughts grow hazy. Sensing imminent danger, it immediately flapped its wings again and, trusting its instincts, flew off toward the distance, desperate to escape the hazardous zone. However, the inhaled gas was still doing its work, and a wave of dizziness washed over Gugu. Though it had managed to leave the danger zone, its wings felt heavier by the second, and summoning its internal magic was becoming a struggle. Just then, Gugu, over here, I'll get you out of here. Peter, who had just leapt into the air, instantly realized the gas was a tranquilizer. He spotted Gugu fleeing in the sky, bullets whizzing all around. He shot a web straight for Gugu, calling out loudly. Thanks to his unique physiology, Peter was highly resistant to the anesthetic gas. Gugu, hearing Peter's voice, instantly understood that safety lay with him. It glanced at Peter and beat its wings with determination. There was a flash of blue light, and suddenly Peter felt a weight in his arms. Looking down, he saw Gugu nestled against him. Thinking quickly, he wrapped his left arm protectively around Gugu, while his right hand fired a web line, using it to swing them both out of danger. Just as Spider-Man Peter swung away from the rooftop, bang! With a loud crash, a Hydra agent wearing a protective mask burst out from the stairwell, spotted Spider-Man midair, and unleashed a wild barrage of gunfire. Bang! 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 Bullets rained toward Spider-Man, but Peter dodged them all with agility. Seeing Spider-Man escape into the distance, the team leader, Orlando, quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie and reported an urgency. Sir, Plan A has failed. Spider-Man has escaped. At the same time, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Observation confirms the target has been tranquilized and has temporarily lost its ability to teleport. Proceed to Plan B. A helicopter will pick you up. Prepare for pursuit. Hail, HYDRA. Hail, HYDRA. P.S. 2 more chapters coming. Updates after 4 p.m. Queens, a certain alley. Top, top, top. A barrage of bullets rained down from above, wildly targeting Spider-Man, Peter. Bang, bang, bang. Relying on his sharp instincts and the momentum from his web, Peter swiftly dodged the bullets fired from the plane overhead. A hail of bullets struck behind Peter, punching holes through the alley walls and ground, kicking up dense clouds of dust. Crash! A section of the wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending a billowing cloud of dust skyward, momentarily obscuring the shooter's view from the plane above. The HYDRA agents aboard the plane narrowed their eyes, scanning carefully for any sign of their target. Then, whoosh! A strand of white web suddenly shot out from the swirling dust, lashing instantly around a HYDRA agent's neck. Before he could react, the agent felt a powerful force yank him downward, and in a flash he was pulled right off the plane. The agent beside him barely had time to register what had happened. Seeing his teammate fall, he frantically rushed to the edge and fired madly toward the ground, trying to suppress any chance of retaliation. Meanwhile, Peter took advantage of the dust, swiftly bringing down one enemy. As the remaining agents above were distracted, he cradled Gugu in his arms and sprinted toward a nearby building. Once inside, he glanced out at the relentless gunfire from the aircraft and felt a chill of fear run through him. Looking down at Gugu nestled against his chest, Peter managed a wry smile. Gugu, it looks like you've got the attention of some pretty evil people. This is even crazier than the movies. Gugu gave a faint, weary coo, trying his best to comfort Peter. Right now, he felt utterly drained, his wings heavy as lead. But at least for now, this human was here to protect him. Damn it, where's his handler? Gugu, did you say someone's coming to rescue you? Peter caught the hint and forced a smile. Well, that's good. But first, let's get out of here alive. Barely a minute had passed since they'd caught their breath, when Peter sensed a large group of people landing on a rooftop above. Luckily, this building looked long abandoned. If anyone had been living here, they'd surely be caught in the crossfire. Scanning the room, Peter spotted a large cloth sack. His eyes lit up. He grabbed the bag, shook out the dust, slung it over his neck, and gently placed Gugu inside, freeing up his left hand. Moments ago, he'd kept his left arm steady to hold Gugu, relying on one hand to swing between buildings. He hadn't dared to leap as recklessly as usual. But now, things were different. With Gugu secured, Peter crept to the window, spotted the plane outside, and fired a web with his right hand, catapulting himself forward. In a blur, he soared out into the open air. At that moment, one of the Hydra agents aboard the plane felt the aircraft lurch and wobble unexpectedly. Looking down, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Spider-Man clinging to the underside, just before Peter swung away into the distance. "Pilot, at 10 o'clock. Hurry, they're about to escape our attack range." The agent shouted urgently, rushing over to the machine gun position, ready to open fire. Bang, 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 bang. Peter, airborne with the help of his web, felt the wild barrage of gunfire blazing behind him. With a swift leap, he swung high onto a rooftop. He glanced around quickly and noticed that there didn't seem to be any enemies to his left. Without hesitation, he sprinted that way. His left hand shot out a web, which stuck firmly to the wall of a building across the street, and he soared into the air. At the same time, his right hand fired another web, and, using the momentum, he propelled himself farther away. He repeated this motion again and again, web after web, quickly putting distance between himself and his pursuers. Requesting backup. Spider-Man has escaped our attack range with a mission target. Current coordinates, XXXX. On board the aircraft, the Hydra agent watched Spider-Man's silhouette fade into the distance and immediately called for reinforcements. Backup is in place. We're heading to coordinates XXXX to intercept. Copy that. The HYDRA agent responded instantly to the order coming through his earpiece. He then instructed the pilot to fly to the coordinates provided by their commanding officer. At that moment, Peter realized there were no more enemies behind him. He let out a deep, relieved breath. That ambush just now had truly rattled him. There had been machine guns, aircraft, and a whole squad of agents firing relentlessly. He'd never imagined he'd find himself living out a scene straight from an action movie. Feeling a bit safer now, Peter landed on the rooftop of a tall building. Looking down at Gugu on his chest, he asked with concern, "Gugu, are you feeling all right?" "Coo, coo." Gugu, perhaps now recovering as the effects of the tranquilizer began to wear off, gave Peter a small, reassuring call. "That's good. I'm glad you're okay." Peter breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't bear the thought of such a cute creature falling into the hands of an evil organization. Just the thought of all those online videos, animal dissections, genetic experiments, all sorts of twisted science, sent a chill down his spine. At that moment, the drone of engines grew louder. Suddenly, Peter heard the unmistakable sound of planes approaching from the distance. He quickly turned to look. He spotted a black aircraft closing in on him. With his sharp vision, he could make out a machine gun mounted right at the door, just like the one that had chased him earlier. Instantly, Peter's senses went on high alert. He sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings, and saw aircraft closing in from both the left and right. Seeing this, Peter dashed forward on the rooftop, shot out another web, and swung away, desperate to escape once more. But this time, for some reason, a sense of dread crept into his heart. The drone of engines grew even louder. Suddenly, a shot rang out. As Peter leapt through the air, a chill ran down his spine. He instinctively twisted his body to the side. Bang! A bullet whizzed past, narrowly missing him. Glancing back, Peter saw that the shot had come from a sniper on one of the planes pursuing him. A jolt of anxiety shot through him. He quickly tightened his grip on the web and swung farther away. To be honest, he'd once considered hiding somewhere like a shopping mall. But the moment he saw the crowd below, he dismissed the idea at once. He couldn't risk these ruthless agents firing into a group of innocent people. If shots were fired into the crowd, even if he survived, he'd spend the rest of his life weighed down by guilt. All he could do was dash away with Gugu, just the two of them. Thankfully, the maniacs behind him hadn't opened up with their machine guns again. Otherwise, he had no idea what he'd do. Looking down, he saw that while the streets weren't exactly packed, there were still plenty of people. He could even make out some bystanders looking up at him and the planes, some raising their phones to record the scene. Lunatics, utter lunatics. This was New York, and they were shooting from planes in broad daylight. Only a madman would dare such a thing. Bang! No time to think. The sniper fired again, and Peter twisted midair to dodge. Bang! 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 Suddenly, two more planes flanked him, each carrying snipers who unleashed a barrage in his direction. It wasn't even precision shooting anymore, it was outright gunfire. Peter clung desperately to his web, swinging as fast as he could, hoping to escape their range. A sharp buzzing filled the air. Moments later, Peter spotted another black aircraft ahead, blocking his path. At the same time, more black planes appeared nearby, closing in. They were forming a ring around him and Gugu, Trapping Man, and Beast at the center. Bang! 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 A hail of bullets filled the sky, forcing Peter to land on the rooftop of a tall building. He paused, preparing to jump into a narrow alley below to escape. Just then, a voice echoed from above. Spider-Man, let go of the dodo on your chest, and we'll let you walk away. P.S. The next chapter will be updated at 6 o'clock. If you enjoy this story, please consider subscribing. The stats have dropped drastically, and I'm honestly on the verge of a breakdown. We lost 50 average subscriptions the day before yesterday. It really shook me. The tracking numbers are even worse. If you're stockpiling chapters and reading ahead, and you see this, could you please set up an auto-subscription? Every bit of support counts, and the fate of this book is entirely in your hands. I've calculated. These extra words won't cost you more subscriptions. Please, I'm begging for your support. Spider-Man, Peter heard the voice from above and curled his lip in disdain. Did they really think he learned nothing from all those years of watching movies? Anyone who believed a line that obvious had to be a fool. Gugu let out a low, uneasy coo. However, Gugu seemed to understand what had just been said. With a worried look, he nudged Peter's chest and let out an anxious cry, as if afraid Peter might truly abandon him. Don't worry, Gugu. I would never leave you behind, Peter reassured him, gently stroking the little bird's head. But as Peter touched his waist, he felt a sharp sting. Reaching down, he saw traces of blood on his hand. He shook his head with a resigned, bitter smile. There had been way too many bullets flying earlier. Despite his frantic dodging, a few had still managed to graze him. Fortunately, they were only scratches, nothing more than a bit of bleeding. Spider-Man, if you hand over the dodo on your chest, not only will we let you go, we'll even give you $1 million. One of the Hydra agents on the plane shouted loudly, as if reminding those below. Even he thought the offer sounded laughable. No one would believe it. Wouldn't it be easier to just open fire? Even a tranquilizer gun would do the trick. But there was no choice. The commander had ordered them to cease fire and stall for time, though the reason was unclear. This was already the best opportunity they'd had. Sure enough. Bang, bang, bang. Go, go, go. Keep after him. The Hydra agent saw Spider-Man sprinting toward the edge of the building, then leaping off, soaring into the distance. He kept the machine gun trained on him, firing in bursts, while shouting instructions to the pilot. Now, midair, Peter could hear the relentless drone of the pursuing aircraft behind him. A wry smile flickered across his face, but determination quickly replaced it. He fired webs in rapid succession, swinging further away in an attempt to escape. He tried to shift his path, aiming to flee to the right. But, bang, 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 a fresh hail of bullets forced him to abandon the idea of veering right. He had no choice but to keep heading forward, straight toward the outskirts of New York. This constant herding maneuver made his heart sink and a wave of frustration wash over him. His greatest advantage was his ability to use the city's buildings for agile leaps and evasive maneuvers. The more structures nearby, the better his chances. But as he neared the city's edge, the buildings thinned out, leaving him with fewer places to swing from. And without those obstacles, his pursuers could fire at will, unhindered. It was a grim reality. This was the only way to escape right now. Just then, suddenly, coo, coo. Clinging to his chest, Gugu sensed Peter's anxiety and frustration, and let out a call, as if trying to say something. Gugu, do you really have an idea? Peter called out to the little bird as he soared through the air. Coo, coo. Gugu replied with a weak but affirmative chirp. After that brief rest, some of his strength had returned. Seeing this, a look of delight flashed across Peter's face. He glanced around, spotting the rooftop of a nearby tall building, its door wide open. His eyes lit up. He shot out a web and swung toward it. Meanwhile, the Hydra agents aboard the helicopter were puzzled, unable to make sense of Spider-Man's actions. Wasn't this the time to keep running forward? Heading to the rooftop, now, was practically painting a target on his back. Even if he made it inside the building, with their numbers and strength, wouldn't he just end up trapped like a rat in a cage? Suddenly, they saw Spider-Man dash straight through the rooftop door and charge down the stairwell. After a moment's thought, one agent turned on his radio, reporting, "Sir, Spider-Man is trapped in a high-rise. What are your orders?" A heavy silence followed. "You fool, he's already escaped. The target has regained the ability to teleport through space, and can now take others with him. He's already left the area." Current location, Hell's Kitchen, on Carson Street. There was another brief pause. On the other end, the officer seemed to hesitate. At last, the agent heard only a cold, emotionless reply. This time, no mercy. Eliminate the target on sight and bring back the body. And that includes Spider-Man. Just after entering the stairwell, Peter, still in his Spider-Man suit, leapt down several flights in quick succession, finally coming to a stop. He immediately lifted the little creature perched at his chest to eye level, anticipation in his voice. Gugu, it's up to you now. Gugu, seeing Peter's face smudged with dust and streaked with blood, let out a mournful coo. Moments ago, clinging to Peter's chest, it had heard his muffled groans. He must have been hurt. Remembering its caretaker's earlier instructions, it flapped its wings and focused its magic. With a determined chirp, clean and fresh, a gentle blue glow shimmered out. In an instant, all the dust vanished from Peter's face, though a few streaks of blood still remained. Peter was surprised by this, but quickly urged, "Hurry, Gugu. They're right above us. Could break in any second. We need to get out of here fast." Gugu, sensing Peter's urgency, nodded and chirped reassuringly. It flapped its wings again, blue light flickering as it teleported onto Peter's shoulder. Still, Gugu wobbled unsteadily. It seemed some traces of the anesthetic gas lingered. Steadying itself, Gugu gripped Peter's shoulder tightly and began to flap its deep blue wings again and again. With every beat, a wave of blue light rippled out, spreading further each time until it enveloped Peter completely. Then, with a final flash of blue, both Gugu and Peter vanished from sight. Hell's Kitchen, Carson Street, the rooftop of the Boric building. With a flash of blue light, Gugu and Peter appeared on the rooftop terrace. Coo! Coo! Gugu surveyed the unfamiliar but reassuring surroundings, letting out a call, as if to remind someone of something. Just then, a wave of exhaustion hit. Magical energy drained from its body, leaving Gugu swaying unsteadily. Below, Peter quickly reached out, catching Gugu and gently placing it in the cloth pouch he carried at his side. He immediately pulled out his phone to check their current location. Hiss! Peter stared at the screen in astonishment. Just moments ago, he'd nearly made it to the edge of New York City. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was back in Manhattan, albeit in Hell's Kitchen. That was a distance of more than 10 kilometers. If he'd driven, even with no traffic, it would have taken an hour or two. But seeing how utterly drained Gugu looked, Peter felt a pang of guilt. And now, with the immediate danger behind him, Peter at last let himself relax, and was suddenly overwhelmed by the sharp pain racking his body. Bullets had grazed him moments before. He'd dodged as best he could, but with so many bullets, it was inevitable some had found their mark. After a moment's thought, he set Gugu down beside him and tried to comfort it. "Gugu, we're safe now. Wait here for me. I'll go find some food and medical supplies. Wait for me. I'll be back soon." As he finished speaking, he gently stroked Gugu's head, set down the cloth bag, and turned to leave. Gugu watched Peter's departing figure, tears welling up in its eyes. The terror from just moments before still echoed in its heart, and soon enough, Gugu burst into sobs. All the while, it called out for the keeper through their magical bond. "Why hasn't the keeper come yet? I'm hurt. Why isn't anyone coming? That was so frightening. Just a bit closer and I might have died." But no matter how desperately Gugu called, the contract bond remained eerily silent. Drained of magic, still trembling from fear and exhausted from crying, Gugu soon drifted off to sleep. Who knows how much time passed before Gugu was awakened by a delicious aroma, gradually coming to its senses as a familiar voice sounded nearby. "Gugu, wake up. Look what I brought you, something tasty. P.S. Dear readers, I humbly ask for your support. The numbers are not looking good. Coo, coo." Drawn by the enticing smell, Gugu, still weary and hungry from its ordeal, began to stir. It gazed at Peter, whose face was streaked with blood, and at the cake he held out, letting out a welcoming call. "No, no." Taking a bite, Gugu found the taste surprisingly good and eagerly began to eat. After a few mouthfuls, Gugu noticed Peter still holding the cake, and after a moment's thought, it flapped its wings and used a touch of magic to float the cake in the air. It guided the cake toward Peter's lips, as if to say, "You should have some too." Peter noticed Gugu's movements and smiled, picking up the plastic bag beside him and giving it a shake. He said to Gugu, "Gugu, you go ahead and eat. There's plenty more here." Gugu nodded in understanding when he saw this, flapped his wings, and in a flash, teleported out of the cloth bag. He then began to eat the cake, savoring it slowly. As he enjoyed the delicious treat, Gugu gradually felt his spirits lift. Peter watched and smiled, settling down beside him as he took out the medical kit he'd borrowed earlier from a blind lawyer. At first, he'd been puzzled that a blind man would keep a medical kit, But then, remembering this was Hell's Kitchen, it all made sense. Even from as far away as Queens, he'd heard of the chaos in Hell's Kitchen. Stashing some medical supplies was only practical. After all, everyone needs them now and then, in case of injury or for helping others. Turning these thoughts over in his mind, Peter took out alcohol, gauze, forceps, cotton swabs, and more. He pulled off his already tattered shirt, revealing his slightly defined muscles, the bloody scratches and bullet holes still marked by dried blood. Thanks to his remarkable constitution, he could stop the bleeding and heal quickly. But the wounds remained, and the bullets lodged in his flesh hadn't fallen out. He'd have to remove them himself. From the kit, he grabbed a towel, preparing to follow the example he'd seen in movies, biting down on it as he dug out the bullets. This was the first time he'd ever been shot, and he'd taken 4 bullets. Though he'd studied the relevant knowledge before, he still felt a bit anxious. With a deep breath, Peter raised the forceps and, guided by his senses, inserted them into the bullet wound. Instantly, a sharp, blazing pain shot through his mind, forcing a cry from his lips. Gritting his teeth, he clamped down hard on the towel and stifled his voice. With a dull thud, the bullet hit the floor, and Peter finally exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He picked up the bullet to examine it, curious to see what kind of round had struck him. But then, with his keen eye, Peter noticed a faint glow flickering at the bullet center, and his expression changed immediately. He didn't need to think it through. His years of watching movies told him this had to be some kind of tracker. Realizing this, Peter sprang to his feet and shouted to Gugu, who was still eating cake. "Gugu, hurry up. We need to get out of here. Our enemies aren't gone yet." Cool. Gugu called back, turning his head in confusion. Why couldn't he sense any danger? But when he turned, he saw Peter sitting cross-legged on the ground, forceps in his right hand, pulling something out of his wound. After a moment's thought, Gugu flapped his wings and teleported to Peter's back. He cocked his head, catching sight of the metal bullet lodged in Peter's flesh. Realization dawned on him, and with a wave of his wings, he channeled his magic, drawing the bullets out of Peter's body. Peter cried out in pain. Peter felt the bullet leave his body in an instant. He cried out in pain, but then a cool sensation spread across his back. It was almost pleasant. He reached out and gently touched the wound. Although the injury was still there, the pain had vanished. Immediately afterward, Gugu set its sights on the remaining 2 bullets. Just then, suddenly, a wave of unease swept over Peter, and Gugu grew anxious as well, though not overwhelmingly so. After considering for a moment, they decided to continue removing the bullets. But then, a deep, resonating hum filled Peter's ears, the unmistakable roar of countless airplanes overhead. His face paled. Ignoring the last 2 bullets, he scooped up Gugu and hurried back into the cloth pouch. He hung the pouch around his neck, ready to make an escape across the distant skyline. But this time, a barrage of gunfire erupted, the sharp cracks of bullets striking the rooftop's edge. It was clear they were trying to stop him from flying away over the rooftops. And then, a deafening explosion shook the air. A rocket launcher had slammed into the top of the building, sending out a thunderous blast. Half of the rooftop collapsed, clouds of dust billowing everywhere. Luckily, Peter had dodged in time and escaped serious injury. He used the thick dust as cover, hiding his movement from view. Just as he was about to make his escape, he realized that bullets were now sweeping randomly across the area, as if to block every possible exit. Even the stairwell leading down from the rooftop had been destroyed. A chill ran down Peter's spine. The enemy was more ruthless than ever. It was as if they wouldn't rest until he and Gugu were dead. "Gugu, can you still use your powers?" Peter asked urgently, realizing their escape route had vanished. Everything now depended on Gugu. Gugu let out a few soft coos in response, sensing Peter's anxiety and trying to reassure him. Although a great deal of its magical energy had been spent earlier, it had recovered a bit during the short respite. It could still teleport them, but not very far. Just as Gugu prepared to teleport with Peter, suddenly, a series of sharp pops cut through the air. Some of the bullets being fired began releasing a potent anesthetic gas, which instantly spread across the rooftop. Peter smelled the gas and immediately looked down at Gugu, nestled against his chest. Sure enough, Gugu was already growing limp in the pouch, barely moving. Peter's heart sank. More gunfire rattled in his ears, a relentless hail meant to keep him pinned down. Hiding beneath the rubble of the wall, Peter felt a wave of despair. Staying here would only lead to a dead end. Thinking quickly, he whispered to Gugu at his chest, "Gugu, wait here. I'll make a break for it first. As soon as you recover your strength, let me know right away." Although Peter spoke bravely, a sense of foreboding welled up inside him. With the enemy's hail of bullets sweeping the area, Dashing out now would mean an almost certain hit. Yet staying put was nothing short of a death sentence. Just as he steeled himself to make a run for it, all of a sudden, a faint sigh drifted to his ear. In the next instant, a figure materialized before his eyes. Under Spider-Man Peter's watchful gaze, the newcomer brandished his wand, and in a blink, a complex scarlet rune flared into existence. Shield of Scala. A heartbeat later, the rune transformed into a shimmering shield, enveloping the two men and the beast at their side. Without missing a beat, Lockhart waved his wand again, his voice urgent as he chanted, "Instant transfiguration!" At once, a transparent ripple swept across the rooftop. The entire rooftop seemed to morph and twist as if it were made of clay, reshaping itself before their eyes. To Spider-Man's astonishment, the rooftop transformed into two colossal arms of earth and stone, which lunged upward, reaching for the aircraft hovering above. With a thunderous crash, both planes were seized and crushed by the stone arms, and a great ball of fire burst forth from their ruined grip. As the flames faded, the wreckage of the planes melted into molten metal, coating the arms and forming a gleaming metallic shield over the stone. When the two aircraft were annihilated, Lockhart continued to command the massive arms, sending them lashing out at the next pair of planes. More explosions tore through the sky. Two more planes were destroyed in rapid succession. The rest of the aircraft faltered, fear gripping their crews. Their end seemed all too easy and inevitable. Their desperate gunfire from earlier had proven utterly useless. As panic set in and the pilots prepared to flee, an excited voice crackled through their radios. "All firepower, hold your ground. Delay them. Reinforcements are almost here. Missiles are being launched." Gunfire erupted again as the Hydra agents, gritting their teeth, steadied their weapons, and unleashed a furious barrage at the sweeping metal arms overhead. Bullets hammered down like a relentless storm, peppering the enormous metal limbs. Sparks flew wherever bullets struck, their sharp reports echoing through the air. But aside from the brief glitter of bullet impacts and the never-ending rattle of gunfire, all they managed was to scratch the surface. No real damage was done. Then, yet again, another pair of planes were seized by the relentless metal arms, crushed until they exploded in fireballs, and as the flames died, their remains melted into liquid metal, further reinforcing the arm's steel armor. The fresh bullet scars vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the arms pristine once more. Witnessing this, Hydra agents aboard the remaining planes hastily swung their machine guns downward, pouring fire upon the wizard below who orchestrated this metal monstrosity. Yet, their bullets were powerless to stop him. Lockhart sensed an aircraft overhead, its guns blazing wildly down at him. He raised an eyebrow, watching as bullets clashed against the shield of Scala, scattering sparks in every direction. Thinking swiftly, he thrust his metal arm upward, reaching for the plane above. With a deafening explosion, a fireball erupted once more. The plane's wreckage melted into rivulets of molten iron, pouring down to further reinforce his metal arm. At that moment, Peter, standing behind him, caught sight of a familiar figure before him, and above them, the immense crimson shield enveloping them both. He was especially struck by the torrent of bullets falling like rain, each shower interspersed with blazing fireballs marking the destruction of aircraft. Awe flickered in his eyes. After a moment's thought, Peter, clutching Goo-Goo in his arms, approached the figure who brandished his wand with effortless flair. He ventured a careful question. "Excuse me, are you the wizard, sir?" Hearing Peter's voice at his ear, Lockhart smiled and turned, replying with certainty, "Yes, Peter." "Mr. Lockhart." Peter gasped softly at the sight of a familiar face. Yet aside from a fleeting hint of surprise, his expression held more inevitability than shock. He had suspected as much ever since he'd met the wizard in the hospital. It was all just too coincidental. The moment he entered the hospital, he'd felt as if someone's gaze followed his every move. How else could it be, unless he'd known in advance? And the real reason he'd come to the hospital was because Mr. Lockhart had insisted everyone at the book cafe get a health check. May had even dragged him here, refusing to take no for an answer. Later, May announced she'd secured an investment and was leaving the Wanxiang Book Cafe to start one of her own. Peter had found this curious and planned to return to the Wanxiang Book Cafe to confirm his suspicions. But, to his surprise, he couldn't find it. He'd been there himself, knew the location by heart, yet it was simply gone, as if it had vanished in a thin air. Still, his intuition could faintly sense the book cafe's presence. This only deepened his conviction that Mr. Lockhart was indeed a wizard. Yet confronted with the strangeness of the scene before him, Peter hesitated, weighing his options, then decided to trust his gut. He hadn't forgotten what it felt like to wander alone through the empty streets of New York, gripped by loneliness and isolation. The memory still unsettled him. At that moment, Lockhart, observing Peter's expression, could almost read his thoughts. But he said nothing, letting his gaze drift instead to the small pouch on Peter's chest, where Gugu nestled. Peter stepped forward, his voice quickening with concern. "Wizard, sir, no, Mr. Lockhart. At first, those agents piloted planes to capture us. They used some kind of gas like an anesthetic on Gugu. He just started to recover, even eaten a little, but now he's been sedated again. Gugu even took me with him and teleported." Hearing Peter's words, filled with the relief of having narrowly escaped death and a hint of incoherence, Lockhart's face softened into a gentle smile. Right after receiving the contract alert, he had intended to simply open a portal and bring Gugu back directly. But the moment he opened it, he saw a hail of gunfire on the other side, with no sign of Gugu anywhere. At the same time, through the portal, he spotted Spider-Man and sensed the contract's tracking point shifting rapidly. In an instant, he understood. It seemed man and beast had gotten tangled up together. However, thanks to Spider-Man's wild flight, Lockhart couldn't get an accurate fix on them at all. Meanwhile, the portal's existence had also bridged the signal, and Coulson's call came through. It was only after answering that he learned Gugu had caused such a ruckus. Barely half a day after being let out, and Gugu had already become the internet's newest sensation. Lockhart could only sigh at this turn of events. Still, what could he do? It was his pet, after all, greedy for food, yes, but hardly committing any heinous crimes. So he asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to help scrub any information about Gugu from the web. He wanted to minimize the impact as much as possible. At the same time, he reached out directly to Tony, knowing that Jarvis, his AI, would be even more effective in this regard. At the very least, news about the swarm of planes chasing Spider-Man across New York could be suppressed. After all, Spider-Man was being pursued only because he was trying to protect Gugu, and the commotion was growing ever larger. These details had to be handled with care. Lockhart was not the sort of person to ignore a favor given by others. To be honest, Lockhart was shocked by the brazen behavior of these agents, firing off volley after volley above New York. Did they really think S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military were just standing by? With such a spectacle, he'd seen more than a few buildings, windows, walls, riddled with bullet holes. The one saving grace was that Peter had made a conscious effort to avoid crowded areas, which prevented mass casualties. Even so, Lockhart saw that most people on the ground had their phones raised, capturing footage of the planes firing at Spider-Man. The sight gave Lockhart a headache. He quickly cast the forgetfulness charm and the muggle-repelling charm, erasing memories and ushering people away from the chaos. He also told Tony to make sure to clean any such footage from their phones. There is no way Lockhart would let that kind of information run rampant online. If it got out of hand, or if someone tried to make mischief with it later, it would only become harder to contain. It was best to nip the problem in the bud. Luckily, the incident had just happened. Barely a minute had passed. Moving swiftly, he waved his wand, clearing recent memories while Tony had Jarvis suppress anything that made it onto the web. There hadn't been much trouble stirred up yet. Otherwise, the internet in New York would already be in an uproar. Major news outlets would descend like ravenous beasts catching the scent of food, pouncing in an instant. He knew all too well that American media were truly shameless, their tricks endless and dazzling. They might even risk their lives, flying planes just to broadcast live. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility. You could say Peter was desperately fleeing ahead to protect Gugu, while Lockhart followed behind, erasing their traces. In truth, he could have intervened earlier, but Lockhart felt things were still under control. So he took this opportunity to leave a deep impression on Gugu. Children need to grow up. Without going through certain experiences and setbacks, real change is hard to come by. Sure enough, when Lockhart saw Gugu, distressed for Peter, casting a cleaning spell on him, he felt a surge of satisfaction. All that teaching, and yet this bird spent every day thinking only of food, never wanting to learn. Who would have thought? Finally today, those lessons paid off. Later, when he saw Gugu take Peter and teleport far away, Lockhart was even more astonished. At that moment, even Lockhart himself had been ready to step in. Clearly, Gugu had real potential, but sometimes you need to push a little. Without pressure, potential never becomes true ability. He hoped that, after all this, Gugu would pay more attention to practicing magic. As Lockhart watched Gugu, lost in thought, Peter's anxious voice suddenly reached his ears. "Mr. Lockhart, look, it's a missile." He saw a dark speck in the distant sky as Peter's urgent warning echoed nearby. Lockhart's expression turned cold and sharp. Hydra was truly eager to test his abilities, even going so far as to launch missiles. He already knew who the enemy was. Earlier, by reading the minds of those agents, Lockhart had already learned the truth. Really, who else but Hydra would dare to be so brazen? But as the missile drew closer, Lockhart simply waved his wand. With a flash of crimson light, a circular portal opened right in the missile's path. In an instant, the missile shot through the portal and vanished into the ocean on the other side. Without waiting for it to detonate, Lockhart closed the portal. Meanwhile, Alexander Pierce, the Hydra leader observing the battle, watched the scene unfold with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected the wizard professor to deal with a missile so effortlessly. But soon after, a cold smile crossed his face. If that was all the professor could do, then they wouldn't be holding back. Before long, Lockhart saw several more dark specks appear in the distance. This time, missiles launched from multiple directions, all homing in on him and adjusting their trajectories as if guided by some intelligent system. Meanwhile, over a dozen fighter jets soared toward him, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire and rocket attacks from afar. It was as if they were desperately trying to hold him back, determined not to give him any chance to escape. Seeing this, Spider-Man, Peter, standing nearby, wore his anxiety plainly on his face, while Lockhart remained utterly impassive. The staccato rattle of gunfire and the thunderous roar of explosions filled the air. Sparks danced where the hail of bullets struck Scala's shield, mingling with blazing fireballs from the incoming rockets. Lockhart raised his wand with slow, deliberate strength, tracing shimmering silver threads, each one pulsing with potent magical energy. These silver threads wove together in strange, intricate patterns, forming a runic design both complex and mysterious, brimming with an arcane aura. Magic mirror space. A sharp, splintering sound filled the air, like the shattering of glass. Peter heard it and, as if recalling something dreadful, shivered involuntarily. Then, before his eyes, cracks spread across the surrounding space, as if reality itself were a pane of breaking glass, and in the next instant, everything exploded apart. In a heartbeat, Peter felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new world. Yet even here, the distant rattle of gunfire and the booming of rockets still echoed in his ears. And far off, the ominous black specks, the deadly missiles, remained visible on the horizon. Lockhart, seeing the approaching jets and their hail of bullets, gave his wand a gentle flick. Instantly, the skyscrapers around them began to rise and stretch, their walls reaching upward and outward. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the planes that had been soaring high overhead, along with the Hydra agents aboard, found themselves plunged into shadow. In the next moment, the buildings closed in and swallowed them whole. Darkness enveloped them. Pain followed. The planes burst apart in fiery explosions, but the flames barely flickered before being snuffed out in midair. Total annihilation. Then Lockhart tapped his foot lightly on the rooftop beneath him. Instantly, the entire building surged skyward, rocketing higher and higher. Soon, Peter was standing on the edge of the towering platform, gazing out over the whole of New York City. Though the city was eerily empty, the awe he felt was beyond words. In the next moment, he saw Mr. Lockhart press his palms together. The missiles barreling toward them seemed to be gripped by an invisible force, turning toward each other in mid-flight. A series of massive fireballs erupted, and when the smoke cleared, every last missile had vanished. With all their enemies destroyed, Peter finally felt his tension melt away. Then he noticed Mr. Lockhart turning to him with a curious, amused look. Smiling, as if struck by an idea, Peter scooped up Goo Goo from his chest and held the little creature out toward Lockhart. At that moment, Goo Goo, still groggy from the anesthetic gas, felt heavy and sluggish. Seeing his keeper, excitement surged within him. He wanted to say something, but found he couldn't even open his mouth. With a gaze full of forlorn resentment, Goo Goo could only look at Lockhart, as if blaming him for arriving so late. Lockhart met Goo Goo's reproachful eyes and simply ignored them. He raised his wand and gently tapped the center of Goo Goo's forehead. A soft, milky white light flashed, and Goo Goo instantly felt strength flooding back into his body. Coo, coo, coo. Feeling his body return to normal, Goo Goo flapped his wings and, in a blink, teleported onto Lockhart's shoulder, calling out incessantly. He complained about how wicked these people had been, how pitiful he himself was, and, most distressingly, that the delicious treats he'd prepared for his keeper had been lost. Upon hearing all this, Lockhart could only sigh and gently stroke Goo Goo before beginning to gently scold him. Goo Goo, now do you understand how important it is for you to practice magic, like I always tell you? Look, if you'd mastered the spells I taught you, you could have conjured a simple protective shield. How could mere sleeping gas have affected you then? And if you'd opened a portal straight home, wouldn't that have been much safer? As it is, your short-range teleportation is accurate, but if you try to go farther, you end up anywhere. Listening to his keeper's constant admonishments, Goo Goo's once-spirited look gradually wilted. Off to the side, Peter, witnessing this scene, let out a quiet chuckle. Coo, coo, goo goo, at first indignant, heard Peter's laughter. But when he saw the dust and dried blood on Peter's face, he hurriedly called out to Lockhart, as if to say that if it hadn't been for Peter, things would have gone much worse for him. Hearing this, Lockhart turned to Peter with a gentle smile and said, "Thank you, Peter. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Goo Goo would have suffered much more." With that, he lifted his wand, gave a slight flick, and a transparent ripple of magic washed over Peter. Spotlessly clean, in an instant, Peter felt a rush of wind sweep over him. All the dust and grime vanished from his body. His hair, his clothing, everything was pristinely clean. But Lockhart noticed some cuts on Peter's face and arms. He took out a bottle of Didney, waved his wand, and guided the healing potion into every wound. At the same time, he drew out all the remaining bullets lodged inside Peter's body. Moments later, a fully healed Peter stood before Lockhart and Goo Goo. Coo, coo. Seeing Peter free of injuries, Goo Goo chirped excitedly. He flapped his wings, flashed over to perch on Peter's shoulder, and affectionately rubbed his head against him. It was his way of expressing gratitude for being rescued. Lockhart watched the scene with a smile, feeling that after what had happened, Goo Goo had grown up a little. He hoped that after this experience, Goo Goo would finally start listening to his advice. Magic must be practiced, and weight must be kept in check. I can't keep slacking off like this anymore. At the same time, as he watched Spider-Man Peter gently stroke Goo Goo, Lockhart fell in a deep thought. He hadn't forgotten the promise he'd made to Snape earlier. His original plan was to quietly collect a bit of blood before leaving, without anyone noticing. Now it seemed this was the perfect opportunity, a real chance to establish a stable supply arrangement. With this idea taking shape, Lockhart waved his wand, conjuring a portal blazing with scarlet flames. On the other side was his study. He then turned to Peter and spoke to him in a gentle tone. "Peter, come on. Why don't you come over to my place for a while? You can have something to eat and recover some of the strength you've lost." Meanwhile, in a secret Hydra base somewhere in New York City, Alexander Pierce, the head of HYD stood expressionless before a monitor. On the screen, the footage of disappearing missiles, planes, and the like played over and over again. Standing next to Pierce was the bald agent, Sitwell. "What's the intelligence division saying?" As soon as his superior spoke, Sitwell hurried to reply. "Sir, according to our analysts, the opponent appears to possess large-scale teleportation capabilities. The recommendation is that we attempt ambush tactics moving forward. We can't give them any chance to react. Once teleportation kicks in, there's simply no way to counter it. Unless the research department can develop some technology to lock down the space itself." Hearing this, Pierce rubbed his brow in frustration. This wizarding professor really was a headache. He'd already considered the high chance of failure for this reconnaissance mission. This outcome was within his expectations. Their main goal had been to probe the other side's strength through this operation. But their adversary had resolved the threat with such ease, thanks to his command over space, that Pierce had gained little to no useful intelligence. And the more he thought about that power over space, the more it made his head ache. This particular Hydra cell specialized in S.H.I.E.L.D. They had little experience dealing with spatial abilities. If they wanted to strike, they'd have to rely on ambushes, just as they had against that deep blue dodo before. Catch their target unawares and deny them any chance to use their abilities. Otherwise, there was simply no counter. But based on the information at hand, there was no way to determine the wizard's location. Even if they wanted to ambush him, they couldn't find the opportunity. After mulling it over, Pierce settled on a rough plan and motioned for Sitwell to leave. He then pulled out his phone, selected a number composed of a string of unusual symbols, and pressed the call button, waiting quietly. "Pierce, what do you want?" A cold voice came through the phone. "Daniel, I hear you've been looking for Inhumans," Pierce said to Daniel Hotwire on the other end. "That's right, Pierce. Don't tell me your people have information on an Inhuman." Daniel's voice grew eager. As if sensing Daniel's inner longing, Pierce spoke in an unhurried tone. "I happen to have a suspected awakened individual in my custody. I can offer this person to you. But, just say it. What do you want?" Daniel cut to the chase upon hearing the hint in Pierce's voice. Pierce nodded, clearly satisfied, and continued, "I've heard your team has been studying an awakened with spatial abilities. I want all the information you have on him. That includes any methods you use to restrict his spatial movement." Lockhart's villa, study. The study, empty just a moment ago, suddenly shimmered with a circle of crimson light. Stepping out from within was Lockhart himself, a deep blue orb weaver bird named Goo Goo perched on his shoulder. Behind him followed Spider-Man Peter, dressed in his signature red and blue suit. With a wave of his hand, Lockhart closed the portal. He glanced at Peter, who was gazing curiously around the study. "Goldie!" At Lockhart's call, the house elf Goldie appeared instantly before them. Peter's eyes widened with a mix of curiosity and wonder as he took in the sight of the petite creature with flapping, oversized ears. Then Lockhart spoke, giving his instructions. Goldie, go prepare some high-energy food. We'll be dining in the hall soon. Yes, master, Goldie replied loudly, casting a curious glance at Peter before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Noticing Peter's intrigued expression, Lockhart smiled and introduced. That's Goldie, my house elf. He handles some of the chores around here. Come, let's head to the dining room. I'm sure after all that fighting, you and Gugu must be starving. Peter rubbed his stomach a bit sheepishly. He really was hungry. He bought plenty of pastries at first, but Gugu had devoured them all. After their escape, his stamina was nearly spent. Later, he managed to get more food, planning to let Gugu eat first while he tended to his wounds during the meal. But before he could finish, the enemy caught up to them. Watching Peter's actions, Lockhart smiled, opened the study door, and waved for Peter and Gugu to follow him into the hallway. Coo, coo, coo. With a flash of blue light, Gugu teleported onto Peter's shoulder, cooing in his ear. It was as if Gugu was assuring Peter that their host was a fellow food lover, promising the meal would be delicious and that he should eat to his heart's content. No need to hold back. Catching Gugu's meaning, Peter chuckled softly and affectionately stroked Gugu's head. Following Lockhart, the group made their way downstairs to the dining room. Soon, Peter walked into a spacious dining room. In the center stood a rectangular dining table, its surface a soft blue, delicately adorned with patterns both large and small, exuding an air of refined elegance. Arranged neatly atop the table were cups, plates, knives, forks, and other utensils, all set with such orderliness that the entire table gleamed with cleanliness. Lockhart stood at the head of the table and beckoned to Peter with a gentle wave. Come on over, Peter. It's already past noon. Goldie will have the meal ready in just a moment. Hearing Lockhart's words, Peter sat down at the table, a little stiff, as if he were visiting someone else's home for dinner for the very first time. Noticing Peter's awkwardness, Lockhart gave a warm smile and, with a swift flick of his wand, filled the empty glass in front of Peter. Before his eyes, the glass filled up with water, almost to the brim. Peter's eyes widened in wonder at this magical scene. Peter, you must be tired from the fight just now. Have some water first. The food will be here soon. Lockhart's gentle voice reached his ears. Peter nodded and lifted his glass with both hands, taking a sip. He found the water sweeter and more refreshing than any he'd ever tasted, and without thinking, he took another sip, then another. At that moment, Gugu, the owl, landed on the seat beside Peter and hooted at Lockhart. Understanding the meaning behind Gugu's call, Lockhart chuckled softly, and with another flick of his wand, filled Gugu's cup with water as well. Delighted, Gugu dipped his beak and began to drink. Watching both boy and beast, Lockhart's face softened with a gentle smile. They were both children, really, one just a bit younger in heart, the other a little older. Almost at once, Goldie appeared, carrying a platter that filled the air with a rich, savory aroma of roasted meat. The plate was piled high with bamboo skewers, each threaded with generous chunks of grilled meat. The delicious scent wafting from the platter made Peter's mouth water involuntarily. Seeing his reaction, Lockhart called out, Peter, this is meat from the special warthog, my favorite dish. It's packed with energy and tastes wonderful. Go on, try some. At Lockhart's invitation, Peter glanced over, picked up a skewer, and took a cautious bite. The meat was incredibly tender, melting in his mouth, absolutely delicious. Peter's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but quicken his chewing. In no time at all, he'd finished the entire skewer. Glancing down at the now empty stick, Peter looked across at Lockhart, a bit embarrassed. He hesitated, then said, Mr. Lockhart, why don't you have some too? He felt uncomfortable eating alone while his host simply watched. Lockhart saw this and smiled as he replied, It's all right, I don't need any more. I've already eaten. You should eat more, he added. At your age, you're still growing. Beside them, Gugu was already helping himself without any hesitation. He flapped his wings and, with a touch of magic, brought over a skewer of roasted meat, taking a big, hearty bite and happily devouring it. Before, that fellow Jinbi would never let him eat much meat. Every time, it was just a tiny piece. This time, Gugu was determined to seize the opportunity and eat his fill. Gugu, Gugu, Gugu. Seeing that Peter had paused to let the caretaker have some food as well, Gugu flapped his wings, called out a few times, and assured Peter that he should eat. To his heart's content, there was plenty of meat here for the caretaker. He could eat as much as he wanted. After all, such a rare chance shouldn't be wasted. Hearing Gugu's meaning, Lockhart's face lit up with a trace of smile. It seemed Gugu truly saw Peter as a friend now, or perhaps he was just growing up. Previously, when it came to food, Gugu would even dare to compete with the little snake for a bite. If it weren't for the little snake's generosity and indifference, Gugu would have learned a hard lesson by now. And when Peter heard this, a small smile appeared on his face as well. After a brief thought, he decided not to hold back and started eating the roasted meat from his plate, bite after bite. Delicious, truly tasty. Meanwhile, Lockhart poured himself a cup of tea and sat back, sipping as he watched the boy and the magical beast enjoy their meal. As he watched, he pondered how to persuade Peter to stay a little longer. Yes, mostly he wanted to thank Peter for saving Gugu. It didn't have much to do with Peter's blood. He was, after all, a good person. He would never repay kindness with ingratitude. Of course, if Peter was willing, that would be another matter entirely. Soon, Jinbi brought out more dishes, clear soups, stir-fried meats, fresh fruits and vegetables. Gugu ate with gusto, while Peter enjoyed himself wholeheartedly, feeling relaxed and content. He realized Gugu was right. Mr. Lockhart was a true gourmet, and every dish here was delicious. What's more, to his surprise, some of the meat here seemed to bring a gentle warmth through his body, leaving him with a subtle but genuine sense of fullness. He knew his own appetite was huge. Usually, he could never eat his fill. Even if he bought sweets, at best he would only be half satisfied. Truly, everything, even the food, in the wizarding world was extraordinary. Delicious. Every bite was a treat. Gugu, Gugu. Beside him, Gugu watched Peter eat with such joy that he chirped excitedly again, urging Peter to eat more, to eat plenty. Then, with renewed enthusiasm, Gugu dove back into his own feast. Watching his pets so eagerly encourage Peter, Lockhart couldn't help but feel a strange mix of amusement and exasperation. It was almost as if his own child had turned his loyalty outward. Still, the thought in his mind became more certain. After a while, Peter leaned back in his chair, patted his stomach, and a bright, satisfied smile bloomed on his face. This was the first time I'd ever eaten so much, and the food was delicious. Next to me, Gugu was also sitting at the dining table. He flapped his wings, patted his own round belly, and a look of utter contentment spread across his small face. It had been a long time since we'd eaten this well. Lockhart noticed our satisfied gestures and smiled faintly. Then, turning to Peter, he spoke slowly. Peter, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. You see, in the coming days, could you help me keep an eye on Gugu's exercise? P.S. Dear readers, my apologies. Something came up this afternoon and caused a delay, so I put extra effort into writing this chapter. There will be 4 updates today and 5 more tomorrow. Peter, still savoring the delicious meal, was startled by Mr. Lockhart's words. His surprise and confusion were plain in his voice. Lockhart noticed and explained with a smile, Peter, I have quite a lot of things to handle, so I can't always look after Gugu myself. And as you've seen, Gugu has quite the appetite. The commotion today was no doubt due to his fondness for food. Look at him now, he's gotten so chubby. Being too fat isn't good. Just imagine, if you turned into a chubby fellow yourself, what would May think of you? At that, Peter suddenly thought of his friend Ned's plump figure, and then, unbidden, pictured himself with the same roundness. A chill ran down his spine, and he nodded in agreement. Women, after all, most of them do care about appearances. Staying lean was definitely the better option. Seeing Peter nod, Lockhart continued, So, I have just a simple requirement for him. Make sure he runs every day and works on losing that extra weight. Of course, there's also his abilities. He needs to improve those too. He should practice his magic as well. At this point, Lockhart's tone was a mix of exasperation and amusement. When I tried teaching Gugu how to cast spells before, after half a day, all he managed to learn was how to use magic to eat. None of the other spells worked. But just now, when I watched the two of you fight, it looked like Gugu managed to cast a spell on you. He even teleported you. So, I really think you're the perfect person for the job. At this, Peter felt a subtle sense that something was off. Then, as if things finally clicked, he asked, Mr. Lockhart, you watched us fighting earlier? Then why didn't you step and stop it? A knowing smile played at the corner of Lockhart's lips. Everything was going just as he'd expected. He paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts, then said, The reason I didn't intervene right away was that I wanted to help you clean up the aftermath. You might not realize it, but the chaos caused by those planes chasing you and Gugu had a huge impact. If you're not careful, it's not so bad for Gugu, but you could easily become the center of public attention and end up the target of a massive online backlash. At this point, Lockhart spoke gravely. You haven't experienced something like this yet. But once you do, you'll understand just how much trouble it brings. It's not just you. Your family and your friends would all be affected. And perhaps even, Lockhart hinted, with your current identity, if it were to be exposed, I'm afraid May would. Hearing this, Peter clenched his fists tightly, anxiety welling up inside him, fearing that Lockhart's words might come true. Lockhart continued in a reassuring tone. Don't worry. I've already asked Tony to help suppress the online information, and I've cast spells on everyone who saw anything before, erasing those memories. So, on that front, you have nothing to worry about. You can go back to being Spider-Man with peace of mind. There won't be any problems. Phew. Peter felt a wave of relief wash over him at Mr. Lockhart's words, and he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Lockhart. Peter, since you saved Goo, these are things I should do, Lockhart replied gently. With that, Lockhart waved his hand. Under Peter's watchful gaze, all the plates, knives, forks, and other tableware slid aside from the dining table. In the cleared center, a mass of white silk threads appeared, neatly arranged across the tabletop like a fine white cloth. For some reason, Peter felt an inexplicable fondness for the white threads. He reached out instinctively to touch them, the sensation both strangely familiar and soothing. Coo! Coo! Goo, who had been listening quietly, lit up at the sight of the white threads the keeper had taken out. Flapping its wings, it flashed with a streak of blue light. In a blink, it teleported to the white threads, gave them a curious touch, only to find they weren't recognizable and certainly not edible. It let out a call, fluttered its wings, flashed with blue light again, and returned to its original spot. Throughout the conversation between the keeper and Peter, Goo had listened with mixed feelings. It didn't dislike Peter. In fact, it was rather fond of him, maybe even grateful. After all, Peter had fed it delicious food and had even saved its life. But the thought of training, running, or practicing magic made it want to shy away. It had even considered telling the keeper outright that it didn't want any part of it. Yet, remembering what had happened before, along with the sight of Peter's face covered in wounds and dust, and the keeper's stern words, it suddenly found itself unable to speak up. All it could do was listen silently, torn by inner conflict. Lockhart glanced at Goo. Through their magical bond, he could sense Goo's tangled thoughts, and a faint smile played at the corners of his lips. As expected, for children like Goo, without going through some experiences and setbacks, their growth will be very slow. Next, watching Peter reach out to touch the strands of web before him, Lockhart introduced, Peter, I noticed your abilities seem to be connected to spiders. These are threads produced by the acromantula, a magical creature. That means these threads are also magical materials of excellent quality. Consider this my way of thanking you for saving Goo. I hope they'll be of some help to you. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flashed across Peter's eyes. He exclaimed in surprise, Really, Mr. Lockhart? He had already sensed that these threads were quite extraordinary. If things were truly as Mr. Lockhart had said, they would indeed be very useful to him. If he could study these threads and develop new kinds of webbing, his abilities would likely advance even further. And if the threads had other special properties, it would be an incredible surprise for him. Goo flapped his wings and landed in front of Peter, chirping a few times. It was as if he were saying, the caretaker has plenty of these. Don't be shy. Take as much as you need. Lockhart heard this exchange and nodded with a smile. As the saying goes, one who accepts a gift cannot refuse a request. Kindness is hard to turn down. He had just reminded Peter of his help, and now he was gifting him the webs, all as a gesture of gratitude. Most people would find it hard to refuse, and for Peter, Spider-Man, these would surely be quite valuable. Just seeing Peter's expression made that clear. Once a gift is accepted, it becomes far more difficult to turn down any requests. After Peter put away the acromantula silk, Lockhart asked again, Peter, do you still have any concerns about my earlier suggestion? Having just stored the silk, Peter hesitated and replied, Mr. Lockhart, I don't mind helping you keep an eye on Goo, but I have classes and might not be able to supervise him all the time. Hearing this, Lockhart smiled gently and waved his hand. Don't worry, Peter. I'm not asking you to watch Goo constantly. Just take care of your own affairs as usual. All I need is for you to make sure he goes for a run, gets some exercise, and practices magic at a set time each day. It won't take too long, but it's important that he keeps it up over time. Peter nodded at this. Under those conditions, he felt it was no problem. Besides, he was genuinely quite fond of Goo. Then, he heard Lockhart continue. Since you agreed, Peter, as a reward for helping Goo train, I've decided. In a few days, I'll give you a set of magical equipment made from acromantula silk. And since I notice you enjoy meals made with gold coins, just come by the house then and have dinner with Goo. By the way, keep an eye on how much it eats for me. Study. Lockhart sat at his desk, reflecting on Peter's performance just now, nodding in satisfaction. Now, he had established a stable relationship with Spider-Man Peter. What came next was figuring out how to reasonably build a blood supply arrangement with the other party. After pondering for a moment, Lockhart's gaze sharpened. Now it was time to consider how to deal with Hydra. He was someone who never let a grudge go unanswered, and their previous actions had truly infuriated him. As for Hydra, in fact, Lockhart had thought of them the moment he encountered S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. could practically be called Hydra's headquarters. Knowing this full well and not taking it seriously would be out of character for him. However, when it came to Hydra, he actually had little intention to intervene too much, preferring to let things unfold naturally. There were certain matters that still required Hydra's involvement to move forward. For example, the downfall of S.H.I.E.L.D. Without Hydra's cooperation, how could he seize the very essence of S.H.I.E.L.D. from within chaos? And by essence, apart from certain documents and resources, the most important asset was none other than the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents themselves. Each S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was carefully trained by the organization. Their minds, experience, and abilities might not be the very best, but they were certainly well above average. They had all undergone brutal trials, received rigorous training, and possessed strong execution skills. They were by no means soft-hearted, and, most importantly, there were quite a few of them. Whether in the world of Harry Potter or the Marvel Universe, he needed people like this to get things done. For instance, to keep an eye on certain individuals, search for resources, negotiate with Muggle governments, or even cooperate with wizards on various tasks. In fact, Lockhart had already begun plotting how to enable ordinary people to gain a measure of extraordinary power. By then, combining that with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they could play a major role in smaller-scale battles. If some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents happened to have strong mental talents, all the better. They were natural-born warriors. So in Lockhart's eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D. was really just a delicious cake waiting to be sliced. Obviously, under the watchful gaze of the Ancient One, he couldn't make a direct move. Otherwise, he'd be immediately labeled as a villain, and his fate would be sealed. But if Hydra brought S.H.I.E.L.D. down, and he stepped in as a friend to help clean up the mess, perhaps even install one of his S.H.I.E.L.D. friends as director, albeit a puppet, wouldn't that be ideal? That's precisely why Lockhart maintained such a good working relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Isn't this all just setting the stage for the future? Everything he did, including his gifts, was never without purpose. His intentions were always clear. However, Hydra's latest actions had already begun to test his patience. The pursuit by fighter jets was already going too far. The other side was even firing missiles. No, unleashing a barrage of them. If Lockhart stayed indifferent, he would truly become a pushover, an easy target for anyone to squeeze. A thought flashed through Lockhart's mind, and he made his decision. S.H.I.E.L.D., Triskelion Headquarters, Director's Office. Nick Fury sat behind his desk, his expression icy as he looked at the man and woman standing before him. Bill, explain this to me. 9 missiles launched over New York City. The incident was over before we even received word. What exactly is your oversight division doing? Nick Fury remained seated, his tone laden with displeasure as he addressed his deputy, Maria Hill. Director. Hill hesitated in the face of Fury's questioning. After a brief pause, she spoke slowly. You're right. This was unquestionably a failure on the part of oversight. Someone in the agency deliberately blocked the information. I've already assigned people to investigate. Fury was still clearly dissatisfied. 3 days. I want a full report on my desk in 3 days. One that doesn't disappoint. Yes, Director. Hill paused once more before nodding slowly. 3 days. Time was tight. To ensure accuracy, every member of the Oversight Division had to be checked, which would take time. And if the investigation extended to other departments, it would be even more time-consuming. Still, if she squeezed every minute, it could be done. The thought made anger rise in Hill's chest. Oversight was her responsibility, and now such a major lapse had occurred. This was a direct blow to her reputation. Once Fury was done with Hill, his gaze shifted to Coulson, who stood to the side. Coulson, you're in charge of the Wizard Professor case. Tell me what you know. Yes, Director. Coulson nodded, then reported, based on intelligence analysis, these 9 missiles originated from the military. 1 detonated on the Atlantic coast, but there are no leads on the remaining 8. What is certain is that the Wizard Professor possesses large-scale spatial transfer abilities. Fury, unimpressed by Coulson's roundabout explanation, cut him off. Just tell me this. Has the Intelligence Division prepared contingency plans in case the Wizard Professor tries to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.? And after this incident, what do you predict his next move will be? Coulson paused before replying. Director, so far S.H.I.E.L.D. has no effective means of containing spatial abilities. Our current strategy is to rely on surveillance cameras, heat sensors, and other detection devices for comprehensive monitoring. If there's any anomaly, an immediate alert will be triggered so we can respond to any infiltrator in real time. This is the current plan. At this point, Coulson noticed Nick Fury giving a slight nod before he continued. As for the Professor Wizard's potential reaction, based on our character analysis, it's clear he's likely to retaliate. However, Coulson paused for a moment, then went on. According to previous intelligence, the Professor Wizard possesses abilities that can affect minds and memories. So, It's very likely he could extract information directly and take immediate action. Hearing this, Nick Fury nodded quietly to himself. After a brief moment of thought, he said, "Coulson, get in touch with the Professor Wizard. See if you can work with him to trace the roots of this organization together." Triskelion Tower, Mirror Dimension. At this moment, Lockhart was strolling through the Mirror Dimension. The environment around him was an exact reflection of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the Triskelion. The Mirror Dimension is a shadow of reality. Whatever exists in the real world, as long as it doesn't involve too many supernatural elements, can usually be replicated in the Mirror Dimension. Typically, the Mirror Dimension is empty, populated only by objects, no people. But for a sorcerer well-versed in the arts of the Mirror Dimension, it's entirely possible to observe everything happening in the real world from within. In fact, even pulling someone directly into the Mirror Dimension is not a difficult feat. For Lockhart, now that he knew S.H.I.E.L.D. served as Hydra's headquarters, there was no need to waste time. Solving the problem at its source would be the most straightforward approach. Of course, he understood that as the headquarters for spies, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have a sophisticated surveillance system in place. To play it safe, he deliberately chose the Mirror Dimension over simply going invisible. Now, Lockhart found himself on the 8th floor of the Triskelion, guided by information he had just extracted from a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's mind. This was the Intelligence Division. He reasoned that, as the core of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Intelligence Department was bound to have Hydra's full attention. Perhaps here, he might even find a key figure within Hydra. Lockhart glanced around, watching as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents busily sorted through files, made phone calls, and recorded ongoing exchanges. Suddenly, Lockhart's eyes narrowed. He spotted a familiar bald-headed agent, Jasper Sitwell, the intelligence chief. From within the Mirror Dimension, Lockhart observed the bespectacled, bald-headed agent in front of him, or more precisely, the badge hanging from his chest, his gaze filled with curiosity. If he remembered correctly, this man was connected to Hydra and held no small amount of influence. Lockhart's impression of him stood out precisely because, like Nick Fury, he was bald and wore glasses, a combination that made him particularly easy to recognize. Most importantly, according to the original storyline, he was always the first to surrender. After being captured by the captain, a few simple threats were all it took for him to spill a considerable amount of Hydra's secrets. He could truly be called a man of vision. Only the wise can see which way the wind blows. Lockhart, after spotting Agent Sitwell, fixed his sights on him and followed closely behind, watching as Sitwell communicated and exchanged words with several intelligence officers and collected some documents. Soon, perhaps when Sitwell had finished his business, he turned and headed back to his own office. With a quiet click of the door, Lockhart watched Sitwell stride to his desk, switch on his computer, and lower his head to sort through his files. Seeing this, Lockhart didn't rush. He glanced at the documents Sitwell was organizing, his gaze sharpening. Tracing the origin of the 9 missiles over New York. A quick scan revealed that the article referenced only the military. This left Lockhart puzzled. How did this get tangled up with the military again? He decided not to dwell on it. The man was right here. He'd get the answers he wanted soon enough. At that moment, Sitwell was rapidly reviewing the document in front of him, newly acquired missile intelligence from the military, courtesy of the agency's intelligence division. He needed to organize it before handing it over to his superior, Phil Coulson. Just as he opened the computer file and prepared to enter the necessary information, suddenly, crack, 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 the sharp sound of shattering glass echoed in his ears, only to vanish as abruptly as it had come. Sitwell wondered if he was simply overtired and beginning to hallucinate. But as he glanced down at the document, he was startled to find the text had somehow flipped, as if he were reading it in a mirror. In the next instant, Sitwell sensed a shadow looming over him. He instinctively looked up. "Wizard Professor," Sitwell blurted out in surprise, reflexively using Lockhart's S.H.I.E.L.D. codename before quickly correcting himself. "Professor Lockhart." He looked around uneasily and asked, "Professor Lockhart, is there something S.H.I.E.L.D. can help you with? Would you like me to contact Director Coulson?" Lockhart regarded the bald Agent Sitwell, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. The moment Sitwell had seen him, Lockhart had cast a simple version of the mind probe, wanting to observe Sitwell's immediate reaction. He had expected fear. After all, the target of his mission had come knocking. Who wouldn't feel a surge of panic? But to his surprise, the dominant emotions were pure shock, tinged with a trace of unease. Not at all the response he would expect from a Hydra agent who had fired missiles at him. This only piqued Lockhart's curiosity further. There was no doubt Sitwell was Hydra, but could it be that Sitwell genuinely had no idea about the plan to attack him? A thought flashed through Lockhart's mind as he looked at Sitwell before him. He didn't feel like wasting words. Something about this situation felt off. He raised his wand, pointing it directly at Sitwell. Right then, Sitwell, facing Professor Lockhart, felt a mix of confusion and unease welling up inside him. Relying on his training, he discreetly reached for the gun at his waist, ready to react at the slightest provocation. But, bang! With a flick of Lockhart's wand, Sitwell felt a powerful force wrench the gun from his hand, flinging it far across the room. In the blink of an eye, he was lifted off the ground, his limbs bound by invisible restraints, utterly unable to move. "Professor Lockhart, please stay calm. Just take it easy," Sitwell blurted out, panic creeping into his voice. "I mean no harm. My superior, Coulson, he's a friend of yours, remember? I work for him. We've always gotten along." He was desperate, doing everything he could to stave off the possibility that this wizard professor might decide to torture him, or worse. Lockhart's brow furrowed as he watched Sitwell's anxious reaction. What had happened here? Was Sitwell not a Hydra agent after all? Or had the story changed? Lockhart's mind raced. He kept Sitwell suspended in front of him, listening to his pleas, then gave his wand a slight twist. At once, Sitwell's mouth snapped shut, silencing him completely. Yet his eyes still brimmed with fear and uncertainty. "Agent Sitwell, you must know that someone tried to blow me up with a missile," Lockhart said, his gaze boring into Sitwell's eyes, guiding his thoughts in a specific direction. "From what I've learned, the people behind it were Hydra." The moment Lockhart mentioned Hydra, a flicker of confusion crossed Sitwell's eyes, quickly turning to shock. Without hesitation, Lockhart uttered in a low, urgent voice, "Legilimens." A faint gleam flashed in Lockhart's eyes as his will pierced into Sitwell's mind, following his gaze. He began to search through Sitwell's recent memories, using the keyword Hydra to dig deeper. Sitwell suddenly felt as if a rod had been thrust into his brain, churning and disturbing his thoughts. In the next instant, a torrent of memories surged through his mind. Conversations with Director Coulson, exchanges with colleagues, even scenes of traveling out of town. Seconds ticked by, each one bringing greater agony. Sitwell felt as though his mind was being hollowed out. He gasped for breath, finally breaking free from the suffocating pain that had gripped him. Lockhart looked at Sitwell with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Who would have thought that Hydra would have such tricks up their sleeve? Just now, when he probed the other's memories, he found absolutely no trace of anything related to Hydra, as if the man wasn't a Hydra agent at all. But at the same time, he noticed that there were vast blank spaces in Sitwell's memory. There was no doubt this was one of Hydra's concealment techniques, designed specifically to counter interrogation, or perhaps more precisely, memory probes. If his guess was right, it must be the hypnosis that Hydra was so adept at. In the original storyline, Hydra was known for using hypnosis to control large numbers of enemies. Now, they had used hypnosis to hide every memory Sitwell had of Hydra, turning him, both inside and out, into what appeared to be a pure S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. It seemed that, in some respects, technology was no weaker than magic, and sometimes even had its own unique advantages. As these thoughts passed through his mind, Lockhart recalled the information he had gleaned earlier from the minds of the agents on the plane, a cold, mocking smile appearing on his lips. Clearly, the other side had come prepared. They had even anticipated being captured by him, and devised countermeasures specifically tailored to his methods. If he didn't know the original plot, he might very well have been fooled by them. Now, it seemed that the underground base location he had extracted from those agents' minds might well be a trap. But you can escape for a while, but you can't run forever. Looking at Sitwell, who was still gasping for breath in front of him, Lockhart's lips curled as he drew his wand. He gently tapped Sitwell's brow, and in an instant, a golden dragon-shaped magical brand appeared on his forehead, shimmering with a soft golden light. As the seconds ticked by, the golden dragon brand began to slowly fade. Sitwell's expression shifted as well, morphing from fear and anxiety, to confusion, to a blank stare, and finally to frenzied devotion. Soon, the golden dragon brand vanished, and Sitwell rose to his feet. His eyes now burned with fervor as he looked at Lockhart and spoke reverently. "Master, Sitwell is willing to do anything for you." The golden dragon magical brand. This was a spell Lockhart had continuously developed and refined. Its origins lay in Voldemort's dark mark, and with the most basic magical framework exchanged from Slytherin, he had perfected it over time. What made Lockhart most proud was that he had infused the brand with every bit of magic he understood: memory, mind, cognition, and soul magic. Lockhart's original self had already been deeply versed in memory magic. Otherwise, he could never have deceived the entire British wizarding world. Building on that, Lockhart had fused his knowledge of psychology and cognitive science from his previous life, and further enriched it with the mind, soul, and contract magic of Kamar Taj. It could be said that this golden dragon magic seal was the culmination of his magical research. Its most basic functions included communication, mental defense, and the like. At a higher level, Just as he was doing now with Sitwell, Lockhart could use the Golden Dragon magic seal to reshape a person's perception, making them utterly loyal to him. However, such a method would have a profound impact on the other's mind and soul, completely locking away their potential. That was why Lockhart would never use it lightly. But the most advanced, and, indeed, Lockhart's favorite feature of the Golden Dragon magic seal was this. It could subtly influence a target's subconscious and cognition, causing them to develop a deep trust in Lockhart. This effect was permanent. Even if the magic seal vanished, nothing would change. Gazing at Sitwell before him, Lockhart nodded slightly and commanded, "Sitwell, your first task is to use your position to send me crucial intelligence about S.H.I.E.L.D. Second, continue to wait. When members of Hydra contact you and attempt to unlock your memories, tell me everything you know about Hydra." "Yes, Master," Sitwell replied, his face alight with fervor. Lockhart paused, then raised his wand and gently touched Sitwell's forehead once more. A runic symbol flashed briefly. Lockhart continued, "The magic I just cast will allow you to temporarily block all memories related to your mission. Use it whenever you deem necessary. Make absolutely certain not to reveal even the slightest clue." He hadn't forgotten how ruthless Hydra could be. In the original storyline, to avoid any mishaps, Hydra agents underwent repeated brainwashing and screening to ensure their loyalty. Lockhart was sure that if he didn't set this contingency, once Sitwell was captured, they'd surely scrutinize him and might very well uncover some trace. If that happened, everything would be ruined. Sitwell alone had already resorted to brainwashing and hypnosis to resist Lockhart's mental probing. Someone like Hydra's leader, Alexander Pierce, would only have more tricks up his sleeve. Lockhart knew well that Hydra, as one of the most notorious villain organizations in the Marvel Universe, might not have vast supernatural power, but they certainly had no shortage of it. As for advanced technology, they had even more. For all he knew, the Alexander Pierce he'd identified might just be a decoy. If he acted rashly, he could end up alerting the real enemy, which would be disastrous. Therefore, dealing with Hydra required patience, a slow, methodical approach like boiling a frog in warm water, eating away at them bit by bit. He didn't believe that a mere Hydra could somehow soar beyond reach. Still, that underground base set up as a trap needed to be addressed. It was also a good opportunity to demonstrate his own strength and send a clear warning. Otherwise, he'd really be seen as an easy target for anyone to push around. Afternoon, on the outskirts of New York City, in a remote wilderness. At this moment, on the flat expanse of wilderness, 5 black cars came to a halt side by side. From them stepped out several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Leading the group was Phil Coulson himself. A number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents carried instruments, setting them up at various points around the area. The devices emitted flashes of red, blue, green, and other colors, as if recording and scanning for something. Before long, one of the agents approached Phil Coulson and reported respectfully, "Sir, we've detected a considerable number of voids and signs of activity beneath the ground nearby. There appears to be an underground base. Do you want us to take action now?" Upon hearing this, Coulson shook his head decisively. "No need for now. Just keep recording the data. There's no need for you to act today." The agent nodded silently, refraining from further questions, and returned to continue working with the equipment. At this moment, Coulson glanced down at his watch, quietly waiting. Earlier that morning, he had just met with Professor Lockhart, following the director's instructions, to see if the two sides could cooperate in investigating the root of the current incident. As expected, this wizarding professor held some information and was preparing to act. Conveniently, S.H.I.E.L.D. could watch from the sidelines to prevent anyone from escaping. Coulson immediately understood what Lockhart meant. There was hardly any need for them to stop and escape. Most likely, Lockhart intended to demonstrate his abilities to S.H.I.E.L.D. and other factions, hoping to prevent another missile attack. Coulson fully understood and nodded in agreement, discussing the timing of their operation, which led to their current actions. Soon, right before Coulson, a sparkling portal quietly materialized, and Lockhart stepped out. "Professor Lockhart, we've pinpointed the enemy base's location. It's right here." "We're at this position," Coulson said, holding a map of the area as he jogged over to Lockhart, pointing to the red and blue marks on the map. Lockhart glanced at the map and nodded lightly to show his understanding. Then, noticing that Coulson wanted to continue speaking, Lockhart interrupted him. "Coulson, thank you for your help, but leave the rest to me. In a moment, I'll hand over the people I captured to you." With that, he drew his wand and traced several threads of pale golden light, after which a runic pattern appeared and began to quietly spread outwards. Magique dehanditation. At the same time, Lockhart closed his eyes slightly, sensing the magical feedback. Soon Lockhart turned his head to the right. Beneath the ground there lay a vast chamber, If he was right, it was precisely the underground base Hydra had set up for their traps. Seeing this, Lockhart tapped his toes lightly on the ground, summoned his magic, and with a gentle leap, instantly floated into the air. Below, Coulson witnessed the scene, his mouth parting slightly in astonishment, his eyes filled with unconcealed envy. No wonder he's a wizard. He can fly on his own, whereas the rest of them still need tools. Then, under Coulson's watchful gaze, Lockhart flew off to the right, stopping on an open stretch of ground a kilometer away. At the same time, Coulson picked up his walkie-talkie and gave a stern command: initiate the operation. Prepare to document everything. After issuing the order, Coulson raised his binoculars, focusing intently on the battle that was about to unfold. He wasn't foolish. This time, Lockhart's actions had clearly been provoked, and Lockhart seemed determined to use this opportunity to teach a lesson, or perhaps to send a warning to the other factions. Things were likely to get loud. For now, their job was simply to record everything, and do it well. At that moment, Lockhart hovered in midair, gazing down at the clearing below, an icy smile spreading across his face. If a tiger never bares its fangs, would you mistake it for a kitten? And then, in the very next instant, a burst of gunfire shattered the silence. Deep within the Hydra underground base, in a meeting room buried in the depths of the base, a middle-aged man stared feverishly at the screen before him, or rather, at the image of Alexander Pierce on the screen. Leader, we've detected that the wizard professor has entered the perimeter. We're ready to launch the attack at any moment. Good, Ronnie. I'm entrusting this mission to you. Remember, do your best to test the wizard's abilities. The more we learn, the greater our advantage. Order will descend upon the world. Hearing Pierce's words, Ronnie, the director of the Hydra underground base, straightened, his face solemn. With a crisp salute, he declared loudly, "Hail, Hydra! Hail, Hydra!" Pierce responded gravely in return. Then Pierce reminded Ronnie, "Don't forget, double-check everyone's status. We can't afford to let any information slip." "Yes, sir. Everything has been arranged. Nothing related to Hydra will be leaked," Ronnie replied, his tone unwavering. "Good. Go, Ronnie. May order be with you." With that, Pierce nodded at him. The screen went dark, and the call ended. Ronnie, seeing this, took a clear vial from his pocket, inside which rested several white pills. He poured one out and held it in his palm, fanatic devotion burning in his eyes. He knew, this time he would not survive. But he accepted it willingly. All for order. All for the new world. Hail, Hydra! Without hesitation, he popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it down. Meanwhile, Ronnie whispered under his breath, "Darkness, dawn, order, hearth." It was as if he was reciting a string of key words, either to prompt or remind himself of something. As the final word left his lips, Ronnie's expression began to shift. The stern, solemn look faded, replaced by a haze of confusion, as if he'd lost all sense. Finally, his face lit up with a feverish zeal, his gaze unwavering with conviction. At some point, the screen before him flickered to life, displaying an image, none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. Talp! 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 Just as Lockhart had soared above to survey the underground base, he sensed a faint disturbance from below. In the very next moment, a barrage of bullets erupted from hidden machine guns on the ground. Almost instantly, a pale, golden shield materialized before Lockhart, effortlessly stopping every bullet in its path. Lockhart showed no irritation at this response. In fact, if his enemies hadn't attacked, that would have been far more concerning. With a smooth flourish of his wand, he traced an elegant arc through the air. The tip of his wand suddenly flared with blue fire, which began to spiral around him, forming a ring of vibrant blue flames. Then, as if the flames themselves were droplets of rain, they began to fall onto the grass below. A split second later, with a thunderous crack, the blue fire exploded outward, rapidly expanding in all directions. Dark magic fiend fire. Within moments, a swath of several hundred meters was engulfed in blue, demonic fire, transforming the ground into a sea of flames. Strangely enough, there was hardly a hint of heat. It was as if the blue fire were nothing more than an illusion. Yet, as the fiend fire swept over the machine guns, they instantly melted into pools of molten metal, as though consumed by an inferno of unimaginable intensity. Lockhart nodded slightly at the sight, descending slowly toward the ground. The blue sea of fiend fire parted before him, as if it possessed a will of its own, clearing a perfect circle for him to land. From afar, Coulson watched the scene unfold through his binoculars, his lips pressed into a hard line, his face grave. He saw that in less than a second, the blue fire had scorched a vast area, leaving nothing but a field of white. Here and there, glimmering glass could be seen, sand from the earth fused by the searing heat. Lockhart now moved forward, guided by the faint pulse of life beneath the earth, each step slow and almost leisurely, as though savoring the anticipation of his prey's last desperate struggles. At that moment, dark specks appeared in the distant sky, racing toward Lockhart. Missiles, no different from those he'd faced before. With a single thought, the fiend fire surged, swelling outward in the blink of an eye. From within the blazing inferno, magnificent creatures emerged, thunderbirds, vast and imposing, their bodies forged from the very flames themselves. Their piercing cries echoed through the sky. A piercing cry echoed through the sky as a thunderbird, forged from fierce flames, shot toward the distant missile with breathtaking speed, nearly matching the missile's own velocity. Meanwhile, Lockhart seemed entirely unconcerned, continuing his steady, unhurried march forward. With each step he took, the sea of fire parted before him, opening a path as though it were welcoming its master's arrival. Coulson, on the other hand, caught sight of the incoming missile, and his expression changed at once. He called out urgently, "Take cover! Stay alert, everyone! Missile incoming!" Coulson knew all too well the missile's blast radius. Even if the intended target was Lockhart, their current position would still be badly affected. One wrong move could mean death. But in the blink of an eye, he saw several enormous blue birds burst into the sky, soaring straight at the missile. Just then, a thunderous bird call rang in his ears. A surge of hope rose in his chest. If they could avoid the missile strike, so much the better. Raising his binoculars, he watched the thunderbirds flap their wings and speed forward, quickly closing the distance until they met the missile in midair. With a piercing cry, the thunderbird let out a long screech, opening its beak as if to swallow the missile whole. In reality, the two collided, and the blistering flames of the thunderbird spread instantly across the missile's surface. In a heartbeat, the missile melted into molten metal, which evaporated rapidly and vanished without a trace. What Coulson witnessed was the thunderbird swallowing the missile whole, after which the missile disappeared and the thunderbird turned, flying back toward the sea of fire. Returning home, it seemed. Lockhart sensed this, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Fiend fire, as one of the most formidable dark magics in the world of Harry Potter, certainly had its unique qualities. It was ever-burning, its heat unrelenting. These were just the most basic properties. Its true power lay in its increasing intelligence as the fire spread. For example, the Thunderbird at this moment, with just a single command from Lockhart, needed no further guidance. It would seek out and attack the missile on its own. The firestorm created by Fiend Fire was simple to communicate with and required little control. Flames would willingly part to clear a path for their master. Fiend Fire could even melt away anyone or anything Lockhart wished, while leaving others untouched and unharmed. Just like the magical creature's Grindelwald once used to distinguish friend from foe, those deemed enemies would be consumed in an instant, while friends or kindred spirits would pass through unscathed. Of course, this power came with a price. Once Fiend Fire gained intelligence, if its master's strength faltered, it could rebel or even turn on him. It was like a living being yearning for freedom, unwilling to face destruction. After all, only its true master could dismiss Fiend Fire at will. For anyone else, suppressing or erasing it would be a near impossible task. Naturally, for Lockhart, casting such a spell was no trouble at all. Soon, Lockhart stopped as he reached an open space. Through his senses, he could feel a multitude of life forms beneath the ground, and an overwhelming wave of fear. At that moment, Ronnie, the director of the Hydra base, stared expressionlessly at the screen in front of him, which showed images captured by satellite surveillance. All external monitoring equipment around the base had been destroyed. Now, they could only rely on satellites to observe the enemy. He watched as the missiles were obliterated and every weapon outside the base was reduced to twisted wreckage. Ronnie felt an uncanny calm within, as if his emotions were frozen solid. It was as if fear had never existed in him at all. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Kill him. Kill him. By any means necessary, kill that wizard professor. Unit 58, release the fearless gas. Once the wizard professor enters, be ready to self-destruct the base at any moment. Affirmative. Releasing fearless gas now. Preparing for self-destruction. The base's basic AI, Unit 58, replied in a mechanical, icy monotone. Meanwhile, Lockhart was enjoying himself, savoring the fear radiating from the lives hidden below. He had no intention of entering the underground base directly. He was well aware this was almost certainly a trap, and he was far from foolish enough to walk into it. With a quick thought, fire of terrifying intensity erupted around Lockhart, rapidly growing and heating the air until the desert sand beneath him melted in a glass, then liquefied, then vaporized. Hundreds of meters of flat ground were scorched and consumed, the landscape sinking visibly as though struck by a meteorite. The only difference was the surface. It was polished and smooth, like a sheet of glass. As the searing flames continued to melt away the earth and sand, the steel surface of the underground base began to emerge. But within moments, that steel, too, melted into molten iron, revealing scores of Hydra agents below. Now Lockhart floated in midair, looking down at these agents. He could feel their emotions shift from raw fear to wild fanaticism. He gained a deeper understanding of Hydra's methods. With another thought, the inferno surged into the base. In an instant, it engulfed the Hydra agents below, erasing them before they could even register pain. The flames swept past, and in the blink of an eye, they had been vaporized, leaving not even a single bone behind. Floating in the air, Lockhart closed his eyes halfway and spread his arms wide, guiding the raging fire deeper into the base. Every sign of life it encountered was erased, vaporized into nothing. At the same time, he controlled the flames to spare certain machines and data, a precaution. They might prove useful later. Suddenly, Lockhart's heart gave a jolt, pounding wildly in his chest. His instincts screamed at him, urgent and relentless. Danger was coming. As the thought flashed through his mind, Lockhart swiftly waved his wand, channeling a surge of magic into it. A pure white beam shot out from the wand's tip, striking the ground below with tremendous speed. Instantly, a field of pristine frost spread across the area, rapidly multiplying as though being copied over and over again. Magic frozen world. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the raging flames nearby vanished, replaced by a thick layer of ice and a biting, bone-chilling cold. The freezing air seeped into the underground cavern below, spreading deeper by the second. Before long, the walls, machinery, and every object in sight were all consumed by frost, encased in a sheath of ice visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, with Lockhart pouring in a tremendous amount of magic, the entire underground base was utterly frozen. Countless people and objects were transformed into blocks of ice. As Lockhart sensed the warning in his instincts finally subside, he allowed himself a small sigh of relief. The sudden, intense warning had immediately brought to mind the possibility of a base self-destruct sequence. After all, such events were far from uncommon. Scenes like this appeared in almost every movie, one way or another. So he had instantly frozen everything in the area, disabling the machines and technology below with his magic. If the base really was about to self-destruct, there would be nothing he could do but escape. But if he fled, it would diminish the force of his warning, undermining the message he intended to send. The main goal of his operation was to serve as a warning to others. He wasn't just someone who ran away. When it came to a head-on fight, he never hesitated to strike. When action was needed, he acted decisively, never one to procrastinate. As he mulled this over, Lockhart gazed at the frozen ground below and the lingering embers, a hint of a smile curving his lips. Then, glancing into the distance at Coulson, Lockhart waved his wand again. A pale orb of light, shimmering with hidden information, shot swiftly toward Coulson. Inside that glowing sphere was intelligence Lockhart had just extracted from the group of Hydra agents. Since Hydra had prepared their misdirection in advance, he saw no reason not to play along. After all, wouldn't Hydra's future still be in his hands? With that thought, Lockhart casually drew his wand through the air, opening a portal and stepping straight back into his own home. The matter was settled. Now it was time to focus on his own affairs, especially with the recent scheming from the folks at Comartage. Sir, we're detecting a massive heat surge. The underground base is about to self-destruct. The urgent shout from one of his agents rang in Coulson's ear, and his expression tightened as he instinctively looked at Professor Lockhart, who stood not far away. A base self-destruct sequence might not mean much to them, but for Lockhart, standing right in the middle, it was a wholly different story. Yet, in the next moment, the agent called out again, louder this time, "Sir, the self-destruct has stopped." And there's a huge surge of cold air above the base. Even without the agent's warning, Coulson already felt a chill sweeping over him and instinctively pulled his body tighter. Yet his eyes betrayed his astonishment. After all, it was autumn, so how could there be such an intense cold? He didn't need to think twice. It was clearly a tactic the wizard professor had just used in response to the base's self-destruction. This led him to another thought. If, in the future, their enemy was this very wizard professor, and if missiles proved useless and even explosions had no effect, things would become truly tricky. He found the situation deeply troubling, despite the current amicable dealings between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the other party. But he hadn't forgotten that his own director had always regarded the wizard professor as a potential adversary, constantly devising strategies to limit his power. Coulson sometimes felt helpless about it all. After all, as a member of a covert organization, when things are quiet, their task is to prepare contingency plans for every conceivable crisis. No matter if it was a nuclear explosion, an alien invasion, or even a zombie outbreak or a robot war like in the movies, the director had ordered preparations for every scenario. It could be said that Nick Fury, their director, had crisis management etched into his very bones. It was as if he could not feel secure without a plan for every possible disaster. Then, before long, Coulson suddenly noticed a sphere of light flying toward him. He hadn't even had time to react before it phased right into his forehead. Immediately, a torrent of information flooded his mind. After quickly scanning through it, a bitter smile crept onto Coulson's lips. What was this Black Serpent organization? Why had he never heard of it before? And how was it even tied to the military? After a moment's thought, Coulson could only nod helplessly, deciding to report back to the director later. He then called over his team of agents and continued gathering data and materials. This was the first time the wizard professor had demonstrated his power right in front of him, and with so many traces left behind, if he didn't collect them thoroughly, the director would surely have his head. Yet, as the data kept coming in and the analyses of the blue flames and the chilling cold were delivered, Coulson's expression grew ever more grave. Within a magical luggage space, inside the spell training room. In the spacious room, Captain America, Steve, stood with his shield on his back, instructing Ian, Remy, and Vera in front of him. Ian, tell me, what do you think is the most important thing in a fight? Ian pondered for a moment, then offered his understanding. Coach Steve, I think it's having enough magical power and the ability to cast spells as quickly as possible. That's the key. To this, Steve neither confirmed nor denied, but turned to Remy and asked, Remy, what's your view? Coach, I believe that for a wizard, mastering advanced spells is the most important thing. If you can wield a powerful or unusual spell, you can defeat enemies far stronger than yourself. Remy replied with considerable confidence. He had a fondness for powerful spells, especially those intricate incantations mastered by his own mentor. Vera, what about you? Steve turned to the girl beside him and asked. Instructor. Vera hesitated a little, but then continued. I think both Remy and Ian have good points, but for me, in any battle, having rich combat experience is the most important factor. If we can seize the right moment and use our experience to win with minimal cost, that's what makes a battle truly successful. After listening to the three students' answers, Steve gave a gentle clap, as if very pleased with what each of them had said. Then he addressed them, Ian, Vera, Remy, come, let's have a battle. Afterwards, I'll tell you my own thoughts on the matter. Hearing Steve's invitation, the three students were raring to go. This would be their first time actually sparring with the instructor personally. Their interest was piqued, especially knowing the legendary reputation Captain America had in history. That made them even more eager. Still, Ian thought for a moment and asked, Instructor, are you planning to fight all three of us at once? Or will we each face you one-on-one? Of course I'll take on all three of you together, Steve answered with a calm smile. Go ahead and use every skill you've got. Don't worry about holding back or anything unexpected. This was the first time he'd ever set aside time to instruct students in this way, and he found he was rather enjoying it. The four of them each took several steps back, widening the space between them. Ian, Vera, and Remy fixed their eyes seriously on Steve, who stood opposite them with a shield on his back. Following dueling etiquette, they raised their wands and gave a slight bow. Steve wasn't surprised at this. Lockhart had mentioned wizarding customs to him before. Respecting their traditions, he too gave a polite bow. Then he called out loudly, 3, 2, 1, Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Shieldfly. The moment the countdown ended, Ian, Remy, and Vera unleashed their spells in quick succession just as they practiced. In an instant, 3 beams of red light shot from their wands straight at Steve. But Steve didn't dodge. Instead, he sprinted right toward the incoming spells. Just as they were about to hit him, he leapt high into the air, soaring clean over the 3 spells. Clearing the magical barrage, he charged toward the trio. In barely a second or two, Steve was right in front of them. The 3 had only just registered what happened, and quickly raised their wands to cast again. But, bang! Steve lifted his left arm, bracing it across his chest, and with his left shoulder, barreled straight into Ian and Remy, knocking them both to the ground. Since Vera was a girl, Steve didn't use brute force on her like he did with the others. But as he collided with Ian and Remy, he reached out, grabbed Vera's wrist, squeezed hard, and gave it a sharp twist. Ah! Vera cried out, unable to hold back the pain that shot through her arm. Her grip loosened involuntarily, and her wand slipped from her grasp. With lightning reflexes, Steve caught the falling wand. In the next moment, seeing the 2 boys on the ground trying to get back up, wands raised, Steve dashed forward. His hand became like a blade as he struck at their wrists. Instantly, the wands they had just managed to lift clattered to the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Steve gathered both wands and stepped back a few paces. He now held 3 wands, and with a slight flourish, he waved them in front of the 3 students. Ian and Remy, after getting to their feet, rubbed their wrists gingerly, still feeling the sting of pain. Vera, standing beside them, was no better off. Though Steve hadn't been as rough with her, her wrists still ached from his grip. The 3 stood together, looking at Instructor Steve with a mix of grievance and reproach, as if silently accusing him of being a bit too rough. Seeing their expressions, Steve allowed himself a small, comforting smile. "Does it hurt?" he asked almost kindly. All 3 nodded in unison. Steve continued. "It seems you'll need special training to handle pain. Just a little pain, and you lost your ability to fight. You even lost your wands. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Think about all the soldiers and agents out there. Do they drop their guns or weapons just because their wrists hurt?" Hearing this, the 3 lowered their heads, realizing that a simple nod had just earned them a new, rather painful-sounding training regimen. The very thought of it hurt already. Steve gave a short, stern cough, then said seriously, "Your weaknesses are obvious, and I believe you're well aware of them. Your close combat skills are lacking. If an enemy gets close, your reaction time drops dramatically. You can't even cast a spell. And if you lose your wand, you're helpless in a fight. That's your biggest weakness. In fact, if an ordinary person figured this out, they could easily steal your wand, leaving you powerless." At this, the trio's expressions grew grave, and they nodded in agreement. Seeing their change in attitude, Steve pressed on. "To address this flaw, Professor Lockhart specifically asked me to train you. You can't afford to lose your nerve just because an enemy closes in. I'm not asking you to win in close combat, but at the very least, I want you to be able to put up some resistance, enough to create distance, and seize the chance to cast your spells." Upon hearing Steve's words, the 3 of them nodded firmly, signaling their understanding. Seeing that his words had truly sunk in, Steve continued in a calm voice. "Earlier, I asked you, in a battle, what is most important? In truth, there are many possible answers. Each person might give a different one, but they all share a common thread: defeating the enemy. No matter what kind of fight we're in, our goal is always to overcome our opponent. All those things you mentioned just now, spells, magical power, casting speed, combat experience, those are simply means to an end." Steve paused here, as if giving them a moment to process the idea. After a brief silence, he spoke in a deep, steady tone. "What I'm here to do is help you. Find a fighting style that truly suits you." At that very moment, suddenly, clap, clap, clap. Steve heard the sound of applause coming from nearby. Turning his head, he saw that it was Professor Lockhart. Immediately after, Steve heard Lockhart's approving voice. "Ian, Remy, Villa, listen closely. This is wisdom forged by a hero who's faced countless battles. I wholeheartedly agree with what Instructor Steve just said. Each person must find the fighting style that fits them best. You must train diligently, and with Instructor Steve's guidance, discover your own way to fight." "Yes, Professor." Ian, Remy, and Vila responded in unison, nodding in agreement. Standing beside them, Steve allowed a faint smile to cross his face at Lockhart's praise. He then promised, "Lockhart, don't worry. Ian, Remy, and Vila are all promising students. With their determination, I'm sure their close combat skills will improve rapidly." Upon hearing this, Lockhart nodded with satisfaction, then raised his wand and tapped it lightly in the air. A soft yellow orb of light appeared, hovering at the tip of his wand. At the same time, Lockhart explained, "Captain, this is some detailed information I've gathered on the hand and the society. I'll leave the upcoming practical training in your hands. You can assign them missions according to their abilities." Of course, all this came from Sitwell over at S.H.I.E.L.D. Since he'd already planted an agent inside S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be a waste not to make use of it, wouldn't it? After all, Sitwell was in charge of the intelligence division. If he didn't use this opportunity to gather more intel, he'd be missing a trick. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lockhart gave his wand a gentle flick, sending the pale yellow orb floating over to Steve. Steve straightened, his expression serious. "Understood, Lockhart." He had no objection at all to letting the students undergo real combat training. In his era, after a few years of training in the army, you'd be sent straight to the battlefield. So, as the saying goes, the more sweat you shed in training, the less blood you shed in war. Especially when it came to sinister organizations like the Hand Society, Steve would never show mercy. Seeing this, Lockhart nodded slightly. Then he turned to Steve and said, "Captain, I need to discuss a few things with Vera. It won't take long. Sorry to interrupt." This time, he had 2 main purposes. The The first was to observe how Steve was training Ian and the others. Lockhart had basically seen the whole process just now. It had to be said, all top-tier teachers share one thing in common: the ability to teach according to each student's needs. Steve not only had experience in this regard, but he also put great emphasis on tailoring his guidance, seeking out, uncovering, and shaping combat styles that suited his students. After hearing this today, Lockhart felt much more at ease. The second purpose, of course, was to discuss matters regarding the Vientiane Book Cafe with Vera. Originally, Lockhart had arranged for Vera, Ian, and Remy to take turns managing the cafe. He found that Ian did fine, but Remy, with his restless nature, was easily distracted and tended to get flustered whenever something came up. Vera, on the other hand, perhaps owing to her feminine qualities, was more gentle, or rather, more patient. Whenever she managed the cafe, everything was handled in perfect order. Up to now, nothing had ever gone wrong, and she never neglected her own training. More importantly, Lockhart noticed that Vera was quite adept at making friends, perhaps not a social butterfly, but certainly no slouch. Most of the mages at Camartage were willing to befriend her. There was even a time when Caecilius himself openly praised Vera. One could even say that, compared to Lockhart, Vera was much more at home in Camartage. Indeed, while male sorcerers admired Vera's refined beauty, the female mages were equally fond of her gentle yet resolute character. So it's absolutely fair to say that Vera is the queen of connections at the Vientiane Book Cafe. Seeing all this, Lockhart simply let Vera continue overseeing the cafe, allowing her to play to her strengths. Of course, he worried it might interfere with her magical studies, so he also made sure to allocate additional resources for her. Overall, Vera's progress in magic hadn't slowed. If anything, she was thriving, managing the cafe as if she'd found her calling. Even Mrs. Carter once praised Vera's natural talent for management, encouraging Lockhart to nurture her further in this area. That's why Lockhart usually discussed all matters concerning the Vientiane Book Cafe with Vera. After hearing Lockhart's request, Steve gave Vera a slight, approving nod, saying nothing more. He had always been a man of strict self-discipline. Although he felt a slight displeasure at having to interrupt training midway, he said nothing more about it. All the more so, since it was Lockhart who had come looking for his student. Upon seeing Lockhart, Vera politely greeted her instructor, Steve, before walking over to stand before her mentor. Lockhart, taking in the scene, raised his wand and traced a gentle circle in the air. A portal shimmered open, leading Vera into his study. Night had fallen. Silver moonlight spilled through the glass, falling across Lockhart's desk and casting a soft glow over the books, notebooks, and the cup resting there. In the quiet, the delicate chorus of cicadas could be heard, making the night feel even more tranquil. Suddenly, a portal sparked open, crackling with light. At the same moment, as if sensing its master's return, the study awakened. Bright lights flickered on, softly illuminating every corner of the room. The next instant, Lockhart stepped through with Vera at his side. "Vera, have a seat." Standing by his desk, Lockhart gestured to the chair opposite him, inviting Vera to sit. "Yes, Mentor," Vera replied warmly, nodding as she took her seat across from him. "Vera, would you like some coffee, tea, or perhaps honey nectar?" "Tea will be just fine, Mentor." Hearing this, Lockhart pointed his wand lightly at the cup before her. Instantly, tea bubbled up, filling the cup to 3/4 full before settling. At the same time, an identical cup of tea appeared before Lockhart as well. Vera, quite used to such small feats of magic, wrapped her hands around the cup and took a gentle sip. Lockhart did not rush to the main topic. Instead, he asked with concern, "How have Steve's and Ms. Carter's classes been recently?" "Officer Steve is very experienced, and he's always patient with us," Vera replied thoughtfully. "As for Ms. Carter, she can be strict, but she's taken good care of me. She shared a lot of her management experience, which has been very helpful." Lockhart listened, nodding slightly. Of course, he would never simply ignore the teachers he had personally chosen. From time to time, he would invite them for tea, discussing the students' progress in private. Overall, the three students each had distinct personalities. Remy could be a bit impatient, but always corrected his mistakes. Ian was calm and meticulous, and Vera, though gentle on the surface, was unwaveringly determined and persistent in pursuing her goals. Indeed, all three were outstanding. After a bit of small talk, Lockhart returned to the matter at hand. "Vera, you've always managed Allworld's book and cafe. Tell me, how are things going lately?" As her mentor, he would never hide potential challenges from her. Instead, he chose to be open and direct, believing that clear communication made for better management and cooperation in the future. Vera paused for a moment at the question about her mentor, as if contemplating something. After a brief silence, she slowly began, "Teacher, Just as you suspected, it seems the rival sorcerers from Camartage have indeed made their move. These days, there's been a noticeable drop in the number of sorcerers visiting Vientiane Book Cafe. P.S. Sorry, I set the timer wrong. Teacher, the flow of sorcerers from Camartage has clearly dwindled lately. To be precise, it's the number of sorcerers coming for trade that has decreased. From what I've observed, those who used to come here to purchase potions have almost completely stopped showing up. We have good reason to suspect that. Relying on their own expertise in potions and alchemy, they've made private agreements with certain sorcerers to keep them away from Vientiane Book Cafe. At this, Lockhart nodded lightly, then pressed on. Is there anything else you've discovered? Vera paused again, as if choosing her words carefully. With a more solemn expression, she said, Teacher, I've spoken with some of the Camartage sorcerers and stumbled upon something, though I'm not sure if it's true or just a rumor. If it is true, it could become a serious problem. One of my friends mentioned to me that a tea house has opened inside Camartage, completely modeled after Vientiane Book Cafe in every aspect. At this, Vera hesitated, then glanced at Lockhart before continuing slowly. Including the magic cards you created, teacher. I've heard they've also started producing their own version with identical effects. The only difference is in the name. Magic cards have become sorcerer cards, and mana points have been swapped for sorcerer points. Lockhart's face betrayed no emotion as he listened, but he nodded to show he understood. In truth, he had long ago tasked Caecilius and Morin with investigating the rival establishment. After all, he had only joined recently, less than 2 months ago, while Caecilius and Morin had deep roots in Camartage, having lived there for many years. From the information they brought back, Lockhart was now certain that the other side had been plotting against Vientiane Book Cafe for quite some time. After his initial refusal, it hadn't taken them long to open a tea house of their own. Most telling of all, apart from the name, everything else was a clear imitation. Lockhart was convinced that, if not for Camartage already having its own library, the other side would probably have opened a book cafe as well. If that were the case, it wouldn't just be imitation anymore. It would be outright replication. Vera, is there anything else you'd like to share? Lockhart asked again. This time, Vera shook her head. Lockhart, encouraging her, continued. Vera, based on everything you've just told me, do you have any good ideas for how we might resolve this? Teacher, Vera hesitated, but seeing the encouragement in Lockhart's eyes, she voiced her thoughts. To be honest, I don't have any particularly good solutions. Even though they're copying us, their advantage is that they're right there in Camartage. Camartage itself is a gathering place for sorcerers, so naturally it draws a lot of attention. As for us here in New York, because of your relationship with Master Caecilius, most of the sorcerers from the New York Sanctum tend to come to us, while others rarely do. But I discussed this with Professor Carter before, and he gave me a suggestion that I think is excellent. He recommended that we reposition Vientiane Book Cafe, raising the entry threshold so that we cater exclusively to powerful or uniquely gifted elite sorcerers. This way, the Camartage Tea House would become a gathering spot for ordinary sorcerers, while we would establish ourselves as the prime venue for high-end magical exchanges. By then, even if they want to compete with us, there would be nothing they could do. At this point, Vera's voice grew more animated. According to Professor Carter, the advantage of this approach is that we'd be able to shape the perception among sorcerers. In their minds, the other side would only be connected with average, unremarkable sorcerers, low tier, lacking in taste. But we would be welcoming the elites, setting a clear distinction between the two. Those elite sorcerers would consciously avoid the other place and choose Vientiane Book Cafe instead. Most importantly, these elite sorcerers are stronger, wealthier, and have access to far better magical goods, which could further boost the cafe's profits. Clap, clap, clap. After listening to Vera's plan, Lockhart applauded softly, his eyes filled with approval. Carter truly lived up to his reputation as a founding member of S.H.I.E.L.D. His experience and strategy was second to none. This plan was outstanding. It could genuinely help Vientiane Book Cafe escape its current predicament. In fact, it was almost exactly what he had in mind. If he were to compete directly with the other tea house, even if he won, it would be a costly victory. He'd pay a steep price for only a narrow win. So he had no intention of clashing head-on. Instead, he'd change the playing field, push the other side into the low-end market, and let them become the symbol of the ordinary. After all, isn't making money from wealthy sorcerers far more appealing? But, sensing Vera's lingering concern, Lockhart immediately understood and reassured her. Don't worry, Vera, there's no need to be anxious about resources. As your teacher, I might not boast about much, but when it comes to galleons and magical resources, even most pure-blood families can't compare to me. After all, he had emptied the Lestrange family's ancestral vault and seized plenty of valuable magical artifact for Voldemort. Not to mention, he had previously traded a sizable amount of potions and magical items from the Marvel Universe, earning quite a fortune. To put it plainly, he was rolling in wealth. No exaggeration. Hearing this, Vera nodded quietly, her worries finally easing. Immediately after, she heard her mentor laugh, his tone playful, as if testing her. Vera, aiming for the high-end market is an excellent idea, but Carter must have mentioned this to you as well. To do high-end well, the most important thing is to raise the bar, to turn away unsuitable wizards. If you can't say no, it's hard to truly operate at a high level. Secondly, you must raise the prices. One of the clearest distinctions between high-end and low-end is the price. That's also how many people judge the difference. Right now, we already have quite a number of members, and most of them are ordinary wizards. Tell me, when we raise our standards and fees, how do we deal with these ordinary wizards? At this point, Lockhart smiled calmly and continued. There's another thing. Have you considered, if we move upmarket, how can we make ourselves impossible to imitate? Hearing this string of questions, Vera felt a surge of excitement. It seemed these paths were not wrong. Her mentor was strongly supportive. She took a moment to collect her thoughts, then spoke slowly but with great clarity. Professor, I think the first thing we should do is completely redesign the cafe's environment. To prevent others from copying us, or at least make them afraid to, we could... As Vera carried on, her words coming more and more energetically, Lockhart nodded gently, his gaze brimming with approval as he watched her. Carter had been right. Vera truly had a talent for management, and she was worth nurturing. In the future, perhaps, Vera would become his right hand. His vision for a top-tier wizarding academy would require many such talents. Night fell on S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the Triskelion. Nick Fury sat in his office, gazing at the commanding figure of his former superior across the desk, his eyes momentarily distant. It felt as if he'd been transported back more than 20 years, to the days when Director Peggy Carter led them with Howard Stark, guiding S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce, and himself. Together with the FBI, the CIA, the military, and other factions, they fought step by step, winning, growing, and ultimately becoming the world's premier intelligence organization. Quickly, Fury snapped back to the present, his tone tinged with excitement, or perhaps a note of respect he hadn't even noticed himself. Director Carter, congratulations on regaining your youth. I wonder how things went with the wizard professor. Fury, all these years, and you haven't changed a bit. Straight to the point, never any small talk, Carter said, looking at the black director before her, her voice full of nostalgia. Hearing the heartfelt sigh from his former superior, Nick Fury didn't put on the frosty expression he usually reserved for his subordinates. Instead, he forced a faint smile onto his rigid face and echoed, Miss Carter, you know me. I've always done things cleanly and efficiently. Becoming director never changed that. Though his tone was gentle, during their conversation, Nick Fury quietly shifted his form of address, calling her Ms. Carter instead of director. Was he hinting at something? Carter smiled at his words and replied, That's a good thing. I always liked that about you. I gave you a lot of assignments, and you handled every one of them beautifully. You really are SHLD's ace agent. As I recall, your completion rate was even higher than Pierce's, nearly perfect, almost 100%. Hearing Carter's praise, Nick Fury simply smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. Back when Carter was director, she had truly placed a great deal of trust in him and looked out for him in many ways, something he couldn't possibly deny. If he did, his reputation in every agency across the United States would be irreparably tarnished. Watching Nick Fury grow silent, Carter seemed to recall something and said with sudden realization, By the way, Fury, I still need to thank you for taking Steve to find Professor Lockhart. If you hadn't, I might still be a confused old woman today. Yes, getting her boyfriend to seek help from a wizard whose abilities were still unknown. While the outcome was good, the one who suggested this course of action was certainly up to something. What's more, taking advantage of her when her mind was a bit muddled. Now that took some nerve. No wonder both she and Pierce had seen him as the perfect successor. Ignoring the implication in Carter's words, Nick Fury put on a modest face and replied, thick-skinned, as if he were being praised, We really ought to thank Professor Lockhart and the captain's deep feelings for you. Otherwise, how could you have regained your youth? And so much vitality. Carter glanced at Nick Fury, the hint of a smirk on her lips as she sized up his face, tough as a fortress wall. Then her demeanor shifted to seriousness. She had no intention of lingering on those topics. After all, she no longer held her old position. Now Nick Fury was director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury, I've begun working with Professor Lockhart. Because of a magical contract, I can't reveal much, Carter said, her expression solemn. But right now, I need S.H.I.E.L.D. to invite a few high-end product consultants from the business world. I want to consult with them about how to elevate a book cafe to a truly premium level. As Carter spoke, Nick Fury tapped his fingertips lightly on the tabletop, deep in thought. A moment ago, hearing his former superior mention the magical contract, Fury felt a slight twinge of disappointment, though he wasn't overly anxious. For agents like them, being restricted or unable to disclose information clearly was all too common. Most agents, after all, receive conscious training in these skills, not to mention his own experienced superior. And sure enough, Nick Fury caught the substance in what Carter said next. They're making the book cafe high-end. What did that suggest? That was no small amount of information being revealed. Why go high-end? Clearly, it meant there was already competition. And since neither side chose open confrontation, it either meant the two sides were equally matched, or that the magical world had a stable enough order that no one dared act recklessly. His thoughts raced, and Fury nodded slightly, saying, "All right, Ms. Carter. I'll have someone find a business consulting expert for you right away. S.H.I.E.L.D. will cover the expenses. You can choose any place you like for your discussions." As he spoke, Fury's fingers tapped lightly on the desk, as though hinting at something. At this, Carter shook her head, signaling it was impossible. That left Fury somewhat disappointed, but he didn't dwell on it. After a moment's silence, as if something occurred to him, he ventured, "Ms. Carter, now that you've regained your youth, are you interested in returning to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Hearing the probing tone in Fury's words, Carter glanced at him with a teasing look and answered slowly, "Me? I won't be returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. for now. It's been too long. I'm not up to speed on so many things. For now, I'm content to relax, teach a few students, and steal a little leisure amid the busy days." At this, Fury felt an immense sense of relief. Peggy Carter, who had been an active agent since World War II and later founded S.H.I.E.L.D., possessed political resources and connections beyond his ability to predict. Not to mention her lingering influence within S.H.I.E.L.D., an influence that reached even himself and his superior, Alexander Pierce. Especially now that Peggy Carter had somehow regained her youth, the implications alone could prompt the old guard to make drastic decisions. It was clear, if Carter returned to lead S.H.I.E.L.D., there was every chance he could be sidelined, or even ousted. Though he had confidence in holding on to his position as director, it would undoubtedly consume a great deal of his energy. So, hearing Carter clearly state she had no intention of meddling in S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs, he naturally felt relieved. But in the next instant, something happened that left Nick Fury stunned. He watched as Carter produced an object resembling a tree branch. In fact, if he wasn't mistaken, it was a wizard's wand. As expected, he heard Carter say, "Besides, Professor Lockhart said I have a natural gift for the arcane and could become a wizard. After this, I'll need to focus on honing my magical skills. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., that's up to you. Both Pierce and I have great faith in you, and I believe you'll make the right decisions." Magic. Carter had actually mastered magic. At this moment, Nick Fury, having processed this crucial piece of information, was thinking at lightning speed. For the first time in his life, he showed the gentlest of smiles and replied warmly, "In that case, I'll do my best not to disturb your time teaching or practicing magic. However, since you were once the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., if you ever run into any tricky problems, S.H.I.E.L.D. has the responsibility to help you solve them. How about this? I can, in my capacity as director, authorize you with the privileges of a level 7 agent. On one hand, it'll help ensure your life isn't disrupted, and on the other, if you ever need any information, you can access it directly through the S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence network." Hearing Nick Fury's subtle olive branch, a faint smile appeared on Carter's lips. Yet deep down, she sighed softly. Being able to practice magic meant she had already made her choice to stand with Lockhart. From now on, not only would she be responsible for teaching students, but also for helping organize and train the future wizarding world. And now, she had to handle communications with S.H.I.E.L.D. herself. If Nick Fury wanted something in return, it wasn't impossible. With what she knew of Lockhart, if S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted anything, they would have to pay a price. To achieve Fury's goals, S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely have to make significant sacrifices in the future. Night fell on Hell's Kitchen, deep within the ruins of an abandoned factory. In the pitch-black factory, the occasional scurrying of rats broke the silence. But in the next instant, the sound vanished, as if snuffed out by death itself. And so, the factory remained still, shrouded in absolute silence. If one looked closely, faint shadows seemed to flicker in the darkness, but the next moment, it was as though nothing had ever moved. Only endless night. Just then, suddenly, soft, deliberate footsteps sounded from outside the factory. At the same time, the shadows within the darkness seemed to shift, wary or perhaps welcoming. Soon, an elderly Asian woman with a weathered face looked into the gloom of the factory, as if her eyes could pierce the blackness and see within. She gently raised a withered, almost skeletal hand, and, with a flick of her wrist, sent a wave of energy sweeping through the entire factory. Instantly, the whole place seemed to awaken. Torches hidden in the shadows flared to life one after the other, their flames leaping up in quick succession. Brilliant firelight flooded the factory, banishing every trace of darkness. A large number of ninjas dressed in black were kneeling on one knee, and facing them was an elderly woman. She was none other than Lady Gao, one of the 5 fingers of the hand. "Rise," Lady Gao commanded in a raspy voice. All the black-clad ninjas obeyed at once, standing and moving to either side, leaving a wide path down the center. Lady Gao gazed at the passage before her, then lifted her head to look up at the railings above. Her voice was hoarse as she called out, "Botu, Murakami, Alexandra, Soanda, step forward." As her words faded, 4 figures appeared at the railing above. Without hesitation, they leapt over the railing, landing smoothly on the open ground below. "Lady Gao, you're late," Murakami said coldly, dressed in black with a long sword at his waist. Lady Gao glanced indifferently at Botu and spoke calmly. "Let's dispense with pleasantries. Tell me, what went wrong with the sacrifices for the beast?" Murakami bristled at being ignored, anger flaring in his heart. But remembering the power behind Lady Gao, he forced down his rage and kept silent. Sensing the tension, Botu stepped forward, his tone attempting to ease the mood. "Lady Gao, lately our factories have suffered severe damage. Everything inside, goods, and the deaf mutes has been lost. Most importantly, someone is now targeting the hand. So far, 3 of our factories have been attacked. One of them was under your control." At this, Lady Gao's gaze turned icy. Her voice was cold and sharp. "I've just returned. Tell me, who's behind this? Is it the Sanctum?" Boda seemed to sense the chilling aura emanating from Lady Gao and gave a slight shake of his head. "No, the enemy acts with great secrecy. We only discover what's happened after the fact. What about the sacrifices?" Lady Gao paused for a moment before asking again. Murakami answered in a frosty tone. "The deaf mutes we'd prepared as sacrifices have already been rescued. Now we'll have to select a new batch. Otherwise, if Black Sky gets out of control, then—" Lady Gao didn't need Murakami to finish. She already knew the consequences. Black Sky was the hand's ultimate weapon. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, they would be no match. Were it not for the beast's power, controlling Black Sky would be impossible. Her thoughts racing, Lady Gao addressed the 4 of them, her voice rasping. "A new group of stowaways will soon arrive. They'll serve as the next sacrifices. As for the rest, I'll take them to compensate for my losses." When Murakami heard this, he protested discontentedly. "My factory was destroyed too. I deserve at least half." This is not the time to argue. Sensing the tension building between the two, Alexandra quickly stepped forward and said, "Let's deal with our enemies first. Otherwise, whether it's the sacrifices or the factories, there will only be more trouble." Alexandra's words cast a heavy silence over the group. Off to the side, Soanda commented quietly, "My factory was destroyed as well, Alexandra. Don't make empty promises." "Soanda, I have my own ways," Alexandra replied, glancing around at the others before making a gesture for them to step back. Once the factory was left with just the 5 of them, Alexandra spoke in a low voice. "Recently, I met someone who, like us, requires living sacrifices. However, while we offer sacrifices to the beast, this person worships an entity called Dormammu." "Alexandra, have you lost your mind?" Madame Gao snapped sharply. "We're struggling to handle the beast as it is, and now you're dealing with someone who serves a dark god? Aren't you afraid they'll swallow you whole?" Alexandra waved her hand lightly, unbothered by Madame Gao's accusation, and said, "Don't worry. They're not a cultist, just like us. They use the power of these dark gods." Though Madame Gao said nothing further, suspicion filled her eyes, mirrored by the other 3 standing nearby. The 5 of them had all studied in Kunlun, but in their pursuit of immortality, they chose betrayal. Still, everything they learned there warned them of the dangers posed by dark gods. They were familiar with the power of the beast. They had developed strategies to counter it. As long as they had enough blood and flesh for sacrifices, they could gain its power at minimal cost. It not only made them stronger, but even granted the possibility of resurrection. Yet, when it came to an unknown dark god, whether it was a worshipper or someone exploiting its power like they did, the danger was all the greater. Everyone who dabbles in these powers knows that cultists are usually deranged, always eager to invoke the might of their god. Dealing with such people was risky. One misstep, and you might end up as a sacrifice yourself, with nowhere to turn for help. Even those who, like them, simply use the power of dark gods, require constant vigilance. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Looking at themselves, they knew all too well. If they had the chance to seize the other's methods for harnessing a god's power, they wouldn't hesitate. Power is something no one ever has enough of. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Bodo turned to Alexandra and asked directly, "You didn't tell him about the dragon bone, did you? What are you thinking about?" Alessandra said, a touch of displeasure in her voice. "I've only just met him. How could I possibly leak anything about the dragon bones?" She continued, "But I did chat with him before. He has the ability to track traces. He could help us find the enemy. Magical luggage space, the corridor outside the alchemy lab. Gugu, are you sure it's here?" Peter held Gugu, the ball-rolling bird, and looked toward the door across the corridor, asking quietly. Gugu let out a confirming chirp after glancing at the door again. No doubt about it, this was the alchemy lab the caretaker had mentioned before. Gugu had even been inside once. Though after that visit, the caretaker never let it back in. What was the big deal? It was just playing around with a few round balls. But the caretaker wouldn't let it near them again, muttering something about bombs and how little ones shouldn't play with such things. "All right, but don't try to fool me. If you trick me again, there'll be no cake for you next time." Peter lifted Gugu and held it in front of his face, speaking in a mock-serious tone. Gugu chirped in protest. "Oh, don't make excuses, Gugu. Last time you skipped your exercise, and Professor Lockhart noticed right away." Gugu flapped its wings and let out a determined cry, trying its best to look resolute on its tiny face. It seemed to promise. This time, it was absolutely telling the truth. Besides, it wasn't like it was being asked to run laps. Nothing to fib about here. And after all, cake was delicious. "All right, Gugu, I trust you." With that, Peter set Gugu on his shoulder, walked up to the door, and knocked 3 times, calling out, "Hello, is Mr. Bruno in? Professor Lockhart sent me to find you." Click. At Peter's words, there was a sharp click, and the door swung open. Peter found himself face to face with an unusual creature, short in stature, a bit like the house elf Gold Coin. The only real difference was that Gold Coin's ears were broad and fan-like, while this goblin, Bruno, had sharply pointed ears. "Kid, what's the master want with you?" Bruno the goblin eyed Peter, instantly recognizing him as a muggle, and spoke with little enthusiasm. But Peter didn't mind at all. He took the opportunity to look around at all the strange objects in the room. He had to admit, the space here was enormous. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books, chunks of dark golden metal, gray pieces of wood, and other things he couldn't even begin to identify. He did recognize several black magic cards, and there were shoes and staffs scattered about as well. Suddenly, Peter's eyes widened in disbelief. If he wasn't mistaken, wasn't that a hand grenade over there? And a pistol? Was that even a machine gun in the corner? "Hey kid, what did the master call you over for?" Seeing the muggle in front of him looking around with darting eyes, Bruno asked again, his tone impatient. He had just finished crafting a level 4 magic card, and was now working hard toward creating a level 3 one. He had run into some tricky problems he hadn't solved yet, when this muggle appeared before him. Bruno the Goblin's repeated questioning snapped Peter back to attention. Scratching his head a bit awkwardly, Peter replied, "Mr. Bruno, Professor Lockhart said I could come to you to request a custom magical item." "Oh," Bruno responded with a simple grunt, then fixed his gaze on Peter. Noticing Peter's embarrassment, he finally asked, "What's your name? And what kind of magical item do you want?" At this, Peter's eyes lit up and he answered immediately, "My name is Peter Parker. As for the magical item, I was wondering, do you have anything that lets someone fly? Or maybe something that lets me reel in my webs? Or could you make me a shield for defense, like Professor Lockhart's?" As Peter rattled on, listing one wild idea after another, Bruno's face darkened with exasperation. Peter seemed to have no intention of stopping, lost in his own world of possibilities. Bruno quickly interrupted him. "Peter, enough. Making magical items isn't as simple as you think. Just pick 2 or 3 functions, that's plenty," he added, "and nothing too outrageous." Hearing this, Peter looked a bit disappointed. He thought carefully for a moment, then hesitantly said, "Mr. Bruno, what I'd really like is a space where I can store lots of my synthesized webs and have them ready to shoot out whenever I need. Like this." As he spoke, Peter stretched out his right hand and gave a quick flick. Instantly, a white strand of web shot toward the top of a nearby bookshelf. A moment later, the web snapped back, carrying a small grenade, which landed in Peter's hand. "Cuckoo." The little pigeon on Peter's shoulder let out a soft call at the sight of the familiar round object, tempted to touch and play with it. But remembering what the caretaker had said earlier, it thought better of it and stayed put. Bruno, meanwhile, regarded the young man before him with growing curiosity. To call him a muggle didn't seem quite right. He clearly possessed abilities beyond those of ordinary muggles. This must be something unique to the new world, Bruno thought to himself, studying Peter with a thoughtful gaze that gradually brightened with intrigue, as though he were looking at a rare magical artifact. Peter began to feel a bit uneasy under the scrutiny and quickly added, as if to remind him, "Mr. Bruno, Professor Lockhart did say I could come to you for a custom job." Is that all right? Upon hearing his master's name and spotting the master's pet, cooing softly, perched on Peter's shoulder, a flicker of disappointment passed through Bruno's eyes. What a pity, he thought. This creature clearly has a close bond with the master. After considering for a moment, Bruno spoke up. That's no problem. What other features do you want? Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he added, just tell me too. If you name more, I won't bother. I'd like a function for instant costume changes, Peter replied after some thought. Of course, invisibility would be good too. If you could add a feature like a protective barrier or shield, that would be ideal. Bruno pondered this for a moment before answering slowly. All right, so you want spatial deployment, a protective shield, and invisibility, right? Peter nodded gently. Then, as if struggling with himself, added, if instant costume change could be included, that would be even better. Bruno simply ignored this last request. Instant costume change was troublesome, involving shape-shifting magic, and best left alone if possible. He continued, do you want it in the form of a ring or a bracelet? If possible, make it a bracelet. And so, the human and the sprite began a detailed discussion, gradually refining the concept for the magical item. Meanwhile, the pet on Peter's shoulder, finding the proceedings dull, fluttered over to the alchemist's shelves in search of something more interesting. A short while later, Cool, I've finished my talk with Mr. Bruno. We can go now, Peter called loudly to his pet, who was perched atop the bookshelf. With a cheerful chirp, the little pet flapped its wings and instantly reappeared on Peter's shoulder. Seeing this, Peter glanced at his watch and spoke gently to his companion. Coo. After we head out, we'll do some running for exercise. Once we're done, then it's time for a meal. At this, the little creature drooped its head and let out a half-hearted coo, signaling its reluctant agreement. Peter chuckled, understanding Coo's lack of enthusiasm, but this was part of the job, after all. He'd already reaped the benefits, so now it was time to fulfill his responsibilities. After all, he prided himself on being a Spider-Man who kept his word. With that, Peter led Coo outside. To help Coo stick to a daily routine of exercise and magical practice, Professor Lockhart had even arranged for a special room just for him. He had also prepared a nearby room for Peter so that he could rest and stay whenever he needed. Peter was on his way to Coo's training room when, suddenly, Peter's gaze sharpened. He saw a figure approaching from the other end of the corridor, and as the person's face came into view, Peter realized with a start that he looked very familiar, uncannily familiar. Very quickly, as if something had occurred to him, Peter cried out in surprise. Captain America! Captain, this is Gugu, my good friend. In front of Steve, Peter picked up Gugu and introduced him happily. Gugu is incredibly smart. He even saved my life once. Hello, Gugu. Nice to see you again, Steve said with a warm smile, waving at Gugu. Gugu, Gugu. Gugu looked at Steve, recalling that the last time he had escaped from his collar's restraint, it was thanks to the woman beside him. So, Gugu flapped his wings in a friendly greeting, his eyes bright with anticipation. He hadn't forgotten how delicious the chocolate-covered candies Steve had given him last time were. Unfortunately, Steve didn't understand what Gugu was hoping for. He just patted Gugu's head gently and continued walking forward. Peter, noticing all this, stifled a laugh. Still, he had no intention of stepping in to help Gugu. Mr. Lockhart had made it clear, Gugu's snacking had to be limited as much as possible. Every time Peter brought cake, he only gave it to Gugu as a treat after training. As these thoughts passed through his mind, Peter hurried to catch up, the recent exchange between the captain and Gugu making him curious. Captain, have you met Gugu before? He asked. Yes, I have. I saw him last time. The captain replied with a smile and a nod. He's an adorable dodo bird. Carter had told him that Gugu looked like a dodo, a species believed to be extinct. Though a little surprised, Steve remembered Lockhart's background and decided not to question it further. Hearing the captain's answer, Peter immediately corrected him. Captain, Gugu isn't a dodo. Professor Lockhart said he's a Chiodun bird. He's a magical creature, gifted with the ability to teleport through space. A real natural talent when it comes to anything spatial. After Peter's correction, the captain nodded to show he understood. He did find Gugu quite adorable, but his interest ended there. He didn't feel the urge to dig deeper. After all, he wasn't much of a pet person. Still, this was the kind of thing he could chat about with Carter later. Seeing the captain's indifferent expression, Peter felt a bit disappointed. He had wanted to properly introduce his good friend. He'd even sought out Professor Lockhart to learn about Gugu's species. Though the professor hadn't told him much, he had given Peter a book from which he'd learned a lot about magical creatures. But talkative as ever, Peter quickly changed the subject, launching into a string of curious questions. Captain, the book said you crashed into the Arctic 70 years ago. When did you get out? And how do you still look so young? Is there a secret? I'd love to be like you. And also, Captain, I ran into Goo Goo earlier and ended up getting chased. Then I met Professor Lockhart. How did you end up meeting Professor Lockhart? As Peter walked along, firing off a barrage of questions, Steve listened patiently, gleaning plenty of information from his words. To his surprise, this little guy was actually Spider-Man. Having lived in New York for a time, Steve had certainly heard of Spider-Man, a superhero with a strong sense of justice. But he hadn't expected him to be such a chatterbox. From his experience in the army, Steve knew the best way to handle someone who talked this much. Don't answer their questions, and keep as quiet as possible. Because if you answered even one, he'd just keep them coming, never stopping. At first, Peter was a bit disappointed that Captain America didn't respond, but he quickly recovered and began excitedly recounting all the good deeds and adventures he'd been part of lately. Seeing Captain America in person filled him with excitement. After all, this was his idol. Even though his current favorite might be Iron Man, his admiration for Captain America had never faded. This, in fact, was a common feeling among many young people. Growing up with stories of Captain America's heroics, how could anyone not be thrilled to finally meet their idol face to face? So, as they walked, Steve would nod and smile from time to time, occasionally offering words of praise like, "Yes, well done." That made Peter even happier. At the same time, Steve found himself growing fond of Peter. How could he dislike a kid who was eager to help others, honest and kind? Well, even if he was a bit of a motor mouth. Before long, Steve arrived at the spell training room. He stopped at the door and turned to Peter. "Peter, this is where I need to be. I'm off to train now. I heard you and Goo Goo are planning to work out too, so I won't keep you." He gave Peter's shoulder an encouraging pat, then turned and walked away. Peter's eyes lit up. He leaned over to Goo Goo and whispered, "Goo Goo, how about we train with Captain America?" Goo Goo. Goo Goo didn't really care one way or the other. Training was training, no matter where it was, as long as it didn't have to do any of it. Maybe, if Peter was distracted by meeting his idol, he wouldn't pay attention to Goo Goo, and it could sneak in a bit of laziness. With this in mind, Goo Goo nodded and called out in agreement, "Sure, no problem." Well, with only one condition. Could they just skip training today? Sensing Goo Goo's meaning, Peter ignored it completely. No way. That wasn't happening. He still wanted his magical gear, after all. With that thought, Peter scooped up Goo Goo and dashed off toward Goo Goo's training room. Very soon, Peter arrived at the entrance to the spell training room, carrying a small treadmill in his arms and a large bag strapped to his back. Click! He carefully pushed open the door to the training room, poking his head in to survey the spacious area inside. To his surprise, he saw not only Professor Lockhart and the captain, but also 3 young people around his own age. This was quite beyond what Peter had imagined. He had assumed that only the captain would be training in there. He had planned to bring Goo Goo along and work out together with his idol. The mere thought of this scenario made Peter feel a rush of excitement. But seeing this unexpected scene, he suddenly felt as though he'd walked into the wrong place. Just as he was about to quietly back out and leave without disturbing them. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from across the room. "Peter, since you're here, why not bring Goo Goo over and join us?" Hearing Professor Lockhart's voice, Peter knew he had been spotted. Feeling a bit awkward, he pushed the door open wider, bringing Goo Goo, his small treadmill, and a large bag of training gear on his back as he made his way over to Professor Lockhart. Before long, he was standing in front of Lockhart, looking a bit shy as he glanced at both the professor and the captain beside him. He looked just like a child caught red-handed after doing something wrong. At that moment, Lockhart immediately understood what Peter was thinking. Peter had probably seen his idol and decided to tag along, hoping to train together with Goo Goo. Lockhart's lips curled up in a knowing smile as he recalled Peter's sharp instincts and agile movements. An idea began to form in his mind. He drew his wand and gave it a gentle wave. In the next instant, Peter's large bag and the small treadmill slipped from his arms, landing softly on the floor. Then Lockhart smiled and said, "Peter, would you like to join the captain's training with my other students? Ian, Remy, Vera, this is Peter. For the foreseeable future, you'll all be classmates. Look out for each other." Leading Peter over, Lockhart introduced him to his 3 students. "Yes, Professor," the 3 responded in unison. After finishing their meal, they looked Peter over with curiosity. They noted his handsome features and tall, slender frame, but couldn't sense any magical energy from him. He seemed almost like a muggle. Still, none of them thought badly of him. If their professor had brought him here personally, he must have something special about him, just like the captain. "All right, Peter, have a chat with Ian and the others," Lockhart said. "I need to discuss something with the captain." With that, he turned and walked over to the captain. Now, faced with his 3 peers, Peter felt his earlier nervousness melt away. Some people are naturally outgoing, and Remy greeted Ian, who stood before him, saying, "Hi, I'm Peter Parker. You could just call me Peter." But when he walked up to Vela, face to face, taking in her delicate features and her smooth, jet black hair, Peter's heart skipped a beat. He found it hard to meet her gaze, those bright, gem-like eyes, and looked away. A little flustered, he stammered, "Hello? You can just call me Peter. May I ask, what should I call you?" Vela noticed how Peter had spoken so smoothly with Remy and Ian just moments ago. But now, in conversation with her, he seemed tongue-tied. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she reached out her hand and said, "Hello, Peter. My name is Vela Faddle, student of Mentor Lockhart, and a witch. You can call me Vela." Peter instinctively reached out, gave her hand a quick, polite shake, and pulled back, a little awkward as he replied, "Hello, Vela." After speaking, Peter reflected on his behavior and felt so embarrassed that he wished the ground would open up and swallow him whole. Seeing this, Vela's smile grew a touch warmer as she eased his embarrassment with a few simple words. "Peter, Instructor Steve is usually quite gentle, but he's strict during training. There will definitely be some combat involved. I hope we can work well together in the sessions ahead." Hearing this, Peter felt a bit more at ease and nodded earnestly. Then, curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, "Vela, what kind of training does the captain usually put us through?" Remy, watching from the side, jumped in before she could answer. "Peter, Instructor Steve works on our close combat skills, builds up our real-world fighting experience, and also..." As they talked, Peter, Remy, Ian, and Vela gradually relaxed and started chatting more openly. Their understanding of this so-called training deepened with each exchange. Meanwhile, Lockhart stood before the captain, watching the four of them interact, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then he turned to Steve beside him and said, "Steve, Peter's got real potential. Not just strength, but agility and battle instincts too. He's far above the average person. That complements Ian and the others perfectly. Make sure they train well and help each other shore up their weaknesses." Steve nodded lightly, signaling his understanding. Seeing this, Lockhart glanced at Gugu, who was nearby, and at the small treadmill on the floor. With a flick of his wand, Gugu was swept onto the treadmill once again to begin today's workout. Gugu let out a series of disgruntled coos, sensing another day of trouble had found him. But seeing his handler was paying him no mind, Gugu could only resign himself to running forward, starting today's exercise. As for Lockhart, he opened a portal and stepped through, leaving the room. Upgrading the Myriad Books Cafe couldn't be left to Bruno alone. Lockhart had to keep an eye on things over there as well. "Peter, for the next round of attacks, make sure you dodge them." Steve stood by the sandbag launching machine, his palm lightly touching the button as he called out to Peter, who stood 10 meters away, offering a word of warning. "Understood, Instructor. I'm ready." At this moment, Peter felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. Just a moment ago, he thought he was being personally trained by the captain. Yet now he realized he'd somehow become the training dummy instead. Was it because he was just too talented? As Peter mused over this, suddenly, whoosh! With a sharp, slicing sound, a sandbag the size of a fist shot toward Peter, hurtling through the air with the force of a bullet. At the same time, Peter seemed to sense something and casually stepped to his left. The sandbag whistled past, narrowly missing where he'd just been and flying on behind him. The next instant, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 more sandbags, coming from all directions like a volley of arrows, streaked toward Peter, as if intent on trapping him inside a tightening net. Spotting the incoming barrage, Peter activated his superhuman senses. To his eyes, the sandbags slowed dramatically. He could see not just their speed, but the exact arcs of their flight. He even had time to glance over and notice Vera, watching him intently from across the room. His brain raced through calculations. Step left, pause ever so slightly, then 2 steps forward, twist his body, another step to the side. The whole maneuver looked almost leisurely, as if he were taking a stroll rather than dodging projectiles. How much of this effortless display was Peter genuinely focused on the exercise, and how much was just him showing off with the girl? Well, who could say for sure? Meanwhile, the 9 sandbags whizzed through the air, passing harmlessly through the space where Peter had just stood. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, the sandbags slammed against the back wall, leaving Peter completely untouched. Clap, clap. Steve applauded gently, his tone full of praise as he said, "Peter's reaction time is excellent." He then turned to Ian and the other 2. "Remy, you 3 should take Peter's performance as your goal. Work on sharpening your own reflexes. Whether it's bullets, magic, or any other kind of weapon, you need to learn to dodge quickly, not just rely on brute force." The trio glanced at Peter as he walked over, and nodded quickly in agreement. "Instructor, is there anything else you need me to do?" Peter asked, a hint of grievance in his voice. He had hoped for some hands-on combat guidance straight from Captain America himself, but was now discovering that the lesson was all about dodging attacks and honing reaction time. And as for him, with his instincts and extraordinary senses, This was where he truly excelled, almost to the point of perfection. Steve noticed his expression and couldn't help but be amused. Professor Lockhart was right. Such a perfect demonstration subject shouldn't go to waste. If not now, then when? He immediately used Peter as an example to show the class how to evade attacks. Yet, faced with Peter's question, Steve thought for a moment before turning to the three of them and saying, "You three should start with some simple drills on the machine. Let's see how good you are at dodging." Then, he looked over at Peter and said in a serious tone, "Peter, when it comes to combat, your unique physiology means that ordinary training won't work for you. I believe hands-on combat practice might suit you better. Tonight, we have an operation planned, one specifically meant to build combat experience. Do you want to join us?" At this point, Steve gave a word of caution. "During the mission, you'll definitely have to take down enemies. Think it over, and let me know your decision." Night fell on Hell's Kitchen at an abandoned factory. Deep within the factory, the flickering glow of torches cast shifting shadows, making the entire place seem even more eerie. In the heart of that light, on a clear patch of ground, a figure in black robes stood at the center. Facing him were 20 terrified deaf mutes, the latest creations of the hand, who stared at him with wide, fearful eyes. They had only just lost their voices. Aside from the few lingering colors of the world around them, everything was silent. Even their journey here had been forced, driven by clubs and threats. It wouldn't be long, surely, before what little color remained in their eyes faded to black and white, until all hope was gone, and only despair remained. At that moment, the black-robed man spread his arms, as if relishing the moment. Such potent fear, mingled with the despair that comes when hope is crushed, truly excellent offerings. "Lawrence, we've delivered the sacrifices you asked for. Don't forget what you promised us in return. Alexandra, the 5 fingers of." The hand said in a low, steady voice. Nearby, the vessel of the black sky, Erica, watched the robed man with an expressionless gaze. The black-robed man, or rather, Lawrence, a follower of Dormammu, turned his head to look at Alexandra, casting a wary glance at Erica. His voice was raspy as he replied, "Don't worry. The sacrifices your hand has provided are quite satisfactory. I'm sure there will be more opportunities for us to work together in the future. And you want me to track down some traces? That's easy." With that, Lawrence extended his left arm, thin and etched with black markings, and gave a slight wave. A thick black mist poured swiftly from his right hand, spreading through the factory and gradually enveloping the deaf mutes, Alexandra, and the black sky. "Black sky," Alexandra said coldly. In an instant, Erica stamped the ground. A blood-tinged aura shimmered to life, exuding a sinister energy as it wrapped around both Alexandra and herself. At the same time, she dispelled the black mist surrounding them. However, perhaps realizing that this mist might be useful, Erica didn't clear it all away, restricting the effect to just a 3-meter radius around her. The next moment, as if sensing something, the black fog began to surge and roll. Suddenly, the scene around them shifted. The mist vanished, and the factory returned to its former state. No, more precisely, it reverted to how it looked 10 days ago. A large number of deaf-mute workers moved mechanically, their faces blank as they produced white powder. Occasionally, armed thugs could be seen patrolling restlessly through the factory. Upon witnessing this, a look of anticipation flickered in Alexandra's eyes. Lawrence, a devoted follower of Dormammu, took the opportunity to explain, "Everything you wish to know about what happened in the factory that day is reenacted here, just as it unfolded." Hearing this, Alexandra nodded lightly in understanding, then turned her focus back to the unfolding scene before her. He was determined to see for himself which fool had dared to cross the line and take action. Soon, under Alexandra's watchful gaze, the group of thugs seemed to lose their senses. For reasons unknown, they suddenly threw their firearms to the ground. Yet almost at once, the guns floated up into the air and drifted toward 3 young people standing upstairs. More accurately, 2 young men and 1 young woman. Alexandra committed their faces to memory, determined to investigate them further upon returning. What happened next made Alexandra frown slightly. The thugs, now like blind men, fell into chaotic infighting. Then, one by one, they were effortlessly taken down by the 3 youths, as easily as if they were drinking water or eating a meal. "Lawrence, is it possible to restore the sound?" Alexandra asked, sensing something odd about the thugs' behavior. Unfortunately, without audio, all he could do was watch them move their mouths, unable to glean any more information. "No, only the visuals can be replayed," Lawrence replied coolly from the side. Nonetheless, he watched the 3 young people's wands, their so-called branches, with keen interest, his gaze thoughtful and contemplative. But in the next instant, his pupils contracted sharply. Once the thugs had been dealt with, a strikingly handsome figure appeared. Lawrence's attention, however, was fixed firmly on the ring adorning the man's right hand. More precisely, the levitation ring. Kamatai. I didn't expect this, Lawrence murmured under his breath, a hint of delight glimmering in his eyes. A mage from Kamartaj. Now that would make the perfect offering for his master. Soon after, they watched as the four began to converse. Ian and his companions subdued the thugs, while Lockhart soothed the deaf-mute workers and led them away. When the vision faded, Lawrence waved his arm once more, and the scene reverted to its original state. Seeing this, Alexandra silently recalled every detail he'd just witnessed, a look of caution flickering in his eyes. He had assumed, at most, they were dealing with a few ordinary vigilantes. He never imagined that forces of the supernatural were involved. Judging by what had just unfolded, it was clear they were training apprentices, grooming them to be used as pawns for the hand. The thought sent a cold flash of murderous intent through Alexandra's eyes. She paused, then turned to Lawrence beside her and said, 100 sacrifices, just like before. Kill them. Can you handle that? Lawrence raised his eyebrows at her request, his tone indifferent as he replied, Of course, that's no problem. But I want all the sacrifices first. Yet Alexandra failed to notice the subtle hint of mockery in his otherwise calm words. That's too many. 30 at most. The rest will come after you've delivered, she stated flatly. Fine, no problem at all. Lawrence, the faithful servant of Dormammu, agreed without hesitation. This made Alexandra uneasy, but she kept her concerns to herself. After all, there was no guarantee that those 70-odd followers would ever actually end up in his hands. With only a few more words exchanged, she took Erica, Black Void Vessel, in tow, and leapt away, vanishing from sight. Lawrence watched them leave, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These blasphemers, who dared steal the power of gods, what better sacrifices could there be? With that, Lawrence turned his gaze to the 20 terrified sacrifices, a glint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He tapped his right foot lightly on the ground. Instantly, sinister black lines began to spread outward from under his feet, weaving themselves into a densely packed sacrificial array that pulsed with an evil aura. Lawrence raised his right arm again, releasing a swirling black mist that shrouded the group of deaf mutes. At the same time, blood began seeping from within the mist, running along the engraved lines, filling the air with a choking stench of blood and corruption. Lawrence knelt, murmuring under his breath, Great Lord of the Dark Dimension, mighty ruler of shadows. As his incantation echoed through the gloom, a surge of dark energy radiated outward, the very air seeming to respond to his ritual. The black mist, as if electrified, suddenly swelled and surged. Lawrence, unfazed, opened his arms in ecstasy, welcoming the inky vapor as it rushed back into his body. Feeling the surge of dark energy now coursing through him, Lawrence nodded with satisfaction. The quality of these sacrifices was high. His powers had been restored by no small measure. If it hadn't been for the injuries he'd suffered at the hands of the sorcerers of Kamartaj, he would have devoured the entire hand by now. He glanced at the skeletal remains of the 20 deaf mutes left behind as the mist faded. Sensing something, he gave a cold, knowing smile. His form spun, enveloped in black mist, and with a final twist, he vanished, leaving behind only the blood-stained sacrificial array and a scattering of bones. Before long, several portals flaring with crimson fire burst open. Caecilius and a cadre of Kamartaj sorcerers stepped into the factory, Lockhart among them. Master Jonas, what do you think? Caecilius turned to the mage beside him in charge of detection and asked. Lawrence, that guy, slipped away again. Jonas walked up to the skeletal remains, gazing at the sacrificial magic circle surrounding them, and said with resentment, That guy's nose is sharp as a hound's. He bolts at the slightest hint of trouble. Hearing this, Caecilius fell silent. Lawrence, a seasoned follower of Dormammu, had sacrificed more than a few Kamartaj mages, some of whom were even Caecilius' friends. So, when he heard that Lawrence had been badly wounded, Caecilius was naturally pleased. But the fact that his adversary had come all the way to New York proved troublesome. To prevent Lawrence from causing chaos on his own turf, Caecilius had gathered a formidable group of mages, even calling upon Lockhart. He'd hoped to take Lawrence down in one blow. Unfortunately, Lawrence had escaped once again. At that moment, Lockhart, sensing the presence of so many mages around him, felt a twinge of emotion. The assembled mages were all-powerful. Clearly, Caecilius had brought most of the New York Sanctum strength with him. Of course, Caecilius had briefed him on Lawrence's background. Now a member of Kamartaj, Lockhart was contractually obliged to deal with threats like Dormammu's followers. Besides, he lived in New York and was close friends with Caecilius. Refusing was never an option. Still, As he looked around at the familiar surroundings, a strange feeling crept into his eyes. Could it be that the Hand and Dormammu's followers had joined forces? With that thought in mind, he walked up to Caecilius and spoke. Caecilius, I have some information. Morning at the Stark Villa. Jarvis, is the spatial detection device ready? Tony stood in his workshop, coffee in hand, eyes fixed on the suit's holographic projection as he asked intently. Sir, all systems are ready. Any unusual fluctuations will be recorded for future analysis and research, came the gentle male voice. Tony gave a slight nod. Then he took a sip of his iced drink, set it aside, and with a wave of his hand, the suit's virtual projection shifted. The mechanical arm's image enlarged several times over. With 2 quick gestures, he zoomed in on the arm again, focusing on several sizable components. After a moment's thought, he casually dismissed some of the parts with another swipe. He then opened a new projection, sketched a simple outline of a new component, and slotted it into the mechanical arm, leaving enough space for installation. At the same time, he instructed Jarvis, make a note. This space is reserved for a vibranium version of the magic radiation disruptor. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied smoothly. Oh, by the way, Jarvis, how much vibranium have we acquired so far? Tony asked. Do we have enough to manufacture the disruptor? Sir, we've already spent $1 billion, but the amount of vibranium acquired is still insufficient, and collecting it has become significantly more difficult, Jarvis reported, then offered his own recommendation. I suggest we initiate the secondary plan. For now, suspend the effort to build a pure vibranium disruptor and instead use magical metals or other rare materials as substitutes. All right, Tony sighed, conceding, let's go with that then. Proceed with the secondary plan. He was wealthy, no doubt, but vibranium wasn't something you could just buy on a whim. It was a rare encounter, not a guarantee. Though magical metals could serve as substitutes, nothing matched the effect of crafting the entire device out of pure vibranium. Just then, Jarvis's voice came through, slightly urgent in tone. Sir, I'm detecting a spatial fluctuation, recording now. Almost immediately, a fiery red portal opened beside Tony, and Lockhart stepped out. Hey, Tony. Good morning, Lockhart greeted him. Morning, Tony replied simply, lifting the coffee cup at his side in a casual salute. At the same time, Jarvis addressed their guest with his usual warmth. Good morning, Mr. Lockhart. Welcome to the Stark residence. Morning, Jarvis, Lockhart replied. The next moment, he shifted his gaze back to Tony, getting straight to the point. Tony, you mentioned in your message that the machine to make golden galleons is ready. Can I see it now? Tony was a bit surprised by Lockhart's directness. He usually made a little small talk, but he nodded. Sure, no problem, Lockhart. With that, he picked up his coffee and started walking ahead, Lockhart following behind. Soon, the two of them stopped in front of an elevator. Once inside, they descended toward the basement. As the elevator hummed along, Tony looked over, curiosity in his voice. Lockhart, has something happened recently? You don't seem quite yourself today. Lockhart gave a helpless smile at Tony's question. I've run into a rather troublesome character lately. It's been a bit of a headache, but it's all right. I've found a lead, and I think it'll be resolved soon. Tony nodded in understanding, and silence fell between them for a moment. After a pause, Tony spoke up again. If you need anything, just say the word. Lockhart heard him, nodded in acknowledgement, but didn't elaborate. Still, his eyes softened a little. Ding! The elevator chimed, its doors sliding open. The two of them stepped into the basement. They had barely taken a few steps when Lockhart spotted a sleek, almost imposing piece of equipment. Gazing at the array of intricate components inside, Lockhart turned to Tony and asked, how long does it take to make a single golden galleon with this machine now? If made individually, each one takes about 10 minutes, Tony replied, then added, but if we make them in batches under ideal conditions, we can turn out about 60 per hour. Hearing this, Lockhart's mind whirred with calculations. 60 per hour, 24 hours a day, running nonstop. Over 1,400 could be produced in a single day. If you stretch that out over a month, theoretically, making more than 40,000 shouldn't be a problem. Of course, accounting for potential hiccups along the way, 2 to 30,000 per month seemed entirely achievable. That's quite a number. Turning these thoughts over in his mind, Lockhart asked again, Tony, how much does it cost to build one of these machines? And if I wanted 10 of them, how long would it take? Hearing Lockhart's question, Tony replied quietly. Each one costs at least 200 million. If you order 10, the price might drop a little, but you're still looking at no less than $1.5 billion. And let me remind you, that's not even including the cost of our arc reactors. These machines burn through a lot of energy. You need to purchase a few arc reactors as well. All told, you'd be looking at least another 500 million. The enormous figures rolling off Tony's tongue left Lockhart silent for a moment. These days, his focus was almost entirely on the magical world, and he hadn't paid much attention to affairs in the ordinary world. As a result, he only had about $20 or $30 million at his disposal. It seemed he'd have to take Hydra's financial management more seriously. He couldn't just leave things to chance. After all, who was going to hand him mountains of cash for nothing? As for the timeline, building 10 machines would take at least 2 to 3 months. Hearing Tony's estimate, Lockhart frowned slightly. Naturally, he would have preferred things to move faster, but 2 or 3 months was still within the realm of acceptability. Still, he glanced at the rather bulky machine before him, then stepped forward, wand in hand. He gently touched the machine, channeling magic through his wand and into the machinery's core. Magic spread throughout the entire device. Lockhart closed his eyes, feeling the feedback from his magic, the way it conducted, its resistance to spells, and so on. Meanwhile, Tony watched the wand with great interest, quietly instructing Jarvis to record everything for further study once they got back. A moment later, Lockhart opened his eyes and gazed at the machine, a faint smile curving his lips. The next instant, he took a few steps back, then swept his wand forcefully and intoned, "Gemino," the doubling charm. Instantly, a white beam shot from the tip of his wand, striking the machine and spreading out to envelop it, scanning every inch in a shimmering glow. Immediately afterward, under Tony's watchful gaze, the shimmering outline of a machine slowly materialized, guided by Lockhart as it slid to the side. Gradually, as magic continued to flow into it, the phantom solidified before their eyes. Moments later, 2 identical machines for minting gold galleons stood before Lockhart and Tony. Seeing this, Tony hurried forward, reaching out to touch them. The identical chill and hardness beneath his fingers left him astonished. In disbelief, he murmured to himself, "Incredible. Is this 3D printing? No, this is particle-level replication. Or perhaps." But unlike Tony Stark, who was still marveling at the sight, Lockhart's eyes flickered with relief as he looked at the duplicated galleon minting machine. Thankfully, there wasn't much magical metal mixed into the original machine. Otherwise, a complete duplication might have been impossible. Even so, replicating such a precise and complex device demanded a great deal of magic, and the duplication spell would probably only last about 10 days. If the magic wasn't replenished in time, the copy could easily disappear. Pondering this, Lockhart stepped forward and watched Tony as he carefully tested and inspected the machine, then said, "Tony, why don't you try minting a galleon and see if the machine works properly?" Hearing this, Tony nodded and called out, "Jarvis, bring over all the materials and run a full diagnostic at the same time." With that, he moved ahead, expertly plugged in the power, and pressed a series of buttons. As the machine whirred to life, a holographic interface appeared, awash with data and graphs. Tony, glancing sideways, teased, "Lockhart, can you wizards make any sense of all this data?" Magic was marvelous. He had to admit that much. But the precision, complexity, and rigor of technology? He refused to believe a wizard could truly grasp all of that. Without a solid grounding in science and plenty of experience with machinery, just looking at such complex data was enough to make anyone dizzy. Yet, Lockhart stepped up to the projection, studying the data display with a thoughtful nod. He moved his hands, opening up each part of the machine in turn. At first, he fumbled a bit, unfamiliar with the interface. But soon, under Tony's incredulous gaze, Lockhart deftly examined every workflow and corresponding data stream of the machine. A little while later, as Jarvis delivered the materials for the galleon, Lockhart glanced at Tony and praised, "Tony, the machine is flawless. Clearly, you've poured a lot of effort into this." At this, the corner of Tony's mouth twitched. He still remembered how this wizard once said to him that it would be nearly impossible for a scientist to master magic. Because of fundamental differences in mindsets, learning magic would be a hard road for any scientist. He could originally understand it. After all, a scientist and a musician approached the world from completely different perspectives. Well, this was something he had already confirmed in bed. But now, seeing the scene unfold, Tony was starting to wonder if Lockhart was just playing tricks on him. Still, he said nothing. Silently, he stepped forward, called Jarvis, placed the materials onto the machine, and pressed the button. In the next moment, a glass dome rose up, enclosing the materials. At the same time, several delicate mechanical arms appeared, hovering above. They began to cut, melt, pour, and sculpt the materials, each motion precise and purposeful. It was as if a surgeon was performing an operation, meticulous, powerful, and incredibly complex. As the minutes ticked by, under Lockhart's watchful gaze, a simple golden galleon soon emerged before their eyes. Meanwhile, Tony explained from the side, "This is a basic galleon. It hasn't been infused with goblin magic yet. Later, it'll be exposed to magical radiation and undergo some fine-tuning." As he spoke, the galleon was placed into a sealed chamber. Through the glass, only flashes of vibrant violet light could be seen, flickering constantly. At that moment, Lockhart was busy sensing the changes in magical energy consumption after the machine had been replicated. As expected, there were clear differences between technology and magic. With the help of the arc reactor, energy consumption soared, and at the same time, magic was being drained even faster. Originally, he had estimated that the magic would last for 10 days, but at this rate, it would probably only hold out for 3 or 4 days. Still, that didn't bother him much. He had already stockpiled a great deal of magical energy through his magic cards. With some adjustments, he could easily replenish whatever was lost, even if the consumption was rather high. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a mechanical arm picked up the golden galleon and placed it before Tony and Lockhart. "Take a look, it's exactly the same as before," Tony said to Lockhart, though his tone was a little sour. After all, he had poured tremendous effort into creating this casting machine, only to have the other man duplicate it with a single spell. To Tony, it felt like a personal affront. He had been looking forward to seeing Lockhart struggle with a lack of funds. After all, Lockhart was just a wizard, not the heir to some massive corporation. Tony refused to believe the man could come up with billions of dollars in such a short time. "Fine. Tony, this machine is excellent. Give me 10 of them. I'll pick them up in 2 or 3 months. The payment can wait until then," Lockhart declared with the casual air of a tycoon. True, the duplication spell worked, but it consumed a considerable amount of magic, and over time, unpredictable changes could occur. After all, it was just a spell, not an enchanted artifact. It was fine for short-term use, but for the long haul, a real galleon casting machine was the better choice. Besides, wasn't Hydra's money essentially his money anyway? 2 or 3 months would be enough for him to seize control of a portion of Hydra's power. As for several $billion, if they squeezed a little, surely they could come up with it. And if all else failed, Nick Fury had embezzled so much already. It was about time he contributed something for the peace of the wizarding world. Wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. always claiming to uphold world peace? Well, now they would have a proper chance to live up to their responsibilities. Yes, that settled it. Oh, by the way, Tony, you should have a few spare arc reactors lying around, right? Send a few my way as well. I'll transfer the payment to you, along with the rest. Hearing Lockhart's words, Tony eyed him with suspicion. Do you really have that kind of money? Don't end up stringing me along. Let me do all the work and then turn up empty-handed. It wouldn't be a huge loss for him, but it would be incredibly annoying. Lockhart caught Tony's doubtful look and instantly understood what was running through his mind. With a thoughtful pause, he stepped back a few paces, putting some distance between them. Then, with a swift flick of his wand, a pyramid made entirely of gold bars materialized right before Tony's eyes. Lockhart smiled convincingly. "Relax. I have more than enough money. What's a few $1 billion? Just give me some time. I've got plenty of antique paintings, gold, and other valuables. I got a dozen more pyramids like that one. A few billion is more than manageable." Tony stared at the gleaming mountain of gold, skeptical, yet unable to look away. He approached, plucked a gold bar at random, and called Jarvis over to run a test. Moments latte, silenza. Tony had always assumed Lockhart, at most, had some magical skills. When it came to wealth, surely he couldn't compete with Tony Stark. But now, it seemed he'd been proven wrong, and not for the first time. Seeing Tony's stunned expression, Lockhart couldn't help but let a sly smile appear at the corner of his mouth. Of course, he didn't actually have that much gold. Most of it was replicated in advance with the Gemino curse. The bar Tony had picked up, while Lockhart had subtly guided him toward it. That one was the real deal, purchased earlier, so naturally, it would pass any inspection. A harmless little lie. Really, he had no intention of showing off or outdoing anyone. He just wanted to put Tony's mind at ease. Lockhart then swept away the golden pyramid, and with casual indifference, remarked, "Don't worry, Tony. For us wizards, money doesn't mean all that much." Tony was a little exasperated at Lockhart's nonchalant attitude. That kind of talk, wasn't it what he used to say to others? Hearing it now, and recalling the mountain of gold just moments before, he felt unexpectedly uneasy. All he could do was nod in reluctant acceptance. Then, something Lockhart said next caught his attention. "Tony, have you ever developed any miniature tracking or surveillance devices before? I could use one." Nighttime, Hell's Kitchen, inside an unfinished half-abandoned building. At the entrance, a flickering street lamp cast an eerie light, making the surrounding darkness of the building seem even more unsettling. "Remy, do you know any illumination spells? Is the instructor right behind us? Are you sure we're at the right place this time?" Peter Parker, Spider-Man, stood at the doorway, chattering away to Remy at his side. "Shut up, Peter," Vera cut in sharply. The moment Peter heard her, he glanced over and shut his mouth with an embarrassed grin. After all, Vera was the team leader for this operation. The instructor had been very clear. All orders come from the captain. And no, It definitely wasn't just because Vera was stunningly pretty. Remy, watching Peter's awkward silence, couldn't help but smirk. That chatterbox had it coming. Training with Peter, Remy had learned all about his nonstop talking. He'd even considered hitting him with a silencing charm or a tongue-tying curse, but Peter always managed to dodge them. Since magic hadn't worked, Remy resorted to fighting fire with fire, snapping back at Peter instead. He wasn't about to sit back and take it. Back and forth they went, and strangely enough, it had brought them closer, a pair of bickering friends. Seeing Peter put in his place tonight, Remy was secretly pleased and was just about to make a sly remark. But then Vera shot him a look, and Remy swallowed his words. Switching gears, Peter, get ready. The fight's about to start. Save your trash talk for when we're actually in combat. He couldn't resist one last jab. What do you mean, trash talk? Peter couldn't help himself. But the moment he saw Vera's stern expression, he snapped his mouth shut, glared at Remy, and clamped his hand over his lips to show he was done talking. Vera looked at the two of them, slightly exasperated. It seemed like Peter's arrival always triggered something in Remy, a rapid-fire exchange that got louder with every word. At last, Vera put on a serious face. Peter, Ian, Remy, last time our target escaped for unknown reasons. This time, the intel says there are a lot of deaf-mute people inside, along with armed thugs watching over them. We have to stick to the plan, take down the thugs as fast as possible, and keep the deaf-mute civilians safe. Understood. All three nodded in unison. Satisfied, Vera continued. Peter, your senses and awareness are excellent, and your webs are perfect for this. You'll handle reconnaissance and help rescue the deaf-mute people. Make sure nothing happens to them. Ian, you're in charge of. Remy, your job is... Once Vera had finished outlining the plan, the three of them nodded without hesitation. They split up, slipping into the building according to the plan. Peter gazed at the looming dark building before him. After a moment's thought, he aimed his wrist at the wall. In an instant, a slender white web shot upward. With a swift leap, he sprang into the air, using the web's tension to scale the side of the building. At the same time, he opened his senses, reaching out to feel for signs of life nearby. The third floor empty. Fourth, fifth, and sixth floors, still nothing. There was someone on the seventh floor, but upon closer examination, it seemed the person was just using the restroom. Peter's heart tightened. He must be getting close to the enemy's main base. He quickly climbed to the ninth floor. There, he sensed a dense cluster of living beings inside. After a brief pause, Peter decided to climb one floor higher, only to find more of the same, dozens of life signatures. The same pattern continued on the 11th and 12th floors. It wasn't until he reached the 15th floor that he found it completely deserted. Afterward, Peter returned to the restaurant and quietly slipped in through a side window, taking care to study his surroundings and listen intently for any signs of the enemy's presence. Once inside this floor, Peter immediately noticed signs of artificial modification. Every few steps, a wall would appear, transforming the space into a series of small rooms. He crept closer and discovered that each room housed a dozen or so deaf-mute workers, laboring over the production of white powder. In every single room, an armed thug sat on a chair, seemingly supervising the workers. Occasionally, someone would patrol the corridor outside. After roughly assessing the situation, Peter found a relatively safe corner. He extended his arm, focused his mind on the golden dragon magical seal, and transmitted everything he had seen to Vera and the others. Soon, Vera's voice came through the seal. Peter, are you sure that every floor from the 9th to the 14th is occupied by these thugs, and nowhere else? And, except for the 9th floor, are the other 4 floors just as you described? How many thugs are there in total? And about how many deaf-mute prisoners? Hearing Vera's string of questions, Peter felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't thought to check in such detail. He'd simply gathered what seemed enough and rushed to report back. So, he sheepishly crept back to continue gathering intelligence. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Vera watched Peter's delayed response, a faint vein throbbing on her forehead. She knew all too well. Peter had probably started reporting before he'd finished his reconnaissance. With a quiet sigh, she felt a wave of fatigue. The teacher was right after all. There's nothing worse than a clueless teammate. Thankfully, Peter hadn't quite reached that level of incompetence. Still, it was clear he needed further training in this area for future missions. After a while, as the new information trickled in from Peter, Vera quickly turned her mind to strategy. Given the circumstances, things were shaping up perfectly for their team of wizards. As long as it's handled properly, each individual room can easily become a sealed-off space, difficult for anyone to notice. With this thought in mind, Vera began to use her magical mark to send instructions to Ian, Remy, and Peter. Receiving the message, Ian and Remy quickly made their way up to the 9th floor. Through the magical mark, they sensed Peter's location and greeted him. Watching the three patrolling bandits pace back and forth, Ian and Remy raised their wands without hesitation. Silent as shadows, the bandits collapsed into unconsciousness. In an instant, several silent spells and stunning charms took out the patrolling bandits. Just as the bandits began to slump to the ground in a stupor, Peter, clinging to the wall, swiftly shot out several strands of webbing, lowering them gently to the floor without a sound. Seeing this, Ian and Remy carefully slipped into the nearest shabby single room, immediately launching an attack on the bandit inside. One silent spell and one stunning charm. Just like that, another bandit was eliminated. At the same time, they cast a calming charm to comfort all the deaf-mute hostages. Meanwhile, Peter expanded his senses, scanning the surroundings for any unusual movement, checking if anyone was coming down from the upstairs floors or if anyone had noticed something was wrong. Perhaps it was because nothing like this had ever happened before, but the bandits in the building seemed rather unprepared. Working together, Ian and Remy quickly dispatched all the bandits on that floor. Even so, they reassured the deaf-mute hostages, instructing them to stay put in the single rooms and not to venture out. They then dragged the unconscious bandits out, piling them together, planning to deal with them after the mission was complete. At that moment, Vera observed the scene and nodded in satisfaction. This meant her plan, so far, was flawless. No cracks had appeared yet. Next, it was time to handle the bandits on the remaining 4 floors. Thinking this over, she called Peter over to monitor from the 10th floor. Before long, they repeated their tactics and swiftly took care of all the remaining bandits on the other 4 floors. With Vera's participation, their efficiency soared, and almost no noise was made throughout the process. However, what they didn't know was that, at some point, a black mist had appeared outside the building, silently watching their every move. "Vera, do we really win this easily?" Peter asked, disbelief in his voice. It was his first time participating in a real combat exercise. The 4 of them had taken down nearly 100 enemies without a scratch. It felt almost like a dream. "Of course, Peter. We fight with our brains, not just brute force," Remy retorted with his signature sarcasm. "Don't tell me that when you're Spider-Man, you rely on nothing but brawn." "Of course not. I was ranked near the top of my class back at school," Peter shot back. "If I need to, I can memorize 100 vocabulary words in a minute." "Oh, so you're a brawny guy with a good memory," Remy quipped, twisting the knife with a smirk. Peter, upon hearing this, immediately wanted to snap back. But Vera quickly cut him off, saying, "All right, the situation this time is generally in our favor, and besides, Peter's intel was spot on." Hearing this, Peter broke into a smile. Then, with a hint of uncertainty, he asked, "Vera, what should we do next?" As he spoke, Peter glanced at the deaf-mute person standing nearby, looking lost and bewildered. "Don't worry, someone will come to pick us up," Vera assured him. Then she raised her voice and called out, "Instructor, the mission is complete. You can come out now." No sooner had she finished speaking than a familiar figure emerged in the distance. It was Steve, Captain America. "Vera, you all did an excellent job," Steve praised them. "You neutralized the enemy without a scratch. Remy, Ian, Peter, you 3 made a great team." As he spoke, Steve glanced at the surrounding deaf-mute people, then pulled out a sleek black card, focusing his mind to reach their destination. Soon, a portal of blazing red fire began to shimmer into existence before them, nearly taking shape. But then, suddenly, a jet of black mist shot toward the portal. Before anyone could react, the portal shattered into nothing. "Stay alert," Steve shouted, raising a shield and stepping protectively in front of the group. Vera and her companions quickly raised their wands, while Peter moved to stand beside Steve, scanning their surroundings warily as he reached out with his senses. The very next moment, a rapid series of thuds sounded as several shadowy darts sliced through the air, and with the sound of shattering glass, the light bulbs burst, plunging the building back into darkness. "Let there be light." Right then, Ian swept his wand in an arc, conjuring a radiant orb of pure white light from its tip. The glow flooded the space, driving away the shadows. At the same time, the light revealed dozens of stealthy, black-clad ninjas lurking in the gloom. "Petrify them all." Upon spotting the enemy, Vera wasted no time. She flicked her wand, sending a petrification spell streaking toward their foes. Simultaneously, Ian and Remy unleashed their own magical attacks. Meanwhile, Captain America hurled his shield with force at the ninjas, then charged forward to join the fight himself. With a powerful crash, several black-clad ninjas were knocked aside by the shield. In a swift motion, the shield returned to Captain America's grasp. Now, seeing the enemy ranks scattered, Steve plunged in deeper, raising his fists and striking his opponents hard, sometimes in the head, sometimes in the gut. In a matter of moments, he took down several adversaries with ease. A few tried to attack with gleaming daggers, but before they could strike, Steve's shield slammed down on their wrists, sending the weapons flying from their grasp. All the while, Spider-Man stood not far from Vera, carefully observing the approach of the black-clad ninjas, ready for whatever came next. Spotting a ninja approaching, a strand of web shot out, sticking the enemy's thigh to the ground and restricting his movement. Then, either Ian or Remy would quickly follow up with a petrification spell, knocking the ninja out. When the black-clad ninjas attacked with throwing stars, Peter's sharp senses allowed him to deflect them, ensuring that Vela and the others could cast their spells undisturbed. Captain Steve disrupted the enemy formation, gradually breaking them apart. Vela and her two companions acted as magical artillery, unleashing spell after spell at their foes. Meanwhile, Spider-Man Peter shielded the trio from any interference. With seamless cooperation among the five, it wasn't long before all the black-clad ninjas were wiped out. However, none of them let their guard down. They kept a vigilant watch, circling and scanning their surroundings. They hadn't forgotten the black mist that shattered the portal at the start, an ability clearly beyond the ninjas. Whoosh! A swirl of black mist swept by, and three figures materialized. It was Lawrence, a Dormammu follower clad in black robes, Alexandra the Hand's leader, and Erica, the vessel of the Dark Void. Alexandra, your ninjas are all show and no substance, aren't they? Lawrence sneered. Umph. Alexandra snorted at the mockery, clearly displeased. Enough talk, Lawrence. You're here for a reason. Better get what you came for. Catching the edge in her voice, Lawrence shrugged and turned his gaze to Vela, Steve, and the others, his tone flippant. Well, look who's here today. Captain America, Spider-Man, and 3 sorcerers. Now, that's a curious lineup. He grinned at Vela. Young lady, ever heard of Camartage? I actually know quite a few people from there. If you're connected to Camartage, I might go easy on you later. Old friends, you know how it is. As he spoke, Lawrence pulled back his black hood, revealing smoke-like eyes and a face marked by strange black patterns. Vela's eyes widened in shock. A follower of Dormammu. She knew the signs well. She had many friends from Camartage. Black markings, smoky eyes, undeniable proof. TSK, I thought so. That portal earlier looked awfully familiar. How could the people of Camartage not recognize us? So what's the story? Has Camartage fallen on hard times? Apprentices have to use branches instead of sling rings now. Lawrence taunted. Standing off to the side, Alexandra listened to the exchange, especially Vela's outcry. Unease crept in her heart. She glanced at the nearby Dark Void. Only then did Alexandra feel reassured. She had every confidence in the Dark Void's power. Yet, doubts about Lawrence's identity still nagged at her. She had no intention of partnering with a madman. It seemed this was the perfect chance to wipe them all out, roots and all. After thinking for a moment, Alexandra began urging, Lawrence, stop wasting time. Get to it. Hearing the impatience in Alexandra's voice behind him, Lawrence felt a flicker of annoyance. But remembering that he still needed her, and the dark presence at her side, he held his tongue. He turned his gaze to Vera and the others across from him, his eyes brimming with malice. Blade to the throat. Blade to the throat. Blade to the throat. The 3 of them unleashed the most aggressive spell in their arsenal, the throat-cutting curse. In a flash, 3 streaks of crimson light shot toward Lawrence. At the same time, Steve swung his shield with all his might, launching it at the enemy. Peter, too, fired webs, aiming to pin down their movements. But then, bang, bang, bang. With a wave of Lawrence's hand, a dense black mist billowed forth, instantly coalescing into a shield that blocked every attack. Each strike landed with a dull thud, but none could break through. Seeing this, a scornful smile crept across Lawrence's face. These apprentice sorcerers were far too weak. Even with minimal effort on his part, they couldn't so much as scratch him. Their spells were little more than child's play, useful only against ordinary folk. Still, as apprentices of Camartage, they would make suitable offerings. However, Rend and Ruin, Avada Kedavra, a powerful shattering curse hurtled toward the black shield, smashing it to pieces in an instant. Right on its heels, a beam of eerie green light, the killing curse, streaked toward Lawrence, the devotee of Dormammu. In that split second, as the green light flashed before his eyes, alarms blared in Lawrence's mind. Every hair stood on end, a wave of death washing over him. Whoosh! Lawrence spun around, transforming into a dense, shadowy mist that radiated darkness and malevolence. Yet, as the killing curse struck, the mist visibly shrank by half, as if half of it had been vaporized before their eyes. The next moment, The diminished cloud of black mist shot toward the skyscraper's window, desperate to escape. But, just as Lawrence's shadow form reached the window, a barrier of blazing scarlet light sprang up. Bang! With a sharp impact, the black mist smashed into the shield, which instantly lit up with fiery red patterns, shining brilliantly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The radiant light seared into the black mist, like acid poured onto flesh, causing it to shrivel even further. Seeing this, the mist whirled back, darting to Alexandra's side and quickly reforming into human shape. Now, Lawrence's face was ashen, his body trembling. On his exposed arms, fiery red brands stood out starkly, as if seared into his flesh by a hot iron. Only now did he turn his gaze toward Vera. After a moment's thought, Alexandra began to urge, "Lawrence, enough talk. Get to it." Hearing Alexandra's impatient tone from behind, Lawrence was visibly displeased, but he remembered that he still needed her, and the shadowy figure at her side. He turned his gaze to face Vera and her companions, eyes brimming with malice. Blade to the throat. Blade to the throat. Blade to the throat. Vera and the other two unleashed the most lethal spell they knew, the throat-slitting curse. In an instant, 3 streaks of crimson light shot toward Lawrence. At the same time, Steve hurled his shield with all his strength, aiming right at the enemy. Peter, too, fired a web, ready to restrict Lawrence's movements. But then, bang, 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 Lawrence waved his hand, and a cloud of black mist billowed from the drum, instantly forming a shield that blocked every attack. With the echo of each impact, all assaults were neutralized. Seeing this, a disdainful smile crept across Lawrence's face. These apprentice sorcerers, their magic was far too weak. No matter how little power he used, there was no way they could even scratch him. Their spells might work on ordinary people, but nothing more. Still, as Kamartaj apprentices, they would make fitting sacrifices. But then, shatter, Avada, Kedavra, a powerful blasting curse shot toward the dark shield, shattering it in an instant. Immediately after, a death curse glowing with eerie green light sped straight for Lawrence, the devotee of Dormammu. The instant he saw that green flash, alarms blared in Lawrence's mind. He felt his hair stand on end, a rush of death swept over him. Whoosh! In a heartbeat, Lawrence twisted his body, dissolving into a thick cloud of black mist, radiating darkness and evil. Yet, as the killing curse struck, the black mist visibly shrank, almost as if it were being vaporized. In the next moment, the diminished black mist shot toward the window, fleeing as if his life depended on it. But, just as the black mist that was once Lawrence reached the window, a blazing red barrier suddenly appeared. Bang! With a resounding impact, the black mist collided with the barrier. Red-hot glyphs blazed to life across it, shining with intense brilliance. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The light seared the mist, making it hiss and shrink again, as if doused in acid. Seeing this, the black mist immediately recoiled, darting to Alexandra's side and quickly reforming into human shape. Now, Lawrence looked pale as a ghost, his whole body trembling. On his partially bare arm, glowing red brands had appeared, as if seared by a hot iron. Only then did he turn his gaze back to Vera's group, eyes fixed on Ian, who had just unleashed that spell. No, Ian's entire form began to shift, and in the blink of an eye, a handsome blond man appeared before their eyes. Minter, Professor Lockhart. Vera, Peter, and Steve, standing to the side, gasped softly in astonishment. At the same time, Lawrence fixed his gaze on the ring suspended on Lockhart's right hand, his teeth clenched in hatred as he spat out, "A sorcerer from Kamartaj. No wonder you've managed to evade capture for so many years, dark devotee. The way you fled just now was truly a sight to behold. Wasn't it, Caecilius?" Lockhart directed his words not just at Lawrence, but more precisely at Caecilius, who stood behind him. Of course, Caecilius sneered from behind, but his luck runs out today. Lawrence's face grew even darker as voices came at him from both in front and behind. Nevertheless, he turned quickly to Alexandra and said in a low voice, "Go, now. Let's leave together. Sorcerers from Kamartaj will never let you go. They won't tolerate any of you wielding the power of an evil god, especially with the vessel of the entity called Black Void by your side. They absolutely won't relent." At that moment, Alexandra's heart sank as she took in the unfolding scene. Her original plan had been to use Lawrence's strength to eliminate their enemy, or, if both sides proved formidable, to let them wear each other down. Then, after Black Void captured Lawrence, they could force him to reveal how he resisted the corruption of the evil gods. But she had only just learned that Lawrence was himself a follower of these malevolent beings, and she recoiled at the madness inherent in such devotion. She promptly abandoned any thoughts of coercion. All she wanted now was for the enemy to be dealt with and to never cross paths with Lawrence again. But events spiraled out of control. Only moments before, Lawrence had held the upper hand. In a flash, he was gravely wounded, and before Alexandra could even react, Lawrence had already made his escape attempt. Yet he failed to get away. The place had clearly been rigged as a trap from the outset. A wave of unease swept over Alexandra, and Lawrence's warning for moments before made her heart clench. Her thoughts racing, she called out softly, "Black Void." At the same time, she drew the long blade from her waist, channeling her inner strength into it. In an instant, deep crimson patterns, like veins of blood, appeared along the blade. Testing the waters, she turned to Caecilius and Lockhart and said, "Gentlemen, Lawrence's business is yours to settle. I'll take my leave and stay out of your way, shall I?" Caecilius heard Alexandra's words, sensed the taint of the evil god's power coursing through her, and replied with disgust, "Anyone who draws on the power of an evil god deserves to die." He felt nothing but contempt for these wretched followers. These fools believed they could escape the corruption of the evil ones. But in the end, they all become followers of the evil god. The more power they borrow, the faster they fall. Usually, if you don't run into them, it doesn't matter. But today, since we've met, don't expect to leave. Hearing what Caecilius said and seeing Lockhart's expressionless face, Alexandra narrowed her eyes slightly, let out a soft sigh, and then shouted sternly, "Black Void!" With a thunderous roar, Erica, the vessel of the Black Void, clenched her fists. The brightness in her eyes was instantly swallowed by darkness. She gripped her twin blades, both exuding an aura of darkness. At the same time, a strange and evil presence spread out around her. Lawrence, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He hadn't dared to make a move against the Sorcerers' Association before, and it was precisely because of this Black Void. Now, it seemed her strength was no less than at her peak. He quickly turned to Alexandra and said, "Can you finish them off quickly? I've sealed the space for now, but the sorcerers from Camartage will likely arrive before long. If not, then we need to leave soon. If too many sorcerers show up, it'll be too late to escape." Alexandra heard Lawrence's words, her mind spinning. Then she commanded Erica, "Black Void, kill them." Receiving the order, Erica fixed her gaze on Lockhart. Her black pupils were filled with wild, murderous intent. Seeing this, Lawrence gave Caecilius a cold smile. It looked like unless he paid a heavy price, they wouldn't be able to kill their enemies today. He pressed his hands together, forming a strange gesture, and began chanting under his breath, "Great Lord of the Dark Dimension, your devoted follower calls upon your power to destroy the enemies from Camartage. In return, I offer you fresh souls." Suddenly, a surge of powerful dark energy burst forth from an unknown place. Lawrence's previously pale face gradually regained its color. However, the dark markings on his face grew even more vivid, almost covering half of his entire face. Lawrence knew that once those dark marks covered his whole face, he would have completely returned to the embrace of Dormammu, the god of the dark dimension. More precisely, he would become nothing but a puppet of darkness. Still, there was a silver lining. As long as he could make more sacrifices, everything could return to normal. Now, he would begin with the sacrifice of the Camartage sorcerer standing before him. At this moment, Lockhart ignored Steve, Peter, and the others as they slowly retreated behind him. Instead, his full attention was on the black-haired woman before him, twin blades in her hands. He could feel the raging madness and killing intent welling up from the depths of her soul, along with the overwhelming sense of danger radiating from her. Lockhart's heart was gripped with caution. He raised his wand, channeling magic into it. The tip of the wand glowed with a deep green light, emanating an eerie, deathly aura. Their attention was fixed on every move Erica Blacksky made. Now, the moment she stirred, they would swing their wands and unleash the deadliest curses at their command. In the next instant, thud, 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 as hurried footsteps echoed, a rapid incantation rang out. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! With each sweep of Lockhart's wand, a torrent of green, deathly curses shot toward Erica Blacksky, who was racing forward like a storm of lethal rain. Danger! Death! As Erica sped down the corridor, her pupils shrank in alarm. She could feel the deadly surge of green light beams hurtling toward her, steeped in the aura of death. Boom! Suddenly, she lunged, slamming her foot hard onto the floor below. The impact exploded in a cloud of dust, shattering the boards as Emily dropped to the lower level. A barrage of killing curses tore through the swirling dust, flying toward Alexandra and Lawrence. Alexandra and Lawrence, sensing the fatal threat of the curses, leapt into the air, dashing up the stairs, whether in retreat or to split the battlefield in two. It was hard to tell. Caecilius, not to be outdone, brandished a short staff and charged upward as well. With a resounding crash, a hole burst open above. Caecilius climbed through it to the next floor, joining the fray with the other two. At that moment, Lockhart glanced around at the swirling dust. With a wave of his wand, a fresh gust of wind swept the room, banishing the haze. What he saw was a gaping hole in the floor at his feet, and two more openings on the distant rooftop. In an instant, he understood. He would most likely have to face Erica alone. His thoughts raced as the thumping of footsteps echoed from below. Lockhart's eyes narrowed in vigilance, but he continued to sweep his wand. Transfigure now. A transparent wave unfurled from his wand, rippling across the floor. In mere seconds, the stone floor began to shift, solidifying, morphing into steel, or perhaps an even harder alloy before their eyes. Below, Erica sensed that waiting any longer would only tip the scales against her. Her gaze fixed on the spot where Lockhart stood. She tightened her right fist, and a glow of wicked darkness welled up around her knuckles. Boom! With a light run-up, Erica vaulted high, swinging her fist with tremendous force. Another human-sized hole exploded above her as she soared through. At the same moment, she drew the long blade from her waist. Black energy rippled along the edge, and in a flash, she brought it down on the figure before her. Crack! With a heavy blow, the figure split cleanly in two. Yet Erica's brows knit in suspicion. The impact felt wrong. A faint breeze swept by, clearing the last of the dust. There before her, a statue stood cleaved in half. Not far away, Lockhart hovered in midair, watching as Erica fixed him with a gaze of pure darkness and slaughter. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Immediately afterward, Lockhart extended his wand and tapped lightly. A droplet, shimmering with a blue light like a bead of water, fell to the ground. A deep resonance filled the air. In a flash, intricate blue patterns spread across the entire floor. Then, around Erica, 6 translucent blue screens rose up, forming a cube that imprisoned her in its very center. This was a magic array, the deep blue cage. Thud, thud, thud. Seeing the blue prison before her, Erica raised her long sword and brought it down hard against the glowing barrier. With each heavy blow, a sharp, metallic sound rang out, but the barrier remained completely unscathed. Her sword, on the other hand, began to show cracks and chips along its edge. Sensing that ordinary attacks could not break the cage, Erica sheathed her sword and retreated to the very heart of her prison. At that moment, thick, swirling black and red mist surged from her back, gradually coalescing into the form of a black panther. Its fur was streaked with crimson, as if stained with fresh blood. The panther unleashed a thunderous roar and flung itself at the blue barrier. Mouth agape, it conjured a swirling orb of black energy, pulsing with menacing power, growing denser with each passing second. Erica stood beside it, twin blades in hand, both shimmering with a flowing, inky darkness. Witnessing this, Lockhart's gaze grew wary. He pressed his palm to the ground, channeling even more magical power into the array. In an instant, the patterns on the blue screens, the very walls of the prison, blazed with renewed brilliance, their defenses clearly strengthened. Sensing the change, the Black Panther let loose the orb of darkness, sending it crashing into the prison wall with unstoppable force. At the same time, Erica's twin blades moved in a blur, unleashing wave after wave of slashing arcs, each one radiating an aura of shadow, all striking relentlessly at the cage. A deafening volley thundered through the chamber. The dark energy and the barrage of blade light battered the deep blue prison, the air vibrating with a fierce, echoing roar. Gradually, streaks of darkness began to seep into the once vivid blue walls. As the cage faded, hints of black crept into its surface. Outside, Lockhart's brow furrowed. He could feel the magic draining away at an ever-increasing pace. No matter how much power he poured in, it was no longer enough to keep up. His mind raced. While the deep blue prison still held, Lockhart swept his wand in the air once more. Intricate sigils traced themselves in midair, each stroke weaving a complex rune, radiating a mysterious, unfathomable energy. Meanwhile, thunderous booms echoed from within the deep blue cage. The Black Panther and Erica, one beast and one warrior, unleashed an endless barrage of dark energy against their prison. Before their very eyes, the deep blue of the cage grew steadily dimmer, its color darkening to black. And then, a resounding crack split the air. The prison of Deep South shattered, and Erica remained where she stood, her gaze fixed on Lockhart across from her, and on the deep blue flames hovering in midair. In that moment, Lockhart's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked at the menacing blue fire floating before him. With a casual gesture, the flames circled around him, igniting a ring of deep blue fire that radiated out a meter in every direction, with Lockhart at the center. It was as if anyone wishing to attack him would have to brave the barrier of fire first. Seeing this, Erica eyed the blue flames with deep wariness. In her perception, these flames posed a very real and considerable threat to her. Her mind raced as she gripped her blade with both hands. Black light coursed along its length, and she brought it crashing down toward Lockhart with fierce intent. Lockhart reacted with a mere thought. Instantly, the flames before him swelled, engulfing the oncoming black blade's light in a hungry blaze. Then, without warning, the fire surged straight toward Erica. Feeling the immense threat radiating from the flames, Erica's pupils contracted sharply. A split second later, she looked up toward the ceiling above, as if sensing another battle unfolding there. She leapt high, shattering the ceiling and vaulting up to the floor above. At that very moment, Cassilius was locked in fierce combat, wielding his short staff artifact against Lawrence and Alexandra. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted nearby. A figure came crashing through the floor, landing right before them. Almost at once, Cassilius felt the floor behind him begin to melt away in silence. Within a heartbeat or two, a hole the size of a person appeared, and through it drifted Lockhart, his companion, along with that same blue fire. Sensing the sudden shift in the battlefield, Cassilius, Alexandra, and Lawrence fell back in perfect unison, retreating to regroup with their ally. "How's it going, Lockhart?" Cassilius asked quickly. "The enemy is strong, but I'm holding my own," Lockhart replied softly. Meanwhile, Alexander's gaze was fixed on Erica across the way. He especially winced inwardly at the massive drain of black void power he sensed within her. The reason he had hesitated to engage in battle earlier was precisely this. He feared Erica would burn through too much of her black void energy. After all, Erica was merely a vessel for the black void. She could not generate its power herself. Replenishing that power depended entirely on sacrifices from the Hand Society, which meant they rarely let black void vessels fight directly. Even when they did, they tried to keep the battles as brief as possible. This time, Erica's losses were heavy. Who knew how many of the mute and deaf would have to be sacrificed to restore her black void strength? And, judging by the current situation, there was no hope of defeating the enemy in the short term. If the enemy's reinforcements arrived, a thought flashed through Alexander's mind. She glanced at the shadowy black void Erica before her, then at Lockhart and Cassilius on the opposite side. Without hesitation, she commanded, "Black void, let's go. Get us out of here." With a rush, thick black mist billowed outwards, swirling around them. Lockhart frowned slightly and directed the fierce flames at his side to devour the darkness. In no time, all the black mist near Lockhart and Cassilius was completely dispersed. Then, as Lockhart bent his will, the blue flames surged higher and spread, sweeping across the distance. Soon, every wisp of black mist on this floor had been burned away, reduced to nothingness. "Sigh." Lawrence slipped away again, Cassilius murmured, letting out a low sigh as he gazed at the hole in the wall where dark energy had eaten through. "It's all right, Cassilius. We've already caught onto his trail. Next time, he won't get away," Lockhart reassured him. Remembering the tiny tracker Tony had given him, no bigger than a sesame seed, a faint smile tugged at Lockhart's lips. The hand had always been his target. Now, with this dark disciple Lawrence on the run, perhaps unexpected opportunities would arise. Standing beside him, Cassilius gave a quiet grunt of acknowledgement, his furrowed brow easing ever so slightly. Still, he stared after Lawrence's escape route, lost in thought. With a sharp crack, Cassilius raised his staff, channeling magic into it. Fiery red patterns shimmered along its surface. He tapped the staff gently against the floor. A faint thud sounded as a wave of scarlet flame rippled outward, swiftly dispelling the lingering spatial wards Lawrence had left behind. In moments, circles of crimson light shimmered all around. Several New York Sanctum sorcerers appeared in the glow. "Master Jonas, could you collect the traces Lawrence left behind? See if you can pin down his location," Cassilius asked the sorcerer in charge of detection. "Of course. I just hope we nail that bastard," Jonas replied with a fierce scowl. Lawrence had sacrificed his own friend, and nearly Jonas himself, as offerings. Jonas quickly picked up a reddish-brown disc and began gathering residual traces from the area. Once he finished, he carefully traced his finger above the disc. Intricate runes glimmered into existence. Lockhart watched as the directional symbols shifted and twisted, unable to settle, making the path impossible to track. As expected, Jonas cursed under his breath. "Damn it. That bastard set up decoys all over the place. He's scattered so many traces, it's throwing us off completely. Caecilius sighed, regret flickering in his eyes. Perhaps he shouldn't have followed Lockhart's plan. Maybe he should have brought more sorcerers to lay the ambush. Next time, even if there's a risk of exposure, I'll unleash a more powerful spell and finish him off. Even if innocents are caught in the crossfire, I can always make amends afterward. After exchanging a few words with Lockhart, Caecilius turned and walked away. As for the dark disciple, Lawrence, not only was his strength considerable, but his gift for persuasion, his talent with words, was also exceptional. Otherwise, Caecilius wouldn't regard him with such caution. This man was like a virus. If left unchecked in the beginning, he would inevitably cause a tremendous disaster in the end. Hell's Kitchen, inside a derelict factory. A cold gust swept through as black mist dropped from midair onto the cracked concrete floor, then dissipated, revealing the figures of two men and a woman. Without warning, they broke apart and moved to separate sides. Lawrence, tell me, what is Kamar Taj? What have you done? Alexandra withdrew, keeping Black Sky close, her voice sharp with accusation. Lawrence, wary of the formidable Black Sky, hesitated for a moment before trying to sow discord. Looks like luck's not on my side today. Who would have thought it was Kamar Taj targeting your hand? I'd advise you both to leave New York immediately, or you won't live to regret it. Alexandra seemed to understand his warning. She frowned, sensing that Lawrence's presence had diminished significantly. Her mind racing, she gave Erica a gentle pat on the shoulder and called softly, Black Sky, catch him. Don't let him escape. With that, she took a step back, curious to see if Lawrence would remain so defiant once in their hands. All this evasiveness, this obvious attempt at manipulation, did he really think she'd survived centuries without learning to see through such tricks? A thunderous crash echoed as Alexandra gave her order. Erica drew the twin blades at her waist, pointing them straight at Lawrence. At the same time, an intimidating aura pressed inexorably toward him, and behind Erica, swirling black mist began to take the shape of a panther. The panther's gaze locked unwaveringly on Lawrence. Black light gleamed along the edge of Erica's blades. Hey, Alexandra, I thought we were friends, Lawrence said, raising his hands to show he didn't want to fight. My warning was genuine. I've faced Kamar Taj people many times. I know their strengths and weaknesses all too well, Lawrence said quickly. He had no desire for battle now. He was still reeling from the ambush by the blonde man earlier, which had left him badly wounded. He'd only managed to recover thanks to the power of the Dark God, but if this fight continued, it would likely end in mutual destruction, or at best, his desperate escape. Black Scott, Alexandra called out, halting her. She kept her gaze fixed on Lawrence, waiting to see how he would try to talk his way out of this. The sorcerers of Kamar Taj, you see, are not so different from me. We're all devotees of higher powers. The only difference is that they worship the Vishanti, while we serve the Dark God, Lawrence began, his tone slipping into persuasion. Alexandra heard this, and a cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips, but she continued to listen in silence. To the sorcerers of Kamar Taj, anyone who draws upon the power of dark gods, like you and me, will never be spared, Lawrence continued. In their eyes, we are the perfect offerings to the Vishanti. Every sacrifice brings them greater power, and they believe it earns them the gods' favor. Indeed, the mighty lord of the dark dimension, Dormammu, operates in just this fashion. So, once they catch wind of your hand's activities, I sincerely advise you to lay low for a while, Lawrence offered kindly. After all, New York is their stronghold, teeming with powerful sorcerers. They are masters in manipulating space, wielding profound magic, forces that should never be underestimated. Hearing Lawrence's so-called advice, Alexandra's expression flickered with uncertainty. Leave New York? That was entirely out of the question. The dragon bones were still here. There was no way they could abandon them. Still, what Lawrence said about Kamar Taj rang true. For the hand, it was a formidable threat. If what Lawrence said was true, or even if just a few more sorcerers like the one before appeared, the hand wouldn't last long. Her thoughts raced, and then she heard. Alexandra, I know what concerns the hand most is the dragon bones. The bones are sealed with powerful enchantments. I can lend you my master's power to break them, free of charge. Kamartai, Instius. The Chingy tea house, newly built within Kamar Taj for less than a month, had already become popular among its residents. Its popularity stemmed mainly from the access it provided to alchemists and potion masters, making it easy to commission them, purchase elixirs and magical artifacts, and even enjoy special discounts. For most sorcerers of Kamar Taj, it was naturally the place of choice. Besides, it was right here in Kamar Taj, so close and convenient. Sipping tea between studies was a welcome pleasure. Indeed, Most sorcerers here had developed a fondness for tea. This habit had its roots in the Ancient One's example. As the saying goes, customs flow from the top down. Since the Ancient One enjoyed tea, her apprentices inevitably picked up the habit as well. Over centuries, tea drinking became a cherished tradition among the majority of sorcerers. At this moment, in a private room within the Qingyi tea house, Master Dylan sat together with a group of alchemists and potion masters. As they sipped tea, they discussed matters of great importance. "Dylan, how has the Qingyi tea house been doing lately?" asked Master Sanjay, a master of potion making. Ever since the Qingyi tea house opened, he felt that everything had suddenly become much busier, as if those leisurely days were now a thing of the past. In the old days, brewing potions here and there was enough, but now, the workload had at least doubled or tripled. Hearing Sanjay's question, Master Dylan took a gentle sip of tea, then replied with a smile, "The tea house has been doing exceptionally well lately, and there's no shortage of customers each day." "Master Sanjay, I imagine you've reaped quite a harvest of potion resources lately, haven't you?" At this, a trace of satisfaction appeared on Sanjay's face. Though the workload had certainly increased, the resources he gained had doubled as well, which brought him some comfort. Still, that wasn't the main topic he wanted to discuss today. "Master Dylan, as we agreed before, I've already reached out to my friends. How's the Arcane Book Cafe doing? Did you manage to get what we talked about?" Sanjay's voice brimmed with anticipation, and instantly, the three other wizards nearby perked up. The answer mattered to all of them. Seeing that all four wizards were focused on him, Dylan's tone grew spirited. "Rest assured, my friends, our strategy has proven quite effective. Since we opened Qingyi Tea House, far fewer wizards have been visiting the Arcane Book Cafe. This is the result of our collective effort." Indeed, Dylan alone, as an alchemy master, had already reached out to dozens of friends. Not to mention the other potion makers, alchemists, and mage botanists in their circle. They weren't great in number, perhaps, but their influence was strong, enough to cover most of Kamartaj, certainly. It was more than enough to deal with the Arcane Book Cafe, which had only been open for less than 2 months. Word is, the Arcane Book Cafe has temporarily closed its doors, claiming to be undergoing some sort of upgrade. But in reality, it's nothing more than a desperate struggle. At this point, Dylan finished off his tea and poured himself another cup. He raised his cup to the others, as if in celebration, and declared, "Don't worry. What we're after, we'll surely get." Kamartaj doesn't rely on brute force alone. One must know how to navigate the subtleties of human relationships, too. So long as Master Lockhart wishes to remain in Kamartaj, he'll eventually have no choice but to cooperate with us willingly. Otherwise, Master Lockhart will soon learn what it means to be unable to take a single step forward. At these words, the wizards broke into smiles, raised their cups, clinked them together lightly, and drank. All of them had come together with one goal in mind, to target this newcomer, Master Lockhart, for 2 main reasons. The first was that Master Lockhart had certainly made quite a stir since his arrival. Having just joined Kamartaj, he began selling a vast array of potions, of every kind imaginable, which threw the entire potion market into chaos. Later on, he went even further by opening the All Things Book Cafe, offering private spaces, acting as a contract guarantor, and introducing features like mana points and magic cards. This suite of services was clearly aimed at establishing a whole new marketplace for magical transactions. It could be said that Lockhart's actions didn't just directly threaten their interests. He also disrupted the previously stable order of Kamartaj, leaving them feeling deeply uneasy. So, in their eyes, there were only 2 choices. Either have Master Lockhart abandon all his activities, or persuade him to join them and conduct his affairs according to their rules. As long as he followed their rules, they assured him that he wouldn't lose out on anything that was rightfully his. After all, they'd heard that Kaiselius and Morin had reaped considerable rewards through their cooperation with Lockhart. The second factor, and a crucial one at that, was the magical knowledge in Master Lockhart's possession. To be precise, his mastery over magical systems and magical bloodlines. They, of course, had already figured out Lockhart's identity, though they were still curious about which dimension he hailed from. However, since the Sorcerer Supreme herself had vouched for him, they had no grounds to question it. After all, in the 1,000-year history of Kamartaj, they had seen all manner of beings from other dimensions, some of whom had even joined their ranks. What's more, Lockhart had the explicit approval of the Sorcerer Supreme. Yet the brand-new potions Lockhart introduced, and the new magical tomes he contributed to the library, they had all studied these in depth. At first, they paid little mind to Lockhart's offerings, confident in the superiority of Kamartaj's magical system. They believed that, at most, magic from other dimensions might offer a few points of reference, nothing more. However, Once they delved into the actual content, they were astonished to discover that the magical knowledge Lockhart possessed differed radically from their own. In fact, with their level of expertise, they could faintly sense the profound uniqueness and perhaps the immense potential of his magical system. His system leaned strongly toward the idealistic, reminiscent of the famed chaos magic known across many dimensions. What made chaos magic so renowned was its ability to shatter conventional wisdom, elevating consciousness above matter itself, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Resurrecting the dead, achieving immortality, transmuting matter, reversing time. These feats could be accomplished with ease. Moreover, chaos magic was universally recognized as a path capable of reaching the power level of a dimensional archdemon. In other words, it was a system with the potential to attain the realm of the Sorcerer Supreme. How could they not covet such a thing? However, chaos magic was notoriously reliant on talent. Those without innate gifts would reap little success, and in some cases, wouldn't even be able to learn it at all. And now, Lockhart had somehow gained powers akin to chaotic magic. Although there was still a considerable gap between his abilities and true chaotic magic, the world he had built already possessed a complete magical system. In other words, it was universal. To be more precise, it allowed everyone to practice, laying the groundwork for later transitioning to chaotic magic. Once they realized this, their minds were made up. No matter what, they had to obtain relevant magical knowledge from Lockhart. In fact, to prevent the information from spreading, they had even made a conscious effort to borrow all the books contributed by Lockhart, ensuring that no one else could read them. As for Lockhart's promise to the Sorcerer Supreme, to contribute a selection of magical tomes every month, and to keep this up for at least a year, they certainly didn't believe he would hand over everything he knew. What's more, his magical system clearly demanded a certain bloodline requirement. While they had confidence in finding ways to weaken this restriction, at the outset, if Lockhart refused to cooperate, things would become very tricky indeed. So, by every means possible, they aimed to secure Lockhart's cooperation. Suppressing Vientiane Book Cafe was just one tactic. Making Lockhart obedient was the real objective. Yes, it wasn't just Lockhart's money they wanted him too. Stark Mansion, second floor. Tony, are you sure your tracking is accurate? Lockhart frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the electronic display before him. On the screen appeared a map of all New York City, dotted with numerous yellow points that shifted constantly. I should remind you, there's a good chance I'll end up in a major fight with the target. Bursts of energy could easily interfere with any tracking. Relax. If I say it'll work, Tony replied without looking up, his hands busily tuning the machine in front of him. The tracking radiation bugs I provided are a brand new invention. As long as the target comes into contact with one, it automatically emits a harmless, unique signature radiation. I'm tracking the radiation itself, not the device. Even if there's an energy surge, as long as he returns to a normal environment, I'll be able to detect him, Tony explained offhandedly as he continued to adjust the machine. Moments latte. All right, Lockhart, I got a lock on the target's position. Tony's face broke into a faint smile as he watched the red, slowly moving across the map, trailed by a network of yellow lines. He pointed to the screen, explaining to Lockhart, the yellow lines show the target's most recent movements, and the red dot marks his current location. Right now, he's in Hell's Kitchen at the Bolin Building. The Bolin Building, Lockhart murmured, repeating the location as if lost in thought. It was precisely for this reason that, from the very beginning, he had chosen the Hand as the real-world opponents for Ian and the others. Aside from the ruthlessness of their actions, the most important reason was his interest in the dragon bone possessed by the Hand. His confidence in ensuring Peggy Carter's continued survival also stemmed from the abundant vitality provided by the dragon bone. It's worth noting that the 5 fingers of the Hand were able to live for centuries precisely because they used the dragon bone to extend their lifespans. In the original storyline, the reason the Hand rooted themselves in Hell's Kitchen, New York, aside from the profits of trafficking white powder, owed much to the presence of the dragon bone beneath the city. However, a powerful seal surrounded the dragon bone, which they could not break. They could only wait for the arrival of the Iron Fist in the future, hoping for a chance to obtain it. That, of course, set the stage for the Defender's story. He hadn't forgotten his main purpose in coming to the Marvel world, strengthening himself to face the crisis brought on by the spread of the new magical system. Although he had been diligently studying magic and increasing his power, his progress had always been slow and steady. If he wanted a breakthrough, he needed either a stroke of luck or a rare magical artifact. At this stage of the Marvel world, there really weren't many treasures he could get his hands on. There were indeed plenty of precious magical items in Kamar Taj, but with the Sorcerer Supreme still present, there was no way he could steal from them. As for SHLD's Tesseract, that was a fuse waiting to be lit. he had no intention of getting too involved with that right now. He'd have to wait until after the events of the Avengers. In his memory, the Dragon Bone was the most attainable treasure. Even if it was sealed, Lockhart had methods to deal with it. And if he couldn't do it himself, couldn't he just ask the Ancient One for help? The only price to pay would be sharing some of the Dragon Bone with Kamar-Taj, and that was something he could accept. What he hadn't expected at all, though, was that the hand would be entangled with followers of Dormammu. This inspired Lockhart to consider another plan, using Dormammu's power to break the seal. He refused to believe that, once the Dark Acolyte Lawrence learned about the Dragon Bone, he wouldn't try every means to break the seal and perform sacrifice. For cultists of dark gods, an object brimming with life force and energy was simply an irresistible temptation. Offering it up to their deity could win them immense rewards. As long as Lawrence made a move, Lockhart was confident he could snatch the prize from the fire. That was why Lockhart had asked Tony for some tracking devices. While he could track people using magic, any magical fluctuations would be easy for Lawrence to detect if he paid attention. After all, Lawrence was no pushover. So Lockhart thought of using technological gadgets, devices that didn't emit any magical signals, to track his targets. And to ensure everything went smoothly, he'd even placed a tracker on Alexandra, the leader of the Hand's Five Fingers. He believed that Alexandra would surely bring him the result he desired. Hell's Kitchen, Bullen Tower, the grand hall on the top floor. At the center of the hall stood a massive round table. Seated around it, like the five fingers of a hand, were the leaders of the Hand. Not far off, black sky lingered in the corner of the hall, as if on high alert for any sign of trouble. Alexandra, give us an explanation. How'd they find out about the Dragon Bone? Madame Gao's voice rasped through the silence. The other three turned their gazes upon Alexandra, their eyes filled with suspicion and dissatisfaction. Facing their pointed stares, Alexandra could only give a wry smile. I didn't expect Lawrence to know about the Dragon Bone either. I suspect it's very possible that someone eavesdropped on our previous conversation. As she spoke, Alexandra glanced at the gambler beside her. Gambler, do you remember our last meeting? You brought up the subject of the Dragon Bone. It's entirely possible the other side learned of it through our discussion. At Alexandra's insinuation, the gambler let out a sharp, dismissive snort, as if to say, so now you're trying to pin this on me. Alexandra, leave me out of it. Don't forget, you were the one who brought Lawrence here. You kept insisting he wasn't a follower of the evil god. And now, how do you explain this? Alexandra's face took on an expression of helplessness at the gambler's words. How could he have known that Lawrence would turn out to be such a headache? Without missing a beat, Alexandra changed the subject. Let's not waste time talking about what's already happened. It serves no purpose. The real issue is, should we let Lawrence help us break the seal? He specifically offered to break the Dragon Bone seal for us, free of charge, as long as we help him strike down the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj. She paused, then reminded them, this might be our only chance to break the seal on the Dragon Bone. Otherwise, if we wait for the Iron Fist, who knows how many years it will be. If he chooses to stay hidden away in Kunlun, we'd be powerless. Madame Gao, Murakami, and the others listened, hesitation flickering across their faces. They knew just how rare this opportunity was. Yet the idea of working with a follower of the evil god, no matter how pleasant the offer sounded, could they really trust him? Who's to say the other side wasn't also tempted by the Dragon Bone? They all knew its benefits firsthand. Unfortunately, the last time they'd acquired the Dragon Bone, it had nearly been exhausted. Alexandra spoke again. I know what you're all worried about. I feel the same way. But as I specifically mentioned, the other party has agreed that this time, we can hold a ritual by sacrificing the beast, sign a contract, and ensure they won't dare go back on their word. Upon hearing this, Madame Gao and the others nodded slightly. If that's the case, then it is acceptable. As for those so-called sorcerers from Kamar-Taj, they could simply be dealt with if they come. The Hand has numerous strongholds all over the world. As long as they secure the Dragon Bones and leave New York, or even the United States, what could their opponents possibly do to stop them? Afterward, the five leaders of the Hand began to discuss, determined to ensure the contract left no loopholes. However, none of them noticed the small mechanical creatures outside the window, clinging to the glass like ants, observing their every move within. Night fell over the Bullen building, deep in its underground chambers. In Hell's Kitchen, nighttime was always punctuated by the sound of gunfire and shouting, an unsettling melody unique to the neighborhood. But for reasons unknown, tonight around the Bullen building, an unusual silence hung in the air. The streetlights nearby were all extinguished, leaving nothing but darkness, which made the atmosphere all the more eerie. The building itself was shrouded in pitch blackness. If not for the moonlight faintly glinting off its windows, anyone passing by might have overlooked it entirely. Unlike the darkness above, The underground space of the Bullen building was brightly lit. To the naked eye, scores of black-clad ninjas were scattered throughout the underground hall, as if on high alert for some imminent threat. At the deepest part of this underground expanse, on a stretch of open ground, the five fingers of the hand in black sky, Electra, stood together, their attention fixed on a robed figure before them. Lord Lawrence, welcome to the hand, Madame Gao rasped, her voice tinged with a trace of indifference. Lawrence, however, seemed unconcerned. At the sight of the hand's 5 leaders, a pleased smile crept across his face. But when he saw Black Sky, especially sensing the overwhelming power radiating from her, a flicker of wariness flashed in his eyes. He then lowered his hood, revealing his face. To Madame Gao and Murakami, the sight was striking. Lawrence's forehead was etched with black markings, and dark circles surrounded his eyes. His entire aura radiated wickedness and darkness. Yet the 5 fingers of the hand showed no surprise. On the contrary, they stood in a peculiar formation, their auras interlinked, emanating unique darkness strikingly similar to that of Black Sky. Sensing the hand's combined aura along with Black Sky's, Lawrence's eyes narrowed with caution. It had only been 2 days since their last meeting, but their strength had increased so dramatically. Clearly, many sacrifices had been made to some dark power. If a fight broke out now, he doubted he could prevail. With that thought, Lawrence carefully suppressed his own aura, his face breaking into a disarmingly friendly smile. Meanwhile, the 5 fingers of the hand sensed it as well and immediately concealed their presence. However, Black Void, standing nearby like a mere tool, showed no change at all. He continued to release his aura, as if purposefully reminding the others of something. You must be Madame Gao. Lawrence addressed the aged woman before him. I've long heard of your great reputation. This time, I trust our collaboration will be both highly enjoyable and truly unforgettable. Madame Gao responded coldly upon hearing this. Mr. Lawrence, let us hope so. As per our agreement, we have already brought the offerings. As she spoke, the gambler standing beside her clapped softly. Boom! The sound of his applause seemed to activate something. Behind the 5 fingers, a pristine white wall rumbled open, revealing a mass of unconscious, mute captives locked in cages. A glint of greed flashed in Lawrence's eyes at the sight. Even with just a cursory glance, he could tell there were at least 1,000 people within. Though these offerings might not be the finest, their quality was nevertheless quite good. As expected of the hand, a truly impressive gesture, Lawrence praised. Rest assured, now that the pact is sealed, I shall invoke the power of my master to help you break the Dragonbone seal. Hearing Lawrence's words, the once stern faces of Murakami, the gambler, and the others softened considerably. Very well, as long as you, Mr. Lawrence, aid us in obtaining the Dragonbone according to our contract, we too shall keep our promise and help you slay the mages of Kamartaj. With that, Madame Gao clapped her hand lightly. Click, click, click. At once, the wall to the left slowly slid open, its movement accompanied by a series of crisp, echoing clicks. In Lawrence's eyes, as the wall parted, a golden door was revealed. On either side of the door, 2 dragons were etched in gleaming relief. The dragons glided slowly across the surface of the door, sometimes sending out ripples, at times even appearing to frolic and chase one another. What struck Lawrence as extraordinary was that he could not sense a trace of energy emanating from the door. In fact, were it not for his own eyes, he would have no inkling of its presence at all. This is the sealing gate of the Dragonbone, Madame Gao explained. The Dragonbone exists within a miniature dimensional space, and this gate is the entrance. She then called softly to the figure beside her, Black Void. In an instant, Black Void raised his right fist, channeling a torrent of his shadowy power. He charged at the golden door and brought his fist crashing down. Erica's fist, shimmering with black energy, struck the golden door with full force. Yet it landed as if upon a cushion of cotton. There was no sound of impact, only the rush of wind from her swift punch, slicing through the silence. It was as if to prove that Erica had truly used all her strength. Witnessing this strange spectacle, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Lawrence's eyes. Lord Lawrence, this seal seems capable of absorbing any form of power. Earlier, we even tried bombing it with high-yield explosives, but it wasn't damaged in the slightest. Now it's up to you to show us what you can do. With that, Lady Gao, Erica, and the others retreated, leaving Lawrence alone to confront the Dragonbone seal. Lawrence stared at the seal before him, a look of uncertainty and suspicion flickering across his face. He had witnessed Black Void's attack just moments ago. It was by no means weak. Yet when it struck, not the slightest ripple appeared on the seal. Lawrence knew exactly what that meant. His thoughts raced. Raising his right palm, he summoned a dense, black mist that billowed upward and hovered in the air. Slowly, the mist coalesced into the shape of a long spear, its dark aura intensifying as the shadowy vapors drew together. As time passed, the oppressive force of the spear grew greater and greater, reaching its absolute limit. Then, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. With a swift movement, Lawrence hurled the spear of darkness at the seal. But aside from the earlier rush of wind, the moment the spear touched the dragonbone seal, it was instantly absorbed, vanishing as if swallowed whole. The seal remained as flawless as ever. Seeing his strongest attack fail to leave even a mark, Lawrence's expression darkened. So it was true. This dragonbone seal that had left the syndicate helpless was far more formidable than he'd hoped. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. After a moment, he turned directly to Lady Gao and declared, "Lady Gao, I now need to call upon my lord's power to break the seal. To ensure success, every sacrifice must be offered. Please have these tributes brought before the seal. I will personally conduct the ritual and summon my lord. With his magnificent strength, breaking the seal will be effortless." At his words, Lady Gao nodded gently and whispered a quiet order. The next moment, a large number of black-clad ninjas appeared and entered the chamber where the tributes were kept. They opened the cages one by one, dragging out the unconscious deaf mutes and laying them before the dragonbone seal. Soon, over 1,000 dazed, silent figures were heaped at the foot of the seal. Feeling the surge of life force before him, Lawrence's heart quickened with anticipation. Beside him, Lady Gao reminded, "Lord Lawrence, is everything ready now? And don't forget the pact we made earlier." Lawrence nodded lightly to show he understood. Lowering himself to one knee, dense black mist began to pour from his body, spreading outward in all directions. Yet, perhaps due to the constraints of their contract, the darkness did not envelope the syndicate's leaders or Black Void. Very soon, the swirling shadows thickened, and droplets of black rain began to float and shimmer in the air. As Lawrence deliberately exerted his control, every raindrop vanished, sinking into the bodies of the deaf-mute victims, who had been chosen as sacrifices. Before long, dark markings began to emerge on the foreheads of these unfortunate souls, and at the same time, their faces twisted into gruesome, contorted expressions. Satisfied with what he saw, Lawrence nodded approvingly. Sacrifices alone were good, but adding a little something extra would more easily earn the praise and favor of Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. And this so-called something extra was in truth the awakening of all their darkest emotions. Murderous rage, greed, desire. Every negative urge within them was brought to the surface, fully unleashed. Seeing his spell succeed, Lawrence pressed both palms to the ground. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of Madame Gao and the others, countless black threads began to emerge across the floor, slowly weaving themselves into a strange and intricate pattern that encircled all of the sacrifices. It was a grand sacrificial ritual. At that moment, Lawrence knelt upon the ground, brought his hands together, and gazed intently at the victims before him, chanting without pause. "Great Lord Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, your loyal servant Lawrence Tono presents these sacrifices before you, beseeching your gaze, that you might shatter the seal before me. Grant me the power of the Dragonbone, and let me walk once more among men. P.S. Dear readers, I sincerely apologize. In recent times, some issues have arisen at home. Just as I solved one problem, another cropped up, so the updates have been a bit irregular. I've tried my best to maintain the bare minimum. But now, things should finally be resolved, and the updates will definitely return to normal from here on out. The Dark Dimension. Darkness. Despair. Corruption. Within a vast, shadowy void, immense clouds like iridescent nebulae drifted slowly through the gloom. Unlike the normal world, these nebulae seemed almost alive, exuding a sinister, oppressive aura, as if constantly seeking to devour their neighboring swirls of cosmic life. When one finally consumed another, a sweeping expanse of nebular life would appear, only to reach a breaking point and explode in a sudden, shattering burst. The fragments would split into numerous smaller nebulae, and the cycle of devouring would begin anew, an endless loop, like famished spirits forever yearning to consume, never to be satisfied, breeding ever more despair and darkness. Beyond the riot of colors, here and there, fragments of shattered earth floated in the void. No plants, no animals, there was not a trace of life upon these lands. Even the soil itself seemed to reek of darkness. At that very moment, suddenly, at the heart of the Dark Dimension, a monstrous face took form, composed of swirling, iridescent nebulae. From the center of this face, prism-like bands slid ceaselessly from side to side. It was Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension. Suddenly, Dormammu's enormous visage opened its eyes, which glowed with a purplish light. He gazed into the distance, as if perceiving something far away. For a brief instant, surprise flickered across his features. Then, it twisted into a look of ravenous greed. The scent originated from the sacrifices of Earth, and faintly, it even carried a trace of the dimension's primal essence. Ancient One, this time I will destroy Earth and reclaim what was once mine. A thunderous roar rumbled. Dormammu growled in a low, furious voice, and in the void of the dark dimension, a massive vortex began to swirl, quickly transforming into a black hole. At that very moment, Lawrence stood before thousands of withered skeletons, surrounded by the pervasive power of darkness. Feeling the response from Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension, his face lit up with wild ecstasy. As he continued to bow down, he muttered feverishly, "Great Lord of the Dark Dimension, break the contract with that foreign god. Your loyal follower, Lawrence Torno, awaits your descent." A short distance away, the members of the Hand watched the scene unfold, especially Lawrence's frenzied display, and a sense of unease crept into their hearts. But as they recalled the contract signed earlier, their anxiety eased ever so slightly. They had witnessed the power of the beast. Lawrence stood no chance against it, so much so that even the deity behind him would find it difficult to save him, unless a tremendous price was paid and the god manifested in person. But was that truly possible? A mere 1,000 sacrifices. If that were enough to bring an evil god into this world, then their earlier offerings should have already summoned the beast into reality. And yet, a deep rumble echoed. Suddenly, Lawrence felt a torrent of dark power surge from within him, and in his mind, a magical incantation surfaced. Almost involuntarily, as if controlled, he walked toward the Golden Gate. He pressed both hands against it, and a flood of darkness poured from his body, merging into the black and gold doors. At the same time, black lines began to spread out from where his feet touched the ground, crawling outward in every direction. The 5 fingers of the Hand seemed to sense the constant flow of dark energy within these markings. A glint of curiosity flickered in their eyes, but they said nothing. It was clear the other side was working to break the seal on the dragon bones. Whatever the reason, they dared not interfere now. Otherwise, all would be lost, and they could not bear such a setback. As time slowly ticked by, with the dragon bone seal still showing no visible change, Murakami's face darkened with impatience. Was he just boasting? After all this expense, he's done nothing to break the seal. What a farce, Murakami muttered under his breath. He had invested a great deal in this round of sacrifices. Yet Madame Gao and the others remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on the dragon bone seal. For they noticed, just faintly, that a hint of blackness was beginning to creep across the once golden gate. Soon enough, Murakami spotted the change as well, and his expression shifted to one of excitement. His share of the dragon bone's power was nearly exhausted. If it wasn't replenished soon, he faced the real danger of withering away. At this moment, Lawrence felt a shift in the dragon bone seal before him. His expression sharpened, and he poured even more of the dark power into it. Meanwhile, the black threads on the surface of the Golden Gate began to appear increasingly distinct. Gradually, these black threads converged into the shape of a sigil or magical brand, as if pinpointing a precise location. Yet, a thunderous boom resounded. Sensing the danger, the dragon bone seal began to blaze with golden light, then expelled the remnants of energy it had previously consumed. At the same time, a swirling black vortex appeared before Lawrence, devouring all the surging energy that rushed toward him. Immediately afterward, the vortex, growing greedier by the second, seized the opportunity of the seal's counterattack to forcibly establish a connection, drawing vast amounts of power from the dragonbone seal and refusing to let the link be severed. Now, Lawrence's face was alight with excitement, though he could no longer control his own actions. Nevertheless, from the black vortex before him, he could sense a tremendous aura emanating from Dormammu. In his heart, he fervently prayed, "Great Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, shatter this dragonbone seal, break the pact of the alien god, and descend." Dormammu seemed to sense the prayers of his follower, or perhaps he perceived the shackles and hidden dangers lingering over his devotee. As these thoughts swirled, Lawrence's soul seemed to activate something deep within. Countless black brands began to surface from his core. They spread into the depths of his soul until they collided with another magical imprint, one that radiated the same aura of slaughter and darkness, a magical contract, to be precise. It was then wholly consumed, and Lawrence's soul became etched all over with black magical sigils. In this moment, though Lawrence sensed the contract had been broken, he was startled to find his consciousness was growing dim, as though something else was taking his place. Soon, his eyes became pools of shadow, his entire body surging with waves upon waves of dark energy. The dragonbone seal across from him was now more than halfway consumed by darkness. Behind him, the 5 elders of the hand grew increasingly wary. They had just sensed that the magical contract had been severely damaged. In other words, their adversary might now break the pact outright. However, this outcome was within their expectations. But for now, breaking the dragonbone seal was the top priority, so they had chosen not to intervene. Under their watchful gaze, the dragonbone seal was gradually overwhelmed by the flood of dark power. At the same time, golden light flickered ceaselessly above the seal, as if struggling to resist the encroaching darkness. But regrettably, this power originated directly from Dormammu. Its potency and corrosive strength were of the highest order. Though the seal fought back with all its might, it could only slow the corruption. The fate of the seal was sealed, its downfall now inevitable. A moment later, the dragonbone seal was nearly consumed by blackness. The ever-surging power of darkness was altering the very nature of the seal, as though it intended to transform the seal into its own likeness. Sensing its own impending doom, the dragonbone seal seemed to reach a critical juncture, as if some hidden mechanism had been triggered. Crack, crack, crack. A chorus of sharp, splintering sounds rang out as countless fissures spread across the seal's surface. From within, torrents of blistering pale gold energy burst forth, surging in all directions. This was the dragonbone seal's desperate, final counterattack. On the opposite side, Lawrence, or rather, the vessel of Dormammu, looked grim. He had been preparing to seize control of this miniature dimensional space, intending to use it as a foothold for his descent to Earth. But now, it seemed that plan was on the verge of collapse. Even his own safety was in jeopardy. Almost at the very instant the energy erupted, Dormammu will force the vessel's body to retreat at lightning speed. Black energy poured from his form, enveloping him in a shroud of darkness to shield him from the oncoming blast. Meanwhile, the 5 fingers of the hand, who had initially lit up with joy at the sound of the seal breaking, were suddenly gripped by a chilling dread as golden light flashed through the cracks. As if sharing a single thought, the 5 of them aligned their breathing and energies, moving in synchronicity along the mysterious formation. The remaining energy of Kunlun manifested above them, weaving itself into a transparent shield to withstand the onslaught of power. Yet what changed their expressions was something else entirely. Behind them, no one could say when, an energy shield of blazing crimson had appeared, also resisting the pale gold energy. Within this protective aura, 3 figures stood. Dormammu now noticed the disturbance behind him, especially the crimson shield and the 3 shadows it contained. A sneer of disdain twisted his lips. Wizards of Kamartaj, daring to show yourselves here? You must be tired of living. P.S. 5 chapters today. Please remember to subscribe and vote for the official release. At this moment, Lockhart realized that the 3 of them had revealed themselves in order to withstand the energy storm, and he cursed inwardly. He had hoped to let Dormammu's followers and the hand's 5 fingers weaken each other before making his move. But now it seemed that plan was doomed. Now, at Lockhart's command, as previously agreed, Caecilius and Morin rushed straight toward Dormammu's followers and the 5 fingers of the hand. Lockhart himself once again confronted Black Sky. He had fought Black Sky before and was somewhat familiar with her, so he aimed to defeat her quickly before turning to support Caecilius and Morin. With that thought, Lockhart swung his wand at Black Sky. Avada Kedavra! In an instant, a jet of deathly green light shot from the tip of his wand, streaking toward Emily Black Sky. Bang! Sensing the incoming threat, Heikong stomped heavily on the ground. With a tremendous crash, he sprang into the air, narrowly dodging the killing curse. Lockhart's expression remained unchanged as he witnessed this. He kept flicking his wand, his voice steady yet rapid as he incanted spell after spell. Defendo! Sever throat! Avada Kedavra! In the blink of an eye, beams of red interlaced with green shot toward Heikong like a torrential downpour of lethal spells. Heikong, seeing this, raised his arm before his chest. Billowing clouds of sinister black mist erupted from his hand, swirling and coalescing into a dark, fog-shrouded shield to block the barrage of spells coming his way. The shield bore the brunt of the magical onslaught. Bang! 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 Spell after spell slammed into the dark shield, each impact thundering like a drumbeat. Cracks began to spiderweb across the shield's surface. Meanwhile, Heikong held the shield aloft with his left hand while gripping a long blade in his right. He charged at Lockhart with deadly intent. Just then, suddenly, A guttural roar shattered the air. Out of nowhere, a colossal black serpent, none other than the basilisk, materialized behind Heikong. The serpent fixed its gaze on Heikong, who was charging toward its master. With a thunderous bellow, it lunged, fangs bared, straight at Heikong. Sensing mortal danger at his back, Heikong twisted aside, narrowly evading the attack. At that moment, Lockhart unleashed another flurry of spells with swift flicks of his wand. Soul Shock, Mind Bomb. In an instant, waves of transparent force rippled toward Heikong as he dodged. Heikong felt as if his mind had been struck by a sledgehammer. For a fleeting moment, his eyes grew blank and unfocused, his guard dropping involuntarily. Seizing this instant of confusion, the basilisk, following its master's command, swung its massive tail. With brutal force, it slammed into Heikong's body. A thunderous crash echoed as the serpent's strength sent Heikong hurtling into a nearby wall. The wall buckled inward, leaving a gaping crater where he struck. The 5 fingers of the hand, standing to the side, watched in shock. In less than half a minute, Heikong was grievously wounded by the seamless cooperation of Lockhart and the basilisk. Lady Gao's expression darkened, and she shouted, "Ninjas attack!" In an instant, waves of black-clad ninjas surged forward, charging at the basilisk and Lockhart. "Little snake," Lockhart called out to the serpent. The basilisk immediately whipped around, hurling its immense body at the oncoming ninjas, batting many aside with devastating force, leaving them sprawled and broken. Seeing this, the 5 fingers of the hand looked grim. They knew full well that the ninjas' efforts would likely amount to little, but if they didn't intervene and distract the opponents, Heikong might not survive. There was no time to hesitate. The wizard Morin they faced was no weakling. He was versed in powerful, arcane magic, and a single misstep could spell disaster. Lockhart glanced briefly at the battle between the basilisk and the ninjas. Seeing his serpent utterly overpowering the attackers, he turned his attention elsewhere, no longer concerned with the skirmish. Instead, he aimed his wand directly at the spot where Black Void was and cast another spell. Soul Impact, Transfiguration Spell. In an instant, the Black Void, who had just regained consciousness, was once again rendered motionless, frozen in a daze. Meanwhile, the massive crater in the wall slowly closed up, encasing Black Void's arms and torso, leaving only his head exposed. Seeing this, Lockhart strode forward and pressed the tip of his wand squarely between Black Void's brows. Soul Slumber, Mental Correction. The spells flowed from Lockhart's wand into Black Void's mind, beginning the process of reshaping his very soul. Black Void was nothing more than a puppet. Since the Hand Society could control him, Lockhart saw no reason to let such an opportunity slip by. After all, he had fought Black Void himself and knew his strength was at least on par with his own. If it hadn't been for teaming up with the basilisk and catching him off guard, that fight would have dragged on endlessly. With Black Void on their side, their battle would be much smoother, especially since Dormammu was an evil god, and any increase in power was a much-needed assurance. Just as Lockhart was preparing to rewrite Black Void's consciousness. Suddenly, Lockhart, Caecilius, seeing Lockhart had finished his fight, called out urgently. He was up against Dormammu's vessel, an opponent far stronger than himself, barely managing to hang on. He needed more help, desperately. Hearing the call, Lockhart cast a regretful glance at Black Void, then flicked his wand again, forcing his soul into a deep sleep. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the battlefield where Caecilius was locked in combat with Dormammu's fleshly avatar. Avada Kedavra! As soon as he drew near, Lockhart unleashed the most lethal spell in his arsenal, the Killing Curse. But Dormammu merely glanced at him. In a heartbeat, a swirling black vortex appeared before the green curse, swallowing it whole. Lockhart's expression didn't waver. He simply raised his wand again. Soul Impact, Mental Shock, Consciousness Ripple, and more besides. A torrent of soul and mind-affecting spells erupted from him, all hurled at Dormammu. A low, guttural grunt escaped Dormammu, the barrage of soul attacks clearly taking their toll. After all, he was no longer in his complete form, just an avatar. Soul attacks could wound him more easily. But Dormammu quickly recovered, fixed Lockhart with a contemptuous glare, and spoke in a voice dripping with scorn. "Foolish mortal, you court death." In a flash, a wave of darkness rippled out from Dormammu, spreading swiftly toward both Caecilius and Lockhart. In no time at all, the black wave engulfed the entire underground chamber. Merlin, the Hand Society's 5 leaders, Black Void, even the Basilisk, ninjas, and all the rest. At that moment, Lockhart suddenly felt a wave of dizziness crash over him, his mind nearly slipping into unconsciousness. His head spun, and, for a moment, he couldn't even remember what he was doing. In the next instant, a dazzling, multicolored shield shimmered across Lockhart's body, his pre-equipped magical items activating automatically. Meanwhile, though Caecilius and Morin didn't have as many defensive shields as Lockhart, they each had their own arsenal of protective magical artifacts, standing ready to respond. At this moment, Dormammu glanced coldly at the three sorcerers of Camartage before him. With a dismissive snort, he decided to pay them no further mind. These sorcerers truly lived up to their reputation as the Ancient One's disciples. They may be mere insects, but like turtles, they possessed a remarkable array of life-preserving tricks. Some even carried spatial magic items that had yet to be activated. Dealing with them completely would prove rather troublesome. The longer this dragged on, the more unpredictable things could become. If the Ancient One were to sense what was happening, that would spell disaster. The most important task now was to break the seal on the dragon's bones, claim the remaining dimensional essence within, and prepare for his true self's arrival on Earth.